Hey, you're onto something. You're right. The Earth is flat. You'd best go and do such and such. So I'm making you, the flat earther, pretend that what you've just done by pulling that boat back into focus when it was just a bad camera, I'm telling you you're right. And I know it's wrong. And I'm trying to make you think what you're doing is right, but then I'll throw up something to make you think you're a bit crazy as well. So it starts you doubting
Yeah,
yourself. Gaslighting is a really, really insidious thing to do to someone. Like if you do it to a person in a relationship, it's really bad. You know what I mean? Like you'll change their
yeah,
jumpers. You'll tell them they've done the washing when they haven't. But hang on, I'm sure I did the washing. No, 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 you didn't. You know what I mean? You'll just do things like that, but subtle enough for them not to pick up on it.
yeah. But here's the thing, though, with that, and that's a good way of explaining it to me because I've never really understood gaslighting. I've heard it a million times, obviously, but um, the in the context of the ships, especially these stupid motherfuckers, please don't be offended, bring up is a ship disappears, a fucking dinghy. It's fucking tiny. Of course, it's going to fucking disappear from your view and you can bring it back. A fucking cruise ship that's fucking 12, 15 stories tall and the bottom of it's missing. It's gone past the horizon, you stupid cunts. You can use any telescope you want in the fucking world. It's not going to bring the bottom of the boat back.
Well, actually, remember Flatzoid with his 13 frames? Where he omitted the frames to make it look like the satellite had hit the surface at the same time, when in fact the 13 frames he cut out was the satellite splashing down over the
Yeah,
horizon. So he cut them
yeah,
out to generate the opposite effect. Now, if I was to show that to you and you go, hang on, well, that must mean the Earth's not curved. And for me to go, yeah, but you don't really know the maths properly, so I'll now show you all these other things, but I'm hammering on the fact that you don't know the math. That's the gaslighting side of it. Most of them just straw man. They'll just build something up and straw man. That's not quite as insidious. It's still deceitful, though.
and a lot of the shit the flat earthers bring, their so-called evidence, if you like, is the funniest one I heard just the other day was I can't remember the name of the Chinese space station, Tianzhong 14 or something. Um, they're cherry picking, literally cherry picking photos from that it looks like the horizon's flat. I'll give them that. But they're cherry picking because they're saying the Chinese space station is in space, and they're cherry picking because space doesn't exist to them, these stupid cunts.
Yeah. Well, what about like the 9/11 ones? Oh, the planes aren't real. They flew in, they were holograms.
Oh,
All
that's
these big
that's
superstars didn't go on the planes that day, like Kanye West and all these famous people all cancelled their trips. Well, hang on, cancelled their trips on what? On a non existent plane? Or, like, so did the planes exist or did Kanye West not cancel his. What happened? Like, their actual
yeah.
story is contradictory.
But but the thing is too is that there's people like me. I haven't done it yet, but I am planning on doing it. Um, I'm going to make. I've been working on it for years. A whole fucking continent, very small one, that exists outside the ice wall. Have you noticed that the flat earthers had a model? It was the AE map. There was an ice wall, and ever since the trip to Antarctica on December the 12th last year, ever since that, they've gone, oh no, 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 there's no ice wall. We don't know. We've got no model. We don't know what the Earth is. They've just come up with a whole load of fucking shit, and it's hilarious. I was always brought up to not laugh at people with mental health conditions, but it just got beyond a fucking joke.
Um, I do agree. It's not good to point and laugh at someone who has a mental disorder, and I'm the last person to ever condone it. But at the other side of it too, in fact, you know how I was talking about gaslighting. Well, when you be polite, then you add you fucking idiot. That's the opposite of gaslighting. That's not trying to get on someone's side to make them think they're crazy. Like, what would be low is just say you come into you were a helicopter dude. You've come in, you've landed, and we had to go and you had to then I don't know how you get it off the pad into your little garage, but you did whatever. You went and got the little thing that picks it up and tows it in, and you towed it into hangar 13. And you knew it's hangar 13. You went out and got in your car and drove off. And the next time you came back, the guy behind the counter said, "Yeah, your helicopter's over in hangar 12." And you went, "No, it's 13 because I parked my car there and that's where I always park it." "No, it's in hangar 12, mate." And then you went out and had a look and it was in hangar 12, like they'd moved it just to fuck you around. But they didn't admit it was a practical joke. That's gaslighting. You know what I mean? Like, we're
Right?
trying to
Yeah,
make
yeah,
you think you're crazy. But if I said, "Hey, Jazza, got you going there, yeah," it's just a shit practical joke. It's not actually
yeah,
gaslighting because I owned up. But if I was saying, "Dude, you fucking came here last Thursday and you parked it in hangar 12," and you looked on your thing and you went, "No, I was here on Friday and I parked it in hangar 13." "Nah, no, you didn't." No, dude, you're silly. You're going crazy. That's gaslighting. I'm trying to actually make you doubt yourself. And that's
yeah,
low.
yeah. And that's actually funny you say that about those numbers, 12, and I can't say that number because I'm fucking what they call it, superstitious as fuck. So I know that if I put my helicopter in hangar 12, there's no fucking way I'm putting it in 13. And if someone said I'm putting it in 13, I put it in that hangar, there's no way I'm not even going to fucking touch that helicopter. I'll say I'll fly the
You
one
know, dude,
in hangar 11.
that's got so much weight that the number you can't say. At the hotel we had, we actually changed it to 12A because when you'd hand them the key, they'd look at it and they wouldn't say, they go, "Could I get another room, please?" And it was
Yeah,
like they don't have a 13th floor on some hotels because of
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Chinese
No,
hotels. Yeah. Go on.
and sometimes I accidentally say it, and my friends, like my friend's daughter, gave me fucking shit tonight because I couldn't say it. I was like that number in between 12 and 14. And she's like, just fucking say it. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
know.
I don't know what it is. It's fucking weird, but I just,
To someone else, that is weird. Like, just get in the room, dude. You're not going to have any problems. And there was one guy
yeah,
who, I think he was at the casino. He was in that numbered room and he was losing. And he went and said, "I'm going to have to book out and whatever." And they said, "Oh, okay." And he went to another hotel because he just thought that room was unlucky. He didn't have room 13 and he started winning. So in his mind, it was right. A small sample size, but he
yeah.
thought he was right. It was because of room 13. No, it's just the luck of the draw. But I have my
Oh,
lucky underwear, and some people have their lucky boots.
I've got speaking about that number, the Black Friday,
Yeah,
that number on, it's April, isn't it? Friday, mm, commonly known as Black Friday. I got a mate that, um, another mate that was a helicopter pilot. He got caught in a blizzard on a glacier, and on that day, that Black Friday day, couldn't see, couldn't take off, had no choice but to try and land, had no horizon, no nothing, rolled the helicopter over, crashed. Everyone's all good. The next Friday, the next same Black Friday, he thought, oh, I'm going to fucking take the day off. Fuck this. Went round his street, just about ran over an old lady crossing the road on a motor scooter. He thought, this is fucking crazy. Third Black Friday in a row. He fucking thought, I'm just going to fucking sit here and do fucking nothing. Got up out of his chair, went to get a beer out of the fridge at the end of the day, and accidentally knocked over the knives, the knife stand, and just about put a knife through his foot. And then after that, he's never worked a Black Friday ever again.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's actually a thing, though. Like, that
Yeah,
can just be a bunch of coincidence. The fact he's
yeah,
never
yeah,
worked it says he hasn't disproved, has he? Like, what about all the previous Black Fridays where he didn't put a knife through his foot or didn't hit his head or
yeah.
something like that?
But I think he's just that scared after 36 months of having all this shit happen on the same Black Friday. He's too scared to try it again. It's like that movie. Have you seen that movie franchise? Oh, fuck. I just lost the name of it. Um, it's not called Misery. It's the Final Destination. That's it. There's like fucking six of them, and it's random, out of the blue fucking shit that you never fucking think of that will end you. And I've never asked him if he's seen these movies, but he he may have, because he's got to three times in a row on this day, and he's like, no, I'm fucking not doing a fucking thing.
Yeah, but that's not proving one way or the other, though, is it?
Or not definitively, but you'd have to you'd have to question. I mean, we're in reality. You'd have to question while knowing you're in reality, or as to the best of our knowledge, according to flat earthers, that if some weird shit happens on the same day at this exact same time of the year, it's bad luck. But and at the same time, I think I asked you before, you're not religious, are you?
Well, no, I'm an agnostic. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, so I'm I'm not religious, so I don't go to church or any shit like that. But at the same time, a I've got my own sweet baby Jesus, or someone I pray to when I need to, which I have had to, if you know what I mean. And the only reason I say that, Boomer, is because these paranoid, narcissistic, ignorant, arrogant, what's that word? Um, Contrarian fucktards that think the Earth's flat, and they all claim, a lot of them claim they're not religious, yet they claim a creator. I don't claim a creator, but I will say right here and now that if their creator created the Earth as flat and a dome over it, which every sane person knows there's no dome because there's a pressure gradient, and the second law of thermodynamics means that there's equal pressure of particles present everywhere on all sides of the container. So they fuck themselves in the ass there. But otherwise, their creator is a real simple, basic bitch. That's the most polite way I can say it.
The reason I say agnostic nowadays is because if you say atheist, the actual definition means against theism, like symmetrical, asymmetrical, atheist. And so by that,
Right.
they look at it, some people, not all, but some of them, bad Christians, look at it as an opportunity to preach, of which we've got a couple who do it in here. They instantly
Right.
go on to the God mode and see us all as heathens and satanic and all that shit. And I honestly don't give a fuck that their God disapproves of me and is sending me to their hell because I don't believe he exists. But I've actually said to them,
Yeah.
let's look at this from an even billing and say God created the Big Bang. Can we develop that? And they all go, no, they're religious idiots. They will not accept
Yeah.
anything other than the book. And they call themselves Bible literalists. Now, they can just fuck off and shove their sky fairy knowledge apple talking snake fucking rib women up their fucking ass. Because
Yeah.
they're just because I believe the bullshit, they want to belittle me because I don't. Who's the dumb cunt here? And it's not me. That's and you know who I'm talking
Yeah.
about, the two who love to shove it down your throat. Just
I,
fuck off, let the conversation go. They have to put God in there for their own insecurities, I think.
yeah, and they love to talk about science, but they bring God into it. But they don't realize that you fucking stupid cunts are literally talking about a fucking book that's beside every bed in every motel that you could bring out and read under your fucking lamp, you stupid fucks. It's just a
Well,
book.
here's the thing. If that apple of knowledge really existed, you haven't taken a bite of it, have you? You know what I mean? Not you, but you, them.
It's
They haven't taken
oh,
a bite of it
oh
because
yeah,
their apple
oh yeah,
knowledge would give them the knowledge that this is a crock of shit. And they can't
yeah.
fucking fathom that one.
We wouldn't be talking like we are now if they had taken that bite of knowledge.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be here.
So
We wouldn't be
we
talking right now.
so wanting to be smarter by eating an apple that gives you all this knowledge is a sin. Hold on, God. Can we just discuss what your parameters of morals and correct and a sin is? Because wanting to be smarter is not a sin. I suppose doing it easily by just biting on an apple, that's probably not a sin per se. It's not a crime. It's just taking the easy way.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And this is what I've always thought since I was very young. Um, you know, children in Somalia, um, children in impoverished places all around the world that are fucking dying. Not that I can do anything about it. But then a couple of days ago, uh, uh, a very young person that I know of um, decided that it was time to end things just just not long ago. And if God's such a good motherfucker, why is that? Why is he doing that? I mean, I can understand kids in Somalia and shit. They don't know. They're hungry as fuck, which is sad as fuck. But someone in the Western world that I thought had everything to live for decided no.
Well, that's the human condition. It's mental illness, and yeah, I think we all go through phases of depression, and it's a case of how
Oh
you
yeah,
handle them and what you come out like on the other side.
yeah. It's
A,
yeah,
a lot of times, getting counselling, they don't give you the advice and fix you up. It's because you're getting to vent it out to someone else. You don't go through these little crazy loops in your brain where you just keep going round and around. You remember Merle, don't you? I don't know if he's still about. I haven't
oh
heard from him for a good. You know,
oh yeah,
Merle.
oh, fucking Merrill.
Literally
Yeah,
every conversation after he comes in normal, every conversation after an hour or two of
yeah.
Earth's flat, nah, nah. Then it's
And then
suddenly
he goes
you're all going to
fucking
get
mental.
machine guns. The world's fucked. You're all this, that, the other, and he'd always cycle through that. And it got to a stage because I'm in the same state as he is. Whenever I was watching the news, I knew where he was from because I saw his pictures and I knew what suburb he lived in. He doesn't realise
Yeah,
how much he had doxed himself. But whenever I'd hear on the news, police have got into a tussle with someone with a knife, I'd always think, oh,
yeah.
fuck no. I'd think it might have been Merle. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh
that's
yeah.
not,
Oh yeah, I can totally fucking see him doing something crazy like that.
yeah. And that's, and like, I just actually thought, well, obviously I care for him to be a human, but the fact is
Yeah,
he's not taking steps to not make that happen. Like, he's a person who might have decided to suicide by police. Sorry, what I mean, off yourself by police.
yeah,
And that's a bad thing.
yeah,
So getting counselling, they're not fixing you. They're just getting you to vent it out and hopefully stop that little loop of the world's fucked, there's no point, that sort of thing.
I don't actually think I would like to think that counsellors help. And actually, I won't say this because it's yeah, no, I won't say it. Once you got your mindset, there's no changing it.
Well, there are, what is it, a psychologist does, what do you call it, procedures and practices and just healthy thinking, whereas a psychiatrist actually has the ability to prescribe drugs. And that's where, I don't know, sometimes that can be really bad, like identifying the issue to begin with. It can be the
Yeah,
most important thing, and that's always hard.
yeah, absolutely. But yeah,
Like if someone's sleep deprived because they're not, uncomfortable with life, you start dreaming while you're awake. So you are
yeah,
hallucinating. So they're thinking that, oh, I don't know, the Prime Minister of Australia is trying to assassinate them. They see him everywhere. They're
yeah,
seeing
yeah,
that. Now they're telling you, and you're going, don't be silly. It's not that he's not here. Yeah, that's not the Prime Minister of Australia. That's just a guy reading his paper. But they're seeing that.
yeah,
So they can't trust you because what they're seeing is not what you're saying. And what you're saying, you genuinely think, go on, dude. Like, it's okay. He's not going to kill you.
yeah, yeah. No, I totally get you.
I don't know how you deal with that sort of stuff. I've had a few friends who are a little bit that way. Some of them came good. One of them tried to visit the other side and then came good after it. And then his motorbike and him parted ways about 6 or 8 years ago. So
Oh,
at least he went off doing something he liked.
mm.
At least that's what I like to think of it as.
Yeah, and
sometimes too, people are they need to feel friendship, so they'll accept anything. So if you're with someone who you treat friendly, and then they start telling you, oh, who knows, the Earth's flat or Vikings fly or whatever, you'll accept that in order to just maintain the friendship. You might not
yeah,
believe it, but you won't disbelieve it. You just, oh, dude, yeah, well, he's a bit crazy, but that's okay. At least we can have a beer together or something like that.
yeah, yeah. And yeah, it's I think though, like Jim Lovell, the sixth Apollo astronaut, died today.
Who?
Jim Lovell.
What astronaut was he? I don't know my astronauts that well.
He was
Jim,
in the
Jim Lovell
command
was on
module.
Apollo 13.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. Apollo 13. Exactly.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What was purpose of that?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just tried to do your same accent, but yeah, he was on Apollo 13. He was in the command module.
Well, they all were because they didn't do the lunar stuff.
Oh, are you fucking gaslighting me now?
No, Apollo 13 was the one where they didn't do the lunar moon bit.
Oh
They
yeah,
blew the
no,
oxygen tank up and they had to actually come
yeah,
back. They didn't do the moon shot. They
you
had
know,
to go and
sorry,
get into the lunar.
I thought Tom Hanks
sorry.
was on that one.
You know,
He
Tom
they was
Hanks
also
was
on
on that one.
Apollo
It
8
was Jim.
as
Jim was
well.
on 11.
No, Jim wasn't on 11. That was 11 was the first one to land it. That was Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and Mike
Collins.
Okay,
Collins.
Mike Collins, yeah. But
Yeah.
okay,
Jim Lovell was on Apollo 8, and then he went back on Apollo 13. But or it might have been Apollo
okay.
10.
So,
It was one of the ones before 11, and then he went back on 13, and he still didn't get a land.
okay. So, if it was between 11 and that number, and between 12 and 14, I'm talking about Forrest Gump. It must have been Apollo 12.
No, Jim Lovell was on Apollo 13, and then, like I said, uh, 8 or 10 or something like that before 11 as well. He went twice, but he didn't get a land either time.
Hey Cole,
Right.
do you
About
vape
8.
like strawberry cheesecake? Are you vaping?
What?
I'm vaping, but I'm not vaping strawberry cheesecake. It's caramel.
Uh,
Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
I could hear the vape, not the cheesecake.
So was Apollo? So Jim Lovell was Apollo 13, was he? So he died today or just recently?
Yeah, last night.
Oh, okay. Well, he was lucky because he just got out of that mission by the skin of his fucking teeth. So he got another good 30 years or whatever, 30, 40 years. Good luck to him.
Well,
Well done.
well, as I said, Boomer, I said he got a good innings in 97 years. A good innings.
97? Is that how old he got to?
Apparently, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm assuming 97. I'm not a paranoid or an arrogant asshole flat earther to be there with him to see his birth certificate.
You didn't need to say that, dude. Well, you assume he's 90. Do you know if he was not 97 years old or no, yes.
Well, that's why I said apparently he's 97. That's why I wasn't there to see his birth certificate or when he was born. So I'm not a paranoid, ignorant, arrogant, narcissistic piece of shit fucking asshole. Fuck, that's a great photo. That's a photo. It's not an image. It's a fucking photo. It's brilliant. Cry me a river, flat earthers. You posted it yourself.
I was led to believe that's the one Collins took from the lunar module.
No, the command module, you mean. Mike
The
Collins
command
stayed
module,
on the
sorry.
command module. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it,
I
it
got his
doesn't
book.
fucking it
Mike
doesn't fucking
Collins.
matter really. It's a fucking photo.
It's called Carrying the Fire. It's a good book too. It's really cool.
Man, boomers will get tricked by any fucking Photoshop picture, huh?
Yeah, no worries, Lisa. Whatever you fucking think. How's your God, Sky Fairy, fucking rib woman, knowledge apple, talking snake bullshit going? But hey, I believe anything.
Yeah, it makes more
You
sense
got
than
me-
that picture. Or believing
Yeah,
it.
so you think, dude. But apparently half of America can't read or write past a third grade level. So how the fuck would you know? Because you're definitely one of them.
That's what it looks like when you guys believe shit like that.
Yes, you do. Shots fired. You're an attention whore, and you had to get it. Now you got it back. What did
I'm
you
just saying.
achieve?
I'm just saying. You guys will believe anything anyone puts in front of you. You know. You guys are
Yeah,
like,
but you're just
aren't you guys like?
dude,
You guys take
dude.
Ozempic and shit, right?
Dude, you're just a fucking wanker, and that's all I see you as.
Dude, why are you so emotionally invested in a fucking government photograph, dude?
No, because I don't like attention whores like you who've got nothing to bring to the table. At least a stand-up comic is funny. You're just boring and bland. You know what I mean? People are either
That's just
charming
well,
or
that's because you
tedious.
can't read and
Which one are
understand my
you?
jokes. You don't put
Charming
two
or
and two
tedious?
together.
You're just
Classical
fucking
boomer.
tedious.
It's all right.
Just
It's like it's just a generation gap, man.
No, dude, you're just tedious.
No, you just
Because
believe
you're,
anything the government tells you. That's all.
an attention whore, and you had to rattle the cage, and now you've done it, you got nowhere to go. What a tedious piece of shit. God, dude, get a
That's-
fucking job.
No, I'm just saying, like you guys believe anything, right? That's what it looks
Why
like.
aren't you out riding a dirt bike?
That's just what it looks like, right?
Why aren't you out riding a dirt bike or out fucking
I got my
ballooning or
that's funny. I got my
Hey,
4-wheeler ready to go. I'm gonna go hang some fucking steel targets in the woods. That's actually
but
what I'm
you're
going to
sitting
do.
here on a Discord. But you're here on a
No.
Well, you know,
Discord.
just to piss you off, bud. Just fucking
Yeah, what a load of bullshit. You haven't got your four-wheeler
okay.
ready at all. You're just saying that
Okay.
because you know you're not much of a fucking winner.
Okay.
But I love the sound of your voice. So keep going. I love your sound of your voice almost as much as you do. So why don't you keep going, man?
Well, you
So,
sound like
Oh, yeah.
so flat Earth is not real. It's just a place to
Oh,
get
there it
people
is.
upset. That's what flat Earth
no
is.
flat Earth is
It's
more
just
real
here to get
than
us upset.
spinning balls.
Flat Earth
I'm
is
just giving
alien.
him what he
Flat
wants,
Earth.
dude.
You,
I'm just
you
giving
just
him what he
admitted it.
wants. I'm just giving him what
Yeah.
he wants, and he doesn't know he's being trolled. How's that, dude? They think they're trolls, and they don't even know they're being trolled. What a tedious piece of
If
fucking
flat
shit.
Earth is, yeah, they believe anything. Somebody told them there's an apparatus around the sun that keeps it the same size, and they believe it. They believe anything. So flat Earth is a cult, man. It's a cult of nothing, nonsenseness.
Yep, agreed. Total tedium.
No test, no measure, just believe it, right?
Yeah.
We think there's a dome, and they just
You know what's
believe
funny?
it.
If you guys were actually
Wanna
as
think,
confident as you say you are, you wouldn't be so rattled when somebody comes in and puts a fucking monkey
It's
wrench
not
in it.
about that. It's not about that.
Cry about it. Yeah, okay, keep
It's
crying,
not
brother.
about
Keep
that.
crying.
You know
We'll
what?
let
You know
cry.
what it's about? It's about the fact that there are people in our society who are so delusional and irrational, right? And so uninformed and so hypocritical and so arrogant and so conceited and so self-centered, right, that they think they can argue a subject area they have no idea about. That is the problem. That is why we have this conversation. We are
Yeah,
fascinated by
you
you
guys have
people.
proven time and time
You,
again
you
that the
people
broad
are
swath of
so
humanity is as
strange.
retarded as you are. I get it.
It's just strange, and you're belligerent.
Yo, dude, you've been sitting here calling
You're
all flat
belligerent.
Earth. You won't even shut up and let me join the conversation. You're just going to make accusations,
You're
say we're
belligerent.
hypocritical, and you won't shut up because you were raised by a woman. I get it. You have no class.
Oh, you were raised by what, wolves?
No, you were raised by a woman exclusively, probably,
No,
right? You
That
sound
makes
like you
sense.
sound like an
were
angry
you raised
woman.
by wolves?
That's all.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you were raised by wolves.
I reckon you're on the money. I think he was. That would explain so much. But the good
What do
thing
you guys
about it
think?
is, by interrupting the chat, his life's achievements are probably double. So that's something, at least. There's that.
They believe anything, no matter what. I mean, some guy, we asked him, put a horizon in the middle of a table. Some doofus put half the apparatus down the side of, put half the apparatus down the side of the table, shows them an object disappearing from the bottom up, and they just believe it. It's the most bizarre thing. And then some doofus on YouTube says, "Oh, here are the ISS people. They look like they're on strings." It's like, and they just believe that on YouTube. On YouTube, somebody's showing you a debunking ISS video, and you believe it. Flat earthers believe anything, dude. Anything that fits their cosmology. Anything, no matter what. Some dummy went into Earth Awakenings and said he found the ether, right? Right, some dielectric field with some X that's hanging off the side of nothing, and they believe him. Nobody tests. I said, what's a dielectric field? And I was thrown out. There's no such thing as a dielectric field, right? They believe
Hang
these
on, sorry.
nonsense, yo.
I
This
start.
guy's like the DMOC of the globe Earth.
I stay. You were just saying some very sane shit before you were talking about some insane shit. But
I
these,
know, I know. Whenever somebody speaks for a long time, you guys start to say they're insane. I apologize.
oh no, you're completely sane. Um, but I can't remember what you were just talking about because I was listening to you. But you're completely sane because you were explaining very scientifically how these very small amount of individuals are completely in fucking sane, and it was gold.
Oh, right, absolutely.
Like 3 minutes ago. And the proof of that, just if you're going back, is the crazy thing is that these individuals that think the Earth's a globe are, are one of very few. And the most hilarious thing is they go back to, oh, well, in 1500, the Egyptians thought the Earth was flat. Yeah, because they had a fucking excuse, you stupid cunts. You're on the internet. You're on your smartphones. You're going on Google. You have no fucking excuse now, you stupid dumb cunts. And I'm saying that in the most polite way I can. You dumb fucks. In the most polite way. You dumb fucking pieces of shit. Don't indoctrinate you fucking children into this. You fucking assholes. You're fucked in the head. Get some help. Learn some shit. Actually, that's number one. Learn some shit. Okay. You thought the earth was a globe when you were young. You just believed it. You never, ever understood it because you didn't take the time. That's what makes you fucking stupid. Well, not stupid, just dumb as fuck. And now you're in a realm where you've got a voice, and other stupid people pat you on the back because they're in the same boat as you, and they make you think you're
I think
right.
you guys are you're just jealous of flat earthers. That's all. You guys have come here and tried to ride the wave of flat Earth and act like you're cooler than flat Earth, but you're just jealous of the attention that flat Earth has garnered. That's all. You guys want to
No,
be a part of it. Yeah, no, I get it. You guys want to be a part of it
absolutely not. I
because you're
said
hopelessly
I
devoted
don't think
to
anything
being a
I
part of the
said.
zeitgeist. You need
I don't
attention, so
think
you come
anything
here
I
and
said I
try to
said had
pretend like you're
anything.
smarter.
Wait, I see. You just said I was trying to be smarter.
You think you are and want to prove. Well, not you, Jazzy. You're OG flat Earth, but the majority of like the anti-flat Earth movement is dick riding off the flat Earth.
Well,
Don't flatter
why do you
yourself.
guys
That's
call it anti-flat Earth movement? I would call it crow dumb fuckery movement.
It's funny. You said that it says the guy who comes in here deliberately interrupts and antagonises ISA. Projection or what?
Well,
Boomers,
no, I
so
think it's
you
like
are a
kind of
flat
well,
earther.
no, it's generally accepted. What I initially said was that boomers will believe any AI images put in front of them, and that's kind of generally accepted as it is anyway.
yeah.
Like I
What
mean,
AI
even
images?
it's
And
only
they're
like
actually good
well, hold on. It's only
altogether.
people from an older generation that get duped into
But
sending like an
the,
African
the
half their
only
savings so they can, you know what I mean? Like it's like those are the guys that get ripped off by Indian scammers is boomers because they don't
That's
know the
because
layout.
we grew up in a world where people weren't as dirty and dumb as they are today.
I get it, but I'm saying that like I think they've always been as dirty as and dumb, like especially like people in power that will manipulate other people. I just think like it's. I was just making a statement that boomers are lost in the sauce when it comes to the technology gap.
Th- Well,
You know what
that's
I
the
not
mean?
true.
technology. No.
I know.
Not all for certain, not all
How
for
much?
certain.
How much would you like to bet on that?
I'm going to
What do
put
you
your
mean?
rent up.
Yeah, you've got a few of us here that are boomers, and we're pretty well okay with technology.
And I will get no, and that's why I like you guys. You know what I mean? I think it's pretty crazy that I mean, I have respect for a lot of cats that can find their way into these Discord conversations. I mean, a lot of people don't know how to fucking, handle their email. Is my
I
point.
do I do agree though that boomers are faster to be fooled by AI than younger people, but I think that just comes down to because we lived our whole lives looking at real images. Now all of a sudden you have to wonder, is it real or not? And you never had to do that in the past. If
Well,
you
that's
saw a
what makes it.
picture, it was pretty well true.
But is that chicken before the egg or egg? You know what I mean? Like because it's kind of the cynicism of today's kids and understanding technology that like they apply that same cynicism at like wait a minute, have they been doing this shit for longer than we've thought? And that's where it creeps back into the moon landing area. It creeps back into all kinds of political stuff.
Okay.
That's what makes it
But
intriguing. I don't mean to. It doesn't mean that everyone falls for everything. I'm just saying that like
Okay.
boomers in
Do
general
you
You
know
don't
don't
know
my
think
how.
flat
generation?
earthers are more gullible? You
Our
don't think flat
generation
earthers
is
are
the
more
ones that
gullible than Globers?
our generation's
Hang
the
on,
ones
hang
that
on.
invented all this technology that we're using in the first place.
Exactly. Flat earthers again,
Right, but only a
hypocrite.
small swath of them. Only a small swath of like I mean I know some like or I've known some like 80-year-old dudes that were tech, like they created this shit. Like you're right, and I'm just saying that they're rare though,
But
and they didn't.
you're projecting, dude. You're the one that believes YouTube videos, unverified sources. Brother who sits down in a dark room and does CGI manipulation of ISS videos, puts them out
And bro,
there,
and
and
you're
you
over here
believe it.
defending, and
And
you're
you believe
defending.
Exactly.
that.
And you're defending ex.
I
Hold on,
sat
and you're
and other
defending
people
ex-Nazis
are
who came over here, dude. That's all. You're
believing
defending all their
stupid cunts
propaganda.
that just
Nazis.
make
Hold on, hold
shit
on, hold
up.
on. Hold on. Yeah, the point is, there's scientists. There were scientists in the Nazi regime. There were scientists. The fact that they have the word Nazi over their head doesn't mean they're not scientists. That is the circle jerking that they have done in Earth Awakenings on your brain, right? Those scientists created. They're the ones that created the first jet propulsion systems
Well,
that you use even on aircraft.
when they brought Werner von Braun and them over here, they didn't just turn them loose and let them start building rockets. Eisenhower actually said that he wanted the first rocket put up by America to be made by Americans. Well, when when he got American rocket scientists to build the first rocket, or the first rocket they were going to try to put in space, it blew up on the launch pad in front of thousands of TV cameras, or dozens, not thousands, but it's
Well,
all
hey,
over the
I would argue.
television. So well, wait a minute. Let me tell you real quick. So what happened was Von Braun came to him and said, if you will let me and my team build you a rocket, and we'll have, I think it was like 3 months or 6 months or something, we can have you a rocket that will make it to orbit. And that's why Von Braun got to head of NASA, because he proved that they were able to do it. That was his test, his proving ground right there, and he proved that they could do it because they put
Well,
one
I
in
would
orbit.
offer, and I'd offer that. Hey, man, maybe like when they got American citizenships, then Americans made it, right? So
Well,
like
they kept
we
him
could argue
locked
for
up
that. But
under guard for almost a year. Like they didn't just bring them over here and turn them loose into the public. They were kept in under lock and key for them and their family for quite a while before they was actually then trusted enough to be allowed to be let out. To be allowed to just do things. It wasn't like they were just brought over here and said, "Here's the keys to the government. Have at it," and a blank check. It's not how it went down.
Why are we talking about Nazis?
Talking about von Braun and
No,
the German scientists rocket scientists who came over here
well, it's
who
like
was
I
brought
was
over
being
here after World
accused.
War
Did they
II.
make
Well, here's the
Nazi
thing.
rockets?
Let me
Or did they
explain
make
why.
space?
indoctrination. Part of the
Can I explain why
indoctrination.
real quick?
No,
How
no,
we
but
got
hold on,
there?
That's
hold on.
just a red herring.
All right.
Part of the flat Earth indoctrination is to attack the person, right? So you say, okay, von Braun was Nazi, therefore science not good.
And
That is
you're saying, and in turn, let me add to the conversation
hold on,
now.
hold on,
We
hold
can
on.
go back and
Therefore,
forth. You don't have to talk for 5 hours, bro. No, you hold
finish it.
on, because what you
Let me
said
just
was
finish it.
initially,
Let me just
dude,
button it up. Let me just button it up.
I gotta go.
So
Having a
you
good day, guys.
okay? Go ahead.
There he goes. Every time. Wish he would at least stand behind a point on occasion.
No, because he knows you had him. He knows you're about to nail his ass against the wall, so he ran away, like Mr. Bean. They all do it. And when you
Well, that
can't
was the whole
interrupt and
Nazi
throw you
thing
off
with
the
him.
track, yeah.
Yeah, that was him throwing people off track. The whole thing is a red herring. Like, they didn't make Nazi rockets, they just made rockets. Like, Nazi or whatever. Fucking annoying.
And it's not like he then started using those rockets against, I don't know, Jews or something like that. Van Braun was actually a big hand in getting a moonshot. I don't see how they can use that as a bad thing. But they try. It's a big reach, isn't it? Van Braun, rockets, therefore Nazi, therefore evil. Big reach. But they try. So if a flat earther is someone like that too, who's an anti-Semite, does that mean that flat earth is evil? By that logic, isn't it? Everything's evil if you can make a minimal connection. Fucking weird, isn't it?
It's weird. Whenever someone wins a war or conquer, right? They conquer everything, right? You think what you think the forces England, US, Russia, what do you think? They just bombed Germany and killed Hitler or whatever and then just walked away? No, they are going to take property. They're going to take and some of the property includes intellectual property, technology. They conquer it all. Right? In the old days, they used to take their women. Right? I'm just
Well,
saying. I'm just
not that
saying.
it matters to your point, but technically, Hitler killed Hitler. For all his faults, best thing he ever did.
Well, the whole reason why the war was difficult was because Germany had technology. They had scientists that were building. They had infrastructure, very well organized infrastructure, right? So, so the world obviously, it's the most obvious thing. They're obviously going to take that. You don't have to even think about it. You don't have to even ask why or if. You just know that a smart person just knows that the world is going to take what they can get their hands on. All is fear in love and war. Come on now. You know, when they penetrated that shield, the CIA was, all of secret service covert people were on the ground in Germany. Trust me. Trust me. And they should. If you want to make this, if you want to make this a good, clean job, let's button this up, right? And okay, so and Russia had their people there, US had their people there, England had their people there. It was a fight for intelligence, a fight for knowledge, intellectual property, right? I'm sure there was like this underneath war that we were not even privy to, right? Come on now. Moving those Nazi scientists out of Germany, quick. Come on now. We need those people. Russia wanted them. Russia took some. We took some. England took some. Some got away and under the cloud of night.
Well, like I say all the time, if you look at the Apollo spacecraft and the Saturn V rocket, if it was all a lie, it would look like some type of movie craft. It looked like Space Cowboys or something, or one of them old 1950s TV shows where they had the big giant pointy rockets flying through space and stuff. That's what it would look like. It wouldn't look like something that the thing that actually did land that was bare bones and stripped down as light as they could make it. But every single thing about the rocket and lander, you can still go see to this day, and it all matches exactly with what you would when you do all the calculations of is what they had to do to land. If they were just faking it, they could have just said, "Here's this big, nice, shiny rocket big enough to hold 6 people in, and we're able to just swoop down and touch down and then take back off." It would be so much different if it would have just been made up, especially in the 60s compared to, what we actually saw.
Yep.
And the other thing is too that the cost of faking it to make it look as realistic as what you could make it would have cost more than the actual moon landing in the first place.
Yeah, and when he said like, why are you so invested in this or something? Well, you know, I like knowing that humankind is smart enough that we were able to leave our planet, even if it was just to go to the nearest moon. But still, engineers and stuff were good enough to pull that off. And to me, being a human and also being an American, where they done it from, I like that. You know, that's a pride that I have, and I think to just outright deny it is you don't have much pride in much of anything.
You know what I think ESA suffers from is if you go back into the earlier days after the war and into the space race, you guys in America, you were psychos and you had the ability to do some sick shit like land speed records and rockets and planes and hang gliding, and you were the envy of the world. Like, you guys were really fucking clever. And I think ESA has missed out on that in his generation. Because you could go and buy a drop tank from a fucking Air Force base, get a V8, put it in, and go racing. And I think they lose that. Yeah, you had to weld it together and you crashed it and you got killed and you didn't get killed. And I think that's a part of America that's now gone. And the older dudes, the baby boomers, they're not as dumb as ESA wants them to be because they make him feel dumb if he sees what reality is. So, yeah, Americans made some fucking clever shit, dude. You still do.
How old is Issa? He sounds like he should be a boomer himself, just about.
I know I'm thinking mid-30s.
Yeah,
He's
so a
got
little
like a
younger.
smoker's cough or smoker's voice or something. Like when he laughs like he's got like he needs to clear his throat all the time. So I thought he was older than that.
I don't think he's dumb. I think he's reasonably intelligent. I think he just lacks the wisdom, if you know what I mean, like to assess what did they do back in the 50s and 60s? They made drag cars. He could never do that, could he? Could he go out into his garage and build a fucking V8 rat rod? I doubt it.
Does he
He
think
gets
the
a
Earth
friend
is flat?
not. Hey?
Does he think the Earth is
He'll
flat?
waffle on that question. He'll waffle on that question if you ask him directly. But yeah.
If he thinks the Earth is flat, yes, he's really dumb.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think he really does. I think he just likes the shit stir.
Honestly, I don't know how smart he is, but I know he is dishonest. In a handful of interactions I've had with him, at least.
Now, I think being a boomer, the advantage I have is I was there to watch all that happen. I got to live through every bit of that.
Lucky fucker.
Me too, and I wouldn't have it any other way. What about you, Blue?
Nope.
Did you get your kicks on Route 66, Blue?
Yeah, that was a terrible show. I hated that show. Oh my God.
I called you lucky
Got
because
to
you
watch
said
it.
you got to watch a Saturn V launch.
I did.
That would be that's my dream. I'd love to have done
I
that.
can hardly remember that back in '69. I remember it happening. I remember having something to do with watching it, but not the live version anyway.
Yeah, I was
TV
19.
version.
I was 19 years old. I made a field trip to watch Apollo 11 take off.
Yeah. That'd have been
That was
I
so.
watched the original Batman as it is.
It nothing you ever see on television, newsreels, or any of the replays or any of that. Nothing will truly let you know what that was like.
I bet you had goosebumps on top of goosebumps for that
Oh
sort of
my
stuff.
Jesus, God. Mm. That's something that's etched into my memory and it will never go away.
And the sound going through your body, the roar. You
Yeah.
felt that?
Yeah.
I remember it because I had the measles. I was there in my jammies up at 11 o'clock with a bowl of cornflakes watching Neil Armstrong land on the moon. And I still remember it. And then I saw the cartoon, The Three Little Bops, with the
It
three
was in
little
the. I
pigs.
thought it was in the daytime. I thought it was in the daytime, Boomer, because I was at primary school.
It was 11 a.m., 11-ish. Well, I had
Yeah.
the measles. I was at home.
Ah,
And so I got up late. But I had a bowl of cornflakes and I was watching it. Yeah, about 11-ish, I think, 10:30, 11. And then to fill out for the ad, they put that cartoon, the Three Little Bops. This is a story about three little pigs. It was just so cool. The moon landing into a fucking swing shuffle, Three Little Pigs story, then back to Neil Armstrong and the boys.
yeah. Our
Yeah, it
school
was
didn't have
big.
a TV, so we had to go across the road to one of the neighbours' houses that had a TV.
A lot of people were outside the TV shop. You know how you used to have TVs in the window? Big crowd.
Well, they're all dropping in, Boomer. We just wait for somebody to say something stupid.
They must be scared. Can't see why, because, I mean, they know we're lying to them and covering it up.
Yeah,
Who's
well,
coming and going?
I don't buy it.
I clicked into EA for about an hour last night. Oh my god, the comedy, it is just so fucking ridiculous. And then when McToon was on the night before last, oh my god, they're just the only thing that flat earthers agree on is that the only explanation for everything that they abjectly reject is reality, the simple reality. Because what they have is so
Didn't McToon get
complicated.
destroyed last night or night before? That's what I heard. He kept trying to change the topic because he didn't have any answers to any of the questions.
The questions, I wouldn't call them half of them questions.
Yeah, every what if, maybe, could be, if is more likely than the simple reality of working technology.
What do you mean, what if? If, are you saying because it's a possibility, it means it's true?
Well, to them, it's more likely than the simplified rotating planet with
Well, you could say
orbiting
everything's
satellites,
possible.
with orbiting satellites and working navigation.
Yeah, but you could say anything's possible. This is where you get lost in your theory pseudoscience because you say, oh, it's possible that there's unlimited universes, but yeah,
Okay, then
it's possible. Doesn't substantiate that it's true.
Yeah, I know it because they produce that ifs, would be, maybe, could be, do not produce anything useful.
Yeah, I agree with that. So you just have to stick to what you can substantiate.
Yeah, I asked them, how does the sun set? Oh, that's an illusion. How does the sun, 24-hour, observed sun in Union Glacier work? Oh, we don't know, because it could do anything at once, because the Earth is flat and the sun did circle over Union Glacier, so that's what the sun does on a flat Earth. Simple, right?
Well, I don't know. I think if you don't know something, I think it's all right to say that you don't know something. There's lots of things that even the globe side doesn't know and claims that they don't know yet. So it doesn't mean it's not true because you're actually humble enough to say, look, we've not figured that out yet. Doesn't mean that you're wrong, or it doesn't mean the alternative's correct. It just means that you don't think you've got enough information to make an actual conclusion.
Except when they confirm that there are things they don't know, they're still positive that the working technology of the globe as we utilize it in our everyday experience is wrong. They know that's wrong, and any other possibility is more likely. But all other possibilities are not used in the working technology that we use.
No, but that's just a false dichotomy what you're doing there, because just because something that someone can't explain completely separate to something else that you can explain or you can substantiate, and that's kind of what you're doing here, because there's things that we can substantiate, like motion, what's happening locally within what we can grasp right now, because it's terrestrial, it's not celestial, which is quite something obviously we don't know about because it's very complicated. But terrestrial things we do know about, and we can, and it's like what's happening right in front of us. So it's things that we can measure and we can substantiate, which is those types of things we can say, okay, we think based on this, because it's a simple observation right in front of us, it seems that what would need to be a requirement of the globe isn't true.
Rubbish.
Yeah,
That's exactly what
you totally lost me with that one. We do have orbiting satellites. We do have orbiters around the other planets, all using Kepler orbital mechanics.
Yeah, but your
even
interpretation of what those satellites, the mechanics of what's causing those satellites, is all it is your interpretation.
Rubbish. You think the people who make the satellites don't know how it works? You think the people who made those satellites don't know how it works?
Yeah, of course they know how it works.
Well, then what the hell are you talking about?
There's things that they incorporate within the satellites themselves that actually go against relativity, like the Sagnac effect.
Like what?
They have to correct
Like
for
what?
the Sagnac effect.
Like what?
The Sagnac effect. Satellites correct for the Sagnac effect.
You see, you don't know anything about satellites, do you?
So you're denying that? I've just said that the correct. Okay, so instead of saying I don't know about it, why don't you explain to me what I don't know?
Yeah. No, let's just start with explaining how the satellites orbit the Earth. Do you understand how the satellites orbit the Earth?
That's your interpretation, which you're circling back. Your interpretation is that they're orbiting the Earth, but you can also interpret it that they're just going in circles above you, or going in certain patterns above you.
They can't.
Well, they're not just going in circles above us. That is not an interpretation that has any validity.
Do you want me to help you understand?
Well, if you're saying then that the satellites are true and they are orbiting or whatnot, but at the same time you're saying that they have to correct for Sagnac, then they have to correct for Sagnac. Then you have to admit, either way, you have to admit your interpretation of gravity, the model there, is wrong.
No, not at all.
You would also.
It all works together perfectly.
No, it doesn't, though, and that's the problem. It doesn't work together because
yes, it does.
Cannot.
You're just ignorant.
No, you've just not explained the Sagnac effect in satellites. You've not explained that and why it would work. Because it shouldn't be. You should not detect that under relativity.
Because of special relativity, time slows down with respect to the people who are on Earth. That's why we have to make corrections for time on satellites. Now, do you want to learn how a satellite orbits the Earth or not?
Well, that, again, what you've just said there is wrong because light...
No, it's not.
Light, we're talking about light, right?
We're not talking about light, we're talking about time.
Yes, we are. We're talking about the GPS signal, which is independent of reference frames.
We're
The light
talking
itself
about
is
the time.
independent of reference frames.
No,
How
you
can
see, you're
wait
just
a minute?
ignorant.
How can anything be independent of a reference frame?
That's what you say light is.
You ignorant. You
That's bloody
ignorant fool.
relativity.
You stupid.
Is light constant or
You're not
not?
just ignorant.
Is light
You're
constant?
willfully ignorant.
No, you're stupid. That's the problem. Is light
No,
constant?
wait a minute. Yeah, stay on
I'm
the
an
point.
academic.
No,
I'm
This is
really
the
going to
point.
teach you how this
Yeah,
happens.
yeah.
Your
Let's go with
measuring
that.
stick is constant, right?
Yeah, yeah. Let's just go with that one point. How can
Yeah, okay, is
anything?
light constant?
Like, let's just stick on that one point. How can anything be not in no reference frame?
Well, that's what your interpretation of light is in relativity. Light's constant.
No, it's
Meaning,
not.
doesn't light's not constant now. This is how stupid you globers are. You don't even understand your own bloody religion. So light's
speed
not
of light being
constant.
constant
You
does
stupid.
not mean
It's in
motion
the
is
You're
not
third
stupid
relative.
because you
direction
think
then.
the
So
earth is
light's not
flat. You
constant.
nutcase.
You're the nutcase. You don't
Speed
even
of light
understand your own
being
religion,
constant.
and then you.
You
Yeah,
actually think the earth is flat, do you?
that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Speed of
So you've
You
conceded
real
light's
actually,
not constant
you
then. So my
actually
job
think
in
the
here
earth is
right now
flat.
is done. Light isn't
You
Can I
constant.
say something real quick?
Right.
Off
No,
the floor.
I'm happy with that
Speed of light.
concession, to be fair. That was
Okay,
quick.
I'm
That's
just
Speed of
what
light
it means.
being
I've been here
constant.
3 minutes.
I'm just modding everybody. Just
Speed of
everyone
light
take a
being
breath.
constant.
The light's not constant. That's brilliant.
Everyone just take a breath for a minute, and then you go if you want to have a say.
Yeah, real quick. The speed of light being constant doesn't mean that motion is not relative. I think
Yes,
that's
I
where you're
know.
getting confused.
But light, when we're talking about light and how light is moving and its speed, it's moving at a constant speed. Doesn't matter what reference frame you're in, that light is still moving at a constant speed.
So, what's that
Doesn't
got to do
matter
with time?
frame you're
It's to do with the Sagnac effect.
You see, you're ignorant.
Yeah, you're
It's the-
ignorant. You
it's-
can't answer
it's-
it. You literally conceded to light not being constant, so it just shows how
No, I
ignorant
didn't,
you
you
are.
fool. You just didn't. You just
Yes, you did.
misunderstood what I said.
You
'cause
literally
you're
said it
stupid.
3 minutes ago. Oh my
You're
goodness.
stupid.
So
You're an
you're
idiot
changing
because
now.
you
You're
think the
changing
earth
your
is
tune now,
flat.
aren't you? You're changing your tune now.
No.
Do you know what
Yes, you
Clear
are.
it up, you
You
fool.
literally conceded to light being
Hey,
constant.
do you know what
I
redshift and
literally
blueshift
teach
are?
this.
Can you give me
Stop
your
interrupting, dude.
meaning of the word Sagnac effect?
That's
Your
what I was getting ready
interpretation
to
of it?
ask.
Yeah, what the hell does that have to do with orbital mechanics?
Well,
Beautiful.
that's the problem, isn't it? Because it's something that shouldn't be detected under relativity.
What
is
does
it?
your
what does the Sagnac effect have to do with orbital mechanics? Specifically,
Because they correct for the Sagnac effect.
What?
You keep saying Sagnac effect. Give us the effect.
Yes.
What is
He
the
doesn't-
Yeah,
mechanism?
give us the definition of Sagnac effect. That's what
Yes,
I
so
want.
when there's a rotating frame, the two light beams, so if we're talking about interferometry, the two light beams that return, so they come from the emitter, then they come back to the receiver, the two light beams they don't come back at the same time, and that is proportional to the angular rotation of the device. That is exactly what is happening to GPS and the satellites. The exact same thing, and they can predict it because they know how to predict it. And they get the prediction and they correct the light and the GPS signal based on that. Yeah, that's a violation of relativity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
Yes.
you've actually changed the reference
Yes.
frame there. You created
There it
the
is.
reference frame.
I've got a
Now
paper
you're
right now I can
interrupting.
share you.
Now you're
I can
interrupting.
share with you. NASA
Now
Daniel
you're interrupting.
basically says they're
You-
correcting for the Sagnac effect, and it shouldn't be because it's not a relativistic effect. Because the Sagnac effect is a first order effect that they measure right there and then. Obviously, if it's relativity, it's second order because that's the correction that's being made. So yes, it's a problem for you when we're measuring that as a first order.
No, because you created the
Post your
reference frame. Then you
It's exactly proportional to angular velocity, so we know exactly what it is. Because when they fix the data that way, it corrects it perfectly.
Post your citation in the side chat.
Yeah,
you
well, I'll
created
post
the
it in a
reference
sec.
frame, then you strawmanned it. You said there's no reference frame, then you created a reference frame, then you straw man the reference frame that you had created that you
No,
said
because
didn't
you
exist.
need to have a reference frame, and that's a problem. You need an absolute frame to be able to predict the Sagnac, and that is the
Well,
problem.
let's
Let's
Yeah,
let
it's
Blue
drawing,
get. Let's
no?
let Blue get his point out. He ain't got to say what he's been trying to get in for a second. Go ahead, Blue.
No, that's okay. That's all right. The question was
Can I have a
answered.
go?
He has no idea what the Sagnac effect is or
Correct.
what relationship it could possibly
Proportional
have
to angular
to
velocity.
orbital
That's
mechanics.
exactly what
That
it
was the
is. and you
question
can
that I
predict
asked him.
it.
He has no answer.
I have an answer. It's right
That's the
here.
end of
Open
it.
your ears. Take your hands off your ears. It's proportional to
Get your
angular
head out of your
velocity.
ass.
Get your yeah.
What
so you
is
just have to claim
proportional?
you don't hear what
You're
I
not
say,
saying
brilliant.
what is proportional.
So I was explaining it in terms of the experiment of the Sagnac effect. So a light beam that's been split from the emitter to the receiver.
We know what Sagnac interferometers are. Okay, thank you
Right.
very much for that.
So
That's not what we
so
were
when you
talking about.
rotate the
My
device, when you
question had to
rotate the
do with
device,
what does the Sagnac effect have to do with orbital mechanics? Answer
listen, I
the
told you
question.
that.
And you
They
have
have to
nothing
correct
to do
for
with it.
that. They have to correct for it in the
Not
GPS.
to maintain a satellite in orbit. No, you do not.
The signal that they receive. Because
So
You want to get off into GPS, that's another
No,
discussion altogether.
because what we're saying, what
Exactly.
you're saying is that the interpretation, what's happening with satellites, you're saying is going around the globe and whatnot, and then we went on to the discussion that, well, you need to reinterpret.
The Sagnac effect does not keep satellites in orbit, sir.
Exactly.
Right. You
But
wouldn't
it's
use the
there.
Sagnac
So,
effect to
so you're
describe the
stuck
orbital
between a
path at
wall and a
all.
hard place, because even if we
No.
concede to that, you still have to admit your gravity model's wrong because of the
What's wrong with the
correction that we have
gravity
to
model?
make.
Our gravity
Sagnac
model works
effect
perfectly.
cannot be-
What's wrong with you?
It's a first order effect. Do you not
What
get
the
it?
hell is wrong with you?
And what's wrong with
First
you?
order
Like,
effect
literally
has
got
no
your hand
meaning
on-
here. That's gibberish.
Can
It
I have a
is.
go?
First order effect means that you're something that you're physically measuring.
Throwing out terms that have no
It's
relation
not some,
to each other.
it's not something that you kind of derive from a calculation of what it should be, like your length, contraction, and time dilation. No, because
Look at
that's something that comes later.
Oh,
This is
wow.
something that
Can
we're
I have a go?
measuring straight from the device. This is something we're measuring straight from the device. It's not something we've derived to cope. It's not coping.
We have gravitometers.
What you need.
Mute the
It's
flat
something-
earther for a second. Mute the flat earther. Let us all talk about this guy because he is
Let
exposing.
us not talk about this guy. Yeah,
Mute-
dude, I've destroyed you
mute
before. You didn't even know what you were talking about with seismology. So
You don't know
good
nothing
one.
about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, all I've heard so far is ad homs, and none of them's been able to. None of you have been able to rebut anything I've said.
He's not ad homs.
Can
You're
I have a
ad
go,
Because you
Terry?
said something stupid. It doesn't have
Yes, yeah,
so
ad
a
homs,
satellite
yeah,
that's
ad
in
homs, so you-
orbit.
so you
Because a
can't-
satellite in
if you-
orbit, a
You're-
satellite in orbit
Yes,
doesn't.
your
A
interpretation of it being
satellite in orbit does not. Oh my God, dude, you are such a child. Let's try this
No,
again.
you're a child
With-
because you can't understand basic
A
concepts.
satellite in orbit.
It's not in
a
orbit.
satellite
It's
in
just
orbit does
moving
not-
above us.
Oh my God, still childlike. Here we go. Let's try it again.
Yeah, still
A
childlike.
satellite
yeah.
in orbit does not.
Yeah.
Yep, you're still a child.
Yeah,
we'll just
prove it's
keep
in
doing this
orbit.
shit.
Prove
A
it's in
satellite
orbit.
in orbit.
Prove
A
it's in
satellite in orbit,
orbit.
and it's. Oh my God, dude.
You guys just please don't do that. Pretty please.
Yeah, we can prove it's in
Well,
orbit.
I mean,
That's not
there's
hard.
no way to. No, see, that's not the problem, Stace. Telling him
No, the
not to
problem
do
is
that
that you're
doesn't
making a
solve
claim
the
which
issue
you
because
can't
he's going
back.
to do it even though I'm already in the middle of speaking.
I
He's
actually
the
do.
issue
Is there
here.
any way
In order to
Pablo
fix the
is actually
issue, what
hurting my
would need to
brain?
happen is that somebody mutes his ass because he's not
Yeah, well, to fix the
behaving
issue,
like an
what you
adult
need
in a conversation.
To do is explain your claim. So you need to prove
I
why
would
satellites,
explain
how
it
they
if
are
you
in
weren't
orbit.
being a child and interrupting me every time I'm trying to explain it. Because every time
Okay,
I've
explain
tried
it
from
then and
the
stick
beginning,
to the
you interrupt
topic.
the second word that I say. So, what I would need you to do is to act like an adult human being. Be
You
on this
need to
planet Earth
claim.
And he
like
still
an
interrupted
adult
you.
and listen to
because
the
you
thing
said
that
what
you
I need
asked
to
for.
do.
If you're
You've
going
made
to
a
ask
claim.
for something,
You need
you're
to
going to wait for
substantiate
the
your
answer
claim.
before you start speaking. That's how adults have conversations. Okay, let's
Did somebody
try it
kick him or
again.
did he leave? Or did he leave?
He
'Cause I
ran
didn't
away
kick
like
him.
he ran away
That
like
guy's
Mr.
just
Bean
trolling.
did.
That
He
guy's
just
just
ran
trolling.
away
He's
like
not a real
Mr.
flat
Bean.
earther. That guy's not a real flat earther.
No,
Someone moved him down to over talking, and I think he took that as an offense and left.
He's just throwing out terms. You know,
I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's a flat earther or just an Alan and Shane fanboy.
He was parodying a bunch of stuff he heard from those guys. Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
God, it
Prove they're
makes my blood boil, these people.
Yeah, prove
Jesus.
satellites are in orbit. Yeah, that's an easy one. I mean, it doesn't get easier than that.
What I'd like to know
My
is
God.
by what energy does this thing's been going around? These satellites, for instance, even the SpaceX ones in recent times have been going around since 2019. What keeps them going around flat Earth? I'd like to know. What energy does that?
Oh, it's better than that. We have the U.S. Navy transit satellites launched in 1963, 1964
Yeah, still going around the Earth.
in polar orbit. In polar orbit,
Yes,
an inclination of 90.0 degrees.
Yeah. So please, can one flat earther tell us? Well, they think that they're going around a flat disk. Exactly what energy are they using? How come they haven't been refueled in the last 80 years? How come the recent ones, the SpaceX ones, haven't been refueled in the last 6 years? Where do they get the energy from? And some of these stupid people say, oh, they're on balloons. What, balloons can move more than 10 times faster than a fighter jet? Seriously? With what energy?
Signal effect.
In predicted orbits, right?
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, this GPS, some of them, they come from balloons. Oh, yeah. So 4 balloons just having to follow you around the bloody place. So I go from here to the library or to the campus, and 4 balloons follow me so that I can know how to get to the campus. Fair dinkum. How stupid can you get?
More signal.
And the very high precision that we get from phase differential GPS reinforces Einstein's relativity. It doesn't trash it.
Exactly. It's but for our understanding of relativity, we wouldn't have this. We would have incredible problems right now because we wouldn't be able to synchronize these times.
It just wouldn't work without the time dilation incorporated. Yes.
Exactly. It would not
you
work.
ever put it on a ball that's
I love it when they tap into one little crazy thing like Sagnac effect and try to use that. My God. The Sagnac effect. That Sagnac effect has exactly the same effect. That has exactly the same impact on a satellite's orbit as the compression ratio in my fucking Mazda does.
Yeah, now you're getting
it. They throw around Sagnac effect.
That without a ball.
They throw around Sagnac effect the same way flirts want to throw around second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. They must have heard it from Shane.
Oh God!
You can't test.
There's not a single one of them that could quote the second law of thermodynamics if you held them at gunpoint.
Oh, is that demo?
Gunpoint, but no ballpoint.
I got him turned down.
He's the funny guy.
I'm going to hold you guys at ballpoint right now. Who has?
No, we're just going to ignore you, DMOC. DMOC, we're ignoring you.
Turning him down is the best thing to do.
Balls do. Weird. Okay, ball knowers without a ball. You guys all know the effects of balls, but none of you have a ball for your reference to prove it. Fucking
when
weird.
You mentioned what Sagnac effect did, and then you went to affect GPS and then go back to orbit, I thought, no, that doesn't sound right.
But no balls, right, Terry? But none of you guys got a ball with GPS on it, a spinning ball with a Sagnac, a spinning ball with a Foucault's pendulum, a spinning ball with a fucking scale. We can't get none of the flavors of a ball to see what a ball do. You guys have no clue. You're arguing about your imagination with some guy. Where's the ball to prove either one of you right?
You're standing on it. You're standing on it.
Yeah, good story, bitch. I'm standing on flat Earth. I don't know what kind of crack you're smoking, motherfucker. Do you have a ball to prove what a ball does, bitch? Don't tell me.
Not only do we have the Earth, not only do we have the Earth. Yeah, not only do we have the Earth we're standing on, we also have the orbiting moon, and we also have the sun, and we also have all the other planets.
If you can't match my outside, don't fucking say outside's a ball, idiot. You idiot.
Yeah, because people don't believe you doesn't mean they're stupid.
Yeah, no ball, buddy.
Dumbass.
Yeah, balls can't be balls with you guys. Yeah, flat Earth's got to be your ball. the flat thing everywhere. Yeah, weirdos. The flat stationary thing. Do you happen to have a fucking ball to see what a spinning ball does compared to our flat Earth?
Flat doesn't match reality.
Yeah, you can't match reality?
Well,
Cool. Now, welcome to Flat Earth, all you fucking idiots who can't do nothing but argue about your imagination of what a ball might do somewhere if you could have one.
Audio is fun.
I have no
you
idea
had
what
a
he's saying,
ball,
but I guarantee you it's nothing but gibberish.
if I had a ball, it could do
Hey,
magical
hell no.
stuff.
He's never known what he's saying.
My ball could.
Not a clue.
Yeah, whenever he's talking, it sounds like the background static you get in an insane asylum.
It's something
Thanks
like
for
that,
muted
yeah.
him. Thanks to you muted him. Good job.
Yeah.
There was a very interesting accident which returned a very fruitful experiment. And there's 2 Galileo satellites launched by Russia, the ESA Galileo satellites, and they didn't make orbit. So they were released in a highly elliptical orbit, which kind of made them unuseful for navigation. However, there's still 2 perfectly healthy satellites with high quality atomic clocks, fully functioning software, fully functioning communication and solar panels. And for 3 years, they studied the perigee apogee for years and reinforced the time dilation and added like 2 or 3 more decimal points to the values. Instead of just ignoring them or decommissioning them, they used them as experiments because nobody would put that much hardware in an elliptical orbit, cost wise, whatever. And they just happen to have these 2 perfect satellites in a highly elliptical orbit going through, vast amount of change in apogee perigee.
So what do you guys think about NASA wanting to put a nuclear thing on the moon? Nuclear reactor.
For power generation? Why not?
Yeah. So by 2030, apparently. They want to fast track it.
Well, if they're not going to be near the poles, then they can't. How are you going to deal with solar panels in 2 weeks of night? So yeah, you need a constant, unvarying power supply that's reliable, and otherwise people die. And it's going to take a lot of power if they find any water sources that they can fractionalize into HHO.
Well, the reason the original hope for the Indians and the Chinese and also NASA was the race to the South Pole of the moon, where we suspect there is water, and that would be more than enough to sustain to create the energy and also to sustain electricity and stuff like that on the moon. But a nuclear power source would alleviate that, but you'd still need to have cooling and water and stuff like that. So, but you wouldn't need a huge power source in any case. If you're going to have a small settlement, something like the size of the ISS.
Well, are they talking RTGs?
I don't know the details of the. I've only just heard the headlines, so I don't know the details. But I'm going to have a look into it and see what I can glean from it, from what information they've released already. And but I know behind the scenes that the Indians and the Chinese and that are also looking at ways of putting a permanent settlement on the moon. So that's the aim of it, and that's why the NASA hasn't been in a hurry to just get people to go and visit the moon. But NASA's not just interested in visiting the moon. They're interested in the planning that it'll take to actually put a permanent station on the moon.
And I think that's a good thing because they'll find that that's so difficult that any of this sci-fi talk of putting a habitation on Mars will go away.
I think
they're never going to. It's like everybody you keep seeing all over the internet. People keep saying when they talk about the Starship, they say the Starship's going to go to Mars. The Starship's never going to go to Mars ever. It takes like 10 launches, 10 Starship launches, just to fuel up one enough to get to the moon. There's no way that ship will be able to, with the fuel that it can hold and the engines that it has, will ever have enough to get to Mars. It's just physically impossible. It's the wrong ship to do it.
But they've obviously got to Mars a few times. But the point is that Mars, first of all, is a one-way trip. And secondly, once you're there, what's going to sustain you? I mean, you've got just a carbon dioxide atmosphere. That's all. You wouldn't have anything like the infrastructure to stay there, and you couldn't leave. So that's the other problem, because you are talking about an atmosphere. You are talking about substantial gravity, much bigger than the moon. So you couldn't actually leave the place. You'd have no way to leave. So it's a one-way trip.
Yeah, that's why I was saying if they can get a habitat on the moon, they will see how difficult that is, and then to take it, up to a habitat on Mars, that's like 3 magnitudes greater. They'll say, no, we can't do this.
Yeah, probably thousands of magnitudes greater. Yes, because I mean, first of all, we're talking about 9 months in between each trip at the most, and then you've got to wait 9 months to just for that window to appear, so that you can get there in 9 months.
And that includes supply ships.
Yeah, so you're talking about probably about 3 years in between each one, at the most, at the least.
Well, you got the 2-year cycling, so
yeah,
nothing. It's never going to turn to an odd number.
Yeah. So anyway, the problem is that it's a mighty feat. That's just not a conceivable thing. So to have a permanent station there is just way too complex. And like you said, just doing that on the moon will certainly point to teach them that. Not that I don't think they need to be taught that. I think they already know that anyway. I think the speaking about settling Mars on the moon is something that Elon Musk talks about, but I don't think NASA talked about that seriously.
Yeah, it'll go the way of Hyperloop.
Yeah, that's right. It's an Elon Musk thing. No, nobody at NASA talks seriously about putting a colony on Mars. It's just nonsense. Anyway.
Oh, come on, Professor Phil. You probably think that you're going to somehow have a place sitting on the moon, right? Some property?
No, I'm afraid I'm going to have mine 6 foot under before long. I'm 71 years old.
We all know the moon is going to go condo.
I thought they were going to put a drive-through. I thought they were going to put a drive-through McDonald's on the moon.
I got my name down to go in one of these Blue Shepherd things, so you never know. Might do that.
You'd send yourself up in a rocket?
Yeah, yeah, of course. It's dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. But I mean, I've sort of lived a long life and happy with that. So if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But if it does, wow, what a trip! What are you going to do with a couple of $100,000 to give it to someone else? Before you die.
I don't know about you, but you say you lived a long life. I want to live longer, so I don't know if you're taking it.
Hopefully.
30, 40 more years, even past 60, 70, 80, 90,
I'm I'm like the cat with 9 lives. I've already spent about 7 of them. So yeah. So, yeah.
It's all that orbiting that you keep doing. I'm just playing.
Yeah. So.
It's good to hear from you, though.
You too. All right. Well, I'm going back to sleep. So have a good night, everybody. The Aussies, anyway.
Later,
cheers.
Phil.
Okay. Cheers.
I've always enjoyed talking to him. He's always so funny. Talked to him for years, though.
Yo, Gabe Horn, why do you deny the ether?
Hello.
Be careful. I learned yesterday Gabe's been messing with me this whole dang time and other people. If you read his name, don't read it out loud. It sounds like you say something else. So I was really dumb and blind, and I found out yesterday. So call him Tim. That's his real name.
Gabe Horn.
Right, Gabe Horn. Ah,
Oh,
so
I get it
stupid,
now.
but my dumbass couldn't see it.
Anyone
So,
seen Gabe
Alex,
Horn?
what are you trying to get at with this article? What do you think it says?
So basically, light is not a wave particle duality. That's not accurate to say that. We know better now. Thanks to science.
No, this is a very, very, very specific quantum scenario. That doesn't mean that there isn't a duality.
Well, it basically says that the duality is ultimately one. It just split for a second, but it comes back together.
So there is a duality.
Well, they're just different perturbations of the same thing.
No,
So
the
no,
only thing this article or this experiment proves is that you cannot observe it as a particle and a wave at the same time in this specific quantum scenario, but it doesn't disprove that there is a duality, because you can measure it as a particle and you can also measure it as a wave function.
Okay, then what's a wave then, Gabe?
Yeah, I'm not gonna play the definition game of what is a wave, what is a particle, what is light, what. No.
Just
respond
what is a
to
wave.
what I said. If not, I'm just gonna disengage. It's that easy. I'm not gonna play the definition game with you.
All right, then we're not gonna play the definition game.
All right.
But I just think that the ether is undeniable. That's why even the Greeks had knowledge of it. But yeah, that's besides the part. But
Yeah,
so that
this article
wave
is not talking about ether at all, so I don't know why you would bring that up.
So let's say there's still water, right? And I flap my hands on it, it's gonna start waving, right? But those waves are what something does. It's what the water's doing. It's not something in itself. So that wave of light is just a perturbation of the medium, right? In my scenario, I said that the water was the medium, but we also have this medium ether that permeates all space.
Yeah, I
No
mean,
such
that's
thing
just
as
a
ether.
claim. There's no such thing as the Earth of Life is saying. But it has nothing to do with this article. I don't know why you would bring this article up. Is it because of the headline where it says that Einstein is wrong and you really like that?
Every time I wake up, right? MIT showed us a lot of great things, but every time I wake up, there's always Einstein being proven wrong.
Well, every single time that you guys are posting an article from anywhere where there is a clickbaity headline like this, and you actually go in and you read the article, it doesn't say what you guys are concluding it says based on the article, because when you actually read it, it does not say what you guys say it says.
Well, they're slowly spoon feeding you, right? So eventually, yeah, you might, they will tell you what I'm telling you right now. Well, yeah,
No,
sure, you keep getting spoon fed.
I mean, this article is on a hyper specific example. It doesn't touch like anything else, pretty much. It's just this hyper specific example of can you actually observe the wave and the particle at the same time, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah, and you can't, right?
But it. What do you conclude from this? What are you trying to get at?
I just told you they're both perturbations of the ether itself. So the ether is light, but what we see is illumination. That wave, that particle, that's illumination. It's not light itself. Light itself is the ether that you guys keep denying.
And this is what the article is talking about?
How do we detect ether?
Because it doesn't say ether in the article at all.
We detect the attribute of the ether, which is the wave particle. But there's a principle to all things. Like I said, what's a wave? A wave is not something in itself, it's what something does. But you guys ignore what that something is.
How come you think you figured it out, but none of the other scientists have figured this out after all these years?
Well, they have figured it out. I mean, I guess they're spoon feeding you the information.
Why spoon feed us though? Why not just give it all to us? I'm sure if all the scientists that are working on this have detected it, then it would be pretty mainstream.
That would go against their agenda. Their agenda is to have like highly, quote unquote, scientifically literate people who deny, like who don't believe in God. We want an atheistic.
What does that have to do with God? How do we get to?
You guys literally say that the highly scientific people that came up with all this shit were already religious. So how the fuck does that make sense?
Well, yeah, and they remain so, right? Because of the, certain constants that are undeniable in nature that they can't figure out, or they can't.
So who's asking for non-religious folk if the people coming up with the stuff are religious? How the fuck does that make sense?
Well, you're just saying that. You don't know if they're religious or not.
You guys bring them up as they are religious. George, what is his name? I can't remember off the top of my head. He was a Catholic priest, right? You guys constantly mention that shit. And now when it's convenient to ignore that, fact, we're going to just bring up a different argument that contradicts it.
Well, see, Georges Lemaitre, like you said, the priest, right? He was photographed near Einstein. So he's part of the plan to, have an atheistic worldview.
And that makes sense to you?
Well, I mean, they're all in cahoots together. Yeah, they were photographed together. A priest and Einstein, like they're trying to.
Oh, what?
Control the
Saying
narrative.
somebody religious wants everyone to be atheist. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
If he's going to control you guys, you don't know who you are and where you come from, right? You're just going on by. Okay, I don't know why you stirred the conversation that way, though, Doofus. Like, religion over there.
Right, because it doesn't make sense for them to be steering the population towards atheistic views if the people who are doing it are themselves religious. That doesn't fucking make sense.
So you agree Einstein was religious and, all that?
Doesn't matter what I agree. Your position is inconsistent. Your position is independent of mine.
So why are all the people coming up with these grand theories, if you will? like all believe in God, and then you got like I'd say you're atheistic, right? There's a lot of atheistic people in here. I mean, I'm assuming that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Why are you asking me my position if your position is inconsistent? You don't have one to argue against.
Well, your position is you actively deny God, right? And like you said, everybody who's giving you this information does believe in God. So don't you think there's kind of an oxymoron?
What I deny is that there is direct evidence for God. I don't deny God itself. Do you got it?
So you say there's active evidence for God?
There's no direct evidence,
You
but you don't
did
deny
not hear
God.
me. That's wonderful. That's fucking fantastic.
I
Okay,
heard you. There's no direct evidence, you said, but you believe.
No.
Do not deny. That's the phrase I used, and that's the one I will stick with.
Okay, you don't deny. So you.
Agnostic. He doesn't know, but there's not any evidence he's seen so far.
I tend to believe he thinks differently, though.
Yeah. How about the fine structure
That's what he
constant
said.
and like the Fibonacci sequence and all those things?
Yeah, let's just mention words.
I think we should go back to the article that you actually brought up, and what does that article matter to you? Because it doesn't say what you think it says.
I don't even know how
Fibonacci is
Dubas
not
even got us
God.
on this conversation like this.
Fibonacci doesn't mean God. It just means the shellfish grew a little bit and had to make a
Don't take the
slightly bigger
bait.
shell.
Boomer, don't take the tangent bait.
Okay.
That's why they just throw out words until someone fucking bite.
Yeah, good point. Okay. I was just saying the fish just grew a little bit bigger. That was all.
Well, like you said, like that shell has like, you know, a spiral design to it. You know, so is the universe. You know, the spiral patterns of the planets orbiting us, and et cetera, et cetera. It's all correlated.
I wonder what this has to do with atheists.
Derby der. Sequence orbit. Okay. That's derp.
It seems like you want me to draw connections that don't seem to exist.
Very good point.
There's like 7 questions on the table that haven't been addressed. I'll throw mine into the mix. When you say waves aren't a thing in themselves, what do you mean by that?
Because you know, like I gave you the example before. Let's say I'm in the middle of a pond, I start flapping my hands. You know, you're gonna start seeing waves, but those waves are only because of the medium itself. If the medium wasn't there, it wouldn't wave. So waves are only the after effect of something else.
There's still a thing though. Like humans are only a collection of cells. If you take away the cells, you don't have humans, but there's still a thing. Just because it's dependent on some underarching structure doesn't mean that they themselves aren't a thing.
I know, but they're dependent on something, right? And then you have Einstein saying that they're not dependent on something, which is clearly wrong, and obviously so.
That's not what he said.
I don't think a wave is a thing. I think it's the movement of a thing.
Oscar is the same thing. If he doesn't move his arms or hands or whatever, there is no wave, correct?
Yeah, it's caused by something. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If he moves his arms around, he makes waves. They now exist.
Yeah, but you need something to make waves is the point, right?
Yeah, but
And
it doesn't mean
Einstein
it's not
didn't
a
say
thing.
there was absolutely nothing for the wave. What he said is there doesn't have to be a material medium.
So you're saying it's an immaterial medium?
Yeah, he's basically into the ether, Einstein.
Therefore, God.
Okay.
It's a big leap to God. But
Yeah, Einstein is not the one saying that waves are a thing of themselves. He didn't say that.
Well, he says light doesn't need a medium to propagate. That's what he says.
A
You don't need
material medium.
Yeah, no, he says light propagates in itself, right? You don't need a medium, but you obviously do need a medium.
You don't need a material medium. Why do you keep leaving that word out? Why is that always being left out?
yeah, so we're going
Doesn't
with
it propagate
invisible
through the
mediums
electromagnetic
exist.
field?
Non-physical mediums exist. That's what the globers are going with.
Yeah. Yeah, so if we agree that there's a medium that permeates all space, whether it's material, immaterial, that doesn't matter. At least we agree that there's a medium. All right. Do you agree
In
with
this
that?
case, the electromagnetic field would be enough.
Yes, the electromagnetic field would be the medium.
Yeah, and that doesn't have to be made of anything. There's no reason for it to be made of anything.
But it's just because you're a glober, you don't have to agree with Einstein. I think that's important.
Actually, more to the point is, I mean, if you evacuate a vacuum chamber, you cannot measurably determine there's something in there. Yet, you know that light passes through that thing.
Faster, right? Yeah, because there's no air, stopping it or causing interference.
Okay, then. So then we don't need a material medium for light to go through, and it doesn't matter what Einstein said. We can observe that happen.
Oh no, I agree on that. Light doesn't need a physical medium. Why would it? I don't know.
Okay, but the main point here is that we all agree that it needs a medium. Doesn't need to be material.
Why does light need a medium? To wave, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. There has to be something waving, We look at the electromagnetic wave.
Could it shine at all? Or are you saying like specifically the wave?
I don't understand that question. Can you reform it?
Let's say in the sky, there's hardly any particles in air, so it's like having no medium, nearly. So we're thinking of it as no medium, possibly up there. Could light still shine through?
Yeah, not because there's no air means there's no medium. Like if anything, there's more of that medium. That's why light would travel faster.
Yeah, I assume you believe in invisible mediums too. So you and Doofus agree, but just different shapes of invisible medium.
I don't get a different shapes of it, and I don't think shape has. Well, I mean, I guess electromagnetism has a shape, has a geometric shape, but.
So I guess no. If I'm speaking, Doofus is gone. But if I speak for him, he's saying no to the ether, but yes to other invisible mediums.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Right? You're saying that the
wait, that's bullshit.
Well, to him, the ether is in the electromagnetic medium, which technically, yeah.
He even called it a medium, yeah, because it agreed with Einstein's terminology, I think. If I was following, I'm probably not following that well.
I think I'm catching up. Like, are you saying that the electromagnetic field is the ether?
Yeah, basically.
Is there any benefit to calling it an ether instead of just the electromagnetic field? Like, does that change anything?
Yeah, I don't think it really changed anything. I mean, they avoid the word ether like the plague, but.
Well, I think that's wise. There's no added benefit to changing the terminology. Like, the ether has some baggage that comes with it, right? You realize, like, what it meant in the past was something different than what we mean today by the electromagnetic field. You can call it that, but all you're going to do is confuse people.
I'm just saying they're invisible mediums. I agree. The globers will not like the word ether because it used to mean different thing.
Yeah. But then it's associated with history, right? For the Greeks, the ether was a platonic solid. It was the dodecahedron.
Exactly. Right. That's not what the electromagnetic field is. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but the times that I've heard those two things get conflated, it was usually in an attempt to sneak other stuff in alongside the ether.
Let me admit, I'm triggered by the word medium now. I would rather call it a field.
Why?
There's nothing there. Right? It's just the movement
nothing
of
there.
stuff. It's the movement of
nothing
other
there is
stuff
making
through
everything real. No.
Yeah, but I believe that nothing is important too. That doesn't mean it's shit.
Is that
I always wondered, what's the special thing about plutonic solids? Those are just certain particular shapes. I mean, they're like how does that have any specialness to it?
I mean, I'm aware of them to tell you why they're special. I don't know why we associate the cube with Earth and then, different shapes with air, water, and fire. I don't know why. And then spirit.
Putting planes together and seeing what you can make. And
So yeah, okay, let's go here. Like you said,
that we've found so far.
The medium is invisible, like you say, but the ether is associated with spirit and form. So like, can you see spirit? Like, you can't see my spirit,
Yeah, well, yeah. Once you evoke spirits, you're out. You're out. That's in the supernatural, so that's not part of our world.
No, it's in the metaphysical, which is this part of the, it's the heads or tails of the same coin, metaphysical, physical. But yeah, this medium is that you say is invisible. Let's just call it spirit, right?
Magnetic fields / God.
But
come on, boys.
But why call it again? Like we're changing the terminology. Like, what benefits accrue from doing that? Like, why call it spirit all of a sudden?
I don't know. It's just this magical thing, right? Like, we all agree that there's this invisible medium. Call it an electromagnetic field. Call it ether. I don't know. Where to go from here?
That's the question. Yeah.
The Globers think it's stuff moving in the cosmos, and that the free thinkers and the original etherheads think it's a background of potential through everything. Maybe it comes together on light, because Globers say light's not particles, don't they? But it's still affected by the field.
They'd probably say it's like quantum packets of energy or some shit. I don't know.
Right.
Is there anyone in here?
Something like.
Yeah, I've heard that before. I can't remember if some people might say it is physical, but I think that's where it joins.
Yeah. Like energy, like right now, I'm working hard, so I have a lot of energy. But then, where am I drawing that energy from to move with this physical body?
Food in the sun, generally.
I'm just yapping right now. I was trying to make something.
Prove you're not physical. You can prove that you're physical, but I can't go around here proving I'm not physical to other people. Even though I'm having a conversation intellectually and everything else and all these different things, I'm still a physical being. However, I know I'm more than just a physical being. Just like that ether.
In that way, I believe in the ether, as in, I'd call it the magical fields. You can have effect, yeah, without necessarily touching the other thing.
Would you call that a magical effect?
Yeah, and you can actually draw from.
I believe there's a field that you can influence. It's not even to do with magnetics. So it's more to do with old school ether.
We can take it back to Nikola Tesla, right? And why he's censored, or like why they made him out to be like a pigeon lover, or what you call. Like they downgrade him because he used his knowledge of the ether to basically, get the energy he wants. Like electromagnetically, yeah, he knew some shit.
And see, now I'm confused again because I don't know if you're talking about the ether like Mickelson and Morley meant it, or you're talking about the ether as in the electromagnetic field.
I think it's all of it. We're saying you know about the later one, and you should consider the earlier original ether.
Okay, but what did Tesla think?
I feel like he's in the middle, so he believed in it in the old school one, but he wanted to test it in a new school scientist way. So at that point, the ether becomes a bit confusing. Like, what is it? What are we testing?
Yeah, I think I have a citation in Stacy's Discord channel about this, right? What Nikola Tesla thought about the ether, what it wasn't, like what it was not, and what he thought of it. But yeah, I'd have to go
My
get it.
food, go get it. Where's it at?
I don't know, hon. Look through your channels.
Boy, I better look through my own channels. I'm just playing.
I mean, there's loads of videos and articles on Tesla's madness and science. So my magic field, I wouldn't try to prove it. I would just say, I'm sure everything's connected somehow.
Man, y'all really don't know this subject. Do y'all know the tired light hypothesis?
Yeah.
Yep.
Manufactotum and Bumanoid. Nice. Okay, so they say that the reason that the light is attenuating over these vast distances is because the universe is expanding. You know that, right?
They say that, sorry, what happens because the universe is expanding?
They're claiming that the cosmic microwave background, we're seeing the redshift of this light as it travels through a quote unquote vacuum because it's colliding with particles and energies from outputs of gas particles or whatever. And this expansion of the universe is the light interacting with particles over vast distances.
No, that's not right.
Clear. Yeah, it's actually different.
All right, why don't you say what you think it is, Boomer?
Well, the light going further away has a slight blue shift across its spectrum, therefore it's going away, red, sorry, and the light that's blue is coming towards us. That's the shift in the spectrum. It's got nothing to do with particles.
We're talking about tired light hypothesis. Do you know what that is?
Well, tired light is a different one. It has
All right, so
actually
you didn't know
been...
what we're talking about, so I don't know how you're
I
going to
did.
say
Are you going
anything's
to let me
wrong.
finish? Are you going to let me finish before you jump to a conclusion that's incorrect?
Well, you're jumping to a conclusion that I'm wrong, and you clearly don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you're going to jump to a conclusion that's incorrect anyway, irrespective of what I say, so I terminate this conversation.
All right, yeah, cool. Good for you, dude. So the tired light hypothesis says that the wave of light, as it travels through deep space, which is considered a vacuum, that it's attenuating due to the expansion of the universe, which is basically just space increasing in size. It's not due to the collision of the light with particles.
Right,
It's attenuating through a vacuum. Yeah.
Yeah, so the tired light proponents and the not tired light proponents say that it's because the expansion of the universe is just a mechanism they ascribe to it as different.
The question is, why is light attenuating as it's traveling through apparently empty regions? Their claim is that it's the expansion of the universe, quote unquote, which is due to the increasing of the size and volume of space.
Yeah, the tired light people don't say that.
All right, why don't you say what they say then?
The expansion of the universe would have a different rate depending on whether you believe that light gets tired over distances or doesn't. The redshift is not the attenuation of light. That's a different thing altogether. So we witness a redshift because so one side says we witness a redshift because as the universe expands, things are moving away from each other, and that moving away from something creates a Doppler shift in the wavelength. The tired light people say that while that may be happening, most of them still agree that's happening. There's a redshift because the light simply gets tired, which I don't know how they square that with the blue shift, because that would seem to point to not tired light. But
so what's causing the light to enter redshift over great distances if it's traveling through a vacuum?
Well, it's not entering; it shifts because of the Doppler effect. because we're moving away from that. So as we register something going the same speed, same as we do with sound, the wavelength is perceived as redder.
Yeah, they say that the light is an electromagnetic wave. It's propagating through a vacuum. Why would it attenuate?
But attenuation is different again. So attenuation has more to do with like brightness. So it would dim, but you wouldn't get a redshift necessarily.
No, you're getting it all wrong right now. So the idea is that over great distances, that because the light is traveling so far through a vacuum, that as it's traveling through a vacuum, eventually there's going to be some particles here and there. That over this great distance, this is what causes it to shift towards the red wavelength.
No.
Right. So
Okay, go ahead and try to make sense of the tired light hypothesis.
There's no reason to try to make sense of tired light. You would have to instead use the actual thing that is being talked to, that is actually accepted in physics, which is receding galaxies and Doppler shift.
Right. Okay. So the distance from Earth, like we're seeing light coming from a distant galaxy. You're saying that the reason that it is shifting into the red wavelength is because of the distance.
We got that, I think.
Yeah, you don't understand it, Don.
Told you your argument.
Yeah, Don, you're wrong. I don't think you
Receding
understand.
galaxy is the thing that you want so that you can talk about space expanding.
No, you're missing the whole point. You guys claim that light will propagate without any attenuation. It will not shift towards any end of the spectrum as long as it's in a vacuum. The wavelength won't increase or decrease. But you say that over distance, the tired light hypothesis is the idea that the expansion of the universe is not the reason it's redshifted. It's because it's just attenuating through a vacuum over long distances.
yes, it gets tired and loses energy, is what they would claim.
Right. And you guys claim that it's the expansion of the universe, which is basically just space increasing in volume. So still, you have no particles that are going to attenuate the light.
Do we need particles?
Yeah. Yeah, you need the light to scatter in order for it to attenuate.
Wrong.
No, you don't.
Oh, okay. So what could cause the light to attenuate if it's not particles?
Things moving away. And again, attenuation is maybe the wrong word.
You're talking about the direction it's moving in or the distance from the observer?
The direction. The direction. If it's at a fixed distance and it's not moving with reference
The
to us,
direction light travels in is what's going to make it apparently change wavelength.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think you're delayed.
Do they deny expansion? I'd like to know, those people.
I think most of them do, but some would just say the expansion rate would be different.
Oh. Obviously, I wouldn't know which is true, so I just have to think about both of them.
It's funny, you're seeing a distant galaxy, and you say, like, oh, look, the direction the light is propagating towards is the reason it appears redshifted. But, dude, if you're seeing the light, that means that you're seeing light coming from the galaxy to Earth. It's like no matter what way you think the light might be propagating to cause the attenuation, you're observing light particles coming to Earth. Like, you're not watching something go in a different direction.
It's not the direction the light is propagating. The light's reaching you, but the source.
So manufacturing is wrong. Yeah, exactly.
So the source of the light is moving away from you, and that causes the shift.
Yeah, that's a cool theory, which doesn't make sense. Because there are galaxies that could be closer to you that appear redshifted as well. This is why your CMB is going belly up right now.
I feel like they're both true.
You're still misunderstanding.
No, you're misunderstanding. It doesn't matter what direction the galaxy is traveling in, it can still appear redshifted. This is the whole problem with the CMB right now.
No.
If it's traveling towards you, it's actually blue shifted.
So if it's moving towards you, it could appear redshifted either way.
No, it would be blue shifted if it's traveling towards you.
False. It can look, no, they literally say that things are appearing redshifted and they're moving towards us. This is what they say in the CNB now because their whole thing is
No,
wrong.
they don't. That's wrong. That's bullshit.
Oh, so you didn't get the downloadable content on your model yet?
Dude, you're talking shit.
Well, you just didn't hear this yet, so you have to go look it up now.
Yeah, it could be coming towards you and going away somehow, relatively, right? I don't know.
Yes, thank you, Don.
No.
See, these guys don't understand. They just heard something once and then they never looked it up again.
It's got to be one or the other. Then we'll never know which one's doing which.
The distance between you and a distant object is either increasing or decreasing. It can't be both.
Yeah, okay, I'll go with that logic, but then you won't be able to know for the galaxy which one's which if there's a small nuance either way.
By the red shift and the blue shift. You can tell by the
You're
red
saying
shift.
that always works.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what direction you think the galaxy is moving in, it can appear redshifted.
Oh, let me ask Manny quickly about
Can
this.
you please provide the documentation that says that, Jesse?
Yes, there's somewhere out there, sir, a document on this. Guys, like 24/7 days, guys. I was reading it with Jedi back in the freaking day. I didn't want to mention his damn name. The whole point is that actually it's out there. Google this shit about redshift. Google, there's peer reviews, paperwork everywhere.
Manu, I just want to say this for
So
the
I'm just
galaxy.
Googled it.
It's all separate things for the galaxy. So some of it could be coming towards you, the whole thing, and part of it's moving away because of the spiral. So which one are you thinking about?
So I just Googled it. It says no, galaxies moving toward Earth are actually blue shifted, not red shifted.
You're thinking
Wait a
of the
minute, I just
galaxy
read an
as a
actual
whole.
source,
Okay.
or you just AI Googled it, like the top answer. I'm talking about finding paperwork on this shit, guys.
Well, if you could provide that paperwork and just
already found it.
the paperwork
That's
that
gonna take me
you
some
want
time.
us
It's
to go
fresh
find.
fingers in a brain. This is like 5 years ago stuff. We're talking about redshift. Come on. Come on.
They didn't download the new content.
No, we're talking about full galaxy.
It doesn't appear to be that content. It's not,
There isn't one.
it's not up to us to go validate your claim. It's up to you to validate your claim.
It's not my claim. It's scientists' claim. It's also on their review.
Claim. Yes, the leading physicists claim that when they look at distant galaxies and they say, "Oh, look how far away it is," it turns out that the further something appears, the faster it could be rotating, and these galaxies appear blue shifted as well.
No, they don't.
Yes,
That's
they do.
wrong.
This is the downloadable
Don't
content
lie.
you don't have
Stop
yet.
lying, okay? Red shift is moving away. Blue shift is moving towards us. I've just Googled it up. There is no new download. Stop lying to create a straw man, dude. You're wrong.
Yeah, this is a spooky conversation for you, isn't it?
I'm not lying to you. There's sources out here. If you go further and look, that it talks about this on a deeper level of redshift, and you will see this in both ways. I don't know what you guys are talking about because I've read it my own self long time ago. I don't have it in front of me, but it took like about 20 minutes Googling with some people. We found some sources and we read upon this shit. I'm not talking about Google and your AI reviews. It'll popping at you. No, look for sources that talk about this shit.
Are you talking about a partial? Are you talking about a partial blue shift in a galaxy curve as opposed to the total redshift of the full body spectrum? What are you talking about?
Let me see if I can find this paper for you in a minute.
You know what they
You
say?
guys won't go find it.
They actually say that everything in the universe is it apparently is expanding away from the Milky Way galaxy. They look into deep space. Everything is moving away from each other. That's what it appears to be, no matter where you are in the universe. So for you to say that, when something is blue shifted, it's actually moving towards us, you're just wrong. That is not what they claim is causing redshift. Everything is expanding away from each other in the universe, in your mind.
Didn't say moving towards.
You can't know. You think a galaxy is moving towards you because it's blue shifted. That's wrong. Something can appear blue shifted as it's moving away.
Right.
It could be due to the distance because light is propagating through a vacuum. It hasn't attenuated yet. You guys claim that you're just looking through empty space over bazillions of miles. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. It's a presumption.
The celestial sphere as a whole, the further it is away, the more redshifted it is. Certain objects are less redshifted or more blue shifted than
the baseline redshift that's already there. That's not necessarily meaning that it's, in an absolute sense, blue shifted.
So then your theory is that light is attenuating in a vacuum. Good job.
Nope. No one said attenuation except you. That was some random bullshit you threw in this
it's
conversation
losing
for no reason
it's
at all,
losing energy
except to just start saying words in the middle of while I'm talking again, because that's how you operate.
Yeah, I'm making sense.
Nobody said that
you're not making any
nobody
sense.
said
You're waffling.
attenuation until you. Nobody said attenuation until you brought it into the conversation. Redshift and blue shift have nothing to do, absolutely nothing to do with attenuation.
Yeah, no, this has everything to do with the tired light hypothesis. Maybe you just got here, but the idea is that as light is propagating through a vacuum, you guys say that it maintains the same amount of energy over billions of light years. It's absolutely retarded. Okay, it's completely possible that it is losing energy as it propagates through a vacuum. The only way you guys can even test this stupid claim is in your tiny little vacuum chambers.
Well, losing
on
energy,
Earth.
losing
You say,
energy.
oh, because my light didn't attenuate in my 1 mile long vacuum.
Losing energy is not
Therefore, it would
necessarily
never attenuate over billions of light years.
He's not going to actually let you respond. He's not
Why
going to
are
actually let you
Glovers
talk.
screaming
It's not
like
going to happen.
retards
Yeah,
now?
losing energy would be a
What are you
frequency
fucking
shift.
screaming about, you idiot?
Losing energy
because
is a
you won't
frequency
actually
shift.
allow somebody to respond. But here we go. Let's try it.
Attenuation is
Because I have to
is
educate you because you guys don't download your new content.
You don't. We already got your position from the first few words, and then the rest of it was useless. So, attenuation and tired light hypothesis have nothing to do with each other. They're not connected to each other
Wow,
at all.
so you're just up here lying. Good job.
Okay, attenuation is when the intensity of the light goes down. Red shift and blue shift is when the frequency of the light changes. Frequency is not intensity. Those are not the same thing. They're not connected to each other.
Conflated them, but that's because in the tide light theory, I'm sure they're both mentioned. Maybe that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, Doofus, you're trying to isolate these two variables and say that they don't cause the same effect of light. That's a bullshit lie. I don't know why you're lying right now. You guys
Okay, then
claim that
show
as
me
light
how
is propagating.
intensity
You
and
guys claim
redshift
that
and
as
blue
shut
shift
the
are
fuck up,
connected.
Doofus, you're an
Since
idiot.
you want to make that
You guys
claim.
are claiming that as light propagates through a vacuum, that it doesn't lose any energy. You claim that over
Nobody
these
made that
vast
claim
distances.
either.
Shut up, Doofus.
Right, because you're just up here
Can you
lying.
calm down? Can you
Nobody
shut your stupid
made the
Glover ass up
claim.
for a second? Shut your dumb Glover
Nobody
ass up.
made the claim.
Anyway, you claim that you're observing
the light
a distant.
is not
you're
losing energy.
observing a
Nobody said
distant
that.
galaxy. You think your galaxy is hundreds of millions of light years away, and as the light propagates through your empty vacuum medium, that light will not change its wavelength. That is literally what you claim. You claim that as light propagates over billions of light years through a vacuum, that its wavelength does not change. You say, and then you also say that the distance of the galaxy will cause it to appear redshifted.
We don't need a summary of the conversation.
The tired light hypothesis is actually a better theory. That over distances it can become redshifted.
If you look at the text chat, I just posted
No,
what
I'm
a
not
redshift
interested in
is.
retard Glover bullshit. I have to educate you stupid fucks.
Okay, if you're not here to participate in a conversation, then you're not going to be here in a. If you're not going to be here to participate in the conversation, then you're not going to have a conversation here. That's how it's going to happen.
I guess somebody agreed with me.
And the best part about the this whole blue shift, red shift, cosmic astrophysics won't change our solar system. Whatever theories and observations are made will still comport with our solar system as we know it.
So basically, he couldn't get his bullshit way across, and he's run off like a little Mr. Bean.
That way. I'm sorry, Boomer. You know what? I didn't mean to talk over you.
Oh, sorry. Well, basically, he just ran away because we wouldn't take his bullshit. He actually misrepresented redshift, blue shift. And that really annoys me. And then made a straw man of it and tell us we're wrong when his misrepresentation is what's wrong. So he knows what he's doing. That's the worst thing about it. He's not just ignorant, he's a shifty little Mr. Bean cunt with he's high intelligence but low wisdom. and that's the worst kind.
Well, yeah, he's a contrarian. No matter what is presented, he's gonna find some sort of pseudo fault with it and claim victory. That's what he does.
He just claimed attenuation and redshift are the same thing, and we told him, all three of us told him it's not. Like, how can you?
He mumbled through tired light and ascribed that to several different observed phenomena. He just says stuff. That's all. He's
tired light.
He's just a contrarian.
Yeah,
he's just
it's
a
100 years
contrarian.
old. It's a 100-year-old theory. It's not totally backed up, but I actually kind of like it. To me, it's, oh yeah, okay, that's a bit of a way. But so it's not even what everybody claims like he did. So he's actually good at being a dickhead. And that's got to be something there, because not many people are good at being an idiot. Whereas Jesse, definitely, he's a good at being a fuckwit. I'm gobsmacked. He's probably listening on the live stream now.
Let me ask you guys: do you believe it's down to expansion or attenuation because particles?
They're different.
Expansion.
Yeah, but in the tidal light theory, it talks about the galaxies shifting and attenuating. So I'm asking you,
my
do you
problem
believe
with
it's expansion or?
Well, the tired light proposes that. I don't agree, mostly for what I said earlier, is that it doesn't explain blue shift. And if blue shift is explained with motion, I don't see why we need a separate mechanism for redshift.
That makes sense to me.
Look, one way they explain it, if you can imagine a rubber band that you've cut and there's a whole bunch of knots tied in the rubber band, if you stretch it, each knot is moving away from the other knot. So in any given knot, you're going to see all the others appear to be moving away. But there is, like the Andromeda Galaxy, is actually moving towards the Milky Way and will form the, the Milky Andromeda Galaxy. So they picked that up, I think, through blue shift. But a rotating galaxy, well, that's a long way away. I don't think there's enough in it.
You
But they know which way it's rotating.
Both bits of the argument there. We're expanding, but we're also moving towards other galaxies.
Well, if you can imagine, the knots are moving away from each other on the rubber band, but if you've got something that's swinging around the rubber band like a merry-go-round, some of the horses are coming towards you and some of the horses are going away. So
that's why I said relatively before.
Relatively speaking,
if you're talking about a cloud, some of the clouds going away, some of it's coming towards.
Probably. It's a hard one to remember everything. Yeah, when someone comes in unannounced and says, explain all this, you got to think, oh, fuck, now I've got to remember it all.
But you guys are going against the tired light old theory from the 20th century, apparently.
Well, the tired light one's back from the 1920s, 1930s, I think, after Hubble.
Yeah, I saw something recently on, who was that, Sabine Hassenfelder? So apparently some people are trying to revive it for some reason, probably to do with Mond or something, but I don't think it's gained any extra validity since then.
There's got to be something in there, but generally it's not correct and it's mostly expansion.
That's what I would put my money on, yeah.
Yeah. Like when you do get right into tired light and study it, a couple of things you go, oh yeah, but there's a couple others where you go, okay, this is kind of, it raises more questions than it answers. So it's a hard one. That's why it hasn't gained traction and it's not put down as, hey, here it is.
Electric saying it could be true, which means there's particles or something like a particle. It could be a field that's attenuating.
I think the electro universe. I think the electro universe boys like it. It tickles their fancy somewhere in the electric Witsit universe.
But then he's also waiting for the kicker, which is when we say we believe in expansion. He says, "How can space expand, and how can you go towards and away?"
He's not worth the effort. Actually,
that was actually pardon me. Oh, Jesus, I'm dying. That was actually the leg of the conversation I was looking forward to. Because I suspected that's where he was going to try and take the whole thing.
Because that's quite a sort of philosophical drink wine and discuss thing.
Yeah, and I think there are answers to that question, but
I don't think men
I don't
have
really
gone that far into it. We don't have those sort of man groups anymore. Universities, but generally or maybe we're stuck as well. We're not quite sure. Stuff behaves
Well,
like a
there's only so
field,
much you can
but
say
we don't know
about
what the field is.
yeah, and there's only so much you can say about what's outside the universe before it just falls into like total philosophy.
Expansion is, although it's a good theory, it's a theory, isn't it?
Jesse's back, but he's muted. Oh, there you go. He certainly showed us he's here, but he's not listening to us. That's not a petulant little child, is it? They're listening on the live stream, Jesse. You fucking idiot.
I mean,
What a troll.
I would mute too if 7 guys was just swinging jagging each other or were insulting me.
I don't think he left. I think he was just muted, and then he
Yeah.
One of the points of the expansion discussion, right, is there has to be a point where everything came from. So there is actually a direction of
kind of. But when you think about it, that point contained everything, right? So as that
I'll
point
take that.
expands, you are like there's no absolute center of the expansion. Like you can't point to a direction that everything is flowing away from, because that looks like any other point in the universe.
But also
Everything's
expansion
just going
is kind of like a misconception. It's more like a stretch.
Yeah, but it's always a stretch away from a middle area.
You ever seen
Not necessarily.
How else could it happen? Round the edge of a 3D shape, but then it still stretches out from an area.
There's a quote from a movie that I particularly enjoyed that says the universe is an infinite circle whose circumference is nowhere and whose center is everywhere. And apart from the wooiness of that, I think
You're
that's
going with
pretty
no
accurate.
one. So then I have to think about the movement of each object relative to another object.
Yes. And that's all you really can do.
So we're always going further away from everything. That would mean.
Yep.
But that also things come towards us sometimes too.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing with an orbit, you know.
So some things overpower the expansion, right? Like gravity. Some gravity wells overpower the expansion speed.
Yeah, the solar system itself isn't expanding, for example, right? Not because of the universe expanding.
Must be a little bit. Because it's happening
No,
everywhere, you said.
Yeah, well, the Andromeda galaxy is blue shifted. It's approaching.
But it's coming this way.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
so that means there must be a point behind it where everything started.
Do we have to move out of the way?
I don't think we can.
It's not expanding towards us. It's just coming towards us on an arc for another reason.
Correct.
While it's splitting apart because of expansion.
I don't think it's splitting
Well,
apart.
when it collides, it doesn't mean physically collide like stars crash into stars and whatever. They kind of move through each other and throw another pattern out. So from an outside,
So are you idiots realizing that you're wrong yet?
it'll be shut up, Jesse, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, check the screenshot in the
so
chat.
it'll be a
you
really
idiot.
beautiful picture when you see it. And then so as it shifts around us, they don't actually collide. Like in an asteroid field, you could stand on one asteroid and you could hardly see the next one. It's not like you see in space movies where there's rocks flying everywhere.
I just
Space movies with rocks are flying everywhere. Yeah, you live in a fantasy, so you
Might
need
not
to
be
think
able to now.
straight before you just assert your outer space bullshit.
You didn't even
And did
listen,
you notice
did
how the AI also said that attenuation doesn't change the wavelength of a wave?
Yeah, attenuation changes. The attenuation
You
changes
just disagree
the
with the
wavelength.
screenshot. There you go.
Yeah, I posted a screenshot proving you're wrong,
Yeah, I
and
posted
you're
a
literally
screenshot. It says
spiraling about
no.
it like a moron.
It says no, attenuation does not change the wavelength of a wave.
Yep. Thank you,
Wow, that is the
Jesse.
dumbest thing I've ever heard. So you're an
Well,
absolute
it's the
idiot.
same AI you used, you idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, what I said completely disproves your point, which is actually stupid as fuck.
It's the same AI saying the complete opposite thing you said. So which one is correct? Is it one source
Mine is correct.
versus one other
Attenuation causes
source?
redshift. It shifts
Or
towards
is
the
it
red
the same
spectrum.
source saying two different things?
Yes, attenuation causes light to shift towards the red spectrum. You're completely a retard.
No, attenuation does not change the wavelength of a wave.
Wow,
So until you
you're
come up
completely
with an
retarded.
actual source,
Yeah,
until
actually,
you
the
have some
cosmic
real
microwave
science
background shows this
to
is the case.
cite, then you can just, go fuck yourself.
Debunk or me bunk? I think Jesse me bunks. He doesn't debunk.
You know, he said it's the dumbest thing he ever heard, although he's talking about flat Earth half the time. So there you go. Which is the dumbest?
Also, what did you say the cosmic microwave? Oh, he deafened again. Because as far as I know, that's a static image of like a particular state of the universe in the past.
Yes.
What was that effect the other guy said before? The one about GPS and satellites? The something effect?
Sagnac effect. The Sagnac.
The Seisnack effect. That's it, Jesse. It's all the Seisnack effect. Whenever you don't know, you always say the Seisnack effect.
So I've got a radical theory
Stagnac.
for you Globers. Expansion Earthers. What if all that shift is the thing moving towards you or away, but nothing's expanding at all? It's just
Stretching.
systems, divine systems on their arcs round bigger masses.
Then we would be in the center.
Would we? What? No, because there's bigger ones than us going. I'm saying Andromeda coming towards Milky Way is just on an arc. It's nothing to do with the field expanding, the space expanding.
Then I misunderstood what you're saying.
Isn't the evidence for expansion is shift, right? I'm saying maybe.
Yeah, but it's in every direction.
Okay, how can you explain that to me? So,
Expansion.
Well, it's
how do we
not.
know it's that
Okay,
direction?
there's still proper motions, and there's one area where they're calling the great attractor, where there is some variation in some paths that does not preclude the overall expansion. That's a relative thing. So it's complicated.
How do we know it's in every direction then to prove the expansion?
By looking in all directions. I don't know. It's complicated.
And there's also correlation with distance. So the fact that the things that are further away from us are moving faster is kind of evidence of that. Someone mentioned a rubber band. I've heard the example of a balloon, where if you draw dots on the balloon and you blow it up, all the dots move away from each other. And if you look at one dot versus like the nearest dots, those are all expanding at a particular rate or moving away at a particular rate. If you look at dots that are further from that, they're going to be faster.
Explaining it in a layman dawn terms, we can see stuff spreading out because we look around and can sense 3D.
In a way that's consistent with expansion, yes.
I do, but sort of believe it then. But maybe I think I want to know: is there a point, or did it just turn on and expand in every direction?
It's the expansion that has been going on for as far back as we can hypothesize. It has never not been expanding.
Yeah, I was the one that did the rubber band effect. The reason I do the rubber band with knots is because I can put little merry-go-rounds with horses on each knot and make them spiral galaxies with horses.
Well, there is those competing hypotheses that it will continue to expand and the universe could go to heat death, or it could slow down at some point in some crazy distant future and then rebound and back into another singularity loop.
The big crutch, yep.
And these things are highly hypothetical.
And there would be a point. Let's go with the future, saying it could crush back into a point. But where would that point be?
Well, that's probably ineffable. I mean, because these are hypothetical, in so many trillions. Yeah, it's it's put out there. It's put out there like tired light is put. It's like tired light is put out there. They're gonna mull it around and either find something to support it or not.
I'll give you the answer.
But here's the go. If it does do a big crunch, you will be there at the end of it. Your atoms will at least be there at the end of it. So you'll find out. Maybe not in your current self, but you'll be there. We're all the Big Bang.
To answer my point, Quest, I think the answer is there's a big black hole, which is like a sun, just a bit different. Something happened to the sun, and it's now a black hole. And that is the great attractor. And that will be the point that was the beginning and the end, if there's an end.
To answer your question, technically that point would be everywhere. It wouldn't be a single point.
So maybe I don't mean where is it. I mean which object is closest. Which is then that's a real semantic question, better worded.
Well, you may have to look into it. Those are the things that have been put out there, and they're being batted around. And whether we go to heat death or whether there's a cycle, that's a very complicated, way out there fringe. Who knows?
If you say perfectly in the middle of the universe, and then someone says, "Okay, what shape is side then?" If we've said we've agreed, it'll collapse into the middle, and it came from the middle.
But also when they do the deep field observations, they still find a similar density of the occurrence of galaxies. It could be that the galaxies' density could go on infinitely. Who knows?
Well, yeah, to really, really, really dense. I believe that it's like infinite density in the middle.
Or it could be that the constants change over time, and gravity gets stronger as time slows down, so to speak, and everything sort of winds down and starts snapping back.
I know this won't happen in our lifetime, but imagine looking up at the night sky and not seeing any stars because they've all moved away from us.
Well,
I'm not saying why did it expand. I'm not saying that because
that's and they're not sure why. That's the whole point.
That's why I'm not asking that. I'm just saying, do we know what sort of shape? Are we going with a sphere or a donut?
Well, that's also part of the unknowable. They're batting it around. They're thinking about it because we still have the Hubble sphere of how far visual light can even still reach us, and as the expansion continues, then there'll be fewer and fewer things we can see. But that's in the the trillion light. That's in the trillion year time scale. So it doesn't matter.
My money is on sphere.
Yes,
I think we're a four-dimensional sphere.
I was just thinking, if we go with the balloon analogy and we take it all the way, that is the sphere. It's just the elastic goes all the way to the middle.
The thing is, that sphere has an infinite number of centers, because if you were on any one of those dots, you would consider yourself at the center.
No, because I'm trying to zoom out now and imagine when it collapses down and there is another space outside, a plane of quantum.
Outside of what?
Outside the universe, yeah, there could be another donut of quantum.
The multiverse. Yeah, they're batting that around too. Who knows?
But that's not my question. That's what I'm saying. We could imagine there's enough space out there to put a hypothetical mind looking in.
But I think all of those, if there is a multiverse, I would suspect that all those universes are superimposed on each other. Like when we get into like higher dimensional geometry, it doesn't make sense to say something is quote unquote outside of the universe. Like
a sphere with no outside.
Kind of, yeah.
Like a bit like concave is.
No.
A little bit.
Not really.
Just saying it's all a sphere, and I don't want to know anything past. It's the mystery past that.
No, I'd want to know. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think it makes much sense to talk about. Like, if everything is in the universe or the collection of universes, which again I would suspect would be superimposed on each other, then there is nothing outside of that because everything is in those things.
imagine it like a precious crystal ball, and it's just floating in foam.
Then there would be foam outside.
Yeah, when it collapses,
Like
there'll
you
be a
can find
middle
this thing into existence.
There'll be a middle point. That was my long bit.
Kind of, but again, in like higher dimensional. So if you have a how can I say this? If you have a 3D sphere pass through a 2D plane, and you're a 2D creature on the surface of that sphere, you would travel around and round, right? You'd basically be living on a circle.
Well, that's what I was going to
And you would keep going. Right, but you would perceive your motion to be straight as you travel around this circle, but you would come right back to where you were before. And it could well be that if we traveled in one direction through the universe, we would end up in the same space, in the same place, because it's a 4-dimensional sphere that we travel in 3 dimensions.
That's Carl Sagan. Well done,
think
man.
that gets you
That's
out
Carl
of the
Sagan
center
stuff. I
point.
love that one.
Sorry, but
So is it true that any point you look out into the universe, if you zoom in enough, you will see something like, I believe space is not empty. There's always something there at any given point where we look. Is that true?
Pretty much.
Yeah, but they're saying it's a sphere now, Boomer, so there's an edge with no stars.
No, we're saying that there's a limit to where, you know, the Hubble sphere, a limit to how far away something could be and light still get to us. And as the expansion continues, that the elements inside that visible radius will become fewer.
Yeah, but then I can put you in a hypothetical ship, yeah, with ultimate power. Let's say we just go from the North Pole straight up, and then let's say we get to the edge of manufacturing sphere universe, and he's saying we're going to curve up and go round like a concave universe.
Or as we go to some super near infinity distance, we still see just as much universe ahead of us. There's no
Well, you're going with infinite, no shame. That's
that's right. That and I think there's a high likelihood of that, in my opinion.
So it's expanding, but it will never really get big or small.
Well, the expansion may be one of those things that's misunderstood. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But to be clear, just because I feel like you misrepresented my position a little, there's no edge that you get to, then you circle back around. What I'm saying is you travel straight, right? You just perfectly straight in one direction through the universe, and you just end up back where you were, because in 4 dimensions, you were actually traveling in a circle.
Oh my God. So like Pac-Man 4D.
No. Like on the surface of the Earth, right? If you start at the equator and you keep going east, you're going to end up back where you were. Like we have some
that's
sense
what
of
I'm
3D
saying.
in
That's
that.
what I'm saying. I said you could try get out of your sphere universe, but you're saying it wouldn't let you. It would curve you up or down and round, or left and round, or right and round.
Right. So to get out of the universe, as you put it, you would have to travel perpendicular to every dimension of space. Like you'd have to go perpendicular to up, down, left, right, and forward, back simultaneously.
No, you're going with a real sphere, aren't you? What sort of sphere are you talking?
A 4-dimensional one.
Yeah, I don't think I can get that in my head. What does that look like?
It's not easy. I mean, that's totally fair. It doesn't, quote unquote, look like anything we can really imagine.
The invisible concave sphere, but I can't get a 4D sphere, I don't think, in my head.
It's not easy.
You need more DMT, bro.
I can get the Pac-Man one, so you just come back the other side, but I'm not sure that makes sense spatially.
Okay, no, that's a good one. So let's say we have a Pac-Man world, right? You can do the same thing by curving that world around a cylinder, and when we flatten it out, it looks like he's transporting from one place to another, but he's really just traveling around that cylinder. And if you take that cylinder and you connect the top and bottom,
basically you're saying
it's
a flat Earth, southern sky. That's the same problem.
No,
It goes down and then magically it shifts around, but you won't tell us which direction it's shifting around.
No, I'm saying imagine the Mercator map, right? Where you keep traveling east and you quote unquote go off the map and reappear back to
Yeah,
the west.
so on a concave sphere, we'd go from the North Pole, and you're saying we'd keep traveling and get to the South Pole of Earth again if we were near the middle.
But to do that, you would just be traveling north-south. You'd be doing the same thing on the equator. The point is, though, that those edges actually meet up around the back, right? We just flatten it out so we can actually visualize it. Because it is difficult for us to visualize 4 dimensions. We can kind of approximate it with these flattened out distortions,
You're
but
basically saying
what we're actually doing is just going straight.
A 3D sphere is a Pac-Man. No, sorry, 4D sphere is a 3D Pac-Man sphere.
It's only a Pac-Man when you try to represent it in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, but it's still the Pac-Man. If we're talking Discord terminology.
I don't know. I feel like Pac-Man has some actual like transportation kind of thing.
He goes to the opposite side, but you never see what orientation he traveled.
Well, he would just be going east.
But we don't know if the back is a cube or a sphere, or we don't know if it's a front instead of a back. There's no information.
No, it's all
called Pac-Man.
It's everything you see. No, he never leaves the map, right? If he's
This is what
halfway off the edge
Earth
to
is,
the right,
and you're saying that's what the universe is.
kind of, yes.
Yeah, hello. It could be true, but then
Have you ever seen? There was an episode of X-Files that did it, but there have been a bunch of other things that do something. Oh, The Matrix. You probably saw that in the. I think it was the 3rd Matrix, right? After he stops the machines in the real world, and he's in that metro station, right? He runs off the edge in one direction, and he pops right back in the direction he was running from.
And it doesn't matter which orientation he took.
Right, exactly. So imagine that's not a straight tube like we imagine it, right? That's what it looks like to us in 3 dimensions. But in 4 dimensions, it actually curves around like a donut, right? We don't see it because in 3 dimensions, it looks flat. But in 4 dimensions, it's actually curved around. And when you're just traveling in a circle, you could run laps around that. And to you, it just looks like the same station the whole time. Does that make sense? Like you literally,
it's
in that
almost like
scenario,
a space jump, time portal jump.
Kind of. I mean, you keep saying jump in Pac-Man, but it's really just like in that scenario in the Matrix, if he looked down that tunnel, he probably saw the back of his head. Or he should have been able to, if it's consistent with, I mean, light would travel the same path he was running.
Yeah, it's because we don't have the information of the orientation, but you're still arguing it connects.
Maybe I'm not sure what you mean by orientation.
So when Pac-Man goes off the right and comes on the left, you're saying that can happen in reality. It can connect. We don't have to know if it's a circle behind the screen or a circle in front of the screen.
Well, the map itself is the circle, right? It's like a paper towel tube.
Well, that's
just we just flatten it out. It's actually done.
I'm going with a full concave sphere universe. We got to the edge, it's black, all the stars are behind us. And then you're saying a little while later they appear in front of us again for some reason. And my question would be, which direction did we go?
We went straight.
Yeah, and then so you're believing they connect, but you haven't told me how straight connects to the back.
Because in the higher dimensions, those 2 ends of, I mean, wherever you draw the lines on the map, you can make the Mercator map start wherever you want, right? You can put it in the Pacific, you can put it on the Atlantic. all you're doing is taking a tube and sort of cutting it and flattening it out so you can see the whole thing at once.
It works from 2D to 3D like that.
Mm-hmm. And I'm saying it also works from 3D to 4D.
Yeah,
the same way.
and then so how would you prove? Or not how
Well,
you
you'd have to
how
travel
would you
in one
demonstrate sort of?
Yeah, you would have to travel in one direction perfectly, like
I
perfectly
mean,
straight, and then if you wound up
there's
in the
no
same
diagram
place,
for it, is there? It's just words.
you can represent it. Yeah, we can represent 4 dimensions, and we do it all the time. Depends how good you are at visualizing those
But
things.
if you draw the straight line, it wouldn't connect in the drawing.
Well, the problem is you're drawing a 3D straight line that's representing a 4D curve, and you probably have to do it on a 2D piece of paper.
Oh yeah, so you're
So
asserting
that'd be kind of
straight lines curve. Wow, it's such a weird conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean,
3D straight lines curve because 4D exists.
Kind of. So when you,
what
we're talking about basically is non-Euclidean geometry. So you can represent these things in Euclidean space, but if you're limited to the surface of the spherical object, then those lines are straight.
No, because we've got you're now asserting the next level, the non-Euclidean space.
It's still non-Euclidean.
Well, we don't know because we can't draw it or
We
make a
can
3D
kind
model
of
of it.
represent it.
We can't. We don't know if we
We
can
would
make a
have to-
4D model of it.
We can't make a 4D model, no. We can make a 3D model through time that represents it.
We've already made 8D models. Look into quasi crystals. Try to hold on to your brain, Don. It's gonna be auto denying everything you see. Just try to hang on to it.
I'm open to space portal traveling because of 4D. I'm open to it.
I'll give you a link. Hold on.
What I think he's asking for is a model that's a little more intuitively palatable. Like again, we can represent these things pretty easy. I don't want to say easily.
Another question, layman question is, what is another sign that 4D exists?
Oh, so here's one that I don't know if. So imagine you had a donut, right? And you dip that donut into a 2D plane. What you would see are, if it's in the middle of that donut, you would see 2 circles, right? But if you move one of the circles, you should see the other circle move along with it, right? So any change that I do to something over here, right? If I change the circle over here, I would see the other circle move depending on what I'm doing over there. You might say that spooky action at a distance, like they have with Bell's theorem, could be evidence of that.
Okay. Yeah. What is spooky action at a distance then?
It's 2 things being correlated across distances where information couldn't travel.
I could just say gravity. Wouldn't gravity answer that?
No, gravity does take time to travel. Gravity requires information to pass from one point to another pretty much at the same speeds as physical reality.
I mean, how do we know information's traveling?
So if the sun were to suddenly disappear, we should expect the Earth's orbit to continue on its path until that effect actually reached us, and it wouldn't be instantaneous. So that would be an example of information traveling. It would take 8 minutes, basically. We wouldn't know that the sun disappeared until we saw it disappear, and at that moment, we would also feel the effects of gravity disappear.
That's a bit funny, but I'm seeing that as just a delay in the 3D force reaction, cause and effect.
Right, and that's because information takes time to travel.
I don't think there's any information. Yeah, I think information is the wrong word.
It could be. It's not well defined.
The force takes time to travel.
I mean, that's kind of what they mean when they say information. Yeah, basically. I mean, waves, but yeah.
Yeah, the field of the gravity takes time because of distance.
Right. For the same reason that light does, for example.
I wonder
or
what
anything
else
that does happen.
for 4D. I guess the other option, is you get to the edge and then you don't know what happens, so you have to explain somehow what would happen. And on Earth in the past, we found out that it goes round. So we're on the outside of Earth and on the inside of the universe. So it goes round. Some sort of logic there.
I'm not entirely sure I'm following. Like when you say you hit an edge and then you go around, what I'm envisioning is you sort of start at the center of the Earth and you tunnel your way to the surface and then you go around.
No, I'm talking about being inside the concave universe.
Okay.
So you fly right to the edge of the universe, and so you know all the stars are behind you. And then maybe the gravity of the great attractor pulls you round the edge of the concave universe. So you think you're flying forward, but your craft slowly floats up and round.
I mean, if there was such a thing as a concave universe, I suppose that'd be one way it could work.
You just said you mainly go with the sphere universe.
Yeah, but not concave. Like we would be actually on the surface of that four-dimensional sphere.
What the?
So, okay, so
I have to completely rethink.
I know it is complicated.
Your one then.
Yeah, it is weird and counterintuitive. So if you imagine, so we talked about the Pac-Man thing, right? You take this. Here's another good example. Tourist chess. You ever heard of that?
My first question is so that we're on the surface of the sphere, but we're in a 3D shape area. So how thick is this surface that we're in?
So we're in a 3D
universe
area. Right. So
that's
okay,
a silly
let me
question.
take you back to the Pac-Man thing. No. It's perfectly valid. So you have this Pac-Man map, right? And you curve it around and you join the edges, right? It's pretty easy for us to envision taking a 2D plane and circling it in 3D space, right? We curve it around in 3D space, we have a tube. Pac-Man doesn't realize any of this is happening because all he has access to is his two-dimensional world, right? To him, all of space and time is just
going on in
two-dimensional.
my head. First, I imagined it's a surface, but it also has a 3D area, so it has to be like a tube. But then I need a 3D spherical tube. So that's what
Kind of, yeah.
Got in my head.
Right. So the problem is, and this is very counterintuitive, you would have to imagine a 3D space being curved around back onto itself. Right? Now we can imagine this if we take but let me hazard a guess that what you're imagining is like a fish tank, right? That's a confined 3D space that has an edge over here and an edge over there, and we like combine them back together.
Now I'm imagining a rubber ball, and then tiny little rubber nodules that separate another rubber ball a universe size away. So let's go with 5 inches. And then we're in
the problem there
between the rubbers.
Yeah, but the problem there is that you're probably still imagining all of this as 3D objects in 3D space. So to bend a 3D space in 4 dimensions, you can't really visualize that.
You're still calling it a sphere?
A 4-dimensional sphere, a hypersphere.
A hypersphere, yeah.
It doesn't have, so there's just, we don't have a word for it because we have a word for a square and a cube. But when you take the cube into a higher dimension, you make a 4-dimensional quote unquote cube. If we had a totally separate word for it, it might be less confusing. But it's just.
I think if I went with really hard, tight orientation, so we imagine Earth is the center, of this. Is there a center?
To the Earth? Yeah.
No, to
Somewhere.
the hypersphere universe.
If you could look at it from a 5-dimensional viewpoint, yes.
Whoa.
But we can't see the center from
Yeah,
here.
okay, let's go. The Earth, imagine Earth's in the middle from the 5D. It's in the middle of the hypersphere. And then we traveled straight up from the North Pole. And I'm saying, what happens in 3 dimensions to the craft, sort of thing, and to try and get you to describe the 4D shape in 3D?
In 3 dimensions, you would just keep going straight. In 4 dimensions, if you were looking at this 4-dimensional object from outside the object, you would be, the Earth would be on the surface of the sphere, and however north is oriented, you would just be traveling just like you would leaving some point at the equator, going east or north. Say you get to the North Pole and then you get back to the South
But
Pole and then you go back up to where
curves round.
yes, it curves around. Yes.
Yeah, so you are going with my rubber ball. You're going with a normal 3D sphere inside a 3D sphere. 2 3D spheres.
Except the Earth is not in the middle of that sphere. The Earth is on the surface of that sphere. So as you leave the Earth, you're just traveling like you would north or east or some cardinal direction.
Because everything's stuck on the surface of a sphere.
Exactly. All of our 3D space is the surface of that 4-dimensional sphere.
I don't think you can do Pac-Manning then, because you would just go further along the surface. Like I said, you'd go around.
Yeah, you'd go around. And if you wanted to lay this 4-dimensional sphere out flat into a 3D space, to us, it would look like we just came back to the same spot. That somewhere along our travel, we somehow teleported back around the back of the Earth and joined up at the ass end of it.
I feel like this all is based on the circle and sphere comparison.
It is. So if you can imagine going from a 2D circle to a 3D sphere, it's hard, again, to visualize it, but it's the same sort of, you're making the same moves to go from a 3D sphere to a 4D.
Yeah, so there is logic there. We do the same moves and we expect another dimension above.
Yeah, we can kind of imagine what it would look like to us by imagining what it would look like to a 2-dimensional creature.
I think that's so different in the sort of shapes and the amount of information. But I've definitely not got a math brain.
You got a myth brain.
Got him.
So I read this book about the cosmos, and the lady was talking about a 3D sphere and a 3D donut. But you're restricted inside, so you can travel across the donut's width. But if you get to the edge, you'll curve back up round the toroid. But I never heard, I can't remember she mentioned like a hypersphere or 4D.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like from, as you described it, she's just talking about a 3D donut.
Yeah.
And being able to travel its space.
Or a 3D concave sphere. For some reason, I think they ruled that out.
Well, I don't know that it would make much difference. Like if you're restricted to the surface, it doesn't really matter if you're on the inside or the outside. The surface itself is the 3D space.
Why are we on a surface? What's that about? If there's already 3D, we're not on a surface. We're in an area.
Oh, it's just how, yeah, but it's how the dimensions scale up. So if you are in a one-dimensional thing on a line and you curve that around, you make a circle, but you live on the surface of that circle, right? On the edge of that circle.
Oh, it
if
could
you make
be
a
4D. There's a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you take a plane and you curve that into a sphere, you're limited to the surface of that sphere. And if you take a 3D space and curve that around a 4D sphere, you live in a space. I mean, it just becomes a space.
Do you think this
basically.
is also based on people saying, "Can we fly to the edge of space?" And then other people have said, "No, because it might be 4D."
I don't know if it's based on that. It might have gotten people thinking in those terms, but I think it's just sort of somebody started the math and then went a little further with it. I honestly don't know.
I don't know why they assume 4D in space.
Well, actually, who is it? Abbott wrote Flatland, I think, in like the 1800s, and that's probably before we had many ideas about what the universe
Yeah,
was doing.
circle and sphere in comparisons like we do today. And it gets spiritual, innit? Because we're above the animals, we notice, and then we think, oh, what's above us?
Yeah, we may have just killed a VC. And I'm gonna go make a coffee.
I think.
But if you're interested, there was a book. I don't remember what it's called. Something like Fourth Dimension. I don't know if it's a subtitle or if I'm thinking of two different books. Simply Explained or A Guide to Higher Universes. It was by Rudy Rucker. That much I remember. But that's sort of what got me into this whole thing. And I read it specifically because someone in my class did a book report on it. And his claim was that everyone who read it went insane, which I should have realized at the time. Either he didn't actually read it or he was lying. But that's what made me want to read the book.
I feel like, Glory, you've researched hyperspheres and various curves interacting. Of 4D.
Hi, guys.
Did you know the universe is Pac-Man, and if you travel up from the North Pole, you'll come back through the universe up to the South Pole?
Omni, you certainly scared off sink cleanser last night, didn't you? Trying to get him to be factual. Nice work.
Well, the fact is, when somebody talks crap and won't back down, you bet. You make them a wager. And
I'll bet 10 quid that I can rile Will Duffy up.
that you can what?
Rile him up, Will Duffy.
Oh, I think you could. I'm not gonna take that bet. I suspect you could probably get him.
I've got to make it. I've got to make a bigger claim.
Well, St. Cleanser's claim was that
he can convert the whole church to abandon.
He could. Yes.
Oh my god! I love Sinclair's, and he could piss Will Duffy off and audit him live, but that wouldn't affect any of his congregation.
Right. Yeah.
Unless it was videotaped and sent around. Yeah.
That was clearly bullshit.
But then we did say it's not about the money, but we would still like to do it.
What was that?
It's not about the money, but we'd still like to do
it. Well,
what I wanted to do with him, though, was say, okay, you reckon you can do it. Will probably thinks you can't. Let's make this a YouTube now. What do I take to Will to make him want to do this? Like, let's do a negotiation. I was going to be Sinclair's agent, but he wouldn't even let me get that far because he knew it was bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, oh, no, don't try and hold me accountable. But I was going to say, yeah, like, what's in it for him? Let's take something to him and try to get a YouTube. And I didn't. I was going to run past you and say,
I'll go through
let's
it
do a
now.
YouTube debate.
Boom, it's not about the money, so set it up.
I didn't say money. I said, what's in it for Duffy? You got to negotiate something. You got to negotiate with something. And Sinclair doesn't do that.
Let me think that through. I don't think there's anything in it for Will Duffy. Pride. And no, attention. He wants to debate people because he's doing the final debate and he's got to move on to Christian stuff next.
Well, yeah. Okay.
I mean, so
it's a straw man, but it's cool.
Sinclair seems to be like probably the least likely person that I'm aware of to play the religious card.
Yeah, but that's why it makes it better, because he's a scholar more than a dogmatist.
No, he's actually one of those people who thinks he's an alpha male. Now, no alpha male actually says, I'm an alpha male. It's not something you put on your resume or you say, in a presentation. He thinks he is an alpha. And, of course, he's a bullshit artist and a narcissist, which all narcissists are, self-proclaimed alphas. So I'll get Will Duffy, like I'll do this and I'll do that. I can do. Okay, let's see if you can. That's all I wanted to do is let's see if you really can. And they shit themselves when they want to hold their audience captive but not actually prove anything.
Yes, that's true.
Notice, though, the way he bullshits, like, oh, I'm just a drunk guy on the internet. And I thought, well, 2 minutes ago you said you don't drink. That's interesting. Like, he will just sit there and lie through his teeth. Great salesman. Great salesman.
He said, I haven't drunk in a long, long time. And then I heard him in the background speaking to someone saying, I'm having a few whiskeys.
I need to step away for a bit, but I will be back shortly.
Coffee time.
His argument is Flat Earth is designed to wind up globers as a trick to give them the first real challenge in their lives, intellectual challenge.
Well, I mean, Will Duffy's not unbeatable. I actually reckon it would be a good thing. Like, I genuinely said, let's make this happen. I'd love it to see it happen. Will Duffy and Sinclair are having a little debate here on YouTube.
He would tell Will Duffy that the Bible says Earth's flat.
But Will Duffy's a young Earth creationist. Isn't that in itself a beautiful set of parameters to work between?
Yeah.
Either way, I saw Omnivore was here last night and when he was listening, I don't know if he's actually listening. That's why I said, like, let's go about doing it. Then when he came in and said, let's make it a bet, and then Sinclair's ran away. Like,
These so-called debates are fucking pointless. They're useless. How
Yeah,
many
thanks for
debates have
not.
we had over the past 10 years? It's just a show. It's first of all, it's useless. It's a
Well,
platform for people to say wrong things and not be challenged on it till the end.
Yeah, it's that.
These debates are a
what you're
fucking
doing
joke.
right now is that. You're actually doing.
I'm specifically talking about the YouTube ones in particular, not so much the ones in here, but here as well.
Well, why is it not entertaining? Just because you don't see it as entertaining, just because you don't like
it is
the music.
entertaining. I never said it's not entertaining. It's
Well, you
not.
said it was pointless.
It's
You actually said it was pointless.
Yeah, you got me there. I'll go on mute. You got me there.
Right.
It is
So
pointless.
okay. Yeah.
It is pointless. It doesn't like bad things are entertaining sometimes, and pointless things are entertaining. Picking your nose.
No, I would have loved to have heard the self-proclaimed narcissistic. I can fix anything. I'm smarter than everybody else. He reminds me of Wile E. Coyote in the Bugs Bunny cartoons, the super genius, the one who was his talking coyote.
But
and
don't
he
you
tried to
see
get
that in
Bugs
Will
Bunny.
Duffy too?
Yes, I do. And that's
Exactly,
why it
so-
would have been great to have got them both being super geniuses to each other. And neither of them realising that none of them are. Like that's what would have been the whole good point of it. That's why I was liking the idea. But Cinquenza ran away, so he won't do it. He knew he was going to get caught out, so
he
he's not
didn't
dumb.
run away. He said, "I'm here now," and then got muted because he didn't want to bet.
Well, he didn't stay around to get unmuted, did he?
No, because that's rude. He's an elite flat earther. He was just slightly drunk, and then he got muted just because we were teasing Will Duffy.
Well, actually, I think Omnivore's words were, "Your mouth is right. Sorry, you're writing checks. Your butt is writing checks. Your mouth can't cash," or something like that. He said it in a funny way. You're writing checks that you can't cash. Basically, you're talking bullshit. You've got nothing.
Really
You're saying shit, you can't back it.
He didn't challenge a debate. He said he would audit and like embarrass and convert.
Yeah.
Make him leave the church and give up and go
Make
and
his
rethink
congregation leave
his
him.
life.
He said he'd make his congregation leave him or have second thoughts because he would audit him. Like he was some all-powerful, I know how to destroy you preacher. Well, yeah, good luck to him. But he was writing a check his mouth couldn't cash.
But if Cinquenza was allowed, to go in front of the whole congregation and do his speech, he could convert some of them away from Duffy and to the flat earth, real Christ.
Oh, I doubt it. That's why we would have liked to have seen it, because I doubt he would have got any of them. I think most of them would have seen through him.
No, if he got
that's
to do
why
a
we do it.
full 2-hour lecture to the congregation.
Yeah, but that's why we do it. We want to see what would happen. Would that happen? I think he wouldn't convert anybody. What was that debate about 2 or 3 years ago? In fact, I think it's where Will Duffy might have met McToon. It was about two different religious platforms. One saying flat earth, other saying not, and there was a mic drop and lots of arguing and whatever.
I can't remember that.
It'd probably be from a sports point of view. It'd be like if you're a soccer team fan and two of the other teams you hate the most are playing each other. You think, well, one of them's going to lose, so it's going to be good.
Boomer, it's Pastor Greg something.
Who was that?
Pastor Greg something.
Oh, okay.
Remember there's that rogue pastor that was flat earth, remember?
Right. And is that that's probably where Duffy and McToon met up, I think, or cross paths?
I think so, because Toon was there in the audience, I remember. And Whitsit went, didn't he, remember?
Yeah. That sounds right. Yeah.
And also, it's your ass, your mouth's writing, check, your ass can't catch. I think that's the order of the saying.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. We all know the meaning of it, though. Yeah, I couldn't remember it verbatim. But I did actually hear Will Duffy having a bit of a debate with that flat earther guy who had a model that was more or less like a cake dish. You know what you see at the bakeries? That was his firmament. And then Will Duffy brought up the fact that this guy was given a weed cake, you know, as in like a marijuana cake, for his birthday 6 years ago. And said, oh, well, look, people have sent me these details that you got this weed cake. And I thought, a weed cake 6 years ago has got absolutely nothing to do with the subject right now. Why would you bring that up other than to discredit?
Pretty Christian to have a weed cake, but if you're back in the old days.
But that could be like saying you used to be a Hell's Angel motorcyclist biker. But if you're not now, does that make you any less a person? Like,
Yeah, I've noticed that. I have noticed an evolution with flat earthers. They've amassed so much talking points that is getting jumbled in their brains and jumbled in their discourse. They don't.
Good point.
So much they don't know which one to use anymore, because that's how lies work. You have to remember the lie. You understand?
Good point. Yeah, great point there, Isa. Being a liar is a very complicated. What is it? It is a tangled web we weave when we plan to deceive. I think it's a Shakespearean one or something.
Yep.
But that's also how we catch them out. We catch them on the lie. What I find is the one where if you say something, I'll say, oh, so are you saying? And then put in their bit. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what I just said. Why do you have to change it and conflate it? Put a different word in to change.
It's so rude.
Uma, check the text chat. It's Greg Locke versus Dean Ogle that debate was.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
And the first thing that came up, YouTube search, was NASA Shill's page. Okay.
Yeah. What do you call it?
Well, thank you for that. I didn't expect that. Gee, the service here is good. I just mentioned it and suddenly I got the whole link and everything. Thank you.
He's saved the. Is this Will Duffy?
No, it's not Will Duffy in the debate. He was just. I think he met up with McTune there, or they crossed paths. They might have known each other or something, but that's kind of what started the. It might have been the beginning of the final experiment there.
The flat verse round in the church scene.
Yeah, was it? I don't know. It was. Yep.
The debate was basically, is the Bible a flat Earth book, essentially? And I would argue that it is. I think it is anyway.
I mean,
regardless of what the Earth is, of course.
Yeah, I don't think that defines the book, but the model they reference is the flat Earth, even though it doesn't say it explicitly.
Well, it says it takes shape as clay under a seal. I mean, everyone knows what that shape is, right?
Yeah. Flat and round. Yeah. But like, it doesn't mean it's a flat Earth book. It means it's got the flat Earth truth in it.
Well, I'd say it's more leading towards flat than globe.
Yes,
I suppose there's a good argument to make that it says neither. It says it's neither, right?
No, if it's one or the other, you're right. It's a flat Earth book.
Well, it's been translated 4 times from Latin to whatever different languages. So I mean, things always do get lost in translation.
Let's say you had a flat Earth bookshelf, and the rest of your bookshelf was normal globe Earth books, and that the Bible would have to go on the flat Earth shelf.
translations are pretty good actually, Boomer. I've looked into that a little bit. The King James is pretty accurate. So it hasn't changed much since the Hebrew, really.
I mean, yeah, some weird bits have changed, but it's accurate to what most Christians believe still.
Hang on, though. No, I've got to challenge that because I do know someone who is Jewish, who's into, phonetics and linguistics and the like, and even she can't pronounce certain things in the Hebrew. So how can people who can't pronounce it, if they don't know what it means, who know the language, how can someone translate it over from Greek to Latin to Roman to English and still get the right meaning? I mean, English itself has evolved in the last 400 years, let alone the last 2,000. So I've got to really challenge your point. There is no way it's maintained all the original messages from the beginning. I just can't see that.
No, of course, some messages are lost, but the thrust of the mystery story is in King James. Plus, you can read all the other Gospels and get most of the rest of it.
Well, I think in the ancient world, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think sort of Greek was everything basically. If you wanted something official, it had to be translated over to Greek. It was like English is today in a way. It was sort of, you see, and there's ancient Hebrew, isn't there? So I wouldn't be surprised if this person was struggling with some ancient. The ancient language is slightly, I don't know, they're not the same, are they?
Well, yeah, there's one's got 12 vowels, others got just 5 vowels, and you only really need, 7's about the ideal amount. But
there's isn't any in that language, is there? I thought. I don't think there's any.
Oh yeah, there's some languages have no vowels.
Yeah.
But there are vowels sounding syllables. So yeah.
I think if you just read King James and ignore Greek and Hebrew and the other Gospels, then you're not going to get the esoteric stuff. You'll get the exoteric stuff.
I think it's just odd altogether, isn't it? The fact that they used to write the opposite way is very odd to me. Like, it seems very odd.
Yeah.
To write left to right, that doesn't, like, what? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But there you go. That's what they did, apparently.
Well, no, what I was more getting at is if you talk to someone who's you anti-B English, have you noticed how you can tell the difference if you ring up, and I hate to sound like I'm a bigot, but if you get a call centre, I can tell just by the English they're using whether or not it's a Filipino who have American English or an Indian call centre. Although their voice timbre sounds the same, I know by the English that they're using, the colonial English of the Indian call centres compared to the American English of the Filipino centres. And I know straight away whether I can talk cricket about them or whether to talk about, I don't know, the cyclone that just hit the Philippines. And I always get it right because there is that, the Americans sort of hold their R's a bit longer and you pick that up in the Filipino version. So now that's only today and now. Imagine going back sort of 1,000 years pre-Shakespeare, what light through yonder window breaks, like, for fuck's sake. Okay, the sun's coming through the window, I think that means. And language always evolves. That's what I love about it. Haven't we lost the original Sumerians too and all those things?
Yeah, I enjoy a bit of language. I liked Alan Wilson's claim. Well, he made some wild, wacky claims, to be honest, but he said I liked what he said about language, which is it's a living fossil, which hits your ear funny, doesn't it?
Yeah. Look, even people who want to attack the Bible and say something like, "And this guy offered up his children to be sodomized by the whole town," or something. Something tells me that just might have been lost in translation. I don't really think someone's giving his kids up to be, molested by the whole town. But someone reckons that's what it says in the Bible, so okay. I'm sure it's got all of its incantations in any shape, size and form. That's why you can't trust
Andy's
them.
village then, Boomer. You've never been to Andy's village, Boomer.
How dare you?
North of England.
No, I've heard many claims that the Bible's not accurate to the original, but I've never seen that substantiated, to be honest. So
No, I
I
don't
mean,
think
these scribes were pretty fucking hardcore. So
yeah, I think King James has got so much. Why would you complain?
there's just little bits like I was talking to I think North. We were talking about this maybe yesterday, the day before, and he says it's little things like Easter being replaced for Passover and stuff like that, which is understandable.
Yeah, as long as they don't change the context, it's just a word.
What I find is funny is you've got to have a different type of Coca-Cola for the Passover because corn syrup's not allowed, or like that to me is just what? Coca-Cola actually give you Passover-friendly Coke.
Yeah, I don't quite the kosher stuff is quite interesting, isn't it? I don't know. I like smoked bacon too much. I
It's
shouldn't be in
like
this conversation.
you
I love bacon too.
sacrifice your luxuries for a period up to a date or time or an event, and then you're allowed to have them again. So it's like the whole thing is, I don't know how to describe it.
Have you been watching the hotel protests? Holy shit!
I
It's
saw
kicking off.
we had one in Norwich, but I haven't watched any since then.
What's happening?
Well, just you know how they got immigrants in hotels and stuff. So just my brief look at it anyway. You seem to have a lot of sort of angry people who are like, "Get them out," and then you've got a lot of other people who are sort of also protesting, going, "You welcome here." It's a bit of a mess.
We'd protect you
Yeah, we're getting
because
lots
we're
of pro-
against you.
Immigrants welcome, and then the others are like, "Fucking get them out."
You can tell what their TikTok feeds look like by how they're protesting.
Yeah, one of them's just all King George flags.
Oh my god, I hate it.
We're getting a lot of Palestinian protests here who are blocking roads and like, got to do something with Palestine. And everybody agrees, yeah, you got to do something. Like the poor bastards are starving, but how does blocking a road in Melbourne alter their outcome? Like, fuck, guys, I don't get it.
You're right. That flag is the Knights Templars, isn't it? So it's very embarrassing to see this group of political people.
I understand people have problems and disagreements, but when it gets to the protesting, it gets a bit weird. Like, I don't mind a protest. I'm not against it. But they've also got to have clear objectives and messages that need to be done. It's not just we're going to protest for the sake of it and inconvenience people.
Yeah, I think it's a young man's game. Although I see a lot of old people out there as well, and I think, what the fuck are you doing there? You got no else better to do. That's what it is. It's like I suppose it's like us on here, really.
Yeah, that's
Right?
their
You got no else
religion
better to
now.
do.
Some of those men, that's their religion. We have to save British land for British people, or we have to share British land with non-British people.
Well, as I said before, if we had strong men, it wouldn't be a problem. But not only that, if you if you think about the original feminists were communist. That the commies were the original feminists, and so if you wanted to level everything out, and you take your females and put them in an office or in education at their most fertile years, and you're not going to replace yourselves, then this is what you got to expect. But beyond that, I mean, the obvious fix is to go back to traditional values and traditional gender roles, and that doesn't look like it's going to happen. What do you think, Dawn? I think the pendulum swung too far on that one.
It would fix a lot of problems, but I think we're past it. We're in postmodernist freedom.
I think we can't
age.
afford it either. Sorry, Don. We can't afford it. I think
No.
they've fucked around with money so much that one man can't, provide for his whole family.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
Yep.
I don't think I could support a family, and then not many women would put up with that and want to build a family where they pay for it all. So the commies got us there as well.
Well, I keep saying this thing. I keep saying I want Japan to remain Japanese. That's going to be I've been saying that for a while. That's going to be a controversial statement soon, I'm pretty sure. Because their replacement rate's pretty terrible. I can't remember. I know Italy's were 1.2 the last time I checked. I'm sure Japan's somewhere around. I think it might be less, in fact. So what's the solution? Well, immigrants. And it's a bit of a nightmare. I mean, thing is, it's difficult, isn't it? Because we need to bridge this gap because people are just people, aren't they? They just want to get on, and regardless of what flavor they are. But it's a bit of an issue because when you look at Japan, it's fucking spotless, and they have a way of life, don't they?
What if?
And then you look at India, and it's a fucking ratio. It just
What
is.
is this, Andy? This is part of the New World Order that the elite white magicians created. They thought it's going to be tough for 300 years, 5 generations.
Oh, it's going to be bad for a while.
Hang on, let me finish. But we need to blend them together for the greater good, because then we can all unite as one world religion.
No, I get that, but the problem, the issue is, and I don't think it is an issue because I don't think too many people care too much. But as I keep saying, George Orwell, I think, said if you want to control people, you've got to utterly obliterate the history. So if nobody really cares too much about culture, I don't think they have too much problem with it.
It could be for good, or it could be a terrible disaster for humanity.
I think if you ask the average person what is white culture, they wouldn't have a fucking clue. If you asked them what is English culture, or you know what I mean, I don't think they know. I'm not sure what they'd say.
No, they don't. We have
There's
guilds.
not a single white culture, Tim.
No, there's not. There's, for example, just in Scandinavia, there is 3 cultures: Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish. And they might have similarities, but they are 3 distinct cultures.
Yeah, that's true.
And those are all quote-unquote white countries. And then you can stress it out to the entirety of Europe. Russia, the Slavic countries, there is 17 Slavic countries, and they are all distinct from each other.
If I'd reword it for Andy, or maybe he just means all the white cultures.
But there is, well,
not the
you
white
can't
cultures,
combine them
the
like
white
that.
cultures.
I was kind of thinking.
So the bits.
I was just thinking Beethoven,
migration.
Mozart. I don't know, Chaucer, Shakespeare, Yeats. That kind of thing.
The art by the skin color.
Arts, poetry, literature.
From
Sport,
places.
you do it through sport too.
White people
Like
live.
your soccer hooligan culture is different to your golfing culture, isn't it?
Oh God, yeah, the soccer hooligans.
That's a culture. That still is a culture, isn't it? Yeah. And there's cricket culture too.
It doesn't work for much art, Andy. Like drum and bass, my favorite art, is white culture, but we stole it from black culture, and then we shared it with the blacks. So
that's not really true.
We never kept it as white culture, but white people first developed it. So it's British culture, like Tim was saying.
I want to go to Iceland so bad. I'm watching a thing about Iceland. Oh, it looks so cool.
What's cool?
There was volcanic, where they sit in the warm water. Oh, it looks so good.
Oh,
Very expensive though, right, Tim? It's got to be expensive.
traveling to Iceland? I don't think so.
Well, the hotels and whatnot.
Well, they are, of course, at Northern European standards. So yes, they will come with a bit higher cost, I guess. But there's a lot of different resorts and stuff like that you can rent in on, Iceland. You don't have to take an inner city hotel. There is also small cabins and all that kind of crap.
So you've got like, what about MCing? It's black culture, but it's in Britain, from Britain.
What?
MCing.
That's from the States. Right?
So I'm saying there's lots of nuance in race culture. It's hard to define which thing is which culture and which skin color.
Yeah, because we're living in a world where everyone borrows from each other in real time because of the internet. And wasn't that the main issue in the start, that all these distinct cultures is being wish-washed and slowly over time won?
Yeah, Andy's saying, and it's speeding up, and we're going to lose some things in the process.
Well, it's up to each individual nation to keep the culture alive. But that is also on the decline. For example, I think the last Danish university to teach Old Danish has shut that program down, so no one can study Old Danish anymore. So the ones that can read Old Danish now will be the last generation, quote unquote, unless we have some autodidactics,
So I guess the hard question for Andy would be, if Arabs shared white culture, would that be okay?
Yeah, if they assimilate, that would obviously make things a lot easier, wouldn't it?
And then you wouldn't be as worried about losing stuff.
Well, it's like Powell said these famous rivers of blood speech. If you actually go back and listen to Powell, they're actually quite the articulate, intelligent man. He wasn't some horrible bigot that he was painted out to be. And all he said was essentially that you could end up with two peoples in the same place that have nothing in common whatsoever by the turn of the century. And of course, he was absolutely right. So
yeah, there's history of disaster and normal logical warnings about such things.
Well, yeah, I do fear that there's going to be, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse by the looks of it. But maybe it's just because the algorithm, you click on that one, like GB News or whatever it is, and then the next minute it's just all far right sort of.
I don't think it will get
content.
It will get worse, but it won't go on forever. It will slowly merge into another worse thing, a different worse thing.
And maybe what we experienced, of the perception of the growth that you said was happening, or this process speeding up, maybe that is also just because we are sitting on the internet and we are just getting the quote unquote cherry picked things with algorithms and stuff. So you see all these examples and you think it's a huge problem, but then you actually walk down city London, and even in the 3 hours you were there, you didn't see anything happening.
Yeah.
Think of it this way as well. We brought loads of black people here, as well as other people, but just black people as an example. And people complained then, and it took years, and eventually they assimilated. And the main difference is they didn't really bring a religion. So most of them were, I guess, atheists, and slightly Christian or slightly voodoo, whatever. But they just got here and assimilated. So it only took enough time to make generational friendships. But the difference with Muslims is they've got a religion, so we need to break that down over time.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because the sort of extreme opinions of the Islamists and all this lot, I don't really get on board with. I've seen people frantic, like saying, "Oh, fucking hell, what are we gonna do?" I just don't buy that black pill thing. I really don't. But then I see them on Speaker's Corner, And I do sort of have to think twice. I'm like, oh shit, because they're like,
obviously there
Allah
are some
Akbar and all this
insane.
shit. And I'm like, oh no.
There's some insane extremists that come, and that maybe that's different as well with the blacks. There wasn't. There was a few sort of yardies, we called them, but not really. 1 in 1,000.
I mean, I
So-
just saw a clip from this guy. He's in prison. I don't know. It's like Tim was just saying about cherry picked, and there are Sky News reporters asking him about Sharia law and a caliphate or something like this, and this guy, he doesn't know the difference between an ISIS style Islam with Sharia law and just normal Islam. Like he can't differentiate the two. And every time the reporter asks him, he's like, I don't know what you mean. I don't even know what you're talking
he's
about.
a Muslim.
Huh?
You're saying this Muslim doesn't know the difference?
Yeah, the guy, the Muslim was like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just Islam. There needs to, as far as he's concerned, if it's not Sharia law, that's what are we
He's
doing?
been taught the hadiths and thinks that's the religion sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fucking hell. But similar with the Bible, you get taught a certain set of stuff in church, don't you? And that isn't necessarily the same as if you read the book yourself.
I suppose these things work themselves out, but it just seems
That's
to
how I
me that
feel.
if you get a culture that's just completely like, I was going to say they throw homosexuals from a roof of a building. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not going to go
we can't
well,
have
is it?
that. We got to protect the gay.
We have got that. That's what I'm saying, though. We have got that. So
Yeah, but we're slowly breaking them down. This is the beginning of the assimilation.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be some teething problems, I'll say.
Yeah.
That's the nicest way I could put it.
Instead of, I feel like it was with the blacks, wasn't it? For years. We had teething problems for like 50 years. But not terrorist teething problems. But look at it this way, that now we're married. The British people and the blacks are all married to each other. I love it.
I was asking ChatGPT about this. I seen a clip from a concert. There's like 100,000 people there in South Africa, all black folks, all chanting "Kill the Boer" and "Kill the white people," and doing all the, the gun, doing all this, having a good grand old time.
That's
I was asking ChatGPT about it. ChatGPT's like, "Nope, that definitely didn't happen." I'm like, "I've just seen the video."
Yeah, because they've got like a racist revenge arc, and it's not the same as the religion law arc that Islam's got. Different types of fear, the scariness.
Well, the point I was making to ChatGPT was, when I eventually got it to see, oh yeah, that did actually happen, was that if there was a great big concert with 100,000 white folks saying, let's kill all these black people, and all this shit, it'd be on the front page of every fucking newspaper. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, so it's like we allow them, we've got the power to allow them to do concerts about killing us. I mixed and recorded a song for Rasta Dude about the white race holding blacks down. Because I know it's not true, but it's his song. So we can allow them to have their revenge arc. It's really not that powerful.
I don't know. I just think, I don't know. I sometimes watch these videos and I'm like, diversity is our strength. Is it really? I mean,
Sometimes, isn't it?
Mm.
You know, in movies where they marry someone in a different tribe, and it's like this, the power unites and creates 3 times the power.
Anyway, I'm going to move to Idaho.
Why would you move to the States?
It looks nice. I don't know. Yeah, actually, probably not America. I'm probably going to Scandinavia. Only thing that puts
What
me off
about
about
like
Scandinavia, Tim, is prices. Sounds
yeah,
like an
or like
expensive place to live.
down in the middle of Europe with down around the Alps,
Yes, that's the place.
or over in the Baltic woodlands or wood areas. Like that looks amazing too. Far from everything,
I just watched some of 28 Years Later.
I haven't come around to that. Is it good?
It's alright, it's all shot on iPhone, it's interesting.
Okay, you've been 1 and 2.
But with the zombie narrative, obviously, it forces you to live in tribes again, which is like sometimes what we talk about.
I'm going to go and live with Tim. He's going to teach me how to make my own toothpaste.
Oh, I don't think I can convert you.
I found the best toothpaste for my bad teeth is charcoal stuff.
Nah, charcoal is really abrasive. It's
Yeah,
it's good to get if you have got
that's
stains
what
or something like that, but for longer use, no.
it's the abrasive that makes me feel like at least I'm cleaning them now, sort of thing.
Just need to eat better food, and you don't need that much of a cleaning. I mean, the worst thing is, starchy and sugary foods. Everyone who knows a little about what is it called?
That's true. I remember figuring out that crisps are worse for your teeth than chocolate.
Yeah, I mean, just look what is the makeup of something like plaque and stuff like that. That's all starchy shit.
Chris, you eat Chris Dawn. Come on, dude. What's going on here?
I've actually started eating them again for lunch with sandwiches.
Oh no.
I'm just saying they're bad for your teeth because it's like they just settle. It's worse than chocolate. And as a kid, you think it's sugar that's bad.
Sugar is also bad. It feeds the
Yeah, it's also bad.
Like, I mean, it works like in synergy. For example, the starches they attach and stuff like that, and that is creating some sort of bacteria which is being fed by the sugar. So it's kind of like a synergy, like one is not the evil part of this; it's combination.
Yeah, I think maybe I was disappointed. Oh, crisps too. Everything's bad.
Everything is bad. The only thing, I mean, I can go into a long diatribe about this, but all the evidence suggests that we humans, throughout our last 300,000 years of modern humanism, have eaten a diet consisting of 85+% meat. Our stable isotope analysis does not lie, and it's not a single coincidence, a single occurrence. It's consistent throughout every single fossil we find.
No, I believe you. And we don't eat enough meat, you're saying now.
And then they say, well, we are not these fucking cave warriors and stuff like that. We don't have a lifespan of 40 years, but that's not true. The only reason that is even a saying is because a lot of infants died. You know, many kids didn't live longer than 5 years old, and that has distorted this average lifespan because if they come over that teenage years, they lived easily up to the 70s. Easily. Very strong, very healthy.
What's wrong with crisps, Andy?
Well,
What's good
anything
about it?
anything carbs, like a potato from the neck down, is just sugar in it. So,
Okay, yeah.
so
The
carbs are
seed
just
oils.
generally, and it's the seed oils, of course. It's so difficult not to eat seed oils. Oh my god! I mean, I always feel like a bit of a freak because I go and read all the labels in the supermarket, and I'm stood there like a fucking geek. You know what I mean? A proper nerd. But I just can't help myself. But just try and find stuff without seed oils in. It's not easy. It's just in everything. So
I don't think anything I eat is healthy. It's just the best luxury stuff I can afford.
well, I wouldn't beat yourself up about it.
I
just
would.
my thing is I think I'm a little bit lazy. So I just don't want to be fat. And you know, I've got this idea of just being knocked down and not being able to pick myself up. You know, like a fucking tortoise on the ground. You don't want that, do you?
No, I think we've all got that, Andy. I think.
And you feel heavy. You know, when you like when you feel like, for me personally, I just like I find it shameful as well. There's a shameful thing about stuffing your face till you can't eat anymore. You know what I mean? So I ain't done that for donkey's years. Just little and often.
One of the sins, greed, isn't it? No, sorry, gluttony is the one, and greed.
But I just do that. I just do the intermittent fasting, and I aim for 9 hours, which is optimal, which I never reach, very rarely, unless I have my breakfast at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually I have it about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but that is manageable. It's just like I get passionate about it because it's so easy to just have your breakfast really late because you've got plenty in your system from the day before, and then just feel them hunger pains coming on, and you don't, you know, it's not. You can feel it as a nice thing rather than some irritable, horrible thing. It can feel like it can be a nice sensation.
I'm eating a chocolate muffin here, you bastard. You're trying to make me feel guilty or something.
A chocolate muffin now, Boomer.
But Andy is right. There was a study where they took various kids and they fed them the same amount of calories, but 3 different kinds of foods. One was like oats, and the last one was, you know, just eggs and bacon. And the ones on the oats ate like throughout the day because of all the receptors and stuff and hunger signals that created. Ate 70% more than the one that started the day off with fatty eggs and some protein. Means that you get saturated by this nutrient-dense food compared to these sugary, starchy morning products.
Yeah, they always. I mean, Dr. Berg always says if you're going to eat something sugary, you should eat it last off, the very last thing you eat.
Yeah, and the cravings that you get from the insulin plummeting, the hunger signals you get from that, it's not hunger signals towards something that is nutrient dense. It wants more. It wants more of that content you just ate.
I've been leaving my sugary snacks till last thing, but I would then warn, don't have too much sugary snacks as your last thing, because you have to limit how many you have if you're doing that.
Yeah. Well, I, as you know, used to be an alcoholic, and so I drank every hour God sent at one point, which was a nightmarish. You know, you can imagine how it ended, pretty bad. And it's funny, you know, you could almost say having a Coke and having a beer is a very similar thing. I know the effects are very different, but the way your liver deals with it is very similar. And I would say this. I remember a few years ago, I decided I wanted this New York cheesecake Like, I'm just gonna have this cheesecake. Damn it! You know what I mean? Because I'm not a big sweets person. I don't eat too much of that stuff, or really ever, really, to be honest. Well, I'll not say ever, but I do treat myself to things, you know. So like, I'm gonna eat this cheesecake, and then like a fucking idiot, as we all do sometimes, I just ate half of it. You know what I mean? Just fucking nailed it. And it was a huge cheesecake. And honestly, Dawn, I felt drunk. I felt hungover. Like, I felt so bad after I'd ate it. Oh my god. That's a good thing though, because I didn't want to do it again.
Sugar, but we have to learn to limit it.
Yeah, I'm actually glad I did that, because it's not like me. I'm happy with a little spoonful, and that'll do me. But I just ate half on it like a fucking maniac. And God, did I feel
what
bad.
you wanted for the buzz, the half a
Yeah. Oh yeah.
buzz.
Yeah.
You could also just ask yourself this, like, is this treat I am about to buy myself, is that in season? Oh, well, first of all, this is artificial made. It's a combination of various things. Okay, well, that is not quote unquote natural. Then you ask yourself, when you are in the food aisle, is this in season where I'm living? And if it's no, just don't eat it. And you will naturally get the amounts of sugars that you think you need, even though you don't need them.
Yeah, you've got it all worked out, but I don't know if we can all do that method.
You can. That's the beauty of it.
So,
but for example, from
Andy,
for example, with Andy's what is it called? Case. He admitted to himself he's just lazy. He knows it. He could do it, but he's lazy, and that's what the same with many people. They think they're constricted or something like that, and that causes like a fear for change.
Let me ask you some questions then. So if I try to do your system, when does beef come in season? Can I eat it? How often can I eat it?
You can eat it every single day. That's always in season. You can always find a game to kill and eat it.
What about my other favorite foods? Bread and cheese.
That's never in season.
Never in season, see?
No, well, I mean, I guess. Well, I would just say that grains, in particular, you shouldn't eat. But there is nothing. There is no value in eating that. As you said yourself, there is the teeth issues because of starches. There is the sugar issues because of how starches is being broken down. There's only bad things about it. There is nothing of value in any grain.
It's easy energy that's nice, pleasant to eat.
False energy. That is what I'm saying. If when you actually experience real bodily energy, when you're actually getting into something like ketosis or being fat adaptive, like you don't want to go back to spiking all the time, like up and down, because you just have this stable amount of energy all the time, and you can just continue going.
But I just can't. So I can't use your system because I can't eat bread.
Well, you don't want to eat bread.
You know what I do with that? I eat sourdough, and so I know. Again, you got to make sure you know where you're getting it from, though. Too, like they say, all bread was sourdough once, but then they changed the way they made
obviously for the same reasons. I don't have much. I only eat one tiny brioche bun for the burger.
Yeah, like I was just trying to say with the back to my I'm lazy cunt. the thing with that is I want to look like I work out, but not actually work out.
and why are you just not going on a high protein fat diet? So you're getting a little bit more shredded, and you're also building a natural muscle because you have proteins in excess.
What about just doing some sport instead of working out?
Yeah, well,
I've said it. If you want to look a little bit more jacked, 2 times a week, 20 minutes, 10 times 100-meter sprints. That's all you need, because that is the same as actually going to the gym 3-4 times a week, because you are stressing the fast twitching muscle fibers, and that is the majority of the muscle fibers which they grow. That's why all sprinters look jacked. Have you seen these guys?
If I went out for a full hour on my bike, but actually pedaling hard every day, it would just kick in. But I can't quite do that.
That's not sustainable. That's why I'm saying the least amount of time is just 40 minutes per week, and spread out over 2 times 20 minutes. That's all you need of workout. All of it. You don't need any more than that.
mountain biking around.
1 hour of mountain biking is like, you know, like 10 minutes of actually running, or 20 minutes of running. So
Yeah.
you're just using a lot of time without actually getting any benefit from it. But by doing the sprinting, you're setting off your fat burning processes and stuff like that over time, you know.
I'm agreeing that if you've got a good routine, you can do it quickly, but it's got to be something you enjoy. That was my point. So for Andy, it could be swimming, mountain biking, walking, something.
I agree with that, Don, because when I was a kid, I did like a split routine for like 5, 6, I don't know, from a teenager to my early 20s. And that kind of stayed with me, that shape. So kind of lucky in that sense, because I didn't use any steroids or anything like that. But then now I'm older, I'm like, I don't want to be aching all fucking time. You know what I mean? And if I went to, like, I go to the gym, but I just do the steam, sauna, and then ice, just cover myself with ice. And that can be like a workout in a sense. But just recently and all, I've been forcing myself to do a little bit on the sort of rowing machines and the and the treadmill a little bit. And it's not that bad, actually. Just a little bit here and there.
I think it's
Telling
more
you, sprint is the key for longevity.
the hot and the cold is for your skin and general health of your body, and then you could have to build your muscle on top.
Yeah. The thing with me as well is that I feel I've said this before, and I'll say it again. It's like a penance for me in a weird sort of way. I think we need that, almost like a self-flagellation type of thing, which sounds a bit kinky, but I think we need that. As weird as that sounds, I know.
Oh, it's just a theory. Like, it's shocking your body at the sea, I guess, is refreshing scientifically.
I don't think it's shocking. What I think it's doing is it's actually flowing your the water in your epiderm, like not your blood, but the actual water layer between your skin and your muscles. I think it moves that, and that's a good thing to have circulating, because I reckon that gets stagnant and builds up with shit and creates problems. So yeah, it's not shocking. I think it's a good thing to do, because we are used to getting hot and cold.
Yep. No, it's nice. I love it. I do it every day now, and I can't imagine not. It's like my coffee as well. You know, like people like, I need my coffee. Gotta get that. Like this is my coffee.
It's people have realised that's refreshing scientifically, but and that ties into baptisms in the river, original river baptisms, where it shocks
So
you
a lot of
and you're invigorated by the Holy Spirit.
A lot of repetitive reps is sometimes not too good for you too, because wherever tendons rub over muscle, over bone, the bone's going to have a natural tendency to thicken up, creating arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis or arthritis. And I actually found when I was doing different stuff like, mowing the lawn and whippersnippering and that, no problems with the shoulders at all. But when I went and played video games, I used to get really bad pains up around the shoulder and the ball joint of my shoulder. And it's because you're moving your thumbs, but it's not getting lubricated, so you're getting bad arthritis. Whippersnip, no problem. Fucking video games, bad. Isn't that weird?
Sprinting will help.
Yeah, moving. Not so much reps, I think. Changing things around, running, jumping, doing all that sort of stuff that's good for you. You're doing it while I think is good. Sitting there and just pumping 600 pounds 400 times a week, I have a feeling might be bad for you down the track.
Yeah.
A lot of them
For
seem to have
example,
bad
a really good standard 10 to 20 minutes workout you can also do is, if you have ever been a kid going to any sport, football or whatever, there is always a specific warm-up program. It takes like 15 minutes. If you do that intensively, that's enough. That's all you need.
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
And that's like 2 times 15 minutes a week. You don't need more than that to actually, aim for longevity and being at an activity level at a high age,
Yeah.
I was saying, just, it's interesting. I know what I want to say, but I don't know the words if they'll come out. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't.
Oh, it might be.
You know what I said? Like, it's like I see it as my penance in a strange sort of way. Well, I don't know what that exactly means, but I do think we get overly comfortable, don't we? And this sort of shock treatment every day I think it strengthens your resolve. I think that's one aspect of it. But I think that it's more than that. There's more to it than that.
Sort of ego death.
Oh, that happened a long time. That was way before that.
But it simulates death because you're so cold. Your body thinks I'm dying, right? So it simulates this, but you're in control.
It's not so much that. It's just that like, for instance, if I think of my granddad's era, you're in World War II. He fought in Egypt via Italy. He was seasick on that fucking entire trip. Bless him. And he put him off going abroad ever again. But there was he just made a different stuff. It stayed with him. There's something about, I don't know, just making yourself uncomfortable. That's what we don't do, isn't it? This like modern generation. It's like they don't want to be uncomfortable for 1 second. And this is why I say it strengthens your resolve and why it's important beyond the health benefits and such. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm putting it down. If you're picking it up.
I mean, you have the philosophy down, but as you said yourself, you're just too lazy to actually fulfill it. I hope that changes personally because I like you and I want to see you live long. But you have the right philosophy. That's clear. Like what you just said, spot on.
My nephew fell off a climbing frame, and broke his wrist and had to have the drugs in hospital. And my sister bought him a new Turtles toy because he was brave or whatever. So do you think that counts? Like it's good that he went through that. So
I mean, it counts in the fact that if you break something, it's stronger than when it's healed. There's that sort of character build in the metaphor, if that's what you're trying to say.
Mountain biking, some of the nutters will push themselves until they fall off and break something, and then they sort of enjoy the healing.
Well, guys, apparently, elevators, the invention of the elevator, and the more elevators have been around, correlates directly to obesity. We don't walk up and down stairs anymore because we take the elevator and we have an egg and bacon sandwich in the morning. We're ending up nations of fat cunts who go and work in offices. But when you did at least walk up the stairs to get to the higher office, you actually worked it out. You know what I mean? You got your workout for the day. And we don't do that now. We drive through everything and we basically use elevators to get everywhere. So we really don't do the kilometres we used to in the old days.
Yeah.
And I can see that.
Well, I was going to say earlier when we were talking about it, I a long time ago looked back at sort of the 50s and 60s and looked at those people and I was like, man, spot the fat guy. Where everybody looks so lovely and slender and it's very similar.
Yeah.
And then
go and check out the old black and whites. Same. Even go back to the Cary Grant, Jerry Lewis days in those movies when they were walking through towns. You didn't see any fat people or very few fat people.
And what did they do? They followed this season. They didn't fucking feed off of massive imported wares, except for a few exceptions. They lived by their local farmer and whatever was in season. And you see, the recipe is right there. You don't have to go more than 50 years back. You have to go back to the middle point of the last diet revolution, where we got super highly processed food, and they said red meat and fat is bad. You have to go back to that point and backwards. There is the recipes right there.
Yeah.
Am I right in thinking? Yeah, white meat is a bit more summery, and red meat's a bit more wintry, and bread is a bit more wintry. Because you want to stock up through the winter on your body, sort of thing.
Well, it's more like a thing that you eat in the end of the summer, in the fall, so you can get a fatty coat. That's why you want. That's why you want to eat most of. That is why most of the fruits and stuff like that is ripe around there. Well, it's not that reason, but that's how we have used it throughout time to fatten up.
Like
and then
the
we have
Thanksgiving.
left off of meat as we if we could catch it or whatever, or else fermented wares, because that is how things last the longest.
You get more big feasts in winter and a bit of bread, and that's still seasonal.
Yeah, it's a survival food. So yes, if you are in a period where there is not enough food, it's a fine supplement. It's also how you eat the bread. For example, if you go to the Mediterranean, they don't just eat bread. They take bread and they dip it into olive oil.
You're right. We're eating a supplement as an
Yeah.
extra now.
Look at all the poor houses and the Middle Ages and stuff like that. They had this growl or this soup that they had cooked where there was a lot of fatty water. Dip the bread into that. You know, that's how it has always been. Just how you do it. But if you just do it like today, where you put on some plant-based butter that is not butter on top of like 10 grams of meat and then some more vegetables, like you don't really get any nutritional value, you know? You need the proteins, you need the fats.
So should I change what juice I drink around the wheel of the year?
Yeah. Of course, that's a sugary content. That's highly sugary.
I'm loving apple juice on hot days. Is that right?
I wouldn't do it because again, it's a sugary drink. It's just highly super spike your insulin, and then as fast as the insulin spiking, as fast it is dropping, and then you're going below and you're getting crashes throughout the day. It's just not. It's not sustainable.
I think I've got to ask the question the right way. Remember that I'm not doing the system properly, and I'm having luxuries, but I want to make those luxuries fit the wheel of the year so I can feel like I'm doing it seasonally.
I didn't. Can you rephrase that question? I didn't quite get it.
Let's
Sorry.
say I'm gonna drink juice, whatever.
Yeah.
Which juice should I have for each 4 sections?
Well, that's hard to say. There was probably not would be juice in the winter unless it's some fermented drinks, like probably be wine at that point, you know. For the spring, I actually don't know for the spring either, but it's pretty clear whatever is in season in summer and in spring.
I don't know these things.
Well, why you're from England or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you have a lot of options. You have, you know, pears and apples. And
Yeah,
some
it's a tricky
berries.
one.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually easy. He doesn't have, you know, 17 different things to choose from. He actually just have a few, you know, pears, apples, berries. That's pretty much it.
What about not going the juice and just going the canned fruits? Is that okay? Yeah, like canned pears and peaches, and the juice that comes with that, or is that still sugary? Because I've gone off chocolate and gone towards those lately.
Yeah,
is that a good move?
I mean, it's the same, I guess, except for conservatives that is being added to the cans yet.
Well, I think they use the sugar as the preservative, the sugary water, or what they call is syrup, but it's sugary water. But it's more, instead of eating chocolate, which is heavily processed, cocoa, I'm going pears, apricot, pineapple mix and eating that instead. Is that a better way to do it, I think? I'm guessing it is. I feel better.
I would just make my own. For example, just take some cacao powder with some you know, powder with sugar. Then you have your whatever chocolate product you want. You just have to make it yourself.
I feel like
You can make all the shit that you can buy. You can make a much better version yourself.
Yeah, true. I agree.
I think you're getting slightly less sugar in canned fruit than chocolate.
Except for Twinkies, you cannot make a good Twinkie at home.
Shut up.
Twinkie like product if you really try. That will taste.
Unless you're a
equal
chemist.
to-
Maybe you could if you're a food chemist. And you like mix it up in a test tube.
I mean, you don't have to make the same slurry as them. You can make a similar product that tastes the same.
You could
Where you
buy
don't have all these
um,
E numbers and fake natural flavors and shit like that.
90%.
But will it keep on a
cocoa.
shelf for a decade? I don't think so.
Good point.
We don't want it to do. So,
In 28 years later, they can eat Twinkies that were packaged during the first movie.
yeah. What does that tell you about the product?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, preservatives can be good, but they also have like a negative effect because they're there to prevent bacteria from eating shit, but it also preventing some of the bacteria in your gut to not be able to absorb this, which causes inflammation and other negative side effects.
You mean a Big Mac's bad for me? Oh no, who'd have thought? I must say, the over-reliance on junk food is actually probably a bad thing, isn't it?
Well, our generation were lucky because I don't want to say our, I mean, me, I don't want, Boomer, I don't know if you sound a bit older than me, like, but we had,
I'm 17.
we had Super Size Me. Did you ever see that documentary?
Yeah, I remember that meal. Yep.
Yeah, we had that guy. I heard he's died like recently as well. And
But he was crooked. He got crooked during the movie, didn't he? Like he couldn't fulfill the challenge because of how crooked the meals were making him. Is that the one you're talking about?
well, yeah, he stopped after a couple of 3 weeks, didn't he? I think he was going to do it for a month, and then he went to the doctors, and basically they told him his results were like the results of someone who's been an alcoholic for 20 years, basically. His liver results and shit. So yeah, he were in a mess. But you know, after the, I mean, one of the things he did in that documentary as well is he took one thing off the menu. I think he took like whatever it is, a fish burger, chicken, a Big Mac, etc., etc., and he put them all under a thing, fries, for 1 year, and then you know, they went and looked at them, and yeah, I mean, the fries, they look like they just bought them yesterday. You know, it's just. I mean, some of the other things looked a bit green and moldy, but the fries.
Anything you take from cooked to mostly dehydrated, and as long as you don't let it get wet or let a bug land on it, a lot of stuff will do that. Now, I'm not saying Big Macs shouldn't do that, but all those I left this on my shelf for a year. It dehydrated real quick, and then it was preserved by dehydration, and it never got humid again. So
that is
true.
That's
true.
I heard a thing about the McDonald's potatoes specifically, which might be wrong, might be one of those factoids, that they use a very specific potato for a start.
Yeah.
But when they have a sort of a, I'm going to say fumigation. I don't think that's quite the right thing, but they put them in a barn essentially, and they spray them with this chemical cocktail, and they have hazmat suits on, and nobody can go near them for months. I don't know if that's true, but fucking hell, sounds horrific.
Not months, but yeah, it needs a bit of time to decompose and do its thing.
I mean, I don't know. Even if it wasn't true, I feel like it's a good PSO, if you know what I mean. But I want to just turn people away from McDonald's as much as I can, to be honest.
Well, look, here's the thing.
The ingredients list on McDonald's French fries is shockingly long for a French fry.
Yeah, after
Like
you
it
have
ought to have.
McDonald's food. Oh, sorry. You go.
Yeah, just that French fries ought to have like 3 ingredients max. Like there's sliced potatoes, but McDonald's French fries have at
Why are
least
you guys
12.
talking about McDonald's ingredients?
We were just talking about diet in general.
Okay.
After you eat it, you feel McSick. I used to say it to people. Notice you feel McSick, and they go, "Oh yeah, it's always the same, McSick." I used to find before sporting events, I used to have a good lasagna. And the days I didn't have lasagna, I noticed I was slower. So is a lasagna a good thing to have 24 hours before a sporting event? I think it is. Or is it just a placebo?
Part of the ritual, I guess.
No, it definitely is good to have a big filling meal, but maybe you could have a better one than lasagna, even better.
Doubtful.
Lasagna is a good mix of pasta, carbs, tomato, meat, all good things.
Well,
You can have a
such good
better
things.
big sports meal than that.
Oh, I just remembered
Yeah,
something I
you
was
want
going
to
to say.
have carbohydrates before you exercise.
Oof. We just did a whole thing about carbohydrates. But anyway, I was going to say, Dawn, just thinking back to I was thinking about that guy, Arjunus von der Planets. I don't know if anybody's seen him. Arjunus, A-double-G, what is it? His name's R. Jonas. It's like R. Jonas. It's not his real name, obviously. But he was one of these proponents of high meat. You let the meat rot, and it basically makes you feel high. There's all kinds of things that he says that you go, oh, this is fucking mental. And actually, it's pretty cool when you listen to him. Like, for instance, the start of one of his talks, he literally recommended to the audience they should drink trichinosis, which is the parasite you get from pigs. So you can imagine this is quite wild. He's telling his audience to buy vials of it and drink it.
But the high meat idea is actually legit. You just look at our stomach acid; it is the same as vultures. So we are actually quote unquote designed or evolved into actually eating rotten shit for survival or as a staple.
Yeah.
So
we didn't evolve with campfires, that's for sure.
Yeah. So anyway, on the back of that, I was going to say one of the healthiest things you can eat, according to Arjunus, is raw cheese. Do you ever eat raw cheese, Dawn?
No, I don't really know what raw cheese is.
Raw cheese meaning not pasteurized milk. Sorry.
No, I've never picked that. I don't know what it would taste like.
It's not much different. It's pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same, but obviously, when you pasteurize milk, you take all the goodness out of it.
Well, milk in itself is a bit of a contentious subject. You don't see any other animal going around trying to steal other animals' milk. Like it just doesn't happen in nature.
Well, that's probably true too, but I drink a lot of raw milk, so fuck you. No.
I did too at a point.
It's a good protein.
I changed my philosophy around it.
No, that's fine.
I'd rather you kill another animal and eat to supplement the milk and cheese.
That's why we can we can cast with an overhand. No other animal can do that. That's our apex predator move: to cast things, to throw things, to kill it.
Fucking spears, fucking rocks.
That's how we became apex predators: big brains and overhand throw.
And not a single other ape can throw overhand.
I mean, Tim's got to accept that some humans are slightly herbivore.
No, that's something we have forced ourselves into. You can, as I said, the stable isotope analysis that has been done throughout many fossils from before the agricultural boom all show that consistently we ate 85 to 95% meat. And they theorized that the only reason they would eat something like tubers and roots and stuff like that was when a hunt was failed. That's how little carbohydrates results they're showing in this analysis.
You're saying 100% meat, no vegetables, no cheese.
We don't need anything else but ruminant meats and fats.
You're an extremist.
That's that's hard science, bro. That's hard science.
You're gonna meet.
What happened after the agricultural boom? We got bigger, our brain got smaller, and right now, as you see the process of going in from agriculture, there's still a whole food thing, a whole food thing into what we have now. You can see we are just quote unquote devolving in real time because of how we're eating.
the other.
We know that's
logistics.
true. We know that's true because the vast majority of vegetation is certainly fruits and berries are seasonal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
during the
we
winter,
went through
there'd be bugger all edible vegetation to eat.
So now Tim's got actually the seasonal thing and the meat thing together, so he's got to have seasonal meats, which we could look into.
But no meat isn't
Whatever you can
seasonal.
catch.
Animals live all year round.
Oh, he
Yeah,
said
whatever
it's
you
As
not.
long
can
as you
catch.
follow them.
Yeah, you could
So
also
you're
nomad
saying when,
around and follow them, just like the Sami people up in northern Finland and Sweden.
but okay, but
Yeah,
yeah,
you
I'm
gotta follow
getting
the
mixed
herd.
message. I'm getting mixed messages. You're saying eat 100% meat, but also we need to eat seasonally, but meat isn't seasonal.
No. I never said we need to eat seasonally. That is optional.
If you're eating 15% veg, but you never
If
said.
you went back to when we were nomads and stuff like that, and we didn't had the ability to store food as we can today, we can freeze down meat for 2 years or something like that easily. But they didn't have it back then. So what they would do is, well, right now it's the end of the summer, and we have all this shit that actually tastes decent. We can just get a layer of fat so we can survive the winter. It's a
So
survival thing. It's not a necessity.
would you say if we were running Earth in the new world order, you'd say we should get rid of fruit gardens, fruit orchards, get rid of orchards, and open the forests up, breed loads of deers into the forest and boars, and have cow farms everywhere, and ban people from eating fruit?
I never said
Not
ban.
farms, just herds.
It's still up
Herds
to
of
the
cows.
individuals to decide for themselves. All I'm saying is that the hard evidence is suggesting that we are hypercarnivorous omnivores, which means that 70% plus of our diet consistently throughout history has been meat, and we have thrived in that with strong bones, strong bodies. If we get over the teenage years, we would live long lives where we were strong and healthy.
It's really okay. So, what meat would you eat for breakfast? Like, I can't imagine it.
Like, I mean, in today's world, if I had breakfast, just a little bit of egg and a little bit of bacon, you don't need a lot.
Oh, the eggs, so we're counting the eggs as meat, yeah. But not the
Yeah.
chicken.
What, the chicken? Yeah, we eat the chicken too.
No, cheese, sorry, you're saying cheese doesn't count, but eggs count.
Well, you can eat cheese. I'm not forcing you to do anything. I'm
So
just saying,
carnivore plus egg.
yeah, and fish, anything that crawls, whatever you want.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're trying to do. What are you trying to get at?
I'm imagining humanity constantly eating meat for every meal and nothing else, and it feels absurd in my mind.
What? Yeah, because you have been brought up the way you have. I mean, for a guy who talks about secret societies and stuff like that, you seem to not be getting this. That the way of living and eating right now has been semi-forced upon us by outside pressures, but also inside pressures.
So every meal is egg and meat.
Yeah. You get everything you need there. There is
I'd
not
like
a
to see
single
the
bit
sign.
left.
Is there any like Chad Vikings that are on this diet that we can look at photos?
I mean, there's many people, also prominent people, who is reporting many health benefits from going to a strict red meat and water diet. This has been used for many years to solve a lot of health issues, especially gut issues. And we all know that most metabolic diseases and stuff like that starts in the gut. So when they have something like that, the doctor will also prescribe you a red fatty meat plus water diet to get into a repairing state at all times. Because you now go into ketosis, which is also triggering a lot of other things, just like because you're mimicking fasting.
So the main thing is steak and eggs. That's like the alpha.
Red ruminant meat is the staple. Then you can fish, you can catch squirrels, you can eat worms as a supplement to it. But the staple is just red fatty meat.
Okay. Does it work for sports like working out? Will it make me better at mountain biking if I
Yes,
eat meat
100%.
for lunch as well as
I mean,
dinner?
marathon runners, well, some of them, they run these marathons in ketosis, so that would mean they have a week or something like that in preparation up to this point, where they just cut out all the carbs and now they metabolize fat, which means that they now have, as much fat as is in the body available as energy, which means that they can go longer without having energy crashes, because when the sugar depletes from your muscles, you don't start to burn fat right away. It takes like a few hours, 3 to 6 hours, to metabolize the next set of fat for energy. So there will be a huge crash there. That is why they need to eat these sugary gels throughout the runs. But the people are in ketosis, they don't need to eat anything on the run. They just need a little bit of water to cool down. So there is many benefits from that. That's what I said about the sugar crashes. When you start the day off with sugar, you crash a few hours later where you need to eat something else, and you don't crave something that is actually nutrient dense. You crave more sugars. So you just have this up and down spike throughout the day.
In that way, non-meat, so vegetables, including vegetables, is the luxury, and meat is the stable.
No, vegetables is not a luxury.
It's like a little extra for flavoring and juice. And
What do you have for breakfast? What did you have for breakfast, Dawn, normally?
Nothing for breakfast. So I just have lunch and dinner.
Yeah, well, just think of it like break fast then. Break fast, right? That's how I think of it.
Coffee. No, I don't have any
So when's
food
the first time
until
what's the
lunch.
first thing you eat, basically?
I have lunch like 11 or 12.
Right, so
Dinner at 6. I'm going to make it in a minute.
I mean, do you ever have cereals or out like that, or?
No.
Because I know that's one of the worst things, and I love stuff like that. I love like muesli and all that kind of stuff, but it's pretty bad.
I used to love cereal.
I think Dr. Berg's got a video, a bit of a clickbaity title that says, "When you watch this video, you'll never eat cereals ever again," and he's just basically laying out exactly what Tim just said about the sort of roller coaster that you put yourself on with this sort of insulin boost. and sort of
the carbs. You're
the
constantly
carb crash, yeah, exactly.
energy, aren't you?
The other thing about mueslis and stuff like that is there's a lot of water retention in it as well. Right, I always find, like, if I just ate muesli, I know once a day in a very small bowl for say 3 or 4 days, I could guarantee I'd put on 4 or 5 pounds. Like I'm going down to a science at the minute. I really have.
I feel like humans are evolved enough to be mixed, omnivore and herbivore. So maybe Tim's right, 85, 15%.
Well, it took millions of years to become
15%.
modern. It took millions of years to become modern humans, mate. And then we had 300,000 years of doing what we are doing with a high meat fat diet. And then we have a little bit of a break, like we have a little sliver in the entire history of human beings, like 10,000 years. That's not enough time to actually adapt into this. We have adapted a little bit with myelacid and in our saliva, but that's about it.
No, I would just argue that the 15% is natural choice to eat other stuff as well as meat, not because the hunt failed.
Survival foods. I mean, it's only in the last a few hundred years or last a few centuries that we have had these high sugary foods and stuff like that. Like the food, if you go back to hunter-gatherer day, like there were not enough carbs in the nature to actually, have any of these metabolic issues that we have today. There was simply not the sugar content. There was not the carb content in the foods that you found in anywhere in nature. We couldn't have that problem. Even if we ate all the foods and all the berries that we came across, we couldn't have that issue because there was not enough in nature to do it. But we changed that, and we see the outcome of it now. Obesity is at the highest, metabolic diseases at its highest, and it's only rising. Heart issues, various brain diseases like Alzheimer's, etc., etc. It's all a result of how we are feeding our quote unquote temple, our body. And the biology is. Oh, go ahead.
So I said there's a danger you're missing out the counter effect of minimizing or reducing other significant causes of death in ancient times as well.
Yeah. Well, that I think I touched on that before you came. Like the average lifespan, they said it's 40 years old, but that's just because so many infants and teenagers before they came out of the teenage year died. If they came over that hurdle, they would live just as long as we pretty much do today. Live long, healthy, strong lives.
That's not true, is it? Octogenarians were quite rare, much rarer than in the 1800s than they are in the 2000s. There's a reason why the Queen of England used to give everyone who got to 100 a telegram, personally signed, and now they just print them.
Well, we also have a lot of other things today to keep people alive, you know. But that didn't mean that they couldn't live to 70 or 80 and be really, really healthy and strong all the way up to. Because that's what fossil records is showing us.
Is no one talking? Mic check.
Oh, we're going a little bit forward and back, but it's pretty chill. What's up?
Your microphone's working.
Oh, I don't hear you guys. It's my bad. Someone say something. I just want to see if it's working.
Yeah, I said hello. I can hear you.
Ah, there we go. I can hear you now. Great, thank you.
So just before I leave, I was going to say I had some gut issues with being an alcoholic for many years, and I think I basically, I don't know, I maybe it had cured itself after a while. I don't know, just not drinking, but I'd listened to a lot of different stuff, and I just ended up eating a lot of sauerkraut, and apple cider vinegar I think is the unsung hero, which I always forget to mention, which helped a lot with GERD and you know, when you get the heartburn and those sort of issues where it's coming up your esophagus and it's, oh god, just awful. Can't even tell you how bad it were. But there does seem to be an epidemic of people with these kinds of gut issues, sort of Crohn's, colitis, these kinds of things. So yeah, it's funny because I know somebody who's got Crohn's and his doctor told him he shouldn't have stuff like sauerkraut. Whereas that would have been the first thing I would have told him. Like, I'd have been like, oh, get some fermented stuff, you know what I mean? Whatever it is. So, I mean, I always say the same thing, treat yourself like a guinea pig. Just see what works for you, basically. But I'm a big fan of fermented foods and drinks, in particular, kombucha and that sort of stuff. I love all that stuff. So, I don't know. But there does seem to be a lot of people with gut issues. And the one thing about the Arjunus guy I quite like is when he talks about eating raw food, because but the high meat people, the worst thing you can do is cook your food. As my brother once said, if you cook it, you fuck it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I like him because he's like, look, he'll tell you that in his talks, he's like, look, if you're going to cook your food, you need to eat vegetables to push the meat around the system, basically. You know, he talks about it like he talks about your intestines like a coral reef. Like certain enzymes will come out to push things around. That won't happen if you cook your meat, he says. So if you don't cook if you don't cook it, you don't need to eat the vegetables. So it's quite a different take.
But after many years of being carnivore now, I can tell you that that's not correct. You just absorb everything.
Well, there is a thing. My own brother Tim got meat stuck in his intestine, and he's got a colostomy bag now. Had some major issues with blockages and stuff like that. So it does happen.
Was that before he started eating raw meat, or did that happen? I don't know, dude. Something's not right here. Warning.
No, my brother won't anything I mention to him like that. It's like water off a duck's back. He doesn't listen to me in it. I don't blame him either. You know, we're all kind of like that, aren't we? We're all a bit selfish in that way. I mean, some people are easy led. Don't get me wrong, but some people are just like, I don't know, stuck in the ways, and they just do their own thing no matter what. But the guy's like 5'8", and he must be 30 stone. I don't know, 25. He's huge, you know, morbidly obese category. And I've had so many conversations with him where I thought I got through to him, but no. And so
this is how I feel talking with you.
Look, just the thing with raw meat, cooking it breaks down certain issues about it. But if you take a bite of a raw steak, I nearly want to throw up. And isn't that like natural for your body to say, "Don't eat this"?
It actually changes over time. It
have to
actually
cook it.
changes over time when you get free of all the sugar addictions and stuff like that, and carb addictions. When you only eat meat and fat, suddenly these things like raw meat and the bloody stench from it actually smells delicious.
I was just about to ask about that. How do you feel about blood, and how do the high meat guys feel about blood?
I actually did something. It was like once a week or something like that, where I took like half a liter of raw milk and a half a liter of fresh deer blood or something like that, and I mixed it together and I drank it.
Oh my god!
Because I thought it had some some good benefits, and sure there is a lot of benefits from it, but it's not something you need. It's something you do extra because we're living, but you can.
Yeah, I was going to say the raw meat thing. There must be some goodness that you cook out. So the worry is that if you don't know how to cook, you've cooked it all out. So it's better to just eat everything raw. Because on the hunt, we used to eat some of it raw, and and we knew it was good.
We have had fire for a long time. We have adapted into eating the cooked stuff, but there is also just as some nutrients and stuff like that might be weaker when you cook them. Some of them is also being released, so there is a synergy there, a little bit of each, you know.
My understanding, there's no blood in steak, even if it's 100% raw. There's myoglobin, but it's not actually blood.
It's juice, yeah, meat juice.
Yeah, it's not actual blood because the animal is drained before it's prepared.
Yeah, that's pretty much kind of right. Yeah, what you're saying there. Although it does, when you're frying it, it looks like blood in the pan. It's not blood per se.
Correct.
But regarding the blood, Don, you can look at something like the Mongols. When they were nomading around, all they had was the horses, and if they didn't catch anything, they would actually just take a knife and make a little hole in the horse and drain a liter of blood or something like that from it, drink it, and seal up the horse again, and that was a sustainable food source while they were on the run.
One raw organ and a tiny bit of blood is part of a meat diet. That's sort of what I was going.
Yeah, organs, that's also part of it. Like animal head to tail. Eye sockets, the brain, the tongue.
Yeah, it depends how far you go and what the tradition is. But
no, if you want to be, if you want to make it if you want to make it environmentally sustainable, you need to use the entire animal. There shouldn't be any waste.
Yeah, you're thinking about waste too.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a bigger picture. It's an entire philosophy, you know.
But there must be something good in eating it fresh sometimes, and good in the blood that isn't in the meat.
Yeah, there is a process. You go out, you catch something, and whatever spoils first, you eat first. For example, that would be something like the blood.
Yeah.
You hang it to drain itself.
Yeah.
For a day or two.
But there is fatty, very very fatty parts on an animal, and those fatty parts contain a lot of water, which would make that part spoil sooner than, for example, muscle meat. That is why the muscle meat can be hang on.
No, I feel like it's a hangover, Tim, from when you couldn't move the fire. So you've learned fire, but you don't carry fire yet through the forest, and you need to eat because you're stuck in the forest overnight or whatever.
Well, some of the remnants of people they have found from the hunter-gatherer area is like they found their food pouch and stuff like that, and it was not cooked meat that was in it. It was just pretty much dried, smoked meat or dehydrated meats.
But also, they might eat something raw from the kill just to get energy for the morning.
That's what that's why I brought up the fatty, watery organs and the brain, for example, the marrow and stuff like that. Like those would be eaten first because those spoil first.
Yeah, I'm in South Africa, and our hunting traditions are that if you go hunt and you shoot a male, you eat the testicles raw that same day. If you shoot a female, you eat the tip of the heart or the liver on that same day. I myself, my first hunt, I shot a female. I ate the tip of the heart raw that same day. No issues. I wasn't sick or anything, and yeah, the buck was hung for, I think it was 2 days to drain the blood, and then we made wet meat and drivos and biltong out of it, which is maybe beef jerky, and I don't know what the other name for it is in other countries.
Yeah, we don't eat these things in a. You're kind of gross in us out. What's going on with you, man?
What's going on with me? What did I do wrong?
We don't eat these things, man. I'm kidding. I'm messing with you, brother.
Yeah. Okay.
Good food, man.
But
Good food.
I ate the tip of the heart raw that same day, and nothing. I wasn't sick or anything like that. It was actually, it's a very odd taste, but apparently very, very rich in nutrients.
Yeah. Well, the taste is odd because we're used to so many artificial. Well, not artificial. It's not always artificial, but so many distinct flavors, and we have forgotten those flavors because we don't do them anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it out of my own, but because of tradition, I did it. But yeah, I wouldn't do it normally. It's a very, very odd flavor. Andy, is Andy still here?
No, he left.
Okay. I had a question for him.
He's gone to eat the fresh children at the orphanage, I think.
Nice.
Kind of human veal.
Well, he brought up alcoholism, and who was he speaking to with that? Because then that's my question is regarding that. So who was he speaking to with that topic?
He said he was an alcoholic, and he had to get over it. And he's quite open about it too. He's he's been to hell and back, I guess, with alcohol being his demon, and he's quite proud to have got over it. He's a good dude, Andy. I like him.
I would say that Flat Earth helped him get over alcoholism, which is cool credit.
Yeah, part of the trauma. Well, but generally, we have just been talking about diet, health, and that's why he brought up his alcoholism, because he had gut issues and heartburns and stuff like that from the after effects or aftermath.
Maybe you guys can answer it. So what is considered an alcoholic? Because I know of people that can drink every day, non-stop and be functional. So as far as I understand, it's a functional alcoholic. Weekends you can have a hell of a lot of drinks. What's that?
Needing to drink, or else you shake.
Okay. It depends on how much you're drinking. Everybody has a tolerance level. I mean, you know what I mean? And so, like, you know, there's a thing that says, you know, people that abuse substances like alcohol or weed or stuff like that. Not all of them.
But where's the line of abuse? My question is where's the line of abuse? For instance, I can go fucking full out. I can go full on alcoholism on a weekend, in a week, and then I can go a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks with not touching alcohol. But then I can go full out, like really.
But that means you're
hammered.
not an alcoholic. You have a way of controlling it.
Yeah, look, there's an interesting one where you have what is called a disorder. And if it's a personality disorder or a something disorder, it affects other people. So if you're drinking all the time and it's not affecting your health or other people, well, I mean, do it because it's not affecting you. But once it affects your kids, your diet, your budget, whatever, that's when I guess it becomes a problem, when it's spilling outside your own life's boundaries and you can't control it. That's my opinion. I don't know the actual terminology, but a disorder, I guess, is what you call an alcoholism disorder. So
it causes disruption in everyday life, whether you have it or the difference between when you have it or don't have it. For instance, now my wife and I, we went full out because it's now Saturday. We went. She's gone to bed. It doesn't really matter. But fuck, man, we enjoy it every now and then. But it doesn't affect my life at all. Except for
you're not an alcoholic for a weekend. Yeah, a weekend drinking party is not an alcoholic make.
Right.
Having need a drink in the morning on a Wednesday to get to work. That's an alcoholic.
There you go.
That's my definition of it as well, and I'm so far from it. But because I can have so much, especially on a weekend, but we can also get invited over a week in the week for a dinner. There might be a dinner special somewhere, and we're like, oh my god, okay, let's go full out.
When you take your last $100 and buy alcohol instead of cover rent and food, that's
alcoholic. Okay, no. So I've got more than enough money. So the money's not the issue.
You've got to, there's a voluntary behavior. There's behavior, and then there's addiction.
Okay, it doesn't affect work.
Are you happy when you're not drinking?
What's up?
Are you happy when you're not drinking?
100%. I'm always happy, dude. The fact that I'm alive, I'm happy.
The thing is,
100%. I can sleep with sleep headphones.
The thing is, even though you think you're drinking in this casual way, it can lead to addiction.
Correct.
So
correct. That's what I'm worried about.
So, right.
That's what I'm worried about.
You have to be careful because that's how all addicts start out. They don't just become an alcoholic. They start out by these casual drinkings. They take to it, and eventually it controls their life.
Correct. So that's what I'm worried about. That's why I brought this up, because that's why I actually wanted to speak to Andy to find out why he was diagnosed with that. Because I'm worried that, some weekends it's great, cool, we go out, we just drink water and cool drinks and smoothies and stuff. But then there's some weekends I said, Jesus, I wouldn't mind a beer now because it's so damn hot. A beer is more refreshing for me because there's no sugar in it. Or no refined sugar in it.
That's not good thinking. It's not more.
No. So for me, it's just more refreshing. It makes me less thirsty.
That can't be true.
Oh no! Well, I'm giving my experience. So if it's not true, then my experience is a lie to myself. Okay. Well, then you tell me how I'm feeling. Why is a smoothie make me more thirsty than a beer? Tell me why I feel that way.
Yeah, the sugar.
Something.
Nobody's telling me I'm lying, so he needs to tell me why I'm lying.
But any other drink can be just as refreshing. Any other non-alcoholic drink can be just as refreshing as a beer.
So I never brought up any other drinks other than the smoothie and beers, and I gave those two options where we said we're going out for that or that, and I said I prefer the beer because it's less makes me less thirsty than a smoothie, and you said I'm lying.
That's an excuse. You're saying I'm out, and it's only smoothie or beer.
It's an excuse.
I have one.
Okay. So you're saying it's an excuse that the sugar makes me more thirsty?
I think alcohol has the ability to make you deny that you're an alcoholic. So the fact you're dealing with it probably means you're not an alcoholic. Eddie Van Halen, the guitarist, he was an alcoholic, and he realised it was affecting his life, so he stopped. So the fact that you're conscientious about it suggests you're probably not Because I think a key characteristic of alcoholism is denial of alcoholism. That's why it's hard to treat, because you don't realise.
Yeah, so that's why I thought I'll speak to Andy, because I want to find out more about it, because it's not, like I say, I can go weeks without it. It doesn't bother me if I don't have it, but I prefer to have a beer over a smoothie. When it comes to blazing hot days, it's more refreshing to me. However, I prefer the taste of a smoothie. So we make smoothies during the day and during the week. But I said, geez, I need to have more, and then I drink water and water and water, and it's just like I got to keep drinking because it's so sugary. But I want to know where the limit is.
My particular demon, when I was a drinker, and this was some 25, 30 years ago, I would feel insecure if I didn't have a slab of beer in the fridge. Like, I always had to have it there. Now, I didn't necessarily have to go and have a beer every night, but if there wasn't at least a six-pack in the fridge at home, I'd have to go and buy and restock. Do you know what I mean? So I was an organised potential alcoholic. And then when work went quiet, I'd drink more. And then when I was drinking 2 or 3 cans of Jim Beam at 3 a.m. by myself, and then throwing up in the morning, that's when I said, enough's enough, and cut off.
Australian culture in it to have tins in the fridge.
Yeah, that's Australia. I think
made it part of the culture.
Yeah, I think Australia and South Africa is very similar in that sense. But I don't get concerned if there's nothing in the fridge. It's cool. That's not an issue. But then I say, geez, I feel like one now. Then I will go get one, or like a six-pack.
I might need to get drunk with the boys or a girl soon, so I need them there.
Oh no, I don't. I never have that excuse. No, if anything, we'll be like, geez, we feel like having a party now. Then we'll go buy, because there's nothing in the house. We'll go buy, but we'll go full out.
But another thing you have to be careful too is that you may think you're not an alcoholic, but people around you, right, who are the receiving end of your behavior. You understand me? They may consider that you may have a problem. So you know what I mean. So and that's how many disorders work like that. You don't even know you have the disorder, so you have to be careful.
Correct. That's why I'm asking where the line is drawn, because I'm not abusive. We got no issues with the alcohol. So even if we have a heavy night out, if anything, it becomes a massive laugh thing where you would think we smoked all weed. But I'm trying to find out where the line is, where what is considered an alcoholic. But someone mentioned you shiver and stuff. I think Dawn mentioned that.
But the thing is, every time we're mentioning to you many lines.
Yeah,
and then but you're asking the same question. So what you need to do, for example, like the last one I just mentioned, is where people around you might see a behavior change. That could be the line that you may want to ask people around
behavior
you.
change.
You understand?
I get you. I understand. You do something where you wouldn't do it when you were sober, but when you drink alcohol, you would do it. So let it be fucking gambling or just playing games or whatever the behavior is, but you only do it when you are drunk. I get that.
I think another part of it is if you're using it as a tool to relax, and sometimes you don't have it, or even let's say you have one glass of wine every single night, it's a tool to relax. But if you then doing it socially as a buzz, that can become the addiction. You need it for social.
Oh man, I'm South African. We all always having a drink. So
many of you might be alcoholics. Just on the edge.
I'm probably a South African alcoholic then, maybe Australian as well. So I'll probably fit the best with Australians. So Boomer, you and I, dude, let's join rehab, buddy.
Well, no. See, I don't drink anymore, dude. I've rarely had one. In fact, I can't remember the last beer I had. But when I came from Brisbane back to Melbourne, a friend of mine who I'd known for hundreds of years, he was drinking himself pretty much 4 stubbies a night, drinking himself to sleep in the lounge, then waking up and going to bed. He was an alcoholic. Now, I didn't join in with his behaviour. I used to sit there and have the odd joint and play guitar and shit, but I used to only ever have a coffee. And then after I moved out, because I was only there temporary, I just got back to Melbourne and moved out. He said to me a few weeks later, "You have inspired me. I no longer have beer when I get home from work." So he had realised he was an alcoholic because I wasn't, if you get my drift. Like, I gave him the grounding.
Perfect. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, that
like
made
that.
so much. I love it. Thank you.
Yeah. So he was drinking himself to sleep every night, but he never realised. It was me. I get home. Do you want a spear? No, I'll have a coffee. Do you want a coffee? And he'd go, no. But even having a coffee late at night,
Yeah, so
because I'm a coffee nut. but
He
yeah,
might
no, okay,
argue
cheers, man.
it's a tool to help me relax, but when you realise like they need a lot of it just to sleep, and then they're overusing the tool.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I know what I think I'm a green mixer drink. Do you know what mixer drink is? Like a cordial? I think that's what I am then. I think I'm addicted
You know what
to
I
that.
think you are, dude? I think you're a binge drinker. You love a drink. Go for it. Enjoy it. Make it your social fun. But if you got to do it every fucking night of the week, then it's a problem. So
Yeah, it's
enjoy
not a
being
problem. No. So I'm just based on what you guys have said now, because I cannot go to sleep if I don't have my green mixed drink, my cordial, mixed with my bottle of water. I cannot sleep without that. When we go away a weekend, I say to my wife, "Is my bottle packed in?" Because I want my bottle. That's my green mixed drink, because I sleep with it next to the bed, and through the night I wake up and then I have my drinks, my mixed drink.
Maybe being an alcoholic isn't the end of the world or bad, unless you want to change. Like I smoke weed all day long, so I'm a weedaholic. But I've decided this isn't a problem I want to change. This is just something I want to manage.
Me too.
Okay, no. I'm just worried I become one, and I'm just enjoying it while I can. But like I said, I don't need it. So yeah, we can go months, weeks, days without it. I should have gone the other way around: days, weeks, months. But yeah, it's not needed in our house. We don't store it in our house. If it's not there, it's not there. If it's there, then we have it. Yeah, we
Another
buy it
thing
on
with
the fly.
alcohol is different to weed, the tolerance goes up with alcohol, so you need more and more and more, and it's
100%.
more
Yeah.
poisonous to the body.
I agree 100%. My wife is lightweight. I'm a heavyweight because I go heavy on weekends with the friends, or not every weekend. Just like if we're doing a braai or a barbecue, however you call it, we go heavy. And yeah, I think I have built a tolerance, but it's not a necessity. It's not like I have to wake up in the morning, I'm shivering, I need to have a beer. Yeah. I just wanted to speak to Andy about it because he claimed he was one. I wanted to find out more from his perspective of why he was deemed one.
Well, I assume he decided he had a problem and wanted to change it, so it would be him defining it.
Fair enough. I thought he was maybe diagnosed. Then it's the same
Yeah,
thing
you
like
can
God
be.
exists.
But
so yeah.
let's trust the doctor that he's diagnosing it in a similar way, that it's become a problem.
Correct. But if it's his self-diagnosis, it's the same as you telling me that God exists. So yeah.
Hey, can I just add one though? That guy I told you about who I came back and lived with for a few months, it was weird because when he'd get back from work, I'd be out in the garage because that's where the studio was, and I'd be jamming away and doing shit on the guitar. And what happened is it's so funny because if it was summery and I had the door open, he'd pull up and he'd like so proudly open his boot and get his groceries out. You know what I mean? Like, stalks of celery and food and all that. And he'd casually parade it back. But then when he came out to get the beer out the back of the car, there was a different stance and a different body English. He was almost smuggling it in, like a teenager trying to not let on they've got a new bike that they stole or something like that. It was weird. There was an air of guilt in his stance. So he knew he had an alcohol problem. He had 2 slabs. So the groceries is good. The beer is not. But he knew it. He could never admit it, though.
My wife's like that. She puts it in a black bag or something that disguises it when we walk into the house. I walk proudly to my house. Oh, here's my 6-pack and here's the bottle of wine. We're gonna have a party tonight. No, she hides it.
It's funny that, isn't it? They're smuggling it, but like, I don't care. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not your fucking counselor or anything like that.
Yeah, I fucking work for this.
just hide it in their body English. Like the dog that's just eating your favourite toy, and he knows he's in trouble, and he sees you come home and his ears drop, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm about to get caught." Yeah, so that's weird. They know. It's kind of subconsciously it's there, but the conscious fact of when am I going to change this, I think, was his issue.
Okay.
But I thought I'd just add that in for you too.
No, that's fascinating. I think you're onto something. Yeah, I think I understand that. So yeah, you know you're drinking too much. That's why you're hiding it. If you're not drinking too much, you're actually proud. Like, guys, we're gonna party tonight. Yeah. If I come into the week, I'm not embarrassed because I know I'm not gonna have it now. I'm just buying it for. Yeah, if I want to have one, it's not an everyday thing. I think I'm getting it, so yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, Boomer. But yeah, you're Australian, so if I had to say you're a mad cunt, you would understand what I'm saying.
Exactly, and I would appreciate that. I wouldn't take that as an insult at all. I would understand that's a term of endearment because that's the way we are. You silly bastard.
I love it, you fucking Australians. Fucking
get fucked.
beautiful.
Yeah, go and get yourself fucked. Yeah, I know. You know what I mean? Like, I love that.
I know exactly what you're saying. I love it. It's very similar to British.
Yes. I love that. This is what Discord does to the world now. We used to be like, "Ooh, they're all weird." Now, hey, they're like us. Fucking cool.
Yeah, I work for a UK company. I'm South African, but I work for a UK company, so I'm starting to understand the culture, at least. And yeah, we deal with people all over the world from the UK. And I'm starting to, dude, you guys are amazing. I love you guys.
Well, you know what I found? I worked at a backpacker in Melbourne, and so rather than me have to go see the world came to me. And you know how you say, people go, you got to watch out for whatever, insert certain fucking country here because they're whatever. I found that's not true. You get douches and good people in all fucking countries and whatever, but where you get the consistency was tennis fans are always cunts. They are the worst. When the Melbourne Open was happening and the tennis fans for whatever country came in, they were always pricks. But football, rugby, cricket fans, they're all great. Or they're all idiots. One or the other. But tennis fans, fuck man, just didn't like them. They're just cunts. So
Jesus.
that's my observation.
Are you not that dude on Instagram that I don't want to fucking bring you down. There's
no.
I don't think you're that guy, but there's a homeless guy on fucking Instagram. You mad cunts. Fuck, I'll get his name.
We don't do Instagram.
They all sound the same.
No, he's an old good. Give me a minute. I just get my phone. I want to get the guy's name. Go check. Do you have Instagram?
No, I don't do it.
Oh, okay. Let me just get his name, Google him, and then I'll be right back. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I got my phone. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna find this guy's name because if you can say if you're aware of him in Australia, I think he's amazing. And yeah, he's a massive eye opener of how awesome people can be.
You're talking about Aussie Man Reviews, are you?
Not at all. No. This is totally different. Aussie Man is amazing. I love him. He's super funny, but this is someone totally different.
Okay. Well, even Aussie Man Reviews, as popular as he is, and he's been around, 10, 12 years now on YouTube. Even he's fucked where the world's going with the internet. He can't work it out. These TikTokers, these 20-second TikTokers are really fucking him up.
This guy's name is Paul_Fluffy_Sinclair. Oh my god, he's funny. Australian dude. Super, super funny.
Does he actually do comedy?
Oh yeah, he's so funny, but he's got like no teeth left. Massive following, but so funny because he just says hi cunts and then carries on with his story. I fucking love it.
Yeah, we've come a long way since Steve Irwin.
So listen to this. Yeah. Let me start that over. It's so good.
Some
Oh,
of the
fuck.
fucking
Right.
local
Jesus, I'm fucking this up.
Hey, cunts. Some of the fucking local caravan park here in Wedderburn, and everyone's got their little fucking.
You can hear that? Okay, so hi cunts. But he starts most of his videos like that. It's so funny, but he's so good. But he looks homeless. He's so weathered and yeah, awesome dude. So yeah, if you are listening, Paul Fluffy Sinclair, follow him on Instagram. He's brilliant.
Yeah, let's call them bogan. That's your standard. What do you call them? It's a bogan. They're kind of like not very well educated, fun to be with, love a beer, love a joint, don't give a fuck about anything. Probably got a criminal record, probably on Centrelink, and probably got 3 kids to 5 wives or something.
Dude, for me at least, I don't associate myself with people like that in my life. I've got a different life. Professional life in the sense of software development and things like that. However, following on Instagram, I was like, Jesus, you know, like how does he make such a success being so fucked up and being so free? It's really, really cool. It's quite inspiring, and I appreciate that.
Well, I don't know. There's no formula for that. Like, what makes Kanye West so popular? I'm fucked if I know.
His music is a celebrity, but for instance, in my profession, if they had to go through my Instagram or my Facebook when I do a job interview as a developer, and they see, geez, I'm friends with this dude, they're gonna be like, oh god, this guy's a fucking absolute balls up. We can't hire him. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say you know what I mean. That's the point I'm trying to get at, is that I cannot associate myself with people like that. It will ruin my professional reputation, unfortunately. That's in today's society.
Yeah. Your bosses go and look for your name on Facebook and see you've got up, fucking neo-Nazi stickers or I don't know, all sorts of weird pictures, and you don't get a job because of it and you never found out. It might have been a joke. You know what I mean? Like, you might have done that as a bad joke, but either way, yeah. We had a guy jump on to a Facebook site and say, I'd like to report 23 missing people after a football game and a team had lost, and the presumptive murder of Michael Voss. That was the coach of the club. He kicked up a fuss and was a whiny little bitch. That guy got banned for 5 years. It was just a fucking bad joke. He didn't threaten to murder the coach. He said he'd like to report the murder of his coaching career. But it was taken out of context and he got thrown off for 5 years, barred from Instagram or Facebook or whatever. Like, guys, if you can fucking take your footy team being beaten, surely you can take a fucking joke. But some people just don't like jokes.
Yeah. But I believe Australia still can take it. Britain's got amazing humor as well. And then South Africa, we're just a fucked up nation. But we got the humor, at least. Oh man, there's so many cultures. But just speaking to you and the limited knowledge of what I have with cultures, I would say we like the big three, man. I love it. We say what we want, especially you guys in Australia. You say you fucking mad cunt, fuck you, you cunt. And it's actually like, I love you. And it's, oh my God, it's beautiful. I love it.
Well, we got you guys in the cricket right now. And you'll know exactly what I mean when I say we're going to pull off your fucking heads and shit down the neck hole. And you're going to say, 100%. Yeah, bring it on. I mean, we're going to, at the game, we're going to fucking call each other cunts and everything like that. And then later we have a beer. And like, even out there in the middle of the arena, you compete hard, you sledge, but at the end of the day, you want to come for a beer? What? You were just calling me a cunt out there. Yeah, that's out there. Let's go have a beer. You know what I mean? Like, it's really fucking cool. I like that.
But you have to admit, Australia and South Africa are mainly trying to prove to England that, yes, you guys may have invented it. I think England invented cricket, but we are still better than you. So you guys carry on.
Yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah, we do. We show them that every time as well. Yeah.
Love it.
But then so
What
do the
happened
West
to you guys'
Indies.
rugby team, though? You guys used to be amazing in the early 2000s, and your rugby team has fallen off the bus, though.
We lose it to the AFL. We've got Australian rules footy as well. So a lot of
Yeah.
our good rugby players get spread between all three codes. And there's soccer too, so it gets fucked up there. New Zealand always tune out a good rugby team, don't they? Considering there's only 4
They're
million of them.
brilliant. I think they're the world's best. Even though I'm South African, I still think New Zealand is the world's best. Yeah. And Australia, you guys used to be, I would say, number 2. And you guys just fell out the bus in I would say past 2010. You guys fell out the bus, but New Zealand still today, I believe, are the world's best rugby team, not South Africa.
We occasionally throw up a really good player who's a world beater, and the rest of the team gets sucked along with him, and that's how we do well. Just having this one superstar, like Richard Hadley, the bowler for New Zealand. Like he dragged the rest of the team along with him. Same with us, but generally on the whole, consistently, I think New Zealand and South Africa are the 2 best rugby union teams, because you guys just always. You're always there. You're never going to lose the game. No one ever going to say they're fucked. You're always there on a chance to win it. So, I think you two are the winners. We occasionally scoop in and scoop out.
Ireland is doing well as well. Ireland is a strong team.
Yeah. I think soccer fucks it up because all the rest of the world plays soccer. And in my opinion, why play a game where you've got 2 perfectly good arms?
Yeah, it's a terrible sport, that.
Yeah.
No, rugby's great. I think we're just the most dominant team, South Africa. And I played it in primary school, high school. But yeah, it's just... No, man. New Zealand is the best damn fucking rugby team. I think they're the most powerful, especially when Jonah Lomu... I think Jonah Lomu set the benchmark for what a wing should be, and ever since then rugby has changed, and it's been amazing since 1995.
Yeah, I'm always a bit partial to some motorsports too, but that's through different years and who depends on who's out there. Like sometimes I like Grand Prix, Formula One, sometimes MotoGP. Other times, there's no one really worth watching, but there's all sorts of sports to watch, aren't there?
Yeah. I'm a golfer myself. I used to play professional golf, and then I had a massive elbow injury in 2013. I want to try get back into professional golf, but my elbow is setting me back. But I used to play on the pro tour here in South Africa, and I made a lot of money. It's a great game. I love it. It's great. So but golf. You guys got Adam Scott, one of my favorite golfers.
Fuck, if you can make money, do it.
Oh, dude, I've made a lot of money with golf. There's a lot of money to be made if you're good at it. So I've been there, done that. But 2013, I had a massive accident with. The long story short, I've got a prosthetic joint in my elbow, and I went on a golf tour now recently, last year, and I played very good golf. So I think I can do it again, but I am getting older. But we'll see what happens.
Get out and have fun. If you can't make money, at least have fun with it.
Yeah, so I still do that, and I've got a good career as a software developer. So it's not really about the money; it's more about what I want to do with my life and how I can influence other people's lives. So I'm trying to do that.
Yeah, but if you got in software, you got bosses who play golf. Time spent on the golf course on the weekend can end up pay rises during the week too. So always, golf course is a great place to forge career moves, if you know what I mean.
The problem is my boss is all in the UK. I'm in South Africa, so I can't play with them except once a year when I fly up to the UK for the Christmas party. But I get you.
You get them to come down and play a bit of golf in South Africa and nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
I've tried to. They're too scared to come down to South Africa. Literally, when I have my team's meetings every week, I'm not gonna say my boss, but I'm gonna say my superior. I'm the lead in my department, but then I report to my operations director, and he always says to me, "Have I been shot?" And then I say no, but then I always make the joke, have you been stabbed? Because he always tells me about all the stabbings in the UK. But yeah, we have
Okay.
that inside joke.
Is it really as bad as the media make out? Because I've heard a lot of stories about it.
100%.
There's not one.
It's actually
Okay.
worse. It's actually worse than what the media makes it out. It's very,
wow.
very bad. Yeah, yeah. It really, really does suck. We sold our house and we moved into a complex for security. It's really, really bad. Yeah, in South Africa. At least Cape Town. I'm in Cape Town. It's a bit better. Or I'm gonna say it's a lot better. The rest of South Africa, my wife and I have started watching people doing videos of South Africa, and oh my God, it looks like a really 10th world African country. It's terrible. Cape Town is still stunning. We borderline what it should be. And yeah, South Africa is bad. It's really as bad as what it's worse than what the media is actually portraying.
Well, a couple of my South African Discord friends are getting cut off because of electricity load sharing, where they're basically selling electricity to other countries. And because they don't have enough, they basically just cut the people off. So the people are just getting no electricity for a couple of hours, a few nights a week. And it's just, they try to complain about it, but there's no one to complain to because the well-to-do politicians just, say la, la, la. But yeah, Carl Edwards, he's really bad. One of my mates, Carl, we hardly hear from him because by the time he can get on, we've all gone to bed or we're still at work. So it's really fucked up, the load sharing shit. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's called load shedding. It does happen. It's become stable over the past few months. Cape Town has built its own infrastructure. So, how do I explain this? So, the whole country is run by the ANC. I think, except Cape Town is run by the DA, but it's still actually under the ANC. And Cape Town's like a country on its own. Within South Africa, we want to secede. A lot of us want to secede from the rest of the country. I don't believe it's going to happen, and our government, at least in Cape Town, is proficient, competent to what they do, and has maintained a lot of the power within the city and within our I'm going to put in inverted commas country that we have. But they still do cut it off. Not at the moment, though. At the moment, it's been pretty stable, surprisingly, during winter. But a lot of us have backup power. I've got an inverter with a battery and things like that. A lot of people have converted their houses to be solar power with batteries and things like that. So
cool.
that has changed, yeah.
Oh, that's good to know. At least there's a way around it. But so Cape Town, make it a separate country like Gibraltar sort of thing, or what?
I don't know how to explain it. I've the furthest I've been is Durban in our country. I've never been to Johannesburg or anything like that. I've been within the Western Cape. So I keep saying Cape Town. I should say the Western Cape is a country on its own. So if you go onto Google now and you search the Western Cape, you'll see a cornered off thing. It looks like a little wishbone sort of thing. That is the Western Cape. That's run by a different governance than the rest of the country. It's been the majority vote, and it's still somewhat first world country. But the rest of the third world ANC South Africa bleeds into our country, which fucks it up. But yeah, the Western Cape is what you want to search. I'm just in Cape Town. I'm in Blouberg Strand, Cape Town. I'm on the coast.
Okay.
I'm like 300 meters from the beach. Stunning. I love where I live.
Well, as much as I'd like to keep going, it's about 4 a.m. here, so I'm going to have to go to bed, dude. So, pleasure to meet you, and no doubt, don't be a stranger, okay?
Boomer, I'm not a stranger. I used to, Jesse will know me. I'm actually known as Beerman. I just changed my name to My Mind's Absurdity.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
You might have known me as Beerman before. You might have recognized me.
I've seen Beerman around, so yeah, okay, cool. All right, anyway, good night, guys. I'm out of here.
Cheers, Boomer. Nice to chat to you. Jesse, you there?
I sure am. How are you doing?
Oh my god, good in yourself, buddy. It's been a long time, dude. I haven't hopped into these discords in months.
Yeah, I've not been super active in quite a while just because I've been busy. I just installed a mini split heat pump on my mobile home. Got it
Awesome.
running a half an hour ago.
Nice, well done, dude. Yeah, I've been busy with work as well, and I've been busy, and I haven't really involved myself in these discussions or at least the flat Earth discussion. I think that's pretty much meh at the moment. But I enjoy the philosophical discussions of consciousness and things like that. So I've been chatting to other people in philosophy channels and stuff. Yeah, that's where I've been.
All right.
Yeah, we had awesome chats with our stuff, but
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, but it's so known. It's like I'm looking for something new, and to go over the same thing that's already objective is quite boring. I want to learn something new.
Yep. Shall we talk about if 2 + 2 = 4 again?
Oh my god!
Still does.
I loved what
Yep.
you did though, dude, with layman equipment to prove something that people with $1 million budget can do. It's really cool what you've done. It's really amazing. I love what you did. You've been a
Thanks.
massive inspiration.
Well, I should probably get some breakfast. I was so excited to finish getting this heat pump running. I forgot to have myself breakfast.
What you gonna have for breakfast?
I haven't decided yet. I've got some leftovers. I've got eggs now too, so I could have eggs. I'll have to think
Scrambled
about it.
egg on toast. Come on, do it. 2 slices of toast and 4 scrambled eggs.
Can I put in 3 slices of bacon too?
100% you can. Fuck,
Okay,
go for it.
that it is. Bacon and eggs then.
No. Then do the not eggs Benedict. You know, there's the white around with a yolk. So put 2 eggs on 2 pieces of toast with semi-runny eggs, and then 2 bacon slices. So underneath the eggs on the toast. If you get me. So toast, bacon, and then the white and yellow egg on
Sunny
top.
side up, I think they call them. Sunny side up.
Somewhat, yeah. That's what you're gonna have. That's what you're gonna have for breakfast.
I might make a variation on that, but I'm sure it'll be good.
Okay. Enjoy your breakfast, buddy.
Thank you.
So who's around for a chat? Come on, I want to bring up something super fringe, which I started looking into. Who's around for a fringe topic?
Go for it. Let's see what you got.
Oh, dude, I'm just got into it. So, Essie, I'm so glad you actually came in, because I actually wanted to ask how you're doing. But yeah, I started looking into this Bob Lazar thing, and I thought that is fascinating what Bob Lazar has to share.
Which particular thing?
The fact that I'm going to say the fact. From his perspective, it's a fact, but he worked at S4 in near Area 51 and dealt with ancient technology. Whether it's aliens or old technology from our civilization, I don't know. But yeah, what he described to be anti-gravitational whatever devices I thought it's quite cool what he's sharing.
Right, right. Now I understand. Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm of the belief that the ancients did have technology. Obviously, the pyramids proves that. So, and the stoneworks that I've been following for years. So, I don't know if it's aliens, but I know for sure they had technology that we don't know about. And I can prove to one fact the Antikythera mechanism as to the fact that we're
100%
really
agree with you.
clueless. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts on Bob Lazar? Do you think is legit what he's sharing? And then we can go on from there.
Well, I have mixed feelings, right? Because when I hear aliens and stuff like that, I kind of draw back a bit. But if you're talking about other older civilizations that were here in the past, like antediluvian, before flood civilizations, I can resonate with that.
Okay, so as far as I understand, Bob Lazar does not talk about aliens. He mentioned that he may have seen it, but he thinks it may have been just a replica of what they think may have sat in the vehicle. So I don't understand or believe that Bob Lazar ever brought up aliens in that understanding. And recently I saw that he says it's an understanding that this is about 10,000 years old, this technology that they found. It's archaeological, not crashed devices that they're dealing with.
Right. Okay. Then, yeah. Then, yeah, I can resonate with that because look, just the fact, I mean, we have it in front of our eyes. We have the pyramids, right? They tell us it's been built with ropes and chisels that break after, various numbers of strikes. So, yeah, I definitely believe that the ancients had technology that we may not know about. Let's put it that way.
Cool, yeah. So that's why I thought I'll bring this up, because I think it's fascinating, because I think it's got a lot to do with that, in the sense of that Egypt guy that does all the archaeology there, he's very pushed on. They pushed it up the hills and it's manpower. I don't believe that either. Graham Hancock says it was sound. Yes, possibly, but I think with Bob Lazar's anti-gravity stuff that he's talking about, I'm with that sense where shit, they had stuff, man, that was anti. He didn't. It wasn't affected by weight. You can move this shit the way you want to move it. So I think what Bob Lazar was dealing with is an ancient technology which we don't understand. I don't think it's from an outer world, even though they do say they think it's from some star galaxy or whatever. Yeah, I think it's an ancient technology, except the 115 element that is not abundant in our civilization, even though they can make it now, but in a minute quantity. It's fascinating. So yeah.
Oh, yeah, look, this is not rocket science, right? The largest rock, the largest stone that was moved by man ever in history is 340 tons. That resides right now in, I forget what university in America. Now, to move that stone of 340 tons, they had to build a special platform with I don't know how many wheels on it. And it took them I don't know how long to move it, right? Now, the reason why I say that is because in Egypt, there is a statue that they move that weighs 1,000 tons. Do you understand that? That is
100%.
significantly heavier, so absolutely they had technology that equals, or I would say better than ours.
100% agree with you. It's not explained by archaeology, science, or nothing. It's open for speculation, in my opinion, at least. But mainstream is going to share its opinion, and it's a materialistic opinion, which is fair enough. Cool, I get that. So I believe it's beyond our comprehension, because imagine 400 years ago, and you tell them we're going to talk to you over a cell phone, they're going to be like, nah, Jesus, you fucking mad. Or explain the internet to people 400 years ago, they're going to think you bonkers. It's actually quite a small change in technology. And it's just something we don't understand yet. So I believe we will find it out eventually.
Yeah, me, I think the answer is there already. It's in the ground, but we have people like Zaki Hawass, the idiot. There's no other way to describe him, the arrogant idiot man, that he won't allow any exploration. He just keeps on shouting and yelling, and if you hear him, you're going to cringe. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about.
I'm not familiar with him, no.
He's the guy that's in charge of the antiquities in Egypt. A very arrogant, vile individual.
Okay, so it's probably the guy I'm talking about. That main Egypt archaeologist guy.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I also think he's vile, terrible man. He's the gatekeeper for Egypt, which is disgusting.
Exactly, yes. This one single individual has stopped progress for like 50 years now, as long as he's been there.
Yeah. I find it so gross. But I think what Graham has done is opened up a lot of people's minds and opened up a lot of doors. There's another guy I was watching recently, Bright Insight, which deals with similar to what Graham does. I'm not too sure if you're familiar with the Bright Insights channel. Really cool dude. I'll get his name for you if you're interested.
Yeah, sure. I'll drop you another name here. This guy, I think he's the best right now, due to the fact that he's been to all these places multiple times. Like some of these places, he's made 50 visits. Have you heard of Brian Forster?
Forrester sounds familiar. Brian Forrester, no. The Forrester surname, yes. So, what does he deal with?
He deals with all the ancient stone sites, Peru, Chichen Itza, Mexico. He talks about the stoneworks, right?
I probably have heard of him. If anything, it's probably in a lot of my bookmarks, and I just know him by Forrester. There's another. Yeah, you carry on. Give more information. Did I lose you?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm trying to find his YouTube channel so I can post it, but I can give you some more information. Yeah. Well,
if you don't mind, could you DM it to me? That'll be better if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. I'll DM it to you. I'll post it in the chat after I'm done speaking, and then I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that, because this is a new rabbit hole I'm going down, but it's because of Bob Lazar. And then I started rewatching Graham Hancock stuff, and then Bright Insight stuff. And oh my God, this makes so much sense. It's all tying together. So I think what Bob Lazar was saying is that as far as he understood, this is ancient. It's a dig up. They found this. This is not a crash. They found this, and it's about 10,000 years old. And they understood. They back engineering the technology. It's fucking brilliant. I love it. And it makes so much sense as well.
So I posted one of his things in the live chat. I'll DM it to you as well. I'm gonna find your name. Yeah, this guy is like, wow. Like if you're going down this rabbit hole, you're in for a big surprise here.
The live chat is the omnipresence text chat. Is that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll go. Cool. I added to my watch list. Oh, fucking brilliant! I love it.
Oh yeah, this guy is amazing, and I've talked, well, not talked with him. I've exchanged chats with him, and he's under the impression. I think there's one world. I call them the melting stone civilization, right? Due to the fact that they have these weird stones that look like they've melted together. But since then, I've changed my mind because he told me that he believes there's at least two. But now, looking at it, I can find three, thanks to him, thanks to his findings. I can show you three different timelines of three different stoneworking civilizations that go back thousands of years. So this is a rabbit hole that you're going to be digging for a while, bro. Yeah.
I get you 100%, buddy. And the funny thing is, I've heard your. We've chatted before. I'm known as Beerman before. So
I recognize you. I recognize you.
Yeah. There's things I've disagreed with you, which is cool. We're allowed to disagree. But there's a lot of things that I say, Jesus, I'm so grateful that you have said what you have said. And I'm cool. I dig down it. I make my own decisions. I do my own research and things like that. And typically when it comes to mainstream stuff, I'm going to side with mainstream. I'm going to be honest. I'm biased that way. But when it comes to these sort of fringe topics, I love it, man, because we can all speculate because there's no definitive answer. And yeah, I appreciate when you share stuff. The guy I was talking about earlier on was Jimmy Corsetti. I'm going to DM you his name. Also fascinating. Really, really cool. I'll DM you his name. Then you have me on DMs as well.
Yeah, do that, then I'll DM you this one here.
Jimmy Corsetti, that dude's a wanker.
He may
His
be a
views-
wanker, but I think it's fucking pretty cool what he does, what he shares.
Yeah, I used to have respect for him until I heard him speak on flat Earth. And,
Okay, well, yeah, dude, this is not about flat Earth, unfortunately. This is about something else.
Do you think those cone heads are like another race that are nearly gone or something?
That's an interesting one. I think they, the way I understand it, they actually manipulated their heads to be shaped that way. But could they be a race? I don't know. That's open to speculation as well. But I don't think that's a separate race. No.
It is about
funny you
flat
say
Earth,
that
though.
because
Yes, it is about flat Earth. Well done, that man, because what you've got to remember, all the action that you're talking about and speculating about right now is happening on a flat Earth. It is not happening on an oblate spheroid, which none of you have seen, measured, or experienced. You have no record of it in your own life. Okay? Hurtling
And
through the-
regarding aliens, sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And regarding
Go
the
ahead.
aliens and technology and all that, like the things that he says, and he's so open-minded and he explores so many ideas, but then he's so shut off to the flat Earth idea.
Yeah. Well, the guy's an arsehole, isn't he? Whole of an ass.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this guy is a truth seeker, but then he
Yeah.
was totally dismissive in like the worst way. you know?
Exactly. I understand how you feel. And before he can even be that dismissive, he's forgetting that he's getting his substance from the flat Earth. Hasn't even gone out to measure. Doesn't even know the model, probably.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
silly.
just you guys can chat about flat Earth. That's cool. Just Jen, I appreciate your discussion on flat Earth. I just want to say, like, I didn't want to get into the flat Earth discussion. I was more into the fringe idea of what Bob Lazar was sharing, and irrespective of flat Earth, yeah,
but we are living on a flat Earth. All actions and
that's cool. You can believe that, understand that.
ancient technologies
not-
all happen
not
on a
there.
flat Earth. Not a belief.
yeah, but Jin,
It's
we
not
were
a belief,
talking
is it?
about we were talking about these old civilizations, and I'm
Yeah.
glad, Beer Man, to hear you talk that way, right? Because it doesn't really matter the shape of the Earth when we talk about stuff like this. It's irrelevant.
Yeah,
So,
it kind
yeah.
of does though, because Bob Lazar
Yeah.
speaks of the anti-gravity technology and these aliens from distant galaxy. But if you pay attention and really, kind of are open-minded to space being a complete lie to us, then we should be talking about other dimensions or lands beyond what we know.
I
Instead
get that,
of
but if you also you said you got to
space,
pay attention to that,
you
but
know?
if you also pay attention to what Bob Lazar was sharing about gravity, you would also think differently. So, yeah, this is not really about flat Earth. This is more about what Bob
Well,
Lazar was sharing. So, yeah,
yes, well,
thanks, SE, for standing
but
up.
it is
I
though.
appreciate that.
Actually, it is. It's what Bob Lazar is sharing on a flat Earth. Not if
Okay,
he's
cool.
thinking.
You push your flat Earth.
If he,
Cool.
hang
All
on,
right.
if
No, we're
he thinks,
talking ancient tech. We're talking
yeah,
ancient tech.
I know you.
Yeah, we're
I
not
know
talking flat Earth now.
No. Okay, I'm not talking flat Earth either. I'm just trying to get you to understand that you're not living on a globe. So all actions and speculations is all happening on the flat Earth where we are currently. All
Cool.
that
I'm living
ancient
on a
tech.
flat Earth. Cool. Bob Lazar found
Thank
this
you.
stuff. SE, can we carry on?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, Jimmy Corsetti shared a lot of interesting stuff with ancient locations and Atlantis as well. I believe Atlantis was a location. I think it existed, and man, there's so much speculation of where it was. But Graham Hancock also disagrees. Well, not disagrees, but he's not convinced that it is there, but that Eye of Sahara. But if you look at Jimmy Corsetti's information and what he shared, and old maps from I think it's about 1400s, where it's actually meant to mentioned like Atlantia or something like that, at that location where where they're saying Atlantis is, and the description of what Plato gave for Atlantis, that's the Eye of Sahara. Then he shares about if you look at the terrain, it looks like it was rushed by water. Yes, it's not a global flood, but it's definitely a massive fucking flood that came through at the top of Africa by a cataclysm. Whatever that was the cause of, we don't know, or we can speculate, but something happened, and there's the evidence for it. And I think Jimmy Corsetti does a fantastic job of what he's sharing.
Okay, I've got a question for you. Now, this Atlantis, where it's being speculated as it is currently, is that underwater or on the land? Where is it?
Well, when I say the Eye of Sahara, where do you think that is? When I say Eye of Sahara, where do you think that is?
That's what I'm asking you. Are you talking about the Sahara Desert in Africa, or are you talking underwater?
I'm talking about the Eye of Sahara. So I just want to make sure you understand. I can answer your question, but I just want to make sure you understand where the Eye of Sahara is.
Look. I know about the world and the way it's laid out. I'm just confused slightly as to, are you talking about the Sahara Desert, or are you talking the Eye of Sahara is underwater? Where is the location?
No, I'm talking about the Eye of Sahara.
Where is that? Where is that? Where?
So do you not know where it is? Can you answer
No,
yes or
of
no?
course not. But I'm thinking it's either
Okay.
underwater.
It's
on
just
the
south
Sahara
of
Desert.
Morocco.
Okay, so it's up of Morocco. So it is near the Sahara Desert. So you're on Africa land, yes?
Correct.
Yeah?
It's on land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fine then. That's okay.
I just wanted to make
And
sure
they're saying-
you understood where the
No, that's
Eye of
okay.
Sahara-
You only have to give me the location. I understand what was
Yeah.
said. I just needed the location to be exact. Now, I wasn't sure if you were talking in the Sahara Desert, okay? Because I'm not miles away, am I? I'm not far away, am I? I'm in Africa.
No.
Or is it underwater?
Jen, calm down.
Yeah.
I'm not
I'm calm.
argumentative. Yeah,
No, it's
I'm not
just the way you-
argumentative.
Yeah,
If
it is-
anything, if you're in front of a computer, search
I am.
Eye of Sahara, you will actually see it. It's stunning.
Yeah.
It's actually beautiful. Mainstream
and it's
disagrees with it.
Right,
Jimmy
and that's meant
Corsetti
to be
does a great
Atlantis, is
job
it?
of sharing his
And that-
information on it.
Right. Is that meant to be Atlantis? Is that what's been said? Yeah?
It's speculated to be, yes, and there's a
Yeah.
lot of evidence for it to be. So Jimmy Corsetti has done fantastic research on why he agrees that it could be.
Okay.
Graham Hancock is a bit iffy about it, but I think Graham Hancock is protecting his identity, or whatever you want to call it, his credibility. But
Yeah, his
Jimmy
position,
Corsetti does a fantastic job on sharing his information about Atlantis and the Eye of Sahara.
Okay. Now, the reason why I said is it in the Sahara Desert or is it in the water? It's because I've heard that Atlantis is currently underwater somewhere, but it's
Yeah,
underwater.
I get that.
Atlantis. Right. That's why I was asking. So,
Yeah,
and
fair enough.
if it's underwater, we should be able to go and see that, to check that with submarines and check
Yeah,
to see if it
the
really is.
the Eye of Sahara is quite a known place, so that's why I said when I said the Eye of Sahara, when you asked me if it's underwater or not underwater, that's why I asked you, do you know what the Eye of Sahara is? And
I
it's
thought it was
quite
in
known
Sahara
that it's not
Desert.
underwater.
No, right, yeah. I thought it was in Sahara Desert when you said the Eye of Sahara. I thought it was somewhere in the Sahara Desert. And then I've heard that
So
Atlantis.
you obviously never knew what it was, so that's why I asked you those questions. So you were very hostile
I
towards
had a
me.
rough idea. I had a rough idea because I thought it was in Sahara Desert just by the name alone, and I wasn't far off anyway. But my main knowledge comes from
No,
Atlantis.
you
being
were very
underwater.
far off because you didn't know where the Eye of Sahara was, so you were very
you
far
said
off.
Morocco. Hang on, you said
Okay, good.
Morocco. Now the Sahara Desert is not that far from
Now it's
Morocco.
becoming an argument about where the Sahara is. Essie, can we carry on with the age of technology, please?
Anyway,
Yeah, let's not argue about this stuff.
Yeah, I'm not
You
gonna
know what
argue
we
about
know?
that.
We do know. Hold on, Jen.
Yeah.
We do know that who was it? Plato that told us that it's between the pillars of Hercules. You guys remember that statement?
Yeah, and they spoke about the 90-degree corner mountains in the back and things like that, and it all matches that.
Yeah.
So we do have a general description.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought
it's actually fascinating.
Yeah, I thought Atlantis was underwater. That's all I thought. That's all.
But the reason why I brought that up, Essie, is because you brought up the pyramids, and I'm somewhat resonating with you in the sense of yes, because it's in the same region, and that's not far to travel even by foot, technically. In today's time we're very lazy, but with what I understand with Bob Lazar, what he's found out is that technology just makes sense for that era. There's too much of a gap between the pyramids and today's time. It just does not. You cannot build that pushing it up. Even mainstream science would say it's fucking does not make sense. It does not make sense.
Well, yeah, today's modern technology, would have it would, if you want to make a pyramid the way that is today, it's going to be labor intensive. We need a lot of technology. So how did they do it back then? That's the thing. That's the question. That's got to be.
Not only, good point, Jen. Not only do we have stone buildings that we can look at, like the pyramids, right? They're undeniable. They're in your face. You can think that they did them with chisels and rope, but just a bit of logic, right? So we have that. We also have a mechanism called the Antikythera mechanism, which they told us gears were invented 1,000 years after that. So that's another thing they got wrong, right? So we have buildings that obviously need technology, and we have technology that they say that didn't exist. Now imagine what else is there. I think the answer is under the ground in Egypt, but they won't let us go down there.
So the Antikythera theorem. Jen, hold on. No, fucking me and Essie were chatting before you, buddy. So the Antikythera mechanism.
Jen, come on, Jen, let's be reasonable, bro. Give him a chance.
Excited. I just want to speak just one word I was going to say. The hinge.
I'm going to probably forget what I said, but anyways.
You know the hinge, the door hinge. That was an Egyptian invention, by the way. The hinge of a door. Yeah, that's all.
Cool.
Okay, thanks,
So
Jen.
the Antikythera mechanism, what I understand from that is that they say we were only sea dwellers where we crossed the Atlantic and crossed the Pacific and explored the rest of the world. We couldn't do that with primitive technology, and the only way to do that was with the Antikythera mechanism. However, they predicted that we only got that recently. But they found this, which proved that we could cross the oceans way before than what we predicted. And that was a big blow for the scientific prediction of where humanity comes from, or how long our civilization has been going on, where our technology has been coming from. So these guys with that device could cross the oceans before Columbus's times, etc., etc., which is absolutely mind-blowing.
Well, another fascinating point is this. You have Mount Pichu Pichu and the settlement up there and the buildings that are there, the architecture up there. It is amazing that they didn't use any cement or mortar to join those pieces of rocks and building parts together, right? And yet you can't get a credit card down the gap. You can't get a credit card to separate it. No cement, okay? Interlocking pieces of rock. That I think. And how did they get the rock up that high? This is what's amazing about Mount Pichu Pichu in Peru.
Like a kindergarten, we know this stuff, dude. We know this.
Yeah, we're talking about them before. I call them the melting stone civilization. That's the name I've given them.
Okay.
Yeah, we talked about that before.
Yeah.
So in Japan and Turkey, Peru, they got these rocks that are it looks like they melted into their shape. So how did they do that? I don't think that they carved the rock into that shape. I think, Jesus, yeah, I'm going to say I think. It's a terrible word to say, I think. I suspect they it's almost like a concrete... I fucking actually got no idea what they've done there.
Well,
but
I can explain
I
something.
don't believe... Dude, John, hold on. I don't believe that they carved it into that shape for it to fit in that shape. That's illogical. You wouldn't do that. That is not normal.
Okay, we're talking about melting rocks, yeah? If we go back to 9/11, you know when you see the buildings turning into dust? Now, the reason why it's turning into dust is not because of an energy weapon, as Jill Woods puts forward. It's actually that concrete turns into dust at 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit. It turns into dust, okay? And you can melt it. That's the thing. So you may be on the right track is all I'm saying. Okay? Concrete turns into dust, into baby powder type dust at 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit. And the temperatures on the day of 9/11, for example, exceeded 4,500 degrees to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? And more.
Are there concrete rocks, though, Jen? Are there concrete rocks in nature?
I'm not sure. But it's
okay.
It would seem to suggest that it may be possible if you can if the rocks can be heated.
This is not a malicious question. This is a legitimate question. I'm asking, like, do we find concrete rocks in nature? And the reason why I ask that is because these are granite structures. This is granite. So for me, I'm saying, how did they do this? Did they make granite out of whatever, or did they how did they manipulate granite to shape that way? So but we can shape concrete, because concrete, for me, as far as I understand, is man-made. It's a powder that solidifies. Do we find concrete rocks in nature? I don't think we do.
No. We don't find concrete rocks in nature, but we do find natural rock, and that came from a heat process. Does it not? Like volcanic rock, for example. That all started off as hot magma, then hardened. Did granite stay the same way? And that's all. I'm only going through that methodology. That's all. Just trying to get you think down the line on a logical path.
I got you.
Yeah, that's all.
Bob Lazar again. I was going to go back to Bob Lazar. I think Bob Lazar is legit. This is me personally, guys. You guys have all your own opinions. I think he's absolutely legit. And fucking wow. I think there's more out there, irrespective of what governments do. I think, I think we're on a really cool path for humanity, actually.
Well, I don't know. I think if Bob Lazar, I'm going to say, let me just say this. If Bob Lazar is dismissing and hand-waving the drop-over distance that can be measured for the
Jesus Christ. You're going to flat earth.
We're not going to
ignore your flat earth.
I'm not going to be more than 15 seconds. You've got to allow me to say what I've got to say. And that I think Bob Lazar is shooting himself in the foot because flat Earth is easy to prove. That's all. So then, you
Cool.
know, it
Well
might
done.
support his legitimacy. That's all. Carry on. Yeah, carry on, please.
So I posted some pictures, right?
Okay, let's have a look.
Now these are in Egypt. Now you see the 131 past the hour? See those protruding knobs?
Yeah, that's fascinating. That happens all over, though.
Exactly. That right there is a clue because you find that. That's why I call it the multi-rock civilization. That's the pyramid, by the way. Now you find the same stonework in Central America and Southern America.
Yeah, 100%. But it's not just those places. It's Japan,
Yes.
Russia. I think it's in Russia. Fucking North
China.
America, South America. It's all over. These places where we find these megalithic fucking locations.
Yeah, that's why
It's
I call it a
fascinating.
worldwide stone building civilization. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, to
Yeah,
me,
and the Antikythera mechanism proves that we could travel across the oceans before that they said that we did. You can't do it just you can't just say, okay, I'm gonna go sail. Well, you can. Technically, you can just say, I'm gonna go fucking cross the ocean. These people traveled across the oceans. Graham Hancock, I think, made a valid point that you can't just find Easter Island randomly. You need to know where you're traveling, and these people could find it. They could colonize Easter Island. So that's why I say Graham Hancock is amazing what he's doing. He's just putting logical facts out there. I get it, he's fringe, but there's something there. There's more to this reality than what mainstream puts out there. And
absolutely.
I love the
All these guys that think outside the box, right? It doesn't mean they're right in everything they say, but yeah, Brian Hancock is like, he's very good. Let's put it that way. And what he does.
Yeah, fantastic what he does.
It's a shame
So
that
the
he can't.
Easter Island, right? The Easter Island?
Yeah, with
one
the big heads, and they recently found out that there's more to just the heads. There was full on bodies.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right. And you'd be also shocked. Now we're going into all over the place, but since we're here, in the back of these stone heads, which turned out to be whole complete bodies, right? Like 30, 40 feet tall, they have inscriptions on them. And one of them, I believe, has a handbag on it. You know those handbags? Those things
Yes,
come up.
100%. You're correct. Yes, they do.
Yep, yep.
So these are the
fascinating.
statuettes on Easter Island. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. Yep. The Polynesians, right? Now, speaking of navigation as well, they navigated. They had a 9 million square mile, if my memory serves me correct. They had a triangle, 9 million square miles that they controlled in the ocean.
Yeah, brilliant, man. Yeah, you have to be sailing every day to have that kind of knowledge, and you pass it down to the next generation. That's amazing.
I'll even do you one better. Now, this one is cool, right? We heard of the Antikythera mechanism, right? Now, we don't need something that fancy because that goes into predictions and solar eclipses and a whole bunch of other stuff, right? But how about the astrolabe?
Oh, the
The
astrolabe,
yeah.
That's amazing.
Guess where that was invented?
Oh, thousands and thousands of years ago.
That's right, thousands of years ago. That's correct.
Yeah, I know, and it is accurate. Tells you the stars, the calendar, the date, and you know what was said? A child could use it. That was the thing they said. A child could use it.
Yeah, there's deception there too, because they wanna. Some mainstream people they lead you to believe that the Arabs invented the astrolabe around the 13th century or so. That's not true.
Yeah, I thought it was the Greeks.
It was the ancient Greeks that invented the astrolabe.
That's what I heard first. Was the
Check it out. You'll see. Like I forget. It was it 300 BC for something like that. BC.
Yeah. I've got a picture of it. It's a nice instrument, by the way. It's a nice looking instrument, isn't it? And that was all done by hand. again, you have to imagine the tools they use to cut, to shape the thing, and all the working parts. It speaks like a watchmaker. You understand?
Yeah, and to Beerman's point, he's absolutely correct. They were navigating across the ocean. Never mind these tales that they tell us they were afraid of sea monsters and that. No.
No, that's
They were
bullshit.
navigating open oceans thousands of years ago.
Correct, way before. So Essie, irrespective of our viewpoints of a flat Earth or a globe Earth,
Yeah, that's a side issue at this point.
irrespective of all that, I was very intrigued by the discussion. But irrespective of that, I believe it's a globe Earth. So ignore that.
Yeah, but
part.
it doesn't. Yeah, it
Ignore
doesn't
that
really
part,
matter.
I'm scared, bro. Like, yeah.
Ignore that.
You know what I say here, man? Flat Earth is a gateway drug, right?
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, that introduced me to these topics.
Yeah,
that introduced me to these topics, and I'm grateful for it. And irrespective of the shape of the Earth, I think it's
reality
globe.
comes first. But hang
Well,
on. Reality
I know it's a
comes first
globe.
every time. Reality comes first every time. And it's measurable.
They were
Look,
traveling
Bevan,
across
Bevan,
this
let me ask you
place
one
for
question.
way longer.
Bevan.
Dude, Jin, Jesus.
Let me ask you one question.
Just hold yourself in.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. One question.
Jeez, you're asking myself a question while I'm speaking to Essie. It's like ridiculous. But okay, cool. Fuck it. Okay, just ask a question.
Yeah, the question is this. If I'm given the size of something, I must be able to confirm the size. That's all. Finish. Done. Carry on.
Correct. Yeah, I got a small one, but it smells like a big one. Cool. There's my answer. Okay.
Really?
That Antikythera mechanism is fascinating because it destroys what they told us, what the previous people did in our lives. Okay, so evolution, yes, I'm somewhat I'm fucking 50-50 on it. If anything, fucking I'm 50-50 on evolution, but there's so much evidence what's presented as evidence for evolution that I'm like, okay, cool, I'm cool with that. However, when I say that, if anything, it needs to be way fucking longer than what they're actually predicting because of things like the Antikythera mechanism. When they're saying we were a caveman X amount of years long, but we were traveling across this fucking world for so damn long, we have the evidence for it. The most recent evidence would be the Antikythera mechanism, which disproves what archaeologists are saying and what people are saying where we traveled across this world. We've been going from fucking Africa to North America to wherever, to Australia, for many years, thousands of years we've been doing it.
What happened to the dinosaurs? Where did they factor in? Because I don't think they ever existed.
They millions and millions. So you don't think they existed? But I'm so sorry to say to you. Then you need to come. Then Jin, come to South Africa. I'll take you to a place where you can go see physical fossils of dinosaurs.
Yeah, I want to check
myself.
Yeah,
100% they existed.
No, they never existed at all. I don't think they ever
then what am I seeing? Fucking rocks that are shaped into animals. That does not.
You'll be surprised how big this
Jesus
deception is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I've seen them with my own damn eyes. Yeah. My brother-in-law does tours across Africa showing these things. I've been on a tour with them. It's absolutely amazing. They definitely existed.
Right there. They never existed.
Oh, well, Jesus. Oh, then you fucking need to wake up eventually. But they definitely do exist.
I'm fully awake.
Okay, well, does a Volkswagen beetle exist?
The DNA of all this stuff, and let's have a good look.
Does a Jeep Wrangler Rubicon exist?
No paleontologist or even a reporter has ever picked up a real dinosaur bone in their life.
I've touched them. I've seen them with my.
That's bullshit. You haven't. That's what I mean.
I have definitely.
You can't measure
definitely.
Okay, before we go into dinosaurs, Beerman, I'll do you one better than the. Well, not one better. I don't think we can better that, but I'll do you one earlier. The Antikythera mechanism. Have you heard of the Minoan eclipse calculator?
I have not heard of that. No,
never.
I just posted it for you. Yeah, this will blow your mind as well. It's over 4,000 years old.
in this chat or the
Omnipresent text chat, yeah.
Whoa, fuck, text chat. Give me a sec. No, I don't see it. Where did how much past the hour? I don't see it.
41 past.
41. I see DMark, SIG. I don't see your post.
Yeah, it's in the side chat. You've got to go out of that one and go into
in the side chat.
Yeah, it's not in the side chat. You've got to go out of the side chat and go into the listings and find OmniTalk Presence Talk. There, you'll find it there.
I'm in omnipresent text chat. I do not see.
Yes, yeah, I think there's two. I think look for the other one. There's two of them. That's what I've noticed. Okay.
Oh, dude, can you DM it? I don't find it. Sorry, dude. I don't want to be that retarded.
I'll DM it to you. I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, please DM it. I don't see it.
Yeah.
If you try clicking on the little open chat bubble next to Omnipresence in no chat, it'll tell you that there's an Omnipresence text chat just above. Usually it'll send you a link to it. But
yeah.
There you go.
Well done,
wow,
man.
what the fuck is this?
This is your long lost brother speaking.
That's incredible.
Here, I DM'd you another thing. Read. It's a short thing. Read up on that. So it predates the Antikythera mechanism by like a lot, and it's supposed to be the first analog portable computer.
Wow. So we think, at least I think of a computer as an electronic thing.
Yeah.
Man, when you listen to Bob Lazar, that had zero fucking He says there's no wires between any of the communication systems within that craft. Who's fucking sighing? Okay, irrespective of who's sighing. Okay.
Not me.
Not me. Irrespective of who's sighing, this equipment that these guys are showing you, yes, it's a computer, but it doesn't need to have wires, electronics. However these things were used, I think this comes way, way, way beyond what mainstream shares.
Certainly does. They don't want you to know anything, and especially that the Earth is flat, for example. They're hiding that, aren't they?
Oh, Jesus, you push the flat Earth so hard, Jen. Dude, get over the flat Earth. We're discussing something totally different.
That's okay. We are talking different, but it's just a point of fact. It's a point of fact.
But the Earth is available to you, so you can go and find your flat Earth. Nobody's stopping you. No one has been stopped from going to the ice wall. No one. No military blockade.
Robert,
there is no military blockade.
Anyway.
Jin, no, Jin, I'm on topic. I'm on topic.
No, you are mistaken in that point. You are
no one is hiding flat Earth.
You are mistaken in that point.
The only people hiding flat Earth is you, Jin, because you're doing no work to find it.
I'm not hiding it. I wear it on my chest.
No, you're not. You haven't left your house.
Robert, look.
Jin, you haven't left your house, Jin.
Are you listening?
You haven't left your house.
Robert, are you listening?
Your house.
Robert,
the conversation has crashed.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that.
I'm going to go pee. But you guys have your flat Earth discussion. Essie, it's been really, really cool. I'm going to still hang around there.
Yeah, please just allow me to get this point.
Go find
Robert, I want to talk to you, but you're talking, you're not listening, right? I was born in London from African parents. I'm talking to you from Japan. Surely I've left my house. Surely.
No, you have not.
That's all I've got to say.
When you became a flat Earth, you have not gone anywhere to find it.
Let's get back to the other conversation.
You
go
travel.
Back to the other conversation.
Traveling to another country is not you traveling to
other
go
people
find
want to
it.
talk about something else for now. Let them do that. Let them go and do that.
Shut up. In my mind.
Okay, guys, we're not gonna have you guys talking over each other. I mean, work it out.
I'm not talking.
This is not gonna work.
Yeah, I'm
my
shutting up.
mind.
But he lied
Have you
when he
considered
said,
my mind? Have you considered that
you went out
there
and
were
you
no
tried to find
wires?
Earth curve and you didn't find it, dude.
My
How funny
God.
is that?
But he lied when he said government is hiding anything. They're
You're
not
saying
hiding
go
other.
find it, but surveyors
The
don't
earth,
find it.
the earth is available to everybody.
Yeah, but
Go
that's an
find
opinion.
it.
You can debate him on another day.
Yeah, no
Travel around the
one has
world.
found Earth curve yet. No.
It's go and find it. The world is
Go
available
find
to
me.
you.
Go find me a slope that
Go,
drops at the rate of
go.
Earth curve.
Yeah, go show me the curvature. If you're going to talk like that,
Okay,
please show me the curvature.
Yes, I
Please show
can.
me the photograph of the curvature that you measured. Show me the one
horizon.
you measured,
The
please.
horizon.
Show us
The
it.
horizon.
Show us
There's
the one
The
that you
horizon is
measured.
there is
never
no
in the
horizon.
the one you measured.
There
That's
is
what you
no
Dumb
horizon on
Jamaican.
a flat
They're
plane.
the dumb
And the
Jamaicans
horizon
for you
came
right
out to
there.
your
What a
plane
dumb
today. You
Jamaican.
didn't know that.
The horizon is
Yes.
your curvature.
Yes, Robert. Yes, Robert.
100%.
Okay, Robert.
You
Okay, Robert.
cannot
Yeah. Yeah.
demonstrate a horizon
Can
on
we
a
go
flat
one
plane.
at a time, guys? Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob, the horizon's not evidence of your claim at all.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. 100% evidence of our
Unfortunately.
claim. Because you
Unfortunately not,
cannot.
Robert.
What I want you to do is to put a horizon on a flat plane in a lab. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, Robert, you're out of control. You've got to go to
No, I'm
nature.
not. No,
Nature is the lab. Nature is the lab. Okay, nature out
Nature is
there
the
is
lab.
the lab.
Oh,
Yes.
really? Like
Yes,
the
it is.
gradient, like the air gradient, like the atmospheric gradient.
All of that is out there. All of that
Listen,
is out
air
there.
pressure next to low pressure. That is
Well,
the nature.
that can never happen.
You reject that. You reject
That's a
that,
second
don't
law
you?
of thermodynamics
You
violation.
reject that, don't you? I
That's
thought
the
you said
second law of thermodynamics violation.
So gas pressure does not need a solid container. Gas
does.
pressure does not
certainly does.
need a solid
is
container.
omnidirectional.
Gas pressure does not need a solid container.
You need a
Gas
container
pressure
to have
does not
any
need
kind.
a solid
Robert, I'm
container.
not going to let you ruin the conversation. This is your final warning.
Oh,
Keep
please,
it cool, bro. Keep it cool.
Yo, they're the one ruining it. They're telling lies on your stage.
I'm not running it at all. All I'm saying is that you cannot have pressure of any kind without a container.
Yes, you can, Jen. Yes, you 100% you can.
Atmospheric pressure gradient. There is no container
No,
in the
we're
atmospheric
talking
pressure
about
gradient.
air pressure. Air pressure requires a container.
No, it does not. It does not require.
Jen, 100% you can have different pressures without a container. If you go down into the ocean, you can go 200 meters down in the ocean, you're going to have a different pressure than you're going to have at 10 meters below the oceon. You can definitely have different pressure without a container.
You're convoluting the point we're making here. You're convoluting it. Gas pressure.
100% we're not doing that. Your misunderstanding of basic fucking science.
Who's this guy that keeps interrupting?
I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish.
The thing
Let
is,
me know
gas
when I
pressure.
can speak. Yeah.
Okay. I want you to find in the definition where it says gas pressure requires a solid container. Go ahead.
Yeah, pressure requires containment. Why don't you know this, dude?
It has containment, gravity.
Yeah, because otherwise the gas
I want
is
you to
subject
find
entropy. Listen close, very, very slow, man. Otherwise,
go ahead, brother.
listen close,
Very, very slow,
man.
electric.
That doesn't mean you keep talking. You have to listen now.
No, what you need to do is find solid in the
The
definition.
gas
Find
molecules
solid.
move away from each other in your model. Gas is subject to entropy.
We don't have a model. We have reality.
Gravity pulls everything to a center, then there's a boundary layer between the layers, and the boundary layers is the containment.
To a lower pressure system. And not
there we go. Done. Sorted. Cheers.
We all know this. Jim was just trolling.
Wow, this guy doesn't understand basic things.
Yeah, basic. Find solid in the definition of gas pressure.
No, you just keep talking from when you should be listening.
Because I'm not going to
Find
jump
the
all
word.
over.
Find the word solid in the definition of gas pressure. Go ahead.
Right. When you're finished, because I don't want any interruptions. Because if you do interrupt me, I will
ask you a
personally mute you. Okay.
I ask your question.
You're not answering me a question. And I'm not going to answer it. You're not asking me that question because I'm not addressing you in particular here. So I'm not answering your question. Don't direct that to me at all.
You can't.
You know. Yeah. Please don't direct that to me at all, Robert. That's wrong.
Okay. Let me direct it to electric.
Right.
Gas pressure does not require a solid container. I want you to find the word solid in the definition.
You know what I want? I want Jin to have a chance to say what he wanted to say with no interruption. So shut up, Rob.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to be quiet.
All
and
right,
I'm
so
waiting.
stop talking.
Put yourself on.
And let
Put
Jin
yourself
say what
on
he
mute
wants to
because
say.
if you do interrupt me, I'm going to mute you, server mute you. So, and I don't like to do that to anyone. So don't interrupt me now. That means you're on mute. Mute yourself to save yourself. Right, here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to this live stream, we do apologize for the confusion and the conversation coming off the rails because a man by the name of Robert has come in and just messed things up. But it's just as simple as this. In order to have any kind of pressure, you must have a containment, okay? So if you have a tire pressure, the tire itself is the container. When you inflate the air into the tire, the pressure begins to increase. Okay, then you have a water pressure. So in order to have water pressure, you're going to need a container. This container, in the case of your homes, it's a pipe. Okay, now the pipe is pressurized to hold that water in there. Okay, and then it comes out at a certain velocity due to the pipe. You've got water pressure, pipe pressure. Then you've got gas pressure. Gas generally, without a container, is omnidirectional. It flows everywhere. In order to have it pressurized, you're going to have to contain it. And when you contain it, the pressure begins to increase depending on the size of the container. Okay? Then you have blood pressure. Your very veins are containing your blood. And if you have a high blood pressure, it means you're becoming unhealthy. You have a normal blood pressure, you're healthy. Okay? Blood pressure. Again, the blood is contained. Okay? I'll stop there for now. Oh, sorry.
Cool, Jen. Why does it go down?
Oil pressure.
You said you're
Oil
gonna stop.
pressure.
You said you're gonna stop. So
Yeah,
why does it go down?
I then said one more. I forgot. One more. Sorry. Oil pressure. So oil pressure in your engine again, for example, your car engine. Okay? It requires a pump and it requires pipes in order for the pressure to increase so that it flows up onto the top of the camshafts, around the crankcases and crankshafts, etc., etc. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping it simple. Again, oil pressure contained. Finish. Go ahead now.
Yeah, 100%. So why does it go down? If I'm standing up straight up from the earth, we got an up, down, left, right, forward, backwards. Why does it go down?
That question is not related to all the stuff that I just spoke about.
Right.
Pressure.
Let me respond to him real quick. Again, okay, guys. The word solid container is not in the definition of gas pressure. Containment is in the definition of gas pressure. So, what can contain gas? Well, you can either have a solid container to contain gas, or you can use a force to contain gas, or gas itself contains itself, or a liquid can contain gas, like a bubble in the water. See what I'm saying? It is contained by the water, which is a liquid. You see what I'm saying? So gas pressure requires containment, not a solid containment system. So I'm going to demonstrate it for you. At the sea level, we have 14.7 psi. That is where the airplane is sitting on the runway. When the aircraft takes off and it gets to 35,000 feet, it gets to an extremely low pressure environment, below 5 psi's. It didn't run into any solid walls to get there.
Wow, this is where you fall apart.
It simply left a high pressure to a low pressure. I'm going to finish right here now. Check this out. This is an example that high pressure can exist next to low pressure. Space is a low pressure. You see that? So if you have high pressure existing next to low pressure, space exists. Thank you very much.
How did you
Without no
determine the change in pressure as you gained altitude?
By the way,
Hold on.
here. Okay.
Rob, how did you determine the change in pressure with altitude?
With an instrument called a pressure sensor or a barometer. Yes, sir.
Or an altimeter. What is an altimeter?
An altimeter does not measure gas pressure. All you're doing is going
An
up.
altimeter doesn't
What we're
measure
trying-
gas pressure. Wow.
It doesn't measure your gas pressure. Altimeter
Wow,
just
that's
measures how
amazing.
high up you are. Altitude. Altimeter. Altitude. How high
So-
up from the surface of the earth you are.
Can I get in for a second? So altimeters on airplanes generally are measuring barometric pressure, because the pressure gradient that we have around Earth is despite the fact that things like temperature and weather and stuff changes it. It is extraordinarily stable, so it's a very good way to determine your altitude, at least within a few feet. And the question as to why gas pressure is greater closer to the ground is 100% on target, because the natural gas law, PV equals nRT, ideal gas law, combined with Newton's universal law of gravitation, predicts that we would find higher density air closer to the ground. I mean, that it's a natural, outcome of those two physical forces. So
It goes against the gas laws, ladies and gentlemen, because you need to have a container to have gas pressure. Okay,
Not
gas.
a solid
You
container.
don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
Not a
Thank
solid
you.
container. We just
Shut
told you
up, you stupid dumb Jamaican. Shut up.
not a solid
Jesus,
container.
the add-ons is
Shut
terrible.
up. I'm trying to talk. I don't interrupt you. And remember, I'm a mod. I can actually mute
But
you.
you're supposed to listen
But I
to
don't.
him, Jen. You're supposed to listen to
I'm
what he
listening
said,
to him.
at
I'm
least.
talking, and he's just jumping in. I hadn't even started.
Fucking Jamaican. Jesus,
But
shut
you-
up, Jamaican.
you
Yeah,
ignored what
what
he
is that,
said. It's
Jen? You're a
been-
mod. You're calling him a dumb Jamaican? Is that mod behavior to you? Come
No,
on, bro.
it's not really.
I was
How many
completely
times
interrupted by Omni.
Okay, look. It may have been in bad taste, and I can retract that. But this guy just keeps interrupting. So what do? He must be dumb.
You
If he
allow me
doesn't
to rebut
understand.
Omnivore still equal.
Not dumb. Maybe he can't hear you.
Mind absurdity, pay
No, he
attention. I want
can.
you to listen. I want mind absurdity to listen close as I rebuttal your supposed globe superior. So
Cool.
altimeters
Got you.
rely on static pressure, which is the ambient air pressure measured by a static port on the aircraft. Inside the altimeter are sealed, flexible containers called aneroid capsules. These capsules are filled with a reference gas, often at sea level pressure. To measure any changes of pressure, you require a container.
Garbage.
All gas
That is
pressure
irrelevant.
is reliant on containment.
That's a non
Any
sequitur.
measuring of gas pressure, you need a container as a
Non
reference.
sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
Do you understand that gas pressure requires a container
That
to
do
know
you
any
understand
changes
that
in
that's a
gas
non
pressure?
sequitur? That
Do you
is
know
a
what an
non
aneroid capsule
Don't
is?
talk whilst he's talking, Robert. You're talking whilst he's talking.
He doesn't like clarification.
No,
Once
so
ask
I would like to
the point,
answer.
he's shouting about it.
Yes, you may answer. Go ahead and answer.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to say I don't understand that. You asked me, do I understand that? No. However, what I do understand is that, yes, you need a container, but my understanding of the containment is different layers within a fluid. So because I understand...
Oh my God, you don't understand it.
No. So I understand that, for instance, if I go 200 meters down in sea level, I'm going to have a different pressure. If I go 10 meters above sea level, I'm going to have a different pressure. And the same goes if I go up. If I go up, there's different pressures. So there's a pressure at 10 meters above sea level, and there's a different level 50 meters above sea level. But there's boundary layers, what's called boundary layers, between different gradients. And the same thing happens with refraction, is because of those fluid gradients. So we have Fermat's principle that happens there, but then you have Snell's law that happens between gradients. So those gradients is the boundary layer that is the containment.
That didn't make any sense.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, can I now respond, please? Ladies and gentlemen,
go for it.
What you heard, can I respond? I'm hearing some voices again. Ladies and gentlemen, what you just heard there from Behrman was nonsense, okay? The ocean itself, if it were not contained, wouldn't be on the earth. Okay, so clearly the ocean is contained. And the deeper you go into the medium known as the ocean, the water, the more pressure you're going to feel, because you're going into deeper of this ocean. So you're going to be coming under pressure. Everybody knows that. Okay. And the reason why you're having this pressure is because the ocean is contained. Simple.
Cool.
I'll stop there.
Cool. So I'm going to do it. Give me a chance to rebuttal. So I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, if there's any ladies and gentlemen that can affirm what I've understood with what is understood with what I shared, please tell me where I am wrong with my understanding, because this is my understanding from education.
That's where you're going to lose them.
No, that's fair enough. I just want to hear someone else that maybe does understand this from an educated perspective, because I highly doubt Jin studied this stuff. He's more just a flat earther and pushing this narrative.
Well, the fact that
all right, mine absurdity actually doesn't understand this topic at all. He's literally.
Let me respond, please.
Okay.
So you don't comprehend what the topic is. You're just saying.
Let me respond, please. Okay, so Electric.
All right, sure. Go ahead,
you,
Rob.
you gave a non sequitur answer here. You're talking about the device. We're not measuring the device. The device is measuring the atmosphere around. We don't care about the device. So that's a non sequitur.
No, it's measuring the pressure inside the Android capsule relative to the atmosphere around it. There's a reference gas inside the Android capsule, which is typically 14.7 psi.
Sure.
And then as it gains in altitude, the static pressure changes inside the capsules.
Robert,
Can you stop
you're doing
talking
it again, Robert.
as
You're
I'm
talking
explaining
while-
to you what's going on?
No, Robert.
This guy is absolutely insane with the interruption. Insane with it.
Can anybody explain on the flat Earth side? Why?
Let me continue.
Yes, I can explain everything once Rob is done sputtering out of control.
Let me continue. So you gave a non sequitur answer. We are not measuring the device. The device is measuring its surrounding. And what the device measured in the surroundings is a gas pressure gradient. It did not measure a solid container. The water, the ocean's brother Jin, is contained from the top by the atmosphere. It's not solid. The atmosphere is not solid. So there is nowhere in the definition of gas pressure where it has the word solid. Now, this is the demonstration one more time. I'm going to give it to you. The aircraft left a high pressure to a low pressure, and it did not touch a solid container wall. That tells you, that is your proof, concrete, that a high pressure can exist next to a low pressure. Until you can figure that out, flat Earth dead. Thank you.
That is absolutely stupid. I could just take a balloon and I can measure the pressure inside the balloon. The top will be greater than the lower. It'll be less. It'll be less pressure.
Mind.
Yeah, that's very simple stuff. Yeah, you can have a pressure gradient inside of a container. Typically, this is where you would measure.
You would need a container within a gradient, though, within
if you want to
environment.
measure pressure at all, you need a container. That's what an altimeter
within
is.
that environment. If you want to change,
you know what an altimeter
measure
is?
a different pressured environment.
Can you please look up what an altimeter is and realize you're referencing a container to know any changes in pressure?
100%.
You don't know
how the container works.
All right, so you don't know.
In a very layman term, I actually explained it.
Yeah, you can't measure pressure without a container, dude.
Yeah.
Yes,
you most definitely can. Go put your altimeter outside now. Is there a container? Have you put a
container in
your altimeter?
That's ridiculous.
So wait a minute. What about a pool of mercury? Is a uncovered pool of mercury contained? Because
depending on the volume of the container is going
it doesn't have just a second. It doesn't have a top on it, which means you're going to have to adjust what you mean by a container.
We're talking about water here anyway. We're not talking about mercury.
Well, mercury.
Yeah, so put your altimeter in a fucking container. Go do it when you go up.
Mercury is what's typically used in old-fashioned style barometers. The air pressure on the mercury, the barometric pressure, which you can look up the definition for that.
Yeah.
Pushes down the mercury, which fills up a graduated tube, which tells you the atmospheric pressure.
Right. You're ignoring the fact that in order to have pressure of any kind, you need a container. This is what you are not. This is inescapable. It is
mercury is
inescapable, man. You don't need a solid container.
You need your mercury to be in a tube.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have to be in a tube. It can be in a dish.
It's contained.
Open top. It's an open top dish.
Right. You don't need a solid container.
Are you
Nowhere
suggesting the universe is in a container?
The universe doesn't actually exist.
Dude,
ladies
how
and
are you
gentlemen.
so late
Yes,
to the
the universe does exist. The universe does exist.
Even
And
in
the
your
universe,
model, your universe requires a
we can
container.
tell you the universe exists because we have high pressure next to low pressure. Just
We
at
don't,
30,
ladies and gentlemen.
just
We don't have that.
just
We
at
actually do not
35.
have that.
Yes, we do.
100% do have
Yes,
that, Jen.
we do.
No, we don't have
There is
that. We do
there
not
is
have that.
100% we do have that,
Gentlemen,
Jen.
we do not
It's
have that,
measurable.
ladies and
there
gentlemen.
is
We are under, we're
14.7
in a container.
pounds per square
I'm going
inch.
to speak now.
Jesus Christ,
I'm going to
Jen.
speak now.
Fuck it.
I'm going to speak now. Right, just let me get my words out. Let me get my words out. We're in a container, ladies and gentlemen. For
Oh,
if there was a vacuum in sight, our air pressure would be lost to the vacuum. That's known as entropy. Sorry, you're wrong.
That's right. If your pressure system is adjacent to a lower pressure system, the gas is going to be subject to entropy. You guys don't observe this in reality.
Why didn't? Okay, great.
You do not observe this in
It's
reality.
fucking
It's
Nice.
already done.
Awesome electric. So now you're stuck again. We caught you. Why is there 14.7 pounds per square inch next to sea level all the way up? And then at 35,000 feet, it's only 5 pounds per square inch. And we didn't run into a wall. That is showing you. That is showing you.
It might be because that's not where the wall is, you dumb
What
fuck.
is showing you?
Yeah.
That is showing you, brother. That is showing
You only
you
went
that
35,000 feet up. Do you know how big the Earth is?
a high pressure
Do you know
is
how big
next
the Earth
to
is?
a high pressure is next to a low pressure with no walls, no separator,
Ladies
This
and
guy,
gentlemen.
this guy wants the world to be the size of a dog toy.
no solid
Yeah.
separator.
Okay, we've heard your point, Robert. Ladies and gentlemen,
No, you don't.
air pressure is produced at the lowest at sea level, and it spans everywhere. Now, it's expanding towards the
not
container.
up.
You're
Not
going to
up.
interrupt me now.
It's
So now
obviously
you're going to
conspiring to the
interrupt me.
container.
You're
Okay.
going to interrupt me now, Rob. I'm going to have to mute you in a minute. Stop bloody interrupting, will you? When you speak freely. Nobody interrupts you.
That's
Don't
not true.
interrupt me. Fucking hell, don't interrupt me. Don't
Jesus,
say yes.
don't interrupt Jen, guys. Leave it.
Fuck's sake. I don't
What's wrong with these
interrupt
two
you.
snake globers? These guys are retarded.
Right. So now shut up and just let me get these words out. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we do apologize for the incessant interruption for Robert. Can't seem to
And
control
fasten your
himself.
seatbelts.
Right, it's this anyway. Here we go. Buckle up. Here we go. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, the air pressure is being produced at sea level. It then has to rise up. Now, as it rises up and becomes omnidirectional, it will collide amongst itself, the molecules. It will collide with its container. Meanwhile, more gas is being produced. This is why you have the maximum pressure at the lower end, at sea level. And as it rises up, it begins to thin out, but still in omnidirection. And that can't happen unless we have a container. Because if we didn't have the container, last point, it would just go into the vacuum of space. That's entropy.
So that's not actually true. So what you just wait just a second. So that's not actually how the exchange of gas works. It's not that gas is produced at sea level, which is why most of it's there. It turns out that even in a closed container where you fill the thing with gas, there will be a pressure gradient with higher gas at the bottom than at the top. So, and in fact, that gas pressure gradient inside your sealed container will match that of the gas pressure gradient outside the container.
Where do you think the gas molecules are coming from then?
Yes, where are they coming from?
The gas molecules can be coming from a number of places.
Anywhere. Yeah.
Please
Like
explain.
outer space?
Explain where.
So, gas is exchanged by plants. Gas.
Where is the...
Yeah, the gases are produced at the surface. You just said that's
So
not
wait.
true.
No. So if I have a forest that is high up a mountain, those trees are producing gas, right? However, the gas pressure high up the mountain is still attenuated the way that the planetary gradient shows it to be. So no, it's not about the production of gas. Also,
it is.
Just a second. Jen.
Go ahead.
This may be a bit too complicated, a bit too, inside baseball.
No, it's
But gas pressure just equalizes at close to or at the speed of sound. What that means is this: if you were correct that the gas was created normally and then, was filtering upwards, we would expect there to be a near speed of sound updraft on all pieces of the globe. Obviously,
Bullshit.
we don't see that because it's what's happening. The gradient is not the result of pressure equalization, the way that we would understand it when opening a can of Coke. The gas pressure gradient is the result of a natural sorting where every gas particle has a downward vector applied to it by gravity.
Right. Have you finished? Again, you've evoked something that's never been
I have
proven.
finished.
Ladies
Yes.
and gentlemen, right, logically, it's just required logical thinking here. Most of the air pressure, the maximum air pressure, is at sea level. That's where the air and the gases are being produced. Then as you go up, it thins out because the motion of the gases are thinning out. The expansion of the Earth, the size of the Earth, and the volume of air that's being produced is thinner at the top. Most of the air, it's dense at sea level. That's where it's being produced. That's where the highest pressure is there. And that couldn't be unless we had a container.
What if because it's free at higher elevation?
Oh, bloody hell. I've never...
respond to Jin real quick. So Jin.
Yeah, go on. Everybody just keeps interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. So gas is created on top of mountains. When they're created, the heavier gases go to the ground. They do not go upwards, right? In that rate, it still stays thin at the top and it goes to the bottom. What that is telling you, there's no solid container wall that is moving those gases downwards towards the surface. So that is what we're trying to show you, is that there is a bias towards the ground due to a force. Gas pressure does not require a solid container. And also, if you're talking about most of the gas being created at the ground and then somehow it doesn't go up and equalize the system, you are breaking the ideal gas law, which is the expansion of gas in all directions. It keeps expanding, but it goes up, big man. It's only up until 35,000 feet. It is staying towards the ground. So the ideal gas laws, big man, is being broken right there. So what we're trying to tell
have you finished?
Let me finish. Let me finish here.
Right, hurry up then.
Let me just finish here real quick. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there is nothing stopping the gas from expanding upwards. There is no wall. It just keeps on staying to the ground because of a force. There's a containment force. It's called gravity.
Right. Have you finished? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all what Robert just told you was just nonsense, okay? One, gravity hasn't been proven. Mass attracting mass was totally dismissed by Sir Isaac Newton himself. He said it was an absurd idea. He didn't want his name associated with it. But as soon as he dies, they associated it with his name against his wishes. He's a dead man now, and now you all believe gravity. None of you can prove it. The point is this. When you have air pressure at sea level, you're interrupting me when I'm talking. Okay, but I don't want to hear your fucking voice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the profanity. Now, basically, the gas that is being produced at sea level, the reason why we have this 14.7 psi is because it's been contained by the container that we have. Without it, you cannot have pressure. Gas does not contain itself. It's omnidirectional, as Robert said, okay? And that's what happens. And the point is, the volume of the container and the amount of air, the amount of gases that are being produced cannot fill up the whole container to jam pack it. But we've still got the highest pressure at the source where it's being produced. That's where you're going to have the most pressure automatically, because that's where the source is. And as the gases collide with each other, all the different gases in all different directions, as they rise upwards, it's going to get thinner because the most of the gas that's being produced is at sea level. Okay, it's just simple as that. And like I said, if we did not have this container, all the air we have would be into the vacuum of space, entropy. That's the logic, natural law. That is, high pressure goes to low pressure. This is the second law of thermodynamics. Sorry, I'm finished.
No. You are throwing out the ideal expansion law. The gas that is created at sea level would have expanded all the way to the top of your container. The Earth is old. all of that gas would have already reached. All of that gas would have already reached beyond 35,000 feet. It would
What
have,
about the gas?
big man.
I'll let you finish.
It would have reached beyond 35,000 feet already. The Earth is old, big man. So you are throwing out the ideal gas law. You're saying gas is created towards the ground and somehow it doesn't make it to the top. You are getting
That's
rid
not
of
what I'm saying. I'm not
you.
saying that at all.
Yes, you are.
That's a
Yes,
misrepresentation.
you are.
No,
Yes,
no,
you
I'm
are.
not.
Why
No, I'm
haven't
not.
you? Why
No,
haven't
I'm
you?
not, sir.
I'm going to ask you this
I'm not
question.
saying that.
I'm going to ask you this
I'm not
question.
saying that.
I'm going to ask
I'm
you this
not saying
question.
that.
I am going to ask you this question. Why haven't
Well,
the-
I'm not saying
I
that.
am
Yeah,
going to
I'm not
ask
saying
you
that.
this question.
Yeah, well, then don't
Why?
say what I didn't
I'm
say.
going to ask you the question then.
Yeah, but don't say
Why
what I
hasn't
did
the
not
gas?
say. Okay.
Why hasn't the gas made it up 35,000 feet
Right, ladies and gentlemen. You see,
over
right.
these thousands
I
of
will answer
years?
it. I'm going to
Why
answer
hasn't
it now.
your
I'm going
gas
to answer
made
it.
it up
I'm going to answer it. I'm going
35,000
to answer
feet
it now.
Hey,
over these
Robert,
1,000 years?
don't keep
I'm going
doing
to
that,
answer
man.
it.
Let him answer.
Big
Right.
man, I haven't asked my question. He keeps on interrupting.
You just
Big
asked
man, you're
it.
just talking and talking, big man. Give him a chance to get in.
Thank you. And he's just
Come
asked
on,
the question.
come on.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You know what?
Robert.
Hold on. I noticed a
No,
bias.
no, 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 no. I'm not going to hold
I
on.
noticed,
Ladies
Keep
and
I noticed
talking
a
after
bias
I.
here.
Robert,
I
you
noticed a
gotta
bias.
stop, bro. You gotta stop this.
Listen. You have
Guys,
prima turtles. You have
No, you
Guys,
listen. You listen. I'm modding
Go
right
ahead,
now.
bro.
You listen,
Go ahead.
Robert. Stop
Go ahead, bro.
talking, Robert. Robert,
Brother, be
stop
quiet.
talking
I'll
and
let him
let
answer.
Jin. Robert, please let Jin answer. Go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, just mute the guy because I would have muted him myself. Ladies and gentlemen, what Robert has gone and done is misrepresented my position because clearly we have the highest air pressure down below because that's where the air is being produced. All the gases are being produced at sea level and they rise up. Now, the production of air doesn't cease. So as it rises up and they mix up in the air, where it becomes thinner because the volume is being produced at the bottom, at sea level. Okay, that is a continuous flow of pressure. It's there all the time, due to the container, and the gases then flow up in flux around the whole of the earth in the container. Obviously, it's going to get thinner the higher up you go because the volume of the production is at sea level. That's constant. That doesn't go away. That's the pressure. Robert misrepresented what I said completely. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, it would have been 14.7% psi at 35,000 feet by now. The Earth is thousands of years old.
Oh, bloody hell. Ridiculous. You are ridiculous.
Really. What is
yes,
the
really?
okay,
Yes,
the
really. You
yes.
are ridiculous.
It would
Because,
have been,
ladies
it
and
would
gentlemen, there's evaporation. Evaporation is going on. This is what he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the natural cycle of the gas.
how you
Carry on anyway. Carry on.
Jin, now you're interrupting him, Jin. I mean, come on, guys. Like, you guys need babysitting or what? Why can't you just go one after the other? I don't get it.
Yeah, the point is, the 14.7 psi would have reached 35,000 feet already. The Earth is thousands of years of old, right? There's a reason why it doesn't get to 14.7 psi at 35,000 feet because the heavier gases are staying towards the surface as they rise. They are staying closer to the surface. The lighter gases are the ones that are buoyantly going upwards. Only the lighter gases are making it upwards. The heavier ones are staying to the bottom. The heavier ones should expand at the same rate. The heavier gases are under the same ideal gas laws. And the thousands of years of age of the earth, and they don't make it up there. Obviously, there's another reason. You understand me? And let me just say this one thing.
Whoa.
The fact that flat earthers are modded here and I am not modded here, this is a problem.
Robert, you just keep on yapping, bro. We've told
never
you
give these
100
people
times. Stop.
these guys are not fair.
Stop talking,
Yeah,
bro.
because he asked a question and then he said yes, and I was going to break in with that, meaning, hey, yes, guys, right or wrong. We're supposed to intervene there, Robert. You're supposed to shut up and stop and let us answer whether yes or no. And I say no. I disagree with you. How did you get 14 psi without a
lack of
container
respect.
in the first place, Robert? Don't
Now you're
talk over me
interrupting
till
me.
I'm done asking the question. How did you get 14 psi without containment?
It's a disrespect. No, trust me. There's a higher respect for the flat earthers here. No problem. We see that.
Okay, yeah, thank you very
He
much.
didn't
Ladies
ask
and
you that.
gentlemen.
Don't go into a tirade speech. Answer his question, please, Rob.
I didn't hear his question. Go ahead.
Mark, ask your question again, please, bro.
How did you get 14 psi at sea level without a container?
Gravity. Next question. Go.
That didn't make any sense.
Of course it
Welcome
does.
to Flat Earth.
Yes, gravity. Jump off a table. You hit the ground. That's gravity. Next
you
question.
saying words
That's
are
not
physical?
measuring the pressure.
No,
you
he's
jump off a
measuring
table,
the
you're
word.
measuring air pressure. Are you insane?
No, he's
Yes, you
measuring the
are.
word gravity.
The
proof
ear.
is a word.
Okay.
Hold on,
Okay.
Robert. Stop
You
talking.
have mass.
It's my
You
turn.
have mass. Ear has
They
mass.
have a Bible
That's
of
the definition
words.
of
and they
gravity.
just
Mass
repeat
goes to mass. That's the definition. So
Stop
mass is
saying
going to the
words,
ground,
Robert.
just like you.
This
Stop
is
saying
silly.
a Bible of words when you can't demonstrate anything. Do you have a ball of air
13.7 PSI
without a
is a
container?
demonstration.
Do you have a basketball with no plastic?
Oh, please, non sequitur. You're changing the question.
That's
You're
what
changing
you're.
the
No,
topic.
you are. You're supposed to demonstrate a non-container air ball, non-sequitur boy. You're
Non
non-sequitur.
sequitur. Mass
No,
goes
that's
to
what we
mass.
need here.
The definition of gravity is mass goes to mass under a certain displacement.
Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, not according to Sir Isaac Newton. Not according to Sir Isaac Newton.
Sir.
Not
Yes,
according.
sir.
I can give you the
Gravity.
citation.
Okay. You want
I'll
me
give you
to
the
read?
citation. Okay.
I don't care
Yes.
about words in a Bible. I asked you to demonstrate your air. Where did Newton believe he had air balls with no container? I don't care who wrote it down. Prove it.
Yes. Jump off a table.
Yeah, that's not a ball of air, brother.
Ear has mass. You have mass. That's why you go to the ground.
That's not a ball
Ear
of
goes to
air.
the
You're
ground.
just saying words
Yes, sir.
out of your religious
Yes, sir.
book.
It's mass.
So,
It's a force that
thank you and
attracts
welcome
mass.
to Flat Earth
Distance
again.
of
You
the Earth.
concede.
That is mass
Globers
attracting mass.
cannot demonstrate
Yes.
pressure without a container, and they
Let
don't
me ask you a
have the
question.
balls of air handy.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to see if you're honest. Does ear have mass?
No.
You see, you're not honest. You get out of this debate. You are out of your league. Ear has mass.
You can't prove air has mass.
Ear has mass.
Without a container, show us.
Ear has mass. Look at your periodic table. It has atomic mass. It's
Brother,
affected.
stop saying you're going to read words to prove stuff.
Yeah, see,
You can't just look at a dictionary and say this
don't
dictionary proves we live on a
don't
globe because this
don't
word
expose
means
your lack of
something.
education. You're uneducated. You're not educated. Ear
the
has
one who
mass.
just says words
Ear
and can't
has
physically demonstrate
mass.
anything is the one who's
Ear
lacking of
has
education.
mass.
You have to be
Ear
able to
has
demonstrate your claim,
Ear
not
has
just
mass.
talk the kid's ear off.
Ear has mass.
Yeah, that's a good
Anything with
Bible
mass
religion you
goes
got.
to the ground. Anything with mass, as according to the definition of gravity, mass goes towards mass.
Paul or
That's
Peter
the
write that,
definition.
or Jesus.
So
Did Jesus write that down?
you jumping off the table is your mass. You go to the
Is
ground.
that what Jesus
Ear
said?
will go to the ground. 14.7 psi. That is mass going to the ground.
We know
That
your
is
religion,
gravity.
but how can
Thank
you
you very much.
demonstrate it, brother? We know
Easy.
you have a weird
Easy.
claim
Jump off
that's
a
never
table.
happened
Jump off a
anywhere.
table. Jump off a table.
That's a ball of air?
Jump.
This is weird,
Yes.
brother. This is so weird.
Yes, a basketball has ear in it. Drop it, it goes to the ground. Thank you very much.
No,
Next
it's got a container.
Next question.
We need one without a container.
Next
Thank you
question.
very
Next
much.
question. Thank you very much. Next question.
Next container.
Next question. Next question.
Is your question going to
Next
have a container
question.
too?
14.7 psi to the
How
ground.
come your
Next question.
answers and words need a container too?
14.7 psi to the ground is gravity affecting gas.
You guys
It is
can't even
not
read words without a
14.7.
container called a
It
book.
is not 14.7 psi at 35,000 feet.
Brother, are
That
you reading
means
Narnia?
that is
Stop reading
gravity
Dr.
pulling
Seuss.
gas to the ground. Next question. Next question. You're so
We
poorly
want to see
educated.
where
Incredible.
you see this happen. Where is air without a container?
We're on Earth. On Earth.
Where? Show
On
us.
Earth. On Earth. 14 psi to the ground.
Show us where.
14 psi to the ground.
Show us with no container.
14 psi onto the ground.
You're just saying shit. Show us
No,
with
I'm
no
not.
container.
It's measured. It's measured.
Show us.
It's measured by a barometer. It's
Stop
measured.
saying stuff, Robert.
It's measured.
Show us with
It's,
no
it's,
container how you find out what
it's
14
measured.
psi
It's
means.
measured. 14 psi is measured.
What is the containers measured? We know
No,
you
the
got a
ear pressure.
container.
The air pressure is
Without a
measured.
container, what are you
We
doing
don't measure
again?
the containers. We don't measure the containers. We measure the air
Yes,
pressure.
you're measuring the pressure inside of your altimeter's container.
No,
gotta
we're
fucking
measuring the
cat toy
no,
that
Yes, you
takes
are,
the
no,
dude.
temperature out of it.
no. That's
Did you
affirming the
eliminate
consequent.
voltage out of this
You
or
are
elevation?
affirming the consequent.
So
You're
you
saying
didn't
if
The
eliminate
there's
amount of
a
anything.
pressure
container,
inside your
that's an
container changes with
affirmation of
altitude.
consequent. That's an
Rob,
affirmation of a
the amount of
consequence in
the
your
amount of
brain.
atmospheric pressure inside your container changes with
That is an
altitude. You're
affirmation of a
measuring the pressure
consequence.
inside of the
Well,
container in your pressure gauge.
you're assuming that there's a container.
No,
That's
I'm
In order for
assuming
you
you
to
didn't
measure
manipulate.
pressure at all, you require a container. I don't know.
no,
Do you know what an
you
altimeter is?
you do not require a solid container. No, you do not.
You don't require containment to measure pressure. That's a
You do
lie.
not.
You don't know
He
what an
keeps saying
altimeter
that,
is.
but he's got a
Gas
cat toy
pressure,
to do it. That's a
gas
container.
pressure, gas
Isn't that
pressure is
weird?
not a
Throw
solid
your
container.
container away,
A
your magic
solid
cat toy that's
container.
lying to
A
you, and
solid
now tell us the
container. A
pressure.
solid
You
He's
don't
not
want to
container
using
know
is
what
science.
your
He
not
cat
thinks he
toy
can jump
required.
says.
off his table and measure
Solid
air pressure.
container is not a requirement for gas
Cat toy is
pressure.
not helping you, Robert. We want to know
Solid
pressure.
containers are not required for gas pressure. Solid containers are not required
Robert,
for
you're
gas
really
pressure.
annoying, man. You truly are hard to listen to, bro. Truly.
You actually do require a sealed container
Hold
to
on.
measure any
I am
variation
hard to listen
in air
to, and DMOC is not harder to listen to. DMOC is not talking science. He's talking garbage. But I am the
I
one.
asked you to
My
manipulate
You're
the
God.
talking
variable of
garbage, Rob.
voltage and temperature, and you will not
It is
manipulate it and say
14.
it's
It is
not temperature, Demox. It's not
14.7
a container.
psi
You didn't manipulate
to
the
the
container
ground.
and throw it out. You didn't
35,000
manipulate
feet.
the
It is
voltage
5
or the
pounds per
temperature,
square
the
inch.
things you're calling
5
pressure
pounds
or
per square inch.
PSI. Stop talking over me. You'll never learn this way, kindergartner.
No, you're not learning at all. You will never
You
learn.
have to manipulate the variables to say what your cause is. When did you manipulate pressure without a container?
We're not
And
manipulating.
gravity.
We're measuring.
No,
We're
you can't
measuring.
use, you have
You're
to use
measuring.
gravity.
We're not
You can't use
manipulating.
temperature. You can't use
Manipulation
voltage.
is a different
And you
science. We're
can't use
measuring.
earth. No,
You're
you got to use
measuring.
vacuum
You're
container and
measuring.
gravity
You're
and
measuring.
show us pressure. In a vacuum, inside the vacuum, in the center of the vacuum, create 14 psi. That's all you have to do to prove gravity's real. In the center of a vacuum container, 14 psi. Let's go.
Are you doing it on Earth or are you
We'll
doing it
give
off
you
of
a
Earth?
container. We're giving you a vacuum on Earth. Yeah.
No, we want
In
you
the
to go to
vacuum
space right
container,
now, Rob.
in
You
the
can't.
very center, only in the very center, we want 14 psi, little
Right.
airball center.
Right. You can't do it on Earth. Sorry.
So you can't
Where else are you
control
going to
any
do
of the
any
variables
science at?
in your
Yeah.
experiment.
If we
You
could
have no way
manipulate.
to confirm the cause-effect
Yes.
relationship in your
Go to
experiment.
space. You want me to post it? I can post it for you. When you're
Yeah,
in
you
space,
require an environment that you can't demonstrate.
of course, there are a dozen
But
people
I
on the
can
ISS.
demonstrate my claim right here on Earth.
You're using my gravity.
You're invoking some kind of pseudoscientific claim that there is
No,
some environment that you can reach.
You are using my gravity.
No,
to
I can
demonstrate
I can prove my claim right here on Earth
my
that I
gravity.
can measure
No,
pressure with containment.
you're proving
No, I
my
use
gravity.
temperature, Robert. I just
You're
freeze the
using.
ice
You're
cubes
using.
in the
You're
freezer
using.
and bring them
You
out
are
and give you
using
an
my
ice cube.
gravity.
I use
You're
temperature.
using
How
my
can you do the
gravity.
same with gravity and make me an ice
You're
cube with
using
gravity?
my gravity.
No.
You're using my
No,
gravity
I
to
use
do it.
temperature, Robert.
You're
Gravity's not
using my
real.
gravity
No
to
one
do
can
it.
use
You're
gravity.
using my gravity to
No
do
one
it.
knows how. We don't. You won't
And
tell us what it is. How can we use it?
there's various
How can you use your
temperatures.
gravity? You won't give
It's
us the
still
secret.
14.7 psi's. There's various temperatures.
So just
Still
say words and numbers,
14.7
and that's how we
psi.
use gravity.
You're the one saying words. You haven't done
45,
anything.
9, 2,
You have never
7,
left your
1.
house. Give me a
Hope.
break.
45, 7. Hope. Hope more. 4, 2.
No, you cope
Is that
more.
what you're
Cope.
talking?
You cope more. You don't know anything.
Brother, I got a ball of ice. I don't need to
You
cope.
you
My
you
proof is
you're
right
losing.
here in solid water.
You're
Holding
using
a
my.
shape.
You're using my
I'm
gravity.
holding.
Sorry to
No,
tell
I'm
you.
using temperature.
That's my
That's
gravity
real.
you're using. That's my gravity
No,
you're
I'm
using.
using
That's
temperature.
my gravity. That's my
This
gravity you're
dude's
using.
fucked up.
It's my gravity you're using. You can't get away from my gravity. You're using my
Yeah, I
gravity to
can because it
demonstrate
doesn't
your
exist.
instrument.
I'm a flat
That's
earther.
my
I don't have
gravity.
imaginary
No,
friends
you're not
named
a flat
gravity.
earther. You're not a
Weirdo.
flirt. You're not a flat
That's
earther. You're just
your
an uneducated
mechanism for
person.
your
You're
ignorance.
you're an
That's your fucking goofy
uneducated.
tool.
You're an uneducated
Don't ever
person.
say a flat earther
You
needs
are
fucking
an
space gravity ever ever in their
uneducated.
life to do
You are
anything.
an uneducated
Stop
person.
mixing
You
globes
are
with flat Earth. That's why you guys have problems.
Poorly. We have no problem.
Rob, what are you doing, dude? Stop saying the same thing over and over again. You're a
Because
broken
he's
record.
talking garbage. He's talking
No,
garbage.
you're talking garbage, dude. Listening to you, you're just repeating yourself. You have nothing to say. Your conversation goes nowhere.
Hold on. What I'm repeating is facts. We have gravity on Earth.
You didn't address what I said, dude. In order for you to measure air pressure at all, you require a sealed container.
No,
Can
you do
respond
not.
to this, please?
No, you do not require.
What do you
a
think
container.
what do you think an altimeter is? How do we measure atmospheric pressure?
We use a barometer. Thank you very much.
What is a barometer?
A container.
No, it's an instrument to measure gas
Yeah,
pressure.
it's a sealed container.
Container
You
is
require a
the
sealed
very thing
We're not
you
container to
get
measure
away
pressure.
from.
non
Very thing you're
sequitur.
not supposed to use,
Non
Robert.
He doesn't
sequitur.
even know what instrument he's using to measure pressure. He said he
We're
could jump
not
off of
measuring.
it.
Dude, we're not measuring the
He said if
instrument.
I jump off of a table, I can measure
My friend, we're not measuring the instrument. We're measuring the environment, not the instrument.
Yeah, the
We are-
instrument is for measuring the environment. The
No,
instrument
the
is a
instrument.
container.
Yes, the instrument is for measuring the environment. We're not measuring the instrument. We don't care about the
You're stealing a known gas pressure within your
How can you
container.
possibly fall down on a globe anyway?
Why are you measuring?
Hold on.
Why are you measuring the
No,
instrument?
hold on. Hold on. Let's cover
I
something
told
actual
you. I
right here,
told
Robert.
you to measure the
The
environment.
instrument is
Let's get off
providing
the
a
magic.
measurement.
Yes,
Hold on, guys.
we're
Let's get off
measuring
the
the
magic because
environment.
Robert's not going to
Yeah, the
concede.
metric is air
Instrument.
pressure.
We're measuring the environment, not
No, but Robert said
Yeah, the
jump up,
metric is the
guys.
difference
We're
in air pressure
measuring
as you gain altitude,
okay,
dude.
in a speedometer. Are you
You
measuring
guys
the
don't want to learn
speedometer
something new
or the
from
I'm talking
Sutter
about
speed?
things that aren't related.
Are you measuring the speed you're going with a speedometer, or are you measuring the speedometer? Which one?
The speedometer is
No
measuring
such thing
Measuring
as
the
something,
speed. So we're
You don't
measuring
have
and
the
you're reading
speed.
the
just made up.
speedometer.
We're
There's no
using the
such thing as
speed.
speed.
We're using the speedometer to measure the speed. The
No such
speed.
thing.
The speed is what we care about, not
No
the
such thing as
speedometer.
speed, stupid.
We're not talking about
Okay.
speedometers. We're talking about altimeters,
No, we're talking about
pressure
instruments.
gauges.
We're talking about instruments. Instruments.
Yeah,
There's
an
no such
altimeter
thing as
is an
speed.
instrument.
There's only a
You fuck
differential
retard.
against a
Exactly.
fucking gauge.
Good. Now
And you
we're on
have
the
your
same page.
tire, your ratio, your
So
crankshaft,
now,
your
great.
flywheel, your
So
This
now
gears.
guy
we're
really doesn't get it. Like, do you
You
not
don't get it.
understand that
I
an
am
altimeter has
You
a
measuring.
both
container?
won't let
I am
anybody talk.
measuring the
Neither one of you.
environment, not
And you're
the
both just
instrument.
talking nonsense.
I am measuring
Robert
the
said jump.
environment, not
Robert,
the
how can
instrument.
you jump
I
on a
am
globe and
measuring
jump
the
down to anywhere?
environment
When a
and
You're
not
globe is
the
the
measuring the
instrument.
air
equidistance to
I
pressure
am
itself.
inside
measuring
the
the
instrument.
environment. The air pressure
Yeah,
is in
your
the
instrument is a
environment.
sealed container
The air
in the instrument.
pressure is in the environment. The air pressure is the environment,
An
not
earth
the
curve is supposed
instrument.
to be not
We're
down,
not
down. So
measuring
where are
the
you jumping
instrument.
down to on an earth curve that's
Okay.
even with itself
It's the
everywhere, Robert?
you're
How do
measuring
you
the
have a down?
differential in different
Okay.
pressures
The ruler.
relative to your
The
sealed
ruler.
container.
I use a
Your
ruler.
sealed container has a
I use
measured
a.
air
I
pressure,
use.
and then the differential to the pressure outside the container. That's how you're gonna know the difference in pressure as you
I'm
gain
using
altitude.
a ruler to
You
measure.
just don't understand that you literally require
You
a
don't
container to
understand.
measure air pressure.
I'm using a
You
ruler.
actually require
When I'm
air
measuring
pressure sealed within a container to measure any differential in air pressure as you gain altitude.
when
This
I
is
am
literally
Those
what your
guys can both
instrument
just
is.
shut up
if
for a
I
minute so I can point
when I
some out
measure a
here.
table with a ruler, am I measuring
Why
the
is there a
ruler or the
problem?
table?
Now he wants to talk about other forms of measurement
When
that
I
aren't analogous to
exactly
the actual experiment that
is
we're
the
talking.
instrument. We're talking about the instrument.
Yeah, let's just talk
measuring
about jumping off of
environment.
tables
You
and
guys never even
speedometers,
heard
things that have
before.
nothing to do with the
You've never even heard this
Whenever you
argument before.
measure
None
a
of you have.
table with a ruler, are you measuring the ruler or the table? Which
Yeah,
one?
this guy Rob said that he can measure air pressure by jumping off of a table.
Robert's only
No,
measuring his
gravity.
imagination. We know this. Why talk to him?
About gravity,
He's just
brother.
reading words off a book, dude, a Bible.
You're demonstrating gravity. He
Stop
asked me to.
reading, dude.
He asked me to
Today you can
demonstrate
demonstrate something.
gravity.
We'll talk to you, buddy.
He asked me to demonstrate gravity. I said, jump off
Yeah,
a
you're
table.
well reading
That's
books
what I
ain't
did.
doing it, weirdo.
You're welcome. Jump off a
Yeah, well,
table.
you're
That's how you
not.
demonstrate
Nothing
gravity.
doer.
Thank you very
You're
much.
not welcome
Now,
for nothing.
whenever you measure, you're measuring the
You're not
environment,
measuring anything.
not
Just shut
the
up.
instrument. I'm going to turn this
Good
guy off.
morning.
You need to know the amount of air pressure within the aneroid capsule. You're measuring the differential differential, the
There
atmosphere
isn't any
pressure,
air pressure,
and the
you guys.
difference between that
There's a
and the
difference
pressure
in
inside of
temperature.
your aneroid capsule, which is going to be typically 14.7 psi.
No,
The
it's
pressure
going between
nearest
a
the
temperature
surface.
and a voltage
Right. Thank you.
fluctuation.
There, you're making my
Temperature
point.
and
Yeah, so
voltage
you're
You're
of
yeah, so you're
measuring,
fluctuate.
right?
referencing so you're referencing a sealed
Kinetic
container.
energy off of
No,
a
you're
pill
referencing
bottle.
the environment.
No,
Sorry,
you're referencing a sealed container.
no, you're measuring the environment.
You're measuring dude.
You're measuring the pressure in the environment.
I'm gonna actually get the drawing for you because I
Okay,
don't
go
think you
ahead.
know
Get
what
the
an
drawing.
altimeter
Get the
is.
drawing. What is the ultimate mission of the barometer? To
Stop
do what?
asking dumb
It's to
questions.
measure the
Just
difference
prove
in
math
pressure between
doesn't
the
without a
atmosphere and inside
container.
the sealed
It's
container.
right.
Asking
It's
questions is
measuring
not
the
how you
pressure of the
prove things.
environment. If I ask
Yeah,
you,
the
if I
difference
ask
in
you,
pressure
hold on,
between the
hold on.
sealed
If
aneroid
I ask
capsule,
you,
which
if
has
I
14.7
if
psi,
if
you're measuring the
okay,
differential
is the
between that and the atmospheric pressure. The
is the
pressure
14
outside of your sealed
okay?
container.
Is
Dude,
the
Rob,
14
why aren't you listening? Why are you saying
dude
stupid shit while I'm explaining it to you?
is the 14.7 in the inside of the barometer or the 14.7 outside of the barometer?
I don't know how many times I explained this to you. You just weren't
Is
listening.
the 14.7 outside of the barometer or
Yeah, when I
inside of?
explained this to you like 3
Is
times
the
already,
four,
you would
answer the
know that I
question.
already told you
Answer the question.
inside of your altimeter, you need a
Is
sealed
the
container. I am
14.7
explaining it to you, you fucking idiot.
outside
Stop
of the
talking.
barometer or
Dude,
inside of the
stop
barometer?
talking. I'm answering your
Is
stupid
the
question.
14.7
He's asking the same
outside
question again. He's
or
an idiot.
inside? Answer the question. Is the 14.7 outside of the barometer or inside of the barometer? Go ahead.
You want to ask it a couple more times? You fucking retard.
Is the
It's both. It's
14.7
both,
psi
Robert. It's the
outside
differential
of the
between the
barometer
two.
or inside of the barometer? Don't lie.
It's
Do
both.
not
It's
lie.
the
If you lie on
differential.
stage,
The only thing
you
you can read is the
are somebody
differential,
who
and
will be denounced as a poorly
everything else is
educated
made
person.
up. The
Is
amount is
the
made up. Shut the
14.7
fuck up,
psi
you retard.
outside of the barometer or
Shut the fuck up,
inside
you
of the
idiot.
barometer?
This guy's an idiot.
Just shut the fuck up, Robert.
Mhm.
I've been answering you, you retard. It's both, you fucking dummy. You're measuring differential. Any number you
Is
put on
the
something is a
length
man.
of the
Shut up.
table
Shut the fuck up.
inside of the
You're
ruler
talking for an hour, you
or
retarded
the
fuck.
length of the table?
Anything you make up is made up by
You see
you.
that?
You makeup artist, motherfucker. You measure
Is
a
the
differential, whether
temperature
it's speed,
in
temperature, height,
outside of the thermometer
elevation.
or
Anything you
inside
measure is
of the
just a
thermometer?
differential from point A, the reference,
You see,
to point
you see
B.
that?
It's the difference of
Is
the
the
two.
speed of the car
You
inside
don't
of the
have any
speedometer
speed. Shut the fuck up.
or outside of the
Shut
speedometer?
up, stupid. Questions aren't doing anything for you. Questions aren't balls of air you're supposed to be proving. Slow guy. Now, when you said you jump and you fall, where the fuck are you falling to when the earth is supposed to be equidistant, not down? The curve isn't unequal with itself. Where could you fall to? You falling from sea level to sea level? Show me. Show me how sea level's down from sea level when you fall, Robert. I'll take a peek. Globe falling sea level to sea level. Show me how that's possible. Show me how you can fall on a globe and be any lower than sea level when you land. When you're at sea level. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, I'm gonna read this to Rob because I really don't think he
No, hold on,
understands.
Jesse. Stop.
Okay.
Did you comprehend what I said? Did you understand what I just said? The significance of this fucking great and magic thing that I came up with that's so
I'm not
awesome.
listening to D-Mark. I have him turned
If
down
you're
because
on a
he's
ball,
talking. He's
check the
poorly
potential
educated.
stuff
He's an
everywhere, the whole ball, right?
uneducated person.
There's no edge.
Totally.
You can't find it. It acts
Not
like a
listening to that guy.
horizontal. Are
Poorly
you with me,
educated.
guys?
Poorly.
If it acts like a horizontal and you
Exceptionally
jump on a
uneducated.
Yeah,
horizontal,
Robert,
where are you
you are
down
speaking
to?
when Denmark is speaking again.
You can't fall off anything to sea level from sea level. You can't walk sea level and fall to sea level. You're already sea level. You're not going down anywhere. So there is no down on a globe. It's sea level.
Okay. You want to respond to that, Robert? No? Okay, fine.
Yes, I'm going to respond. Yes.
Okay, well, then respond. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My response is the instrument measures the environment, not the instrument. When you're measuring a table with a ruler, you're measuring the table, not the ruler. When you're measuring the temperature Outside, you're not measuring the thermometer, you're measuring outside.
Do
The
it
heat
without it,
sensor
then,
in your
liar.
car, in your engine, is measuring the heat of the car, not the heat of the sensor.
We'll do it
The
without the thermometer.
instrument for barometer is not measuring the pressure of the barometer, it's measuring the pressure of the environment.
And you don't need
We
the
do not
barometer, then, do
care
you?
about the
No,
instrument.
it's
We care
actually
about
measuring the mechanical movement after the
the
expansion
no.
of the aneroid capsule. When the
And then what's
aneroid
causing it? And
capsule's
then what's causing it?
there's air
What's
pressure
causing it?
inside of the
What's
aneroid
causing it?
capsule, and
What's
as it
causing it?
gains altitude, this shifts the metal that it's contained in.
You are. This is
So you're literally
incredible.
measuring the mechanical movement of the capsule. This is what you're
The
considering
And
differential,
it,
is
Jesse.
caused by the air pressure.
The
and what is
differential.
causing it?
Remember, I just
What
told
is
you about
causing?
the
What is
differential.
causing this
Yeah,
movement?
yeah. Your instrument is just measuring
What's causing
mechanical
it?
movement, which is due
What's
to the
causing that
difference in air
movement?
pressure
What's
between
what's
the
causing that movement?
inside of the capsule and the outside of the
What?
capsule.
And you can
The
only be
outside.
measuring
And
from
he's
the
Thank you very
talking
much.
as I'm answering
We
him. He's talking through me again. Like I
Yeah,
tried to say
Robert,
this
you're
to you
doing it again,
before,
Rob.
and you spoke all the way through it. And now I want to repeat it because I know you weren't listening. Like this guy's out of control. He's retarded.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and say what you got to say. I've just put him on mute slightly. Short while. Go, Electric. Just get it all out. No, you're not going to get it all out?
It's differential. I think somebody might have muted him. It's
Yeah, that was
differential.
me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean somebody might have muted electric too. It's
Oh,
differential,
really?
Jen. It's what he's saying. Without the Robert's saying he can do all this stuff without the stuff that he's doing it with. Well, then do it without the stuff, Robert. Let's go. Prove your
Yeah.
damn point.
Yeah. Please
Away.
prove how gas can contain itself, ladies and gentlemen, because gas is omnidirectional. It doesn't contain itself. That's why the terminology atmosphere is incorrect, because gases do not form spheres. Gases are omnidirectional. They do not form a sphere. Okay? But anyway, let's see what Robert's got to say about that.
omnidirectional is a sphere, equidistant from the center. Omni is all directions. That is a sphere. Okay? So cut the garbage out. Now,
No, it's not. It's not a sphere. Hang on, it's not a
yes,
sphere.
it is a sphere.
Where?
All
Hang
directions.
on, Robert.
The
I
ideal
want you to show
gas law,
us.
the
I want
ideal
you
gas
to
law is
look.
all direction.
Look, I'm trying to
All
speak to you now. I'm
expansion
trying
in
to ask you a
all
question
directions.
now. Can I ask you this question? Thank you. Can you please demonstrate to us with gas forming a sphere? Okay, you've got to be able to do this.
All gases. All gases expand in all gases, according to the ideal gas law, it expands all directions.
What's that
Now,
mean?
guess what happens on Earth? The heavier ones go to the ground,
No, they
one
don't.
direction.
Which
Not
gas is
because of
down
our
there? Which is
fingers
the
in
bottom gas?
containers.
Which is the
Not
bottom
because
gas,
of
Robert?
fingers in containers. It's
Robert,
because
which
of
is
the
the bottom gas?
gravitational impact that is bringing the heavier gases
Robert,
to the
where's the
ground.
bottom gradient gas?
Barometers measure the environment, not
Which fucking
itself.
chemical is
Yeah,
the bottom,
hold on,
Rulers,
Denmark. Hold on,
rulers,
Denmark. Let him get it out.
rulers measure tables, not rulers.
Robert, which chemical
Rulers
is the
measure
fucking
tables
heaviest? Which
and not
air
the
is on the
ruler.
ground? Where? Where's this gradient? Robert.
Right. One time, Denmark.
Where's the gas gradient, Robert, of the densest, heaviest gases? I don't seem to see 2 inches of this one and 4 inches of this one and 3 inches of this one stacked up like a density tower, do I? You live in a density tower, Robert? With gases stacked in different colors and shit? Spectroscopy them boys. Put a lens out, spectroscopy a light through it, and all your layers of color should shine like different colors of the rainbow, right, Robert? Your layers of atmosphere, shouldn't the gases be different colors? Spectroscopy. How can you prove your lie, Robert? What kind of lens can we look through to see the heaviest gas on the ground or in a hole and then the lightest ones above it? So all heavy gases should be down in all holes, automatically forced down into holes everywhere like a drill bit to the center. All the heavier gases without a top, with an uncovered cave, not covered, should just be sitting there, right? Robert?
Yeah,
In
go
your
ahead,
thing,
Electric.
well, in his thing, Robert just explained
Thanks, Jim.
gases can't come down. Gases won't drop. They'll stay in a gradient and hold themselves in a layer.
I
Isn't
want
that weird? Ooh, yeah.
I want Rob to be able to respond to what I'm about to read.
Yeah.
So if you could take him off mute and I'm asking Rob to not interrupt me until I'm finished.
Spheres, when they don't, they go into all they go into all directions and then dissipate into the atmos.
Yeah, the idea that
Or
entropy is going to cause gas to form into a sphere—that's complete nonsense. I don't know where he got that
yeah,
from.
exactly.
But okay, can we unmute Rob?
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I thought I did.
Make it concise, Rob. Don't take 2 years. Just answer us and keep
But
the conversation moving.
I just want Rob to have a chance to respond to what I'm about
Yeah.
to read.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go
great.
ahead, Rob.
Okay, here we go. The aneroid capsule is a sealed, partially evacuated metal capsule, often made of brass or beryllium copper alloy. As you ascend and the surrounding air pressure decreases, there's less of an external force pushing on the capsule. With less external pressure, the capsule, which has a lower internal pressure, this will cause the capsule to expand. This expansion of the aneroid capsule is translated into a mechanical movement. A system of levels and gears is connected to the capsule as it expands. This linkage causes the pointers on the altimeter dial to move. So when you say that you're measuring just atmospheric pressure, no, you're measuring the difference in pressure between your sealed container and the atmosphere by
Right.
means of the mechanical movement of the capsule.
Okay, great.
Okay.
We are
Go
not
ahead.
measuring. We do not care about the instrument's behavior. We care about the environment's behavior. The instrument's behavior is what is measuring the environment's behavior. The instrument is designed in a way to measure the environment. It may use gas inside of it. It may use liquid inside of it. It may use metal parts. It may use little minions. We don't give fuck darn about those guys. We care about what it is measuring. It is measuring the environment. And what we have realized is that there is 14.7 psi's towards the ground and less than 5 psi's at 35,000 feet without a solid container. What the instrument has discovered is that high pressure can exist next to low pressure. Right? Space is a low pressure. That means the instrument is telling you inherently that space can exist. High pressure environment like the Earth can exist next to a low pressure environment. That is
Ladies and
simply
gentlemen. Okay. Okay. We've got your point. Made your point.
Let me finish it.
You've made your point. I don't want to mute you. You've
No,
made your point.
no, I have
You've
not.
made your
I
point.
have not. I have not.
He's got
I have
nothing.
not.
You've made
I
your
have
point.
not.
You've made
I
your
have not.
point.
I have not.
All right.
I have not.
You have made your point. Right now, Denmark, did you want to respond to that? No? Okay. Electric, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, it's all about the difference in pressure between the sealed container, which is sealing in a specific air pressure. Typically, it's going to be 14.7 psi. This is the air pressure lowest to the ground. So any differential can be represented by the altitude. This is how you measure altitude. It's the difference in pressure between the sealed container and the outside of the container, the air pressure outside the container.
Right, right. And then the container on Earth is so large that you cannot have 14.7 psi all the way through to the whole container, because you've got the gases that are in flux and they're evaporating. So there's never going to be this build-up where you get 14.7 psi all the way through the whole container. That's impossible. The way this Earth has been designed is such. It's the way it is.
Exactly.
There you are.
All
yes,
right.
go ahead, Robert.
You're going to have to demonstrate what's preventing all the gas from flowing through the entire Earth. You are going to have to tell us what mathematics, what framework, what
So the surface of the Earth is containing the pressure?
Let me finish. You're going to have to demonstrate to us what concept is preventing carbon dioxide from fooling your entire Earth system for thousands of years. Why is there no carbon dioxide in the ionosphere? Why? You're going to have to tell us why that is. And I'm telling you right now, you
It's a
will
non
not.
sequitur.
You're
You're asking a non sequitur question.
No, it is a
Because
perfect question.
so
Yeah,
I can't
he's not
respond.
talking
Okay.
about pressure anymore. Now he's talking about a density
Ideal
gradient.
gas law.
Yeah. He
Ideal
won't. He
gas
won't.
law.
He won't let me respond.
Ideal
Let's
gas
carry
law.
on.
Ideal. Let me finish. Ideal gas
Do you know
law.
the difference between pressure and a density
Let
gradient?
me finish to you, brother. The ideal gas law says the gas will expand forever, but it doesn't. Why? It
You need
stops
to demonstrate
expanding.
that
It
forever,
stops
Neff. Anyway,
expanding.
you've got to
Again,
demonstrate that, because
ideal gas
okay, look,
law.
Rob,
Let me
I'm gonna have
finish.
to mute you.
Dude,
If I
you
cannot
are.
speak now, I don't
Dude,
want to mute you.
I'm not
You should
finished.
stop yourself.
I am not
No,
finished.
okay, sorry, that's it then. I'm gonna have to mute you because I can't seem to get a word in. You're just going on and 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 on. Okay, so we can't even get a word in. Silly, you should be able to stop. I said, okay, I've made my point. Let them respond, but you can't do that. So basically, you are talking about gases that are in flux all the time. So there's no way that they're going to be filling up the container that we live in. You're not listening to that design that God has created. Okay, that most of the pressure is created at the sea level. That's where it begins. So clearly, you're going to have the highest pressure at the starting point. That's where all the gases are coming from, and they're going across the whole Earth, ladies and gentlemen, across the whole Earth. They're not concentrated in where Robert lives only, for example, or where I am, or where you are. They're across the whole Earth, and they're in flux. They're made up of different gases of different densities, but they're mixing together, creating the weather we have, and the temperatures and the pressure that we have. Okay, and it's a gradient, yes, but it's not due to gravity. Gravity is not the thing that's holding the gases together. That's not true. Go ahead, Robert.
Again, you cannot get rid of the ideal gas law, the expansion of all gases. All gases expand forever according to the ideal gas law, but they do not make it high up enough over thousands of years. Sulfur dioxide is not found in the ionosphere. Why? It is a very
Ladies and
heavy.
gentlemen, this is him repeating himself yet again. Okay, and what we're saying to you is that because of the weather systems and the temperature variation, the gases evaporate. More gases is coming. That's how the cycle works. For
Then
if
you're
it
proving
didn't
my
work,
point.
you're going to interrupt me now. If it
But
didn't
you
work,
interrupted me.
you're going to interrupt me again.
You
Look,
interrupted me. You did.
sorry, I'm going to have to put you on mute. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen is that you're going to find that if the cycle doesn't continue, then you're going to have a congestion, a pressure build-up, possible explosion, let's say, of the dome, for example. That is a possibility. We're going to be very uncomfortable on Earth. Temperatures are going to rise. So adverse and severe weathers would be happening if we didn't have this natural cycle where the gases collide with each other, they collide with the container, They warm up the earth, they cool down the earth, the gases evaporate, new gases come in. That's the cycle. Okay? Robert is talking, gases go on forever. None of us know that, ladies and gentlemen. Just because someone suggests it doesn't mean that's the truth. Okay? Never been proven. Go ahead, Robert.
Well,
Sorry,
again,
go ahead, Robert. Go ahead. Sorry.
well, again, you're making my point. Now you have introduced something else that contains gas. You just said, oh, it does expanding up due to temperature, whatever, blah blah blah. So now you have inadvertently gotten rid of your solid container, and you didn't realize.
No, you have to speak up, please. Can you speak up? Speak up. Can't hear you.
No,
No,
we
what
didn't
I'm
get
saying
rid of
is
our
that
solid
you have
container.
inadvertently gotten rid of your solid container, and I told you.
No, I haven't.
What's a
I
solid
said,
container mean?
Why?
Oh, hold on.
Why is it sulfur
We're talking
dioxide?
about solid
Why?
containers.
Right.
Your
I'm going to
specialty,
stop you there.
Robert, is non-containment. Stop
Right.
trying to straw man
Yeah.
non-containment with containment. We don't give a
Yeah.
fuck about your idea. We need you to prove there's a vacuum and then a vacuum outside of air, and your magic gravity's holding the air, not temperature and not voltage and not a vacuum up there, right? You're supposed to be proving all that
Yeah.
garbage. We
Yeah.
live on
And
flat Earth, which is not in a vacuum. We don't need gravity. So shut the fuck up.
yeah, but just stop misrepresenting my position anyway, because I did mention the container. I said that the gases collide with the container. I said that. So I don't know how you can say I'm inadvertently removing my container. That's the main reason for the pressure. So carry on anyway. Just don't misrepresent my position. Stop that.
We didn't tell you our container.
They are not
You're
up there
supposed to describe yours.
at all. At
Robert.
a certain altitude, they are not there. The heavier gases are towards the ground.
Look.
Where?
Ideal gas. The
Where are they
ideal
at?
gas law should have put methane in the ionosphere. The
No, we didn't
ideal
say
gas
where are they
law
shooting at.
should have
We
put
said where are
sulfur
they sitting?
dioxide in the ionosphere.
Where are they
are
sitting
not
from
there.
gravity? So they're not sitting nowhere from
It is
gravity.
not
So they're
the
shooting up,
walls
not
of the
settling
container
with
that is
gravity.
keeping them towards the surface. It is
You just
something
said they're
else.
shooting
That
up,
is what we're trying
Robert.
to tell you.
You said ideal gas pressure law is shooting up. That's not down and that's not settle. What are
Yeah.
you talking about? You're trying to tell us the opposite of what you're saying?
Yeah, he's going against the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure always goes to low pressure. That is a natural law that is the natural law. That is a law. It's not my law. That's God's law, not
What's
my
he
law. I don't
laughing
make that
about?
law up.
He hasn't demonstrated anything. All he's done is read out of some
Now
religious
you've gotten
book.
rid of container and is now
You haven't
leaning
done
on
anything.
thermodynamics to keep your gas towards
No,
the surface of the earth.
that's the antecedent to having air pressure. That is antecedent to having air pressure on
Just
Earth.
like
is that
temperature.
You need a container. Without
Temperature
it,
differential.
You do not need a solid container.
Let me just
Temperature
finish
is
what I'm
my
saying here.
container, Robert.
Hang on a
Don't
minute.
get
Hang on a minute,
mad.
Denmark.
Stop saying the word solid, Robert.
Okay.
Stop saying the word
Demark is
solid.
poorly educated.
The
Turn him off.
reason we bring up solid to your non-understanding, poor educated ass is because you keep saying a basketball is proof that you have non-contained air, you retard. So we're telling you, fucker, you can't have a basketball without that plastic, motherfucker. And if you think you can, demonstrate. You haven't demonstrated yet that you can have that basketball without our container that you're using for your magic gravity. I say temperature can do the same as that basketball with a ball of water the same size as your fucking basketball. No gravity needed. So Democ the flat earther can get a ball of water contained, stationary, not moving, contained, sitting there in his hand in a shape. Now, can you do that? I don't need a container. Now, you're supposed to not need a container. Show us, motherfucker, like I just showed you. No container containing water into a solid fucking thing. Use water.
Yeah,
I'll let you
just
use
silly.
water.
Exactly. That's right. He's not going to be able to do it because it's an impossibility.
Yeah, you can't use air. You can't use anything but
Demark
gravity.
is
Whatever
uneducated.
space-time is.
Yeah. It's an impossibility. That's it. Anyway, you can't have air pressure, gas pressure, oil pressure, water pressure, blood pressure without a container. You can't
No.
have it. No
Yes,
pressure
you
would
can.
happen. No, you cannot. It's
Yes, you
impossible.
can. The atmospheric pressure, 14 psi towards the ground is 5
The reason
psi.
for
That's
the
35
atmospheric pressure
There is
is because we
no
have a
solid.
container.
There is no
We have a
solid
container,
between them.
Robert.
They exist
Robert,
next to
we
each
have
other.
a container. That is why
You
we
do
have
not. You
pressure.
do not.
Stop saying
Nobody sees
solid. I
it.
just
The
told
airplane
you it
didn't hit it.
doesn't have to be a
No
solid
container.
container.
High pressure
Stop saying the
exists
word
next to a
solid.
low pressure
It's
without.
impossible
For
without
me,
it,
you were
ladies and
still
gentlemen.
banning
It's
unsolid
impossible.
High
containers.
pressure exists next to a low pressure
Tire
without
pressure. Look at the tire pressure. Look at the blood pressure. Look at the oil
Look at the
pressure. Look
atmospheric
at the gas pressure.
Do you
And
have
look
a
at the water
gravity
pressure
tire,
in the pipe.
Robert?
Look at the
Robert, do you have
atmospheric
a
Why it's
gravity
container.
tire?
Look at the
No.
atmospheric pressure. There is no
It's
solid
because
There
of
is
the
no
Earth's
wall
container.
atmospheric pressure.
That's why you have atmospheric pressure, as you put it. Okay,
no
ladies and gentlemen, it's
gravity.
because we have a container. Without
Gravity.
the
No
container,
gravity.
if you
Gravity.
see, ladies and gentlemen, if you
Without
watch
gravity,
and
you
you
won't
look
have.
at, hang on, Robert, hang on. If you look at the globe ball in the solar system, there isn't a container there. That would mean that vacuum of space would strip the air off the Earth.
No
We would
gravity.
all be dead.
Gravity.
Your
No.
Yes, we
balloons
would.
wouldn't fill up next to the
Gravity holds
ground
it.
either. They would stay flat.
Gravity is
Your
your guy.
balloon,
Not
Gravity has
solid
never been proven
container.
to
your
exist.
Yes, it
ladies
has.
and
balloons
gentlemen.
would not.
Jump off a table.
He's saying
That's
that
not proving
gravity's holding
gravity.
the
That
gas
is
down.
gravity.
That is
Everything.
not gravity, ladies and gentlemen. Dropping
The
your pencil
definition.
on the floor
Mass
doesn't prove
goes to
gravity,
mass.
ladies and gentlemen.
Mass goes
The
to mass.
reason why I'm
Jump
going to
off a
go
table.
down to the floor is because I'm not lighter than air. I am more dense than the air that I'm in. So if I
Oh,
jump
really?
up, I return to the ground, okay? I have a
But
helium
listen to
balloon
this.
now in the
You
same
return
room
to the ground
that I
because of
jump
gravity.
up and down, and I
Yeah,
let go of the
but
helium
his
balloon.
You return
balloon
to the
It
isn't.
ground
goes up
because of
because
gravity.
that's more
His
buoyant.
balloons
Why?
aren't
It's
staying
lighter
next
than
to
the
the
air.
ground.
Why?
It's that
Why?
simple. We don't need to
Who's
go on with
making
this
the
jump off
decision for
the
you?
table that proves gravity. Gravity itself hasn't
Gravity
been
is mass
proven.
going to
The
mass.
reason I go to the
Yes,
ground isn't
proven.
due to gravity. The
Lock.
reason why the
It's
helium
due to the
goes up,
plastic of
it's
the
not because
balloon.
gravity is not pulling it. It's because it's lighter than the air. It's that simple.
Gravity. Gravity. The lightness is determined by gravity. Thank you very
No,
much,
it's not.
Father.
Nothing
Yes,
to do with gravity at
yes,
all. It has never
yes,
been proven.
yes,
Right, ladies
yes.
and gentlemen,
Jump
then you
off a
have to
table.
ask Robert, which
Jump off a table.
gravity is he talking about?
Jump off a
Because
table.
the current standard of gravity is the Einsteinian, okay? The bending and the warping of the space-time fabric
Experience
is
is
the current standard because it has superseded Sir Isaac Newton's gravity, of which Sir Isaac
it's
Newton
just an
himself
explanation of how
disagreed with the
it's
theory
same
of
thing.
the mass attracting mass. One, he couldn't prove. Two, he said it was an absurd idea.
Mass goes to mass.
Three, he didn't want to be associated or have his name associated by that idea. So he never proved gravity. And that's old
Yes,
fashioned now.
gravity
It
is
is
locked
now
in.
the Einstein,
Mass goes to mass.
which it hasn't been proven. Thank you.
There is 4 fundamental forces of our world: the weak and strong forces, 2, 1, 3 electromagnetic, and 4 is gravity. That
You
are the
haven't proven it.
4 natural forces. So much so
Reading out of a
they
book's
have
not
built a
proving nothing.
unified theory, trying to build a unified theory. The standard model
No, you're
can
reading
only explain 3: the
to a
weak,
religious cult.
strong, and
Yeah, religious
electromagnetism.
cults
It
believe
can't explain gravity.
to a
Gravity
weird cult.
is the
It
one
doesn't
that
exist.
We
outside
don't
of it.
care
It
about a
doesn't
weird
exist to be
Nazi cult
You know
selling
why
you
it
some
can't
weird ass
explain
fucking
gravity, brother?
dreams.
It can't
You
explain
got weird
gravity.
Nazi
It's because
dreams, Robert.
gravity is
Shut up.
a fundamental thing
Of
in our
Nazi cults.
existence.
Yeah, Nazi cult
Mass
fundamentals.
goes to mass. Period.
It's never
Goes
been
to the moon with a
demonstrated, ladies
rocket.
and
Nazi
gentlemen.
cult.
It's never been demonstrated on this
Yes, it
earth.
has. Jump off a
And
table.
ladies and gentlemen, if that
Yes,
was
jump off
the
a table.
case, if
Yes,
that was
jump off
the
a table.
case, that mass
Jump
attracting
off a
mass,
table.
then if you look supposedly in your supposed universe, you would see partial spares being formed in motion in real time. And then here on Earth, we would experience mass attracting to mass, and we would have different sized spherical objects of different masses and material being attracted to one another all over the Earth at sea level, in the air. It'd be everywhere. We do not observe mass attracting mass.
Yes, we
We've
do.
never
Jump off
observed
a
it.
Listen to this.
Yes, we do.
Listen.
Jump off a
Go ahead.
table, you go to the ground. Cavendish
Robert thinks
experiment
that gas
isolated created the
held to the
downward
ground by
pull,
gravity.
and so the mass
But then he
went
says he
laterally.
feels
I
something
did
up
that
away
experiment
from the
myself.
ground with
So
different
mass
gas that's
goes to
not
mass.
down there. So the
Whether
gas that
it's through
doesn't belong down
Einsteinian's
there is
explanation
staying
or
down there, but not by
Newtonian
gravity,
explanation,
by a tire.
mass is going
Okay.
towards each other.
Yeah. Let's wait for Robert to finish.
The heavier mass always wins. That is how we experience our world. And gas has mass. Therefore,
Okay.
it is
So
affected
Robert,
by
Certain
let me
gases
gravity.
wouldn't be able to reach
let me
certain
ask him a
heights,
question.
Robert. Hold on, Jim.
Denmark, let me ask him a question. Now, Robert, what do you say when Sir Isaac Newton tells you that he disagrees with the theory of mass attracting mass, of which I posted the citation in the chat? Okay, that's his own words. How can you carry on about gravity, mass attracting mass, when Sir Isaac Newton himself disagreed with it? See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Coming out of the horse's mouth. So Isaac Newton did not agree with mass attracting mass. So how can he talk about it? Silly.
Isaac
Ridiculous.
Newton did not disagree with mass going to mass. He did not disagree with that.
He did. I posted it.
No, he didn't. What you posted was a fraud thing from the goofy flat earth community.
No, it
He
didn't come
never
from any
disagreed
flat
with that. Okay, let's read it. Read it.
You know what,
Let's
ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. Not only is this citation is correct, it tells you the article from which it was taken from, time and date. He hasn't read this citation. That's why he made that statement. It's not come from any flat earther at all. He's talking. It was addressing Bentley. The name is there, the time and the date. Everything is there, official. So you're lying, and he did say that. Stop lying, Rob. You're desperate now.
No,
You didn't even read the citation.
Newton did not disagree with mass attracting mass.
You're ignoring what he said.
He made a law. He made a universal gravitational law.
he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He didn't.
Yes,
No,
he
he
did.
didn't.
Yes, he did.
He didn't prove it. He didn't prove, ladies and gentlemen, he did not prove gravity, and he didn't make any laws.
Gravitational force equals the
There is
gravitational
no
force.
gravitational force, ladies and gentlemen. There is no such thing as gravitational force, gravitational lensing, gravitational. What's the other one? What's the other one? What's the other gravitational? Come on, there's another one that I'm missing.
The law of universal attraction is F.
The current standard is the Einstein. The current standard of gravity is the Einsteinian.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie. Not a lie. The current standard of gravity is the Einsteinian gravity, which
That
was
is
never
not
proven.
a law. The Einsteinian gravity is not a law. It is a theory. General
No one said it was a
theory
law.
of relativity.
It was a law, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't say it was a law. I never said that. I said the current standard of gravity is the Einsteinian because it has superseded the Newtonian gravity.
There
Okay,
is no
which was never proven.
supersession.
And Albert Einstein, I did say several times, it was never proven. It's an unproven theory. Hence,
It is not
the
a
statement I made that
supersession.
gravity
It
has
is a
never been
different
proven to exist.
explanation.
Hasn't been proven today. Never been
Yes,
proven.
jump off a table. Yes.
No, that's not proof, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, what is bringing you
That's
to the
not
ground?
proof.
What
Jumping
is
off a
bringing you
table
to the
doesn't
ground?
prove anything.
What
As I
brings
said
you to the
before,
ground?
the reason
What?
I returned to the ground is because I'm heavier than the air.
Heavier
the reason why the
means
helium
gravity.
balloon goes up,
Heavy
rises
means
up because it's lighter than the air. It
weight,
cannot be that
weight,
a room full of
weight,
gravity would
weight,
allow
gravity.
the helium balloon to rise up.
Weight
It's
is
impossible. For the
gravity.
helium balloon itself
Listen
would
to
be
this.
the lightest thing in the room. Okay? The
Because
lightest
of
thing.
buoyant
Okay?
force.
So the
The
idea
heavier
that
one.
only acts on the mass, it would act on the mass of the rubber
You guys are
because the rubber balloon without the helium was dropping to the ground. But as soon as I inflate it with air, it starts to drop to the ground slowly. When I inflate it with helium, it goes straight up. So clearly, it has nothing to do with gravity.
Yes,
Nothing.
it does. Because air
And
does
Robert,
not
you know
breathe.
what? You keep talking when I'm talking, which is really rude of you. So I'm just going to put you on mute for a few minutes. Because you're talking. No, you talked whilst I was speaking, which is like not in good faith at all.
You
Absolutely bloody ridiculous. Okay? You spoke right through everything I had to say. And that's not right. Okay, he's disappeared.
Okay, all right.
Why do helium balloons fall when placed in a vacuum?
Helium balloons fall in it because now the air is not there for it to ride up to get up. That's why it drops down. But if you release the gas goes in all directions, as it
You
would do
see,
everywhere else.
oh wow, he
It's
doesn't
the
know
rubber.
about buoyancy.
Yeah, I just mentioned the buoyancy because of the
Yeah, but why
air
is
is
it? Why,
not
but
there.
why does it go down though? Why is it going down when it's in a balloon?
Why is it going down? Because
Yes.
the rubber itself is heavier than in the
What's
medium
making
that
it
is in
heavy?
that vacuum. It's heavier. That's why.
What's making it heavy though?
Yeah, hang on a minute. Did you remove my privileges here? Someone seems to have removed my privileges.
Why?
What's
Why?
going
Because
on?
you wanna unmute Demok?
Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
Not gonna allow you to unmute Demok because he ruined the
Why do you do
conversation.
that? No, but why do you do that? Because I'm only going to speak to Omnivore and he's going to reinstate it, and I'm going to carry on as normal.
That's
so
fine.
why do you do that?
That's fine. Well,
Why
because
do you
right
do that?
now
Why do you
he
do
is
that? No,
ruining the
okay, don't worry.
conversation.
Don't worry. It's not ruining the conversation. He's not. It was
Yes,
going well.
you and hold
controlling
on,
it.
stop.
No.
It's
Okay, don't worry about it.
you and him are having a
Don't worry
conversation.
about it.
Right?
Don't worry about it. I'll speak to
You and him
Omnivore
are
later
having a
on.
conversation. That's
Don't worry.
fine.
I'm going to speak to Omnivore later on. Don't
And
worry.
he'll back me up because Demok is being disrupted.
No, he's not
Okay?
being disruptive at all.
He
He's
is
not being
being. You and
disruptive
him
at all.
are having a conversation, right?
Omnivore was in here. Omnivore was in here, and everything was going well. It was going okay.
No,
You're the one.
you
You're the one.
stop talking.
You're just
Jin, stop
interrupting.
talking. Okay, now I'm gonna mute you, Jin. Stop
Yeah,
talking.
mute me then.
Stop talking.
No, I don't need to
Stop
stop
talking.
talking. Why? I don't need to stop
I'm
talking.
gonna. Okay, I'm gonna explain something to you. Right?
Yeah, no, you're not going to
You
explain
and
anything to me.
I am. You and the other gentleman were having a conversation, right? And all I hear in the background is Demok yapping away while you and this gentleman are having a conversation. It's not a good it's not good to listen to when you and him are having a civil conversation, but Demok is in the background just yapping.
Yeah, I did say to Denmark to hang on a second. I did say that to him.
Exactly. And did he listen to you? No, he didn't. He's not going to listen to you.
Yeah. Well, he does. He does. He does actually. He does listen.
No.
Yeah, maybe not every time, but he does listen. Sometimes his passion gets the better of him, as it does for all of us from time to time.
When have you ever heard Demok have a decent civil conversation? Ever? Give me one time.
I've heard it many times because I've known Denmark for several years, and he's had loads of decent conversations. Loads.
Well, that's news to me because the entire time I've known Denmark, I've only heard him disrupt conversations and have to be muted every single time.
Yeah. No, well, I've heard him many times have decent conversations when given he does it. So, do I need to go to Omnivore? Or you're going to reinstate my position?
You know, the deal is this. You know, we shouldn't be afraid that you guys have mod privilege. You know, as long as you guys understand that you need to stop. You need to go away from talking points and really look at the science. You guys are not talking science. Like literally, electric is talking about the instrument and not talking about what the instrument is doing. That's not science, dude. That is garbage. There is a pressure differential in our atmosphere. High pressure is next to low pressure. How? How is that possible? If gas pressure needs a solid container, it's the
You're a
only way
science
it's possible
blocker.
is because there's a force.
No, you don't do science. You just talk to yourself in the corner and you think you make any sense to anyone. You're kind of weird. You should go get your ball of air and then we could take a look at all your claims, present itself in reality. Then you would make sense. And then when you claim that all these gases are being held by gravity, guess what? Then your tire wouldn't be able to expand if gravity's holding that gas to a certain fucking level. You'd have to put another gas in there at the top part and then another gas to fill it off at the top. Don't be a weirdo. You fucking think that's what you got to do to fill stuff up? I don't think so. Then when you have that vacuum container, Earth is Life guy that thinks you're smart, that vacuum container created or conducted helium. The whole container's full of helium, smart guy. Prove me wrong.
Yeah. It's just clearly obvious that, without a container, you're never going to achieve pressure. Gas, water, oil, blood, air, these pressures will not be attained without a container. That's it. It's just natural law.
And with a container entailed a reactor or reaction that you will get. These guys are just calling their puny, dumb reactions. Anything in the book, they can call it gravity, 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 gravity. No matter whether it's voltage, temperature, elevation, height, medium, anything, it's gravity. It's not the plastic, it's not the copper, it's not the reading tool, it's not the electric, it's all just gravity. Don't make no fucking
It's
sense.
also, Denmark, it's also important for the listeners to understand that the way this earth has been designed with the container, it has been designed so that we don't get a buildup of pressure. Because Robert seems to be under the impression that if there was a container, then the air pressure should increase to a point where we're all going to be congested. If that was the case, we would have, as I explained earlier on, adverse weather systems would be going on, right? Overheating, extreme cold, pressure, congestion.
Well,
How is the?
Well, hold on.
But you need to hang on a minute. The way it's been designed, there's a pressure valve at the top where there's least air. That's the valve in a way to relax the system. So you have the pressure being built from the lowest level at the sea level. That's where it's at its strongest. That's where the air is being produced on all the gases, and then they rise up due to the volume that's being made, and then they collide with each other, make the weather systems that we have, and then release it, and they evaporate and dissipate, and then you have more air coming up. That's how this system works. That's how God has created it. Okay? And without the container, you couldn't have this gas doing that. It would just be going into vacuum of space. That's what would be happening. We would be dead. There wouldn't be life on Earth.
Oh, the atmosphere. The controller is the sun. When the sun
again
comes
brother,
in play, it gets
Hang on a
hot
minute.
as fuck.
Denmark is speaking,
And then
Robert. When he's
when
finished,
the
your
sun,
turn.
yeah, when the sun
Denmark
comes
is
in
not
play,
saying anything.
it's really hot over a cold
Now you're going to
area.
be. Hang on a minute, Denmark. Let's just stop this. Robert, please allow Denmark to say whatever he's got to say, even if you think he's not saying anything. Okay? You can hear he's speaking. He's speaking to the people who are listening in the live stream and to anybody in this server. Afford him that right. Thank you. Go ahead, Denmark, please.
Okay, the container. For me as a flat earther, I don't need a solid container. As I just demonstrated to you, temperature will do the trick. The sun comes and stuff fucking percolates. When the sun goes, it settles the fuck down. When temperature increases or pressure increases or voltage increases, they're all a form of heat. Electrical, electrolysis, kinetic, or whatever. It's all a form of fucking exchange of voltage turned into heat, transformed into heat. If you trap a gas, if you trap a water, you conduct it to something else. So when they're like, why is that thing going down? Because you just put it in a conductor, a container. A container conducts things. And then when you start pulling on the container, now you just made a fucking reactor. Now you created more potential in the container. Now, yeah.
Okay, that's a good explanation. Let's see how Robert now responds.
The man said conductor. The man said the container conducts. So wait, the container is made of metal now?
The sun is the temperature thing that like between the cold and the hot. So it'd be cold everywhere if there wasn't heat.
Telling you,
Now there's a hot sun, right? And then pressure under the ground with water. Water converts to electricity and lava, right? And turns all that shit into lava, which comes up, right? And then goes wherever it goes. And then it keeps going in that cycle. And the water's going to keep doing that. And the temperature does that. I don't need a solid container. I need temperature. Don't laugh at me. I didn't say metal. I said temperature.
Okay, Robert, please respond.
Yes, let me respond. Again, gas pressure does not require a solid container. So why doesn't gas build up in on our Earth when gravity is what's containing gas? Why doesn't it build up? Well, first of all, trees use up your carbon dioxide, right? These kind of things. You
No.
know, water.
Wait a minute,
gas
Denmark.
form.
Let him finish.
Yeah. D-Mark is not saying anything that's relevant. So things rise, like you say, temperature. There's different reactions in your atmosphere that causes different elements, right? Also, there are some of the gas that escapes into space. Hydrogen does. Hydrogen from Earth is all the way to the moon, right? There's different reasons why gas doesn't build up due to gravity. But the fundamental thing is that we have an atmospheric differential, an atmospheric gradient without a container anywhere. The only way you can have these gradients is by a force or something like temperature or something like pressure. The point is, nowhere in the gas law does it say that you need a solid container for gas. Nowhere. If you can find the word solid in that definition, I will pay you $1,000 right now. Go and find the word
You've made
solid
your point.
container. Find the word solid.
Right.
In your
Ladies and gentlemen, the word solid doesn't have to be in there in order to mean a container. A container can be solid and it can be a soft container. That's got nothing to do with it. The point is,
that's the point we're making.
without are you going to interrupt me now?
No, that's the point we're making. The soft containment is gravity.
Hang on, you are interrupting me now.
No, you're talking like us.
You are interrupting me right.
You're
That's what
talking
you're
like
doing.
us now.
You are
talking like us.
interrupting me right now, Rob, for the 5th time.
I'm going to let you talk like us. Go ahead.
Thank you. Right. Just be quiet then, please, and allow me to just finish. So, ladies and gentlemen, we never mentioned the word solid. It's not necessary. A container can be solid or it can be soft. The point is, you cannot attain any kind of gas, water, oil, blood, or air pressure without a container. That is natural law. The law of gases created by the creator of the flat earth that we live on. Okay? That's all I got to say.
Well, soft is not a state of matter. Soft is not a state of matter. The states of matter are gas, liquid, and plasma. Those are the state of matter. The point we're trying to make to you is that gas pressure does not require solid. It doesn't require solid container. Forces can contain gas. Force, temperature.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no force. Have you finished?
Gas can contain gas. Liquid can contain gas.
Never been seen.
Force can contain gas.
Liquid's the container,
Gas itself
Robert.
can contain
Water
gas.
is the container,
Temperature
Robert.
can contain gas.
Water
Pressure
is the
can
container.
contain gas. All of these things can contain gas. That's
Ladies
what
and
I'm trying to
gentlemen,
say to you.
okay, hang on a minute, Robert. Hang on a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, gas, when you have it coming out of a cylinder, a gas cylinder, and you open it, it just comes out under pressure and flows off. Doesn't contain anywhere. It's omnidirectional. It doesn't contain itself, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is. You can have gas that's with like a dye, and you will see it just go everywhere. It doesn't contain itself. It doesn't have a spherical shape and contain. It dissipates and disappears. It doesn't contain itself. That's why we say gas is omnidirectional. And in order to contain gas, to have a pressure, you've got to put it in a container. The very container that I open the valve here, metaphorically speaking, because as soon as I open the valve, it's escaping. Do you see what I mean? Okay, I'll stop there.
Omnidirectional means all directions. That's all it means.
Correct.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with your container. Gases Gases can contain other gases. Gases can contain other gases. We have mixture of gases all over. We have carbon. Yes, you have within the Earth's crust, you have sulfur dioxide that's containing oxygen down there. Is what I'm saying, brother. So what I'm saying to you, is that forces can contain gas, gases can contain gas, liquid can contain gas, solids can contain gas. That's what we're trying to tell you guys. And that differential, that hard differential, there's 14.7 psi's towards the ground, there's 5
You're going
psi's,
to have.
and there is no
Okay, you're only repeating
there is
yourself. So we've heard it
no
all before.
solid
You're
container.
only repeating yourself at this point.
You cannot show
Robert,
us a solid
Robert,
container
are you
containing
listening?
gas
Are
on
you
Earth.
listening,
You
Robert?
can never show
You're
us
not
a
even
solid
listening now.
container
You're not even
containing
listening now.
gas
Robert,
on
you're
Earth.
repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself. What we want you to do is explain how a force contains gas.
Easily. So, gravitational law says mass goes to mass. That's what the gravitational law is. F equals gravitational constant times the product of the two masses divided by the distance between them. That means they will come to each other. Gas has mass. Earth has mass. That means gas goes to Earth. Simple, 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 simple.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, never been demonstrated. Okay, for the mass attracting mass
Yes,
theory, that's never been. You're going to interrupt me now. Never been proven.
14.7 is the
You're
demonstration.
interrupting me now. You're now interrupting. This is how you get muted, ladies and gentlemen. The idea that gas and mass attracts mass was refuted and dismissed and refused by the so-called inventor or discoverer. That would be Sir Isaac Newton. I have posted the citation of that into this server. Done it many, many times. I've done it into many, many servers. And every single person acts the same way. They try to disregard what the supposed discoverer of gravity himself has stated, and that is, it's an absurd idea that mass attracts mass for no apparent reason, and he couldn't prove or demonstrate that at all, Sir Isaac Newton, and he said that he didn't want to be associated with that theory. Okay, he couldn't prove it. These are out of his own mouth. It's not me. I'm not making it up. Okay, and that's the end of this one. I think we should move on to another topic matter, because I think the listeners can work it out for themselves. Gravity's never been proven. Never been proven, and the current
No,
standard.
Isaac Newton never said that.
The current,
Isaac Newton
the current
Isaac Newton
standard.
never
And I'm
said
nearly
that.
there.
He
I
never
am
said that.
nearly there, Robert. Nearly there. My last point is the current standard of gravity today is the Einsteinian, the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric, which again is another theory that's never been proven. Finished.
That is not true. He never said that. What he was talking about, he was talking about the visualization of the forces of gravity. That's what he's talking about. Everybody talks about it. That's why it is a theory. That is why even electromagnetism is a theory. All forces are theories because we can't see them. We can't pop up them. Look it up. Look it up, guys. I want you to type it in
I'm not
Google.
going to look it up already. I already know.
Look it up. I'm not done it. Let me finish.
It's not the truth.
Let me finish. If you
Yeah, go
type in
ahead.
your Google, is electromagnetism a theory? It will say yes. Yes, it's a
I
theory.
already know that. I already know that.
So what I'm saying to you is that is what Isaac Newton was freaked out by how the behavior of gravity. And remember, these people are coming from
No,
a
you're
time.
now
These
putting
people,
forward
these
something
people,
that's not true.
these people are coming from a time of a lot of religion, a lot of religiosity, right? So the point
This is desperate now.
the point we're trying to, let me just finish it. I'm almost done here. What he was simply stating is that he could not explain how what is gravity made up of. That's simply in its, and it's in its citation. Okay. Now let's go on to let me just quickly just say this. You are the one that needs to demonstrate to us where the container is on Earth.
Okay.
You're going to
Yeah.
have to do that, and if you don't do that, it's
Yeah.
falsified.
Okay. Okay.
Because
Okay.
Isaac Newton
Let me
falsifies it.
respond to that. To what you've just your request, ladies and
Isaac
gentlemen. I
Newton
would love. Can I
falsifies
respond?
your container.
Can I
Isaac
respond?
Newton falsifies your container.
Can I respond now? Thank you. Fuck. Do pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. I would love nothing better than to take all of you to the container. Unfortunately, number one, it's a massive financial undertaking. That's be the first thing, because where it actually is, I do not know. So I'm going to be needing lots of equipment, because we're talking about going into the frigid Arctic regions where it's very, very cold. Yeah. So I'm going to need a lot of equipment. Okay. Then we're going to have to get permission from the authorities, who do not grant us that permission. They block us from going. You can't just go on your own. So there are many reasons as to why we are not able to go and see this wall if it is there, the container. We are being restricted and on the main continents. That's what the governments of the world and those. Let me finish, please. Those who have signed the Antarctic Treaty, for example, which I think there's about 53 or 55 of those countries. It's in there. It's in the rules. It is being patrolled. It is being patrolled, so you can't go on your own. Okay, but I would love to go there. That's a place that I would like to go, and it would explain the fact. It would prove our point that that container is there, because it's necessary, because you can't have it unless to have air pressure. So if you're going to have air pressure, you've got to have a container. It's antecedent. It's logical. So we know it's there. We just want to go and confirm it. Simple as that.
Garbage.
Can't do
Garbage.
that.
No, that's a lie. We all know. We all know.
You're calling me garbage now.
I'm just saying what you said. What you said was garbage. Now
No,
we
not
all
garbage.
know. We all know that you can go to Antarctica. The final experiment proves
That's
that.
not what we're talking about,
Also,
Robert.
the final experiment.
Robert, why do you continue? Robert, why do you continue to misrepresent what I say? You can go to Antarctica. Hang on a minute. You can go to Antarctica. I didn't say you can't go there. You can't go where you want. You can go through organized tours, and those tours restrict you. You are not allowed to go and look for
That's a lie.
Are you listening to me? Listen clearly.
That's a lie.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You can go anywhere.
when you go, listen, Robert. When you go to these organized tours that Robert is suggesting, you are not allowed to go beyond the restricted areas when you're with this tour. You cannot go anywhere on your own. You are accompanied all the time. Now, the point I am raising is this. If I want to go to the ice wall by myself, I will not be able to do that. The authorities would stop me from going. They will not grant me permission. Even with the right documents, they would still not allow me to go. That's the problem I'm saying to you. Thank you.
Okay. Lies. You can go anywhere you want. As a matter of fact, during the final experiment, one of the individuals that went asked that question if they can leave the campgrounds. The response was yes, at your own risk. We don't recommend it because there's no way to get to you. You're going to dead.
Yeah,
That
but
was
they
the
won't.
response.
They won't provide any accommodations. So if you did want to go out there, it would have to be on their terms and conditions. They could offer you supplies, and they could offer you supply. Shut up, Rob. They could offer you supplies and a great means of transportation to get to where you're trying to go, but they don't offer those services. Once you say, "Hey, I want to go over there," they're like, "All right, go by yourself." There's no way to truly get over there without, getting your own operation running.
Yeah, and it's going to be several thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, because you're going to have your food.
That is
Hang on, let me
irrelevant.
just get this
No. Listen. Electric.
Go ahead.
Electric. That's not the point, brother. They are not the ones that's supposed to give you supplies. You said you want to go anywhere.
So
They
go
offer the means
anywhere.
for a tour.
Hold on, brother.
They offer the means for
Electric.
a tour.
Listen, Listen to me. Listen to me
Listen.
carefully. You are
Stop
not
talking.
offered any.
They
You
offer
are
the
not. You
means
are not
for
offered. You
a
are not
tour.
offered.
They don't let you tour any other part of this
Yes,
continent.
they do.
No, they
You
don't.
on your own.
You are not
They
able to
don't. They
tour
don't,
the
man.
Yes,
continent.
they do. Type
No,
it
they
in.
do not offer any
Everybody. Yes,
accommodation of the
that's
kind of
different.
tour
No, no, no,
that
no, no,
would
no.
actually
That
provide
is
a
that is a
description of the
different.
landmass.
That's a
Nope.
different.
They
No,
route
stop.
you
No,
in their
no.
tourist destinations. So
Okay.
no, you cannot just go wherever you want out there. They would stop you.
Yeah.
They would tell you what you're doing. You're breaking the law. You're not following the terms and the
Yeah.
conditions that the ALE gave you. Do you
All
even
right.
know what the
Now,
ALE is? You don't.
okay.
Of course you don't.
Now. Listen to me carefully, guys. When you go to Antarctica, you can go anywhere you want. Now, the resources
Oh my
down there
God! You
are
just asserted a lie. You're a liar.
Yeah.
okay. Let me read it. I'm going to read it right here. It says,
I'm
"You
actually
can
posting. I'm
hold on,
posting the
hold on.
documents right
I'm
now.
going to
I'm posting it right now. I'm
I'm going
posting
to
a
read.
30.
Okay, I'm
I
going to
think it's
read
a
it for
30
you.
minute.
I
Hang on.
am going
A
to read.
30-minute
I am
video,
going to
ladies
read
and
it. Let me
gentlemen.
read it. Let me read it. Let me
Yeah, go
read
and
it.
read it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The Antarctic Treaty System does not prohibit travels anywhere on Antarctica.
They're
What?
not the
And
one. They're
and
not the
then it
one
goes and then
prohibiting.
it says and
Hey,
then it says
No,
Robert.
there's a
and then
different
it says
organization
and
responsible
then
for
it says
prohibition.
and then it says or
That's a
then
lie.
it says resources are limited on the continent. Therefore, when
Yeah.
travelers go there, you are on your own.
So, yeah,
Therefore,
this is a
Hey,
fraudulent document.
if
Robert.
you hold on. It's just like when you go and scale Mount Everest, the same thing. You can go anywhere on Mount Everest you want. There are no resources there to help you. You are at your own peril. It's the exact same thing.
Okay.
The only time you're asked a question is when they ask you what are you going there to do before you leave your country. If you're going there for military exercises, they don't allow you.
Yeah,
If
they
you're
could
going
deny
there
you.
to visit,
They
if
could deny your permit.
hold
If they say
on,
you
listen.
Yeah.
can't go, then you
If you're
can't go.
going there as a tourist, if you're going there as a tourist,
Rob,
boom, approved. Are you going there as a scientist? Boom, you're approved. But
If I say I want to
if
cross
you
the
say
Antarctic
if
continent,
you
and I
say
say, hey, I want
if
to
you
traverse from
yes,
some state. Listen, Rob.
right,
Rob, that doesn't mean
go ahead.
talk more. Yeah, if I wanted to actually cross the entire Antarctic
Yes,
continent, and I tell them, hey, this is
yeah,
what I plan on doing. Why
Yeah.
are you
Don't keep
right.
talking?
saying yeah. Shut up.
Yeah, shut up, Rob. Literally, I do not need to hear you to get my point out. So stop talking. If I wanted
yeah,
to
and we
cross the
know your
Antarctic, if I
point, so
wanted to
shut
cross
up
the
for a
you
second,
shut up, M
Electric.
agent. So if I
I
wanted to
was
cross the Antarctic continent, I would have to get permission to do so. They could deny that permit.
No,
no,
lie,
you will not
lie,
mute me. Wait,
lie.
wait, 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 wait. Let me say something. You both sides, you know, and you heard all those stuff before. Rob knows that you're both brain dead liars, and you both are
All right, I'm
knowingly
turning this guy down.
lying.
He's
So
retarded.
what's the point? What's the point? You're not going to convince each other. He will win anyway because he knows the truth. So what's the
Not
point,
really. No,
Electric?
no, because he's not
Jin is a
demonstrating
piece
that.
of shit. He only
Yeah. There you
lies
go.
Yeah,
all
you
his
should mute
life.
this guy.
No,
So
no need to be
what's
giving.
the point,
What is
Jin?
the point? What is the
Why are
point
you
of you
alive?
coming in? Hang on.
Why are
Why
you
are you
alive
coming in
even?
being this toxic? Come on, man.
Because
He
you're a
doesn't
stupid
deserve.
asshole. And all you do in life is lie about simple facts that you heard the truth about them.
Right.
Yeah, that's
That
better.
shuts you up.
Much better.
Yeah. You can't be going around calling people pieces of shit and that. Come on, man. Play the game, yeah. As was said, yeah. I have, ladies and gentlemen, I have posted a documentary. It's only 30 minutes long. It's called Sorry, Antarctica, We Are Closed. and it's
Right.
in the thumbprint. It's called Denied. Now, what that documentary does, it takes you through the protocols that you would need to go if you want to go to Antarctica as a tourist, as being mentioned, or as a private, let's say, adventurer, because you want to go and see the ice wall, let's say, or you want to get to the container. Okay, you will never be able to do that. This documentary
You're a
shows you
liar.
your limit. I'm not lying; it's there. Your limitations are there. I'm telling you. Why would I
There
lie?
are
Yes.
no.
So
I've got
so
no
Gene,
reason to lie, man. I want to go there
Gene,
myself.
Gene, you heard it 100 times. You didn't read the treaty. You don't know what the treaty says.
Oh,
And
come
also,
on.
gas
Come on.
requires containment, not container. Please
on.
check
Exactly.
your rules at least.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
guy's
Yes.
arguments
Thank
are
you.
so like your
Thank you
arguments are
very
for
much.
third
Air
graders,
pressure
dude.
requires a container
So
or a
true.
containment.
Okay,
Containment.
Containment.
Learn to
Container.
read.
You need a
Containment.
container. A container. A container
Not a solid
supplies
container.
the containment, of course.
Not
When
a
you have a
solid
container,
container.
it means you're now
The
going to contain the
containment.
gas. So it's the
Containment
same thing. You're just playing
forces
with words
contain.
at the moment. You're playing with words at the moment. And ladies and gentlemen,
No,
as I've
you are.
stated, I've
Not
posted a legitimate, all the sources therein have their contacts, and you can ring them up and they will tell you the same thing. You cannot
okay.
just go to Antarctica to meet that ice wall. It's being patrolled. The oceans are being patrolled. If you go
Wow.
by organized tours, you're limited as to where you
Lies.
can go.
Liar.
And the other thing is,
Liar.
if you were to,
Liar.
it's not a lie. You're going to need
Liar.
a certain amount of money and then equipment
Oh no,
and
no. Money is
supplies,
irrelevant. Money
first
is irrelevant.
aid. There's a lot. It's a big undertaking.
Supplies is irrelevant.
It's going to be such an adventure, let's say, and an endeavor.
Yes.
a massive endeavor to do this. Okay.
Yeah, let
Guarantee.
me
Yeah,
respond.
go on.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jim. That's what we have been saying all this time is that you need a lot of money and resources because you're on your own, Jim.
Yeah, I've said
Jim,
that.
you're
I've
on
said
your own. Exactly,
said
Jim. That is what we have been telling you all along since we
No, you
introduced
haven't been
ourselves
telling.
to
You
flat
haven't been.
earthers
Robert, you haven't
many
been telling
years
me that.
ago.
Robert,
So hold
you
on,
haven't been telling me that. I've been aware of that since 2016. I've been aware, and you
No,
haven't
but
been telling me anything.
okay,
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 you've just
okay.
come on.
So
You're the
Jim,
Johnny come lately.
Jim,
I mean, literally last
Jim,
year, Johnny come lately.
hold
Please, you haven't
okay,
told me anything.
I'm talking about the flat earth community in general. I've been speaking to the
Yeah,
flat
I've been
earth
around 10
community
years.
now for right. I've been speaking to the flat earth community now for about 3 years. And when the
I've been around
first time
10
I was
years.
introduced and the first time I was introduced to them and they talked about the Antarctic Treaty, I told them the only thing that is stopping you from exploring Antarctica is your money and your resources because
Yeah,
the continent is harsh. The continent is harsh.
Yeah.
No military.
Well,
there are no military force will stop you. If you want to go and explore, nobody will stop you. The only thing that will stop you is the harsh environment. You
No,
can,
there's
if
a
you
little
have
bit
the
more than
money.
that.
Okay,
Actually, there's a
hold
little
on.
bit more
Let me
than that.
just
Robert, you're
let
going
me
on,
wrap
Rob.
it up. Let
You're
me wrap
going
it up,
on.
dude.
So,
Let me
Robert,
wrap it up.
you're going
Stop
on,
being
so no one
triggered.
can respond.
Stop being
I can't
triggered.
even
Stop being
respond now.
triggered.
I'm
Stop
trying to
being
respond.
triggered.
I'm not triggered.
You
I'm trying
can't
to
respond.
respond.
We're not doing
I'm actually trying to respond.
Good.
And I cannot because you're going on. Remember, people say
I
you
am
go
not
on
done
these
yet.
rants. Thank you. So now I'm going to respond now. Thanks. And it's this. The
Respond to
documentary.
what? I'm not
The
done.
documentary. Look, I'm still hearing your voice. Thank you.
I'm not done yet. You're responding to what? I'm not done yet.
You are done, mate, because you are going on. I'm trying to respond. Okay, so let me respond now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The documentary that
Let
I
me
posted.
respond.
So you're still. So I get ladies and gentlemen out, and then it's time for you to talk. Is that it, ladies and gentlemen? It's Robert's
Yes, it is.
turn.
I'm not done.
Shut up, ladies and
Dude, I'm
gentlemen.
not done.
You are done, mate. Now listen up, yeah. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you, which is only going to take like 15 seconds or less, you just can't listen, is that the documentary that I posted takes you through the documents that you're going to require. Some of these documents, you will never get the documents and permission to go. That's all I'm saying, but carry on anyway. Now
So
carry on.
I have something to say about this. I would like
Right,
no
right. So,
interruption.
no.
Hey, that's
Let me
interesting,
talk.
Rob. You just immediately
Step
interrupt me
aside.
as
Step
I ask
aside,
for
electric.
no
Step
interruption.
aside. Step
No,
aside.
I'm going to
Step
say
aside.
this because
Because
I
step
opened my
aside.
mic first
Step
and I was
aside.
talking, and now you're
Step.
trying to interrupt. So
Step.
shut up, Rob. So
Step
shut
aside.
up, Rob.
Step aside.
So the
Quiet.
Antarctic Treaty.
Be
Listen,
quiet.
listen, Rob.
I'm
So
not
the
done.
Antarctic
I'm
Treaty
talking
does
to.
impose
I'm talking.
rules.
You
Robert,
are
don't do
a
that.
belligerent,
Come on.
Yeah,
obnoxious
Rob, I
person.
was talking
Step
first, Rob.
aside.
You need to stop trying to interrupt me.
Robert, you've got to have some
Dude.
decency.
Yeah,
Robert,
he's
you've got to
doing
have
his
some
best to
decency.
be a bully, and it doesn't work, dude. You should stop trying
Yeah,
to bully
just have some decency, Rob. Fuck. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I'm just going to say this now. The Antarctic Treaty does, in fact, impose strict rules under its protocol on environmental protection. They
Yes.
directly limit and alter the plans of whatever freedom of exploration you think you can have. So there's permit denials and route changes. Countries that are treaty members.
Okay, something's happened where people are dying, people are being silenced as they go on. Oh, come on. Let me silence myself before I get silenced now.
Yes, I'm just waiting for electric to finish. Let me just respond to you, Jin. Jin, you are skirting around it. You're very cunning at this. All right. You
Look,
already, Jin, you need to start being an honest person, Jin.
look, Robert,
Jin,
if you're going to
there is
start calling me a
Jin,
liar,
He
hold on,
can't.
hold on.
you're
Let me
calling me
say
a
this.
liar now, Robert. Robert, I
Yeah,
resent that. That's not
you are
good way of
dishonest.
talking.
You are
I'm
dishonest.
not
You are
dishonest
dishonest.
at all. I'm not. You're calling me a liar. That's not what it's about. Stop that.
Those are your words,
You
not
are a
mine.
liar.
Stop that.
You
Stop
are a
that.
liar.
You're,
You
That's
lie
your
every
word.
I'm
day,
not a liar at all.
every
You're
minute,
being silly now.
every hour, on every
Now
server,
you're being silly.
and
Now
you
you're being.
just cannot stop.
You are being
You're
silly.
one of the most brain dead flat earthers I ever
There
had.
you go. More insults. Insults not proving your case, man. Stop
Oh,
that.
Jin, you look at how many insults Electric has launched at me, and you haven't responded. You haven't said, "Yo, Electric, don't call him those things." But anyway, let me just say,
No, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. He told you to shut up, right? He said, "Don't interrupt me. Stop interrupting. Stop talking." That's all I've heard.
oh, really?
Whereas
Okay,
Not what he said.
you're throwing out insults all over the place.
Okay,
Anyway, don't worry
Nice,
about it. Watch
nice,
this.
Jin.
To the point.
You just showed how
Please get to the
scumbag you
point.
are.
Sorry?
You just
There you
showed
go.
how much of a
Shut up.
scumbag you are
No, you're
when you
the sc- look,
filtered
I'm not going to get into. I'm not
Electric's
going to get
words
involved in a
and when you
slagging off.
muted me
Yes,
for
because you are
exposing your ass.
actually insulting people. That's not what we do here. It's meant to be a
Yes, you
discussion.
insult people all the time. This is what you do here.
Look, if anybody's a scumbag, it'll be you. You're the one that's calling everybody
Prove
else. You're
it.
only protecting yourself. No one else is a scumbag here but yourself.
Prove it,
Stop
Jin.
that.
Prove it.
You is.
Prove it right now. You made the claim. You made the claim.
You is.
Prove
You
it.
is. You is the scumbag.
Are you choking on dick right now? What are you
You are
saying?
the scumbag at the moment here because you're the one that's using such
Ooh.
language. Not me. I'm not using that language.
Mister,
So clearly,
I'm 73 years old. Are you done lying for today?
No one's lying at all here. I haven't lied for 1 second.
Stop shouting.
So that's it.
Show me
So
one instant when you said the truth.
Oh, you're being silly now. That's all. Now, if you're only here to ridicule, you're wasting time.
Okay.
And you're boring the listeners.
Yeah, Jin, let me just say this, Jin. You said it yourself. You need resources once you get there.
Yeah, that's obvious, isn't it?
No one stop. It is obvious, but you need to just understand. That's the only thing
look,
that.
don't keep saying I need to understand. You're talking to a man who's been in this for 10 years. You're the Johnny come lately. You've only been in it 3 years.
No,
please.
No, I'm sorry.
Don't be
you
telling me what I need and what I don't.
You are new to science.
I'm the one that's telling
You are
that
new to science.
there are certain documents, requirements, which electric
Jin, you are interrupting me. You are not allowing me to speak. Jin, you are the ones that are new to science. You are the Johnny come lately to science. We know about all these concepts already. The Antarctic Treaty, the Antarctic Treaty, tenet number one in there is
Operation of it all. Okay, it's a massive logistic undertaking. It's clearly obvious, and your life is constantly at risk.
Can we
get a we all know this. So come on, man.
We need a. Can we get a?
Nonsense. Let's move on to some other topic matter now.
Hold on.
I think we've worn this one out.
Let me just finish it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Antarctic Treaty tenet number one is to promote peaceful activities. Peaceful activities, and this is written, tourism, scientific research, and hobbies, and so on. Those are the things that are written in the treaty. Now, check this out. If you go there, Jin, there is nothing. There is no military force that stops you from exploring the entire, every single inch of that place. The only thing that stops you is your money and your resource and the ability to keep your life intact. No one stops you. That's a fact of the matter.
Okay, let me now respond.
This is the last thing I'm going to say. Let's put this out. There is a annual race around Antarctica. Look it up. Annually.
I don't have to look it up.
Kids,
I know the race. I know the race. Organized. That's organized.
Let me say. An annual race that goes around the island of Antarctica, dude.
It doesn't. Actually. It actually doesn't. We know it. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert, can you let Electric finish what he was saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I was in fact reading this, and I got a phone call. Permit denials, right? Permit denials or route changes. Countries that are treaty members must approve all non-government expeditions under domestic laws. The UK's Antarctic Act of 1994, Australia's Antarctic Treaty of 1980, so on and so forth. If an expedition is deemed too risky to human life or the environment, permits are denied or routes are modified. So guess who gets to modify your route, which is, you trying to go out there. They can just say whatever they want. They can just deny your permit outright and not even give you a good reason.
Yeah.
So you acting like
this
I can
is what
just
I was
go there and just do whatever I want is a fucking lie. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Thank you very much. And that's in the documentary that I posted.
Yeah.
Look, you can hear me talking. Why'd you do that, Rob?
You
can hear me speaking.
You allowed
Contain yourself.
Because he doesn't know how to listen, dude. He doesn't know
just wait a
server.
second. Yeah, I'm now responding.
This is not your server, brother.
But you don't actually listen when people are talking.
You muted me to allow
basically, I am a moderator on the server.
So what I am saying to you,
but I am a moderator on the server. Am I not, Robert? Robert, I'm a moderator.
Dude,
so now you're going to have to let me speak, Rob. Thank you. Rob, look, I don't want
moderator
to
abuse.
Moderator abuse. Right, I don't want to mute you at all. I just want to say, and it's this, that the documentary that I posted stated that if you wanted to go through certain regions where there might be 4 or 5 countries that own certain sections of the Antarctic, you've got to get permission from all those countries. You've got to, and you may not get permission. That's what I'm trying to say.
So what?
So there are many restrictions. That's what. So what?
Is there a place on Earth where there is not restrictions, where you don't need a visa to visit?
You tell me, Mr. Noel. Thanks. You tell me.
No, but your original logic was that I cannot go there. Can you not talk? Yo, Mr. Fake Mod. Don't talk. Don't talk while I talk.
Oui, parlez-vous? Yeah,
Yo, Jin. Gene, I was in the middle of the sentence. Grow up and let me finish the sentence.
Bullshit.
Any place requires a permission. Whatever you want to say it doesn't matter. Okay? Because in reality, are you on the toilet? Can you fix
Right.
your mic?
Thank you for speaking the obvious. Thank you. Thank you.
That you're
That's what
on
we've
the
been saying.
toilet and you stick in your
I'm not on the I'm not on the toilet. I
mouth
don't know why you're
upside
staying on
your
the toilet.
asshole?
No one's on the toilet.
Are you in the
No one's
tunnel?
talking out of their
Are
asshole.
you in the
You're the
tunnel?
one that's being
Did you
a
get the permission to mute
This guy
anyone
I
but
didn't
you?
mute
using
you.
the toilet, and I want to further
You
substantiate my
muted
claim.
me and you
Henry,
muted
No, I didn't.
Robert.
you're talking
No, I
about
didn't.
using the
No, I
toilet.
didn't.
I'm going to further substantiate the claim that you do not have permission to do whatever the fuck you think you can in Antarctica. Henry
Yeah.
Worsley in
Military.
2016
Military.
Okay,
attempted the
so what?
first
Military.
Electric,
solo.
so what?
Military.
So
Listen,
what? What?
You
while
cannot
I
do the military.
substantiate the claim.
Steady argument.
Military.
Stop it.
Military.
No, I am
Military.
substantiating the claim. Stop
Military.
interrupting.
Military.
Wow.
Robert, stop
Military.
interrupting,
What is
Robert.
Military.
wrong with these
Robert,
Glovers?
what are you
Military.
doing? Okay, all right. Keep talking, Rob. Keep talking. Go ahead.
Jin, you actually need to make a claim, okay?
I'm
What's
making the
your
claim. I'm substantiating my claim.
Go ahead,
Don't
Robert.
interrupt.
Please go
I'm
ahead.
making
saying
the claim
you
right now, and
cannot
I'm getting interrupted by the city
Electric,
asking me to
shut the
substantiate
fuck
the
up
claim.
for a second.
Henry Worsley attempted the first solo.
You're not
unsupported
listening. You're not listening.
His route
Making
past
a
the
claim
US
is saying
Stop
I
talking.
cannot touch the magic dome because I cannot
guy's an
visit Antarctica. This is a claim. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know
A
why you're
cause
unmuted.
and
You definitely need to
conclusion.
be moderated.
I don't
You're an
need you
idiot.
to read me the Antarctic Treaty, which is available for everyone to read and see that you're lying about it. Make a claim.
Yeah,
If
I
you
am
cannot
making the
make a
claim. So once you
claim,
stop
shut the
talking,
fuck up.
So once you stop talking, I'm going to make the claim. Are you done talking, stupid ass? Good. Shut the fuck up. Henry Worsley, in 2016, he attempted the first solo unsupported crossing. He wanted to do an entire circumnavigation from
I'm
north to
sorry,
south,
gay what?
across the
I'm
south,
sorry, Gaylord.
across the South
That's
Pole.
not the claim. I
So
gave you an
his
explanation
route
how to
passed
make the
through
claim.
sensitive
You're not
crevice
making the
zones.
claim.
I am making the claim. This person
You're
had
not
their
making
route
the claim. You're
moderated.
telling me a story
Stop
about
talking.
one guy that cannot
Guy's an
visit
idiot.
a
I'm literally
place.
I'm
You're not making
substantiating
a
the claim
claim.
for you.
Get it out.
I am literally
Just let him
substantiating the claim
No,
for you right now.
because he
AJ.
cannot
Stop
focus.
complaining.
He doesn't have enough
let him finish
brain
the claim.
cells
What's going on
for
here?
that.
Come on, man.
He's complaining because I'm substantiating
Make a
my claim.
claim.
This is
Make
childish.
a
I am
claim.
Let him
making a
finish.
claim, you idiot. You need to shut up
Yo,
while I'm
M,
making
are
it.
you a mod? Are you a
Yeah.
mod, M? Are you a mod?
Yes.
Shut up while
he
I'm
is.
making the claim. You asked me to make a claim. I'm making the claim. Shut up while I make it, you
Yeah.
stupid
Yo,
fuck. Anyway, stop talking. Stop
right.
talking.
Robert,
You heard
you're going
that?
to interrupt him. Let him make
You
the
heard that,
claim.
Jin?
Yeah?
No,
Henry
Jin. You heard that?
Worsley in 2016.
Let him make the claim.
These
I would
guys
like
are
to go after him.
panicking.
I would
You're
like to go
freaking
after
out.
him.
Shut up, Rob.
Yes, okay,
Jesus
but just
Christ.
let him make the claim, will you?
The claim must be about the magic dome.
Holy
Let him
If there
make
is
the
no
claim.
claim about the dome,
Let
it
the
is
claim.
not
You're interrupting.
relevant.
So we've got lots of interruptions. Have you finished interrupting?
Again,
Have you
Electric
finished
doesn't
interrupting?
understand what he
Have you
needs to make
finished
a claim about.
interrupting?
You
Come
are
on, man.
interrupting me because you cannot
I'm
control
not
yourself,
interrupting him, but you're
little
interrupting
big.
someone else. I'm just trying to get this thing to move.
Hey, can the
Yo,
special ed Glover stop yelling as I'm
retard.
making a claim?
Uh,
Special ed Glover,
Stop
can you stop
insulting.
yelling over people?
control yourself and
Hey,
make a
Special Ed
claim
Glover.
about the
Special Ed
dome.
Glover. Special Ed Glover.
Electric, are we talking about the dome right now or no?
Special Ed Glover.
Can you say yes or no?
I was making a claim. You interrupted. Can you stop talking?
I don't want you to make a claim. Can you say yes
so
or
then
no
stop
right
asking
now?
people to make claims.
So
what
you
is it?
cannot
Do
say
you want
yes
a
or
claim to
no?
be made, or do you not want a claim to be made?
I want you to answer a simple question. Are
Yeah,
you
you're
talking
very special
about the dome? Are you talking
No.
about the dome and making
No.
a claim about the dome? So
I
what
just
is
said
it
no, you fucking
relevant?
idiot. I said no.
This is not
isn't a claim
relevant.
about the dome.
So this is not relevant.
This is a claim about
Mr.
how much.
Agent,
So you
let him
just
get his point
admitted
out.
there is
What is
no
wrong with
dome.
this Special
Thank
Ed
you.
Glover? What's wrong with him?
Thank
Yeah,
No
stay on
dome?
mute, stupid.
So
Yeah,
no
stupid
dome.
guy. Nobody's making
Right.
claims about a dome, you idiot. Listen.
Yeah,
You
no one's
fucking
making
idiot.
any claim here. He's talking about going to Antarctica. Antarctica. First and
fucking
foremost.
absolutely retarded glober. The Antarctic Treaty.
Okay, why are we
bans
talking about going to
exploration.
Antarctica? What do I?
You're interrupting. Let him fucking speak. Go ahead. Fuck. Go ahead.
But this is not relevant information, Jim. Not.
You're not letting him speak. Let him just get his point out. Go ahead.
Again, Jim.
Yeah, look,
Not going to
let the
Antarctica.
conversation
I'm
flow.
talking to you right now. I'm
Yes,
talking
but
to
you're
you
not
right
letting
now.
the man speak.
I don't know why.
You
have to unmute him.
You're not
Jim.
letting the man speak. That's what you're doing. You're stopping the
unmute him.
conversation.
You
Okay?
muted him.
Yeah, I didn't mute him. I didn't mute him at all. Why would I do
I don't
that?
know. He is muted. I'm asking you
Yeah,
a
he's muted.
simple question.
I didn't mute him. I never did. Not me.
Okay.
So
can I respond now to Electric's?
Well, no, Electric hasn't finished.
No,
saying
you
what he
don't
said.
need to respond. You need to focus them, okay, on the topic because they are escaping the topic, and the topic is simple. Jim.
You're not letting
Yo,
Electric finish what he's got to say, are you?
Can I respond, M? Can I respond?
Well, let him finish what he was saying first.
No.
Electric was saying something, was he not?
He is done. He is done.
No, he's not done. He wasn't
Yes,
done
he's
at all.
done.
He hadn't finished.
He is
He
done.
hasn't finished what he was saying, Rob.
He's done. Just
He
like how
hasn't.
you told me I was done.
If you have any
He is done.
decency, if you have any decency,
If you have any
let him
decency,
finish.
you should have let me finish.
You were finished already. You
No,
should let him speak.
I was not.
Let him speak. Go ahead.
Why do I keep getting muted?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
All right,
I
yeah,
just
there's
don't
an
know what
emo
it is.
Glober mod somewhere. It's probably Renee. He's a little bitch. Anyway,
Yeah, one of them,
right. So
audiated,
permit
one of them.
denials or route changes.
You're in it.
Countries-
You're gonna let the man talk.
Let him finish what he's got to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah,
So you guys can just
please.
calm down. Calm down. Everybody, all the Globers need to calm down.
You can't let no man
That
call you.
includes you, Rob. You have to calm down.
Come on, let him finish.
Renee, don't let him
All
call
right,
you.
here we go. The
Electric, what did
Antarctic
you call me
Treaty
again?
does impose strict rules under its protocol on environmental protection. They have directly limited and
called you a
altered the
BIT.
plans.
Robert, you are talking
Why am
when
I
he's
being
talking,
interrupted
Robert.
again and again? You Globers are unruly. You don't know how to behave. So let me make the claim because he was demanding that a claim be made. All right, pay attention. The Antarctic Treaty does impose strict rules under its protocol on environmental protection. They have directly limited and altered the plans of people freely exploring Antarctica. Countries that are treaty members must approve all non-government expeditions under domestic laws. If an expedition is deemed too risky to human life or the environment, which is strictly based on their terms, they get to pick whether or not your permit is denied. It's not based on what you tell them that you're going to do, it's based on whatever decision they make. If an expedition is deemed too risky to human life or the environment, permits are denied and routes are modified. Henry Worsley in 2016 attempted the first solo, unsupported crossing of Antarctica. He had his own means of transportation, and he did not appeal to the people that enforced the Antarctic Treaty. His route passed through sensitive crevice zones on the Shackleton Glacier where aircraft rescue would have been dangerous. Permits required him to submit alternate evacuation points and carry satellite tracking. They modified the route that he wanted to take. They claimed that
Can
it would
you
have been too dangerous.
speed up your crying?
No, you're the one who took forever to just sit down, shut up, and listen. Now I'm making a claim, and now you're complaining. So shut up and listen, stupid.
No, you're still reading.
You're interrupting again. Look,
The
this
whole
is not
point of
necessary.
this is,
It is.
Agent,
It's
is that
not
you
relevant.
cannot go
It is
freely
not
explore
relevant.
Antarctica.
It is not relevant.
You cannot go freely explore Antarctica, however which
Can
way
you go freely
feel.
into
You appeal to the terms
Canada
and conditions of
without
the Antarctic
visa?
Treaty and the militaries. You know, there's actually a bunch of different countries that enforce the Antarctic Treaty. depending on what section of Antarctica you're in,
Like
you
any
have
place.
to abide to the
Like
laws.
any place.
Enforce
I'm
the
glad to agree.
Literally
So
any
they
glad to
place
deny
agree,
around.
Adrian.
so they
I'm glad
deny
you realise
permits
now.
and they modify
Like any
routes.
place. Thank you. Thank you.
Like
Way
any
to go. The
place.
dumb
And
Glober thinks he can
therefore,
just go to
it is not
Antarctica
an
and do
actual
whatever he
claim.
feels like.
It is a claim. He's making that claim. He's made it.
All right,
Thank
now
you.
the stupid Globers can now
No, he
not make
didn't
sense
make
all they
it
want.
because he
You
didn't
made it.
connect it
Now you
to
don't
the shape of
understand
the
English
Earth.
language. It's okay.
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
French said
M-Agent is actually too
electric.
stupid
quite
to
obvious
Yeah,
you can
continue the
electric
understand.
made
conversation
her
at all.
point. Electric made her point. Thank you for making our point. Again, you have to do it at your
Oh,
own risk. If you do not have the resources, right, they are going to say no because you are going to turn around and sue them. All right? Now, there are many people who have traversed the entire island of Antarctica.
no, there
Many
hasn't been.
people.
They've lied.
It's quite, yes, there have.
No, they haven't.
It's a
They've
simple
lied.
Google search. It is a simple Google search.
Yeah.
And the Antarctic Treaty is a recent
That's so
thing.
dumb. So you do a Google search and you jump to conclusions.
The
That's interesting.
Antarctic Treaty is a recent thing. What happened to the
No,
people
it's not a
before
recent
that?
thing. It's
Hold on,
from
hold on, hold on.
1958.
Oh, exactly.
1958, and it came into act in 1961. Okay,
When did they discover
it's
Antarctica?
64 years old this
When
year.
was Antarctica
64 years
discovered,
old this
brother?
year.
When was Antarctica
64 years old
discovered?
this year.
When was Antarctica
64 years
discovered?
old this year.
When was
Okay,
Antarctica discovered?
64
When
years old
was
this year. The Antarctic
Antarctica
Treaty.
discovered?
The Antarctic Treaty is
Antarctica
64 years old this year.
exactly.
Okay,
In
this year.
1911, in 1911, Antarctica was discovered and it was
Yeah, we're talking about
traversed.
the treaty.
It was traversed
1960.
across
So
by
it's
the people
it came
since
into
the
act.
1920s, 1930s,
Yeah,
1940s.
no treaty.
There were people who were traversing all of Antarctica. It's not until the World
No, they
War.
weren't. No, they weren't. They were lying.
It's the World War that caused the world to say, you know what? That is a strategic reserve. Let us enter into a treaty to leave it alone.
Yeah.
But before that,
Okay.
people were traversing the entire continent of Antarctica. And even today, people with resources are traversing the entire Antarctica. And finally, the annual race around Antarctica is the entire perimeter of the island. That means Antarctica is not a circle around a perimeter of a planet. It is
We
simply
don't live on a
an
planet.
island with water around it. It is it's a continent with water around it 360 degrees.
Okay,
That
now
is
it's my turn. Now it's my turn. Now you've said, so ladies and gentlemen, basically we, the flat earthers, question all those people who made the claim that they've gone to the South Pole, walked across the continent of the Antarcticas. We question every single one of those. I don't trust
you're gonna have
every
to give
single one of
proof.
those.
No,
You're interrupting me now, Rob.
You the
Rob,
brain
I've been
dead
spoken for a
people,
long
yes.
time. Robert,
Brain
you
dead
spoke for a
plants.
long time. I didn't interrupt you, but you don't
You
seem
the
to
gene
realize.
brain dead plant.
You don't seem to
I
realize
agree.
when you are interrupting someone or when you're going on for too long. I've only spoken 2 sentences and I'm already getting interrupted. Okay. The point I was trying to make was that
It's not Gene's
the
show.
Antarctic Treaty is in place. So there are certain protocols you've got to take on board there. We challenge the idea that people have gone to Antarctica, making claims that they went to the South Pole, etc., etc. This is why we say, I don't trust anything. And we've got one person.
So
to
no
speak of.
evidence of the
Listen, I am
dome.
now going to make the point I want to make now. Thank you. Right, and it's
So
this.
no evidence of the
We've got,
dome.
ladies and
You agree
gentlemen,
with me.
ladies and gentlemen, what
But
we've
you
got
agree
is
with me,
Admiral
Gene.
Byrd. Admiral Byrd is meant to be credited
Hermel, blah, blah,
as the
blah,
first
blah.
man to fly to the South Pole, yeah? The first man to fly, to the North Pole. The first man. He never made it. So Admiral
Yeah,
Byrd lied.
so
And we
you
know
know
he
that
lied
people
because,
fly to
one,
Antarctica
he
all the
returned
time.
back from the North Pole supposedly earlier than he should have done. That's how they knew he never went.
Yeah.
And eventually, his pilot spoke the truth. The pilot said, "We never went. We never made it. We turned back earlier than we should have done." The pilot. So there are lies all over the place. And Admiral Byrne, America's youngest admiral,
Who
lied.
cares? Who cares?
Stop
There are
talking.
people that lied that went to Mount
You're
Everest.
making up the names that people
There
have done
people
this.
that lied that
People have
went to
done
Mount
that.
Everest.
I'm
There are
giving you
people
a
that
case.
lied that went to
I'm
the
giving you
Ming
a case.
Dynasty.
Yeah, but
But
there
I'm
isn't a Mount
There are
Everest
people that
treaty,
lied
dude.
about that. Big man.
There is not a Mount Everest treaty that says that all
Right.
these countries are
Of
going to
course,
stop you
there
from
is.
privately
Oh
exploring.
yes, there is. I want you
No,
to look
there
it up.
isn't. You can
There's
go to
a
Mount Everest right now
For
and climb it
example,
yourself.
Electric
There's a
wants
Mount
to
Everest
claim
tree.
he has a
There's
brain,
a
but
Mount
he
Everest.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
you've never been to Antarctica,
People
so
lie
you
all
know
the
how much
time.
your route would be
You
restricted.
can't just go.
Listen,
You
stupid
have to get
fresh.
permission to
Your
scale that
fucking
mountain.
language now.
You have to get
Stop bloody throwing
permission.
insults. Okay,
You
because you're
have
only here. You're
you have to
insulting
get
everybody.
permission
That's
to
not
scale
right.
that mountain.
Okay,
You have to get
stop
permission.
Jim,
insulting.
because you lie all the time.
No, no one's
So
lying
you
at all. You're the liar.
you deserve
You're the liar.
you
And you're the one that's
deserve to get
insulting
insulted. And
everybody. You're the
trust
one
me,
that's insulting
I
everybody.
didn't even start it to insult
You're
you.
insulting
You
everybody.
little black
You're calling
monkey.
people a piece of shit.
Wow,
You
he
came in.
called you a little black monkey. Did you hear that?
There you
All
go.
right,
You see what I
Imaging,
mean?
you got to retire, bro. You're useless.
Yeah.
How old are you guys? Seriously, how old are you guys? Have a think about
Yeah,
that
I never
question.
insulted the guy. I'm trying to speak.
Yeah, you might as well leave Imaging on mute. He got nothing of any value to
Yeah.
add to the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, Electric, you're
Yeah,
not
he's
the
pretty much
mod.
special. He's a special ed
And
globe.
there is a good reason why you
Yeah,
get
you're a globe
muted all the
liability,
time.
dude. We all forgot about you. You went missing for months. No one gave a fuck.
Yeah,
All
and
right,
you
you
didn't
literally
advance
contribute nothing.
for
So
months.
stay in the
You still sit here and cry
stay quiet.
like a
Okay,
little
little
bitch
boy.
all the day.
Okay, little boy. You
Goddamn
hate
time.
black people. We
You
understand
didn't
you hate
even.
black
You're gonna
people.
have to shut up because you just keep fucking.
Yeah, keep the little
talking
racist.
shit.
Keep the little racist on mute. He's definitely
Yeah, I need
triggered.
to keep this out really if I can. Would.
Oh, someone
Yes,
keeps unmuting
I'm
the
the
racist.
racist.
I just did a fact check. You actually can't go to Mount Everest either. You need a permit for that as well. So, why do you lie all the
The
time?
restrictions climbing the mountain are not
You've got to
as
apply. If you
strict.
want to climb Mount Everest, you've got to get a permit.
Hey,
You
I'm
lied
explaining
again.
something to you, Boomer. So listen, you lying
You
dickhead.
lied again.
It's not about the
Your
It's about the
permit
fact.
to
Permission.
climb the
It's
mountain
permission. It's
is
not about the
not
street.
as
It's about the permission.
restrictive
It's the
as
permission.
exploring the entire
It's the
landmass. Stop talking
permission.
over me, dude.
Antarctica is the permission. We're talking about the
Dude,
permission.
I have
Electric
permission to go climb
permission.
Mount Everest. The
Permission.
restrictions surrounding
Permission
climbing
to
it
go to
Robert,
Antarctica.
pertain to your
stop talking,
training.
Robert.
Permission to go to
It
Mount
depends
Everest.
on your training to actually not die
Permission.
while
Yes.
climbing.
Thank
The
you.
restrictions
That's the point.
surrounding going to
Robert,
Antarctica
That's the point.
pertain to the lay of the land. Why is
That
this
is the
stupid
point.
Glober interrupting every time I
That's
go
the
to say
point,
something?
Electric. You're making our point. You're making our point.
Yeah, did you hear my point? Because if
You're
you
making
were
again.
listening,
It
you would stop
depends on your
being this
training.
dude. This
It
guy's so
depends on
stupid.
your
You are
resources.
interrupting.
This guy's really
It
stupid.
depends on training, Electric, and it depends on resources for Antarctica. Thank you. You guys are making our point every time you speak.
No, those are
Shut up.
the restrictions around Mount Everest.
Again,
The
any
restrictions.
place,
Oh, somebody unmuted the racist kid. Yeah, that's
any
great.
place on Earth, you Nazi little fucker. Any
See what I
place
mean?
on
Look,
Earth
look, this is
Why
wrong.
is this kid unmuted? Why
requires
is this child unmuted?
Come on,
permission
man.
to get to. And
Yeah, you're
this is
smoking
not
this
a
image.
claim about the shape of the Earth, because people do go to Antarctica. People go anywhere. Okay?
Yeah, no one
And we
cares what you
know
think,
the
dude.
shape of the Earth.
Yeah, no one cares, Imagine. Shut up.
Wish I could kick this guy out of the server.
It is
Just kick him out.
it is about the resources and expertise. Electric, you're making our point. Thank you for making our point. Now just be quiet and sit in the
No,
corner
you did not
with your down
comprehend the
pat.
point that I made. The
Sit
point that
in
I made
the-
about Mount
you
Everest is that they need to know your strength and your ability to climb a mountain.
they need to
That is
know
what
your
you're going
strength
to
and
be
your ability
permitted
to
to.
climb the
You are
mountain.
permitted to
You
climb
need
the
to know your
mountain
they
if
need
you
to
can
know your
pass.
resources. They need to
Can
know
you
your
stop
resources,
interrupting,
the
Rob?
amount of
You
money
can.
that you have.
Yeah,
Robert,
you're not
You're
you are
supposed
listening.
to go to Antarctica.
interrupting, Rob, again. Can
Yeah,
you
Rob, you
stop
don't know how to
interrupting?
act, dude. You're acting acting like a
No,
little
you
baby.
don't know how
Let the
to
man
act. You're
speak, and
taking
then you
when
can
you
speak
make your
afterwards.
point, just concede, Electric. Just concede.
No one's
You
conceding
made
here.
your point. You made our point.
All right,
Concede.
listen, baby boy. So in order to climb Mount Everest, they're permitting you to go if you can pass like a strength test. In
Thank
Antarctica,
you.
they're not going
Thank
to
you.
allow. Yeah, we're not talking about Antarctica. That's pertaining to Mount Everest,
Yes.
right? So there is a treaty about how you're able to climb the mountain, right?
Right.
It's not the same kind of terms and conditions when it comes to Antarctica. You're not
It's
allowed
about
to
the
explore
permission. You big.
specific.
It's about the
You're
permission.
not allowed. Yo, I know
It's
you want to outburst like a
permission.
child. Listen, I know you want to outburst and start crying like a child. Just shut up like a fucking idiot.
I
Just
am
shut
not
up,
crying.
dude.
I'm just telling you, you're
So
making a point.
these permissions that you have to get from the ALE and the Antarctic Treaty, it doesn't have to do with your health.
You
It
are
has to do with
coping.
what areas
It's
you're
about
actually able to
resources.
explore. No, you're not
You're
allowed to
coping very
cross
well.
certain regions of the landmass. Okay, it has nothing to do with how well
A
you would
lie.
actually
That's
make
a
it if
lie.
it were a
That's
hike.
a lie.
Listen, dude, you keep interrupting. You keep outbursting like a baby. Okay, listen, little baby boy. So you cannot choose where you go when you explore Antarctica. It has nothing to do with your strength or your ability to hike
You
the
can choose
terrain.
wherever
It
you
has
go.
nothing to do with your ability to hike the terrain and your strength. It has to do with what they consider dangerous. They say that there's certain regions of the Antarctic continent that you are not able to cross because of how dangerous it is, not because of how strong you are. So no, it's not analogous to Mount Everest. And I pointed out the thing
It
about
is.
Mount Everest because, anyway, you guys don't want to understand simple things. It's like dealing with a
Right.
fucking child.
Thank you
You're
for
like a
making.
baby.
Thank you for making our point, Electric. So it's different. So Antarctica, resources, expertise, these sort of things. Also, there are people
Guys,
who are
both parties.
there. There are hold on. There are scientific areas there in Antarctica. So
Yeah.
if you're going, so hold on. So for example, if somebody is there studying penguins, why you want to go spit on the penguins? Right? Don't do that.
No one does that.
Allow the
Yeah,
people
no one's
to
doing.
study.
No one wants to go there to do that. Why do you put up things that we do
Dude,
not
brother,
imply? Look, Robert,
do not
you're putting up things that we do not imply. We're not implying that. So don't say that. Okay?
Yes,
You're misrepresenting
that's
us
what
again.
he is implying.
You do that too often.
You do not listen. Listen
No,
to me again.
you're misrepresenting our position as you always do. I'm pulling you up this time again. Okay? Stick to what we actually say. Stick to what was actually given to you as a claim. Electric read it clearly. Okay? And you're not telling us anything when you say we're representing your case. We've been around in this thing longer than you have. You've just arrived, basically. Okay? Fucking hell, man.
Yeah,
Excuse my
dude,
French.
Star, aren't
Right.
yeah, Rob,
So,
aren't you an
all
illegal
right, hold on.
immigrant in America? So you shouldn't even be permitted to be in this country. I should spit on you like the penguin you are.
Right. So,
Deal with that. That was a derogatory
Boomer.
personal remark, Jin. Deal with it as a mod that you are. Deal with it, Jin.
Okay. Fair play. Yeah, let's not be too insulting to these individuals. Let's
He
keep it
wants to
clean
make
as
accusations
we
like the people
possibly
that want to
can.
go to
Bearing in
Antarctica
mind,
want to
I
spit
was
on
called a stupid
penguins.
black monkey
Yeah,
a few minutes ago.
he's implying
Right.
that
There
the
you
reason
go.
I want to explore Antarctica is because I want to spit on penguins. That is an
please, you
absolute
have to take
fallacious,
away my
slanderous
privileges
claim to
from
make.
these guys.
So you're
Omni, why
acting
did you
like a
do this,
child,
man?
and you actually
Not at
don't
all.
belong in America. So you should.
Yo,
You are not
Omni,
permitted to be in
Ren,
this country, dude.
Guys, this is
yo,
freaking painful.
Yeah.
We don't have to.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we're
I
listening
agree.
to M Agent and
yo,
Rob have a freaking
yo,
spasm.
Omni. When I had my server, brother, I gave you the power, dog, and I can't
Here we
believe
go
say
now. Here we go now.
you give these people power over we, dog. It don't make no sense, my you. Because
No,
they're
it's
talking
not
a
at
lot
all.
of
Let me
garbage.
be clear. I'm not giving electric mod powers. There's a reason I gave Jim provisional mod powers, and it may shock you to hear this, but I'm a stand by it. All
Thank you
right?
very much. I appreciate that.
Well, that means
Good
it's
for
incumbent
you.
on you not to abuse it. Secondly,
Yeah, no, I'm not. I
okay.
don't.
I look. Look. My current comment. I just got back. I had a bunch to drink, and when I clicked unmute, it makes me want to click mute again and go do something else.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
We don't have to. It doesn't have to be this bad. You guys can
No.
all do better. All of you,
Yeah.
including you too, Robert. Everyone can do better.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. Give everybody a chance to speak. If I had to mute Robert, it's because he was totally just interrupting. I got called a black monkey by the agent.
Yeah, I heard about that. That was the first message I saw. So, agent, don't ever do that again, please. I'm not directly in the line of fire. I know people were saying
there is context. You understand?
there isn't
For start, there is context.
I got it. I'm just saying, do something else.
Yeah. He came in. Hang on a second. He came in, and less than a minute, he's calling me a piece of shit. He's just joined the service. What's going on?
Muted me 10 times after lying about
didn't.
what I'm saying.
Not at the beginning when you came in.
Gene,
you called me a piece of shit.
Don't mod your own conversation.
I tell you that the man interrupt we and we can't interrupt them.
Yeah, hang on a minute. You came in, agent, and within a minute you're calling me a piece of shit and a liar. And then Robert started to carry on about me being a liar. I'm being dishonest. So the pair of
Aren't you a lying piece of shit?
Come on.
Can you prove me wrong?
Oh, here we go. Look, I don't have to do that. I don't have to prove you wrong.
Look how
silly, isn't it?
Listen. Electric called Renee a bitch, and you did nothing.
I didn't hear that.
Dude,
you were attacking.
I want you guys to realize something. I want you guys to realize something. First off, most, not all, unfortunately, but the vast majority of the people that I've given mod powers to are, in my observation, which I am claiming I have discernment now. That's like the only time you ever hear me say that. In my opinion, are doing the best they can. It is fucking impossible to do what everybody would consider a fair job of modding, because those things will conflict between the two people or more who are viewing it. That said, okay, there's some stuff that just doesn't have to come out of your mouth. And also, people can take turns, and that includes you, Robert. You can be more concise, and other people can go and stuff like that. All right, so
cool. So I have a claim.
Okay,
I have a claim to make. Will you allow me to? All right,
hold on a second. Someone's got a claim to make. Let them make the claim.
I do.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, so Antarctica, specially protected areas, dude. Let's get into the route restriction. Let's not just pick any line. Why am I being interrupted?
You don't, my
I don't want any interruptions.
We need to
Can everybody go on mute, please?
No,
Can everybody go on
we need to respond now. We
mute
respond to what
Robert, let him finish. Robert, let him finish.
Dude, it's our turn call, and
I
it's our turn.
Robert, let him finish. Robert, please let him finish.
Oh, my turn now. We already did that.
I know. Robert, please let him finish. Electric, would you like to finish what you were saying?
All right, let's get into the route restrictions under the Antarctic Treaty System in detail. It's not just pick any line across the map and go. Every modern expedition must have its route reviewed and approved by the competent authority of its sponsoring country. UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, US National Science Foundation, OPP, Australian Antarctic Division, so on and so forth. The restrictions come mainly from the Protocol on Environmental Protection, the Madrid Protocol, established in 1991. So, what this means is the Antarctic Specially Protected Areas, or ASPA's description of this is the zones within unique environmental, scientific, historic, or wilderness values. Restriction. You cannot enter without a special permit, which is usually only granted for scientific research, not adventure or travel or recreation. If your intended path cuts through the... Who's going... I don't need to hear you. Shut up. If your intended path cuts through the... Yeah, stop talking. If your intended path cuts through an ASPA, you must reroute around it, and sometimes adding hundreds of kilometers to a traverse. Example, ASPAs around emperor penguin colonies. Key expeditions from Hercules Inlet to the pole are routed well inland to avoid colony disturbance. It goes on and on and on. There are so many restrictions to whatever free exploration you think you're allowed to do. And you cannot go where you want in Antarctica. They have to approve. They will modify.
Okay, there we are.
Okay, Jesse, you're done. You're done. You made
All
your
right,
point.
thank you, Electric.
So
Yeah,
hold
you're
on.
going,
Mute,
you
mute,
keep
mute
acting
up
like a
electric
child
now,
throughout,
please.
right?
Please,
So
Ren,
keep acting
mute
like a
electric
child.
now.
Yeah,
Mute
okay.
Jin now. And
No,
let
I'm
me
not going to
baby
mute
boy.
him. I'm not going to mute him, iStar.
do,
iStar, do you have a
do,
response? If he cuts in, I will. I promise.
brother, they don't let us speak. Okay? You
You're
need to
lying now,
shut
man.
them down.
You know
Shut
what?
them
This is
down.
just like, look, you know, Jin CBR1. I'll let everybody speak. So stop lying.
That's a lie. You cut me off so many times.
Yeah, because you
Hey,
keep
Rob,
interrupting.
Rob, you have the
please,
floor
man.
right now.
Stop
Rob, you have the
bitching.
floor. You have the floor, Rob.
Yeah.
You do. You got it right now.
No,
now.
listen.
No, and I'm not
Rennie,
gonna. I'm not gonna. If they talk,
hold on.
I'll mute them. I swear to God. Swear to God. Swear to God.
Yeah, I'm going to go on mute myself. Look,
Yeah,
as
these
a
guys
mod,
are
I'm on mute.
babies.
Okay.
I'm going on mute myself. Look.
All right, let me just say this real quick. The race that goes around Antarctica, it is a 360 degrees around the continent. All right, I can tell you exactly where it starts because I used to read up on it as a kid, as a youngster doing when I was in science and all these kind of things. Let me see if I could find it exactly because I used to know where exactly they used to traverse it. It used to be around um yes, it starts Cape Lewin, Cape Horn, Cape Agulhas. That's when I used to read up on this as a kid, as a
When you
youngster.
were
When
a
I used
baby.
when I was first getting into physics, we used to read about a 360-degree around the continent of Antarctica. You know what that means? That means there is no ice wall. That means Antarctica does not go around the perimeter of a pizza. So that's
You
the
have a
first point
memory
I'm going
from
to
when
make.
you were a
No.
baby. That's
So
that's your argument.
the next point I'm going to
Jesse.
make is this. The next point I'm going to make is this.
Yeah, just before you make that point, can I
Base,
respond to the first point you made so we don't
no,
forget it? Yeah? Yes,
no.
because you've made
cannot
a
respond.
point. I want
It
to
is a
respond to the point you made. Thank you.
360
You're
degree
going to have to
stretch
hold on because
around
we're
the
going to
island
forget
of
it.
Antarctica.
Yeah, one point at a
It's
time.
a
Ladies and
Antarctica is
gentlemen,
a island.
ladies and
It is a
gentlemen, the race
continent
that he's talking
surrounded by
about
ocean.
goes round a small island. It doesn't go all the way around the Antarctic island, the continent. It doesn't. It goes just around a small island at the northern region of Antarctica. That's where they are, a small island that they go around.
Where's
They
the
don't
northern
go
region?
all around Antarctica. You're lying. Just the course.
Okay.
Where's the northern
Just a
region?
response. iStar, do you want to finish what you were saying?
Yeah. Let me just finish. Lies. There are
Okay.
two types of races. He's talking about one of the races where they do the island. The other race, the bigger race, is around the entire continent. It is 100 days long. You do not need 100 days to go around an island. So that's a lie. Okay, next thing I'm
That's
going to say.
going around the world. That's going around the world race. That's the around
Yeah,
the world race.
it's actually at the 60th degree south latitude, so you're 20 degrees from the Antarctic Circle. So I don't know what you think you're describing.
You can see Antarctica. You can go straight around it. So the point is,
Yeah, but
you
you've
go
never
around,
actually
you go around the
been
island.
aboard the
You don't
boat
run into
to
America.
say
Come
that you
on.
can sight the
You don't
ice
run,
shelf.
dude.
Come on,
You don't.
interruptions. Jesse's
You don't.
interrupting. He
I'm
should be
explaining.
muted.
Are you
do not run.
understanding why I'm
You don't.
interrupting?
Mute Jesse.
Jesse, you have to let Rob finish. Rob, we need to land this plane, though, okay?
He's got nothing.
Jesse, we need to let Rob finish.
All right.
Jesse,
Anyways,
shut up.
all right. The point is,
Get a life,
they go.
Puma.
The point is, I have something. You go around the continent that kills your ice wall. Now, the next point I'm going to make. When you're on Antarctica, obviously written inside of the treaty, it talks about for peaceful purposes, science and tourism. Those are the peaceful. So hold on. If you are doing a scientific project, do you want tourists trampling over your area? Also, if you set up a base there for tourists, do you want scientists coming in there and testing the penguins in there? Obviously not. Obviously, there are areas where scientists are going to have more of an authority over so they can run their projects. But guess what? Check this out. You can walk around the area where the scientists are. You can make a complete 360 degrees around where the scientists are working. You know what that tells you? That tells you that there's no ice wall.
Okay,
There's
let
no
me now
ice
make a
wall.
response to that.
There is
No,
no
I'm
ice
going to.
wall.
I definitely have a response to this.
check this
Yeah,
out.
I want to respond as well. I want to
Jen's
respond
spot.
as well.
Yes, it's Jen's turn to respond. I saw.
Yeah, thank you very much. Basically, yeah, what everything that Electric said earlier on is absolutely correct. Because what Robert is putting forward there, that you may have to change your course, provided it doesn't go into another country's piece of land, piece of ice. Because whatever course you take, if it goes through some other country's property, land, then you have to get the permission. This is the problem. And if who's interrupting now? Thank you. And if they deem that your adventure, whatever you're doing, isn't safe, or then they can deny your permission. Okay, that's what. But carry on anyway.
Countries don't own any piece of Antarctica. So right there, you are being debunked.
Oh no, you're
Scientists
lying now. You're lying. You're lying.
Countries, there are no countries that own
come on,
any
there's 53.
piece of countries
There are
do not
53
own
or maybe 55
no
signatories.
country. No country does not
bloody
own
hell.
a.
I'm talking about the countries who own it. Robert, why do you always get it wrong? Why do you always get it? Ladies and gentlemen, this man misrepresents every single time. I clearly stated the signatories to the Antarctic Treaty, which there are about 53 to 55. Now, if your course takes you through one of those signatories, or 3 or 4 or 5, you may not get permission. Okay? Fucking hell.
No country owns any piece of Antarctica.
Oh, come on. Come on now.
I think we're being a bit technical and semantic a bit, though.
Right.
Yeah, this is Robert again. You see.
No, but for real, I think Jen's right. I think Jen's right in the regard that there are countries that had the ability to administrate their zones, and I think Robert is right in the regards that no one physically owns them. It's a joint effort. So I think we're going to be talking really past each other a lot if we go down this road.
Exactly.
I'm waiting for a chance to destroy Rob's stupid.
That is the point I was trying to make, Renee, is that no country owns any physical piece, but they may have areas that they are doing work, scientific work that falls within the Antarctic Treaty. So therefore, if you're a tourist traversing the entire Antarctica and you run into a place where there's scientific operations going on, don't go in there. That's dumb. It's like you can't go certain places in the United States. You need to have permission to go there. So, but you do.
But Rob, real quick though, to Jen's point. No, really quick, Rod. To Jen's point.
If you have a question about the area, all you want to do, walk around it. You can make a 360-degree walk around it, and when you make that,
to Jen's points, Rob, really quick.
When you make that 360-degree walk around it, that falsifies the dome. It falsifies the dome.
But to Jen's point, though, there are countries that have the power to administer zones and say no, yes. That's, I think, Jen, was that your point as well? He might be gone, but I think
maybe no one's.
No, that's right.
No one's
That's
paying
absolutely
attention.
correct. Sorry for the interruption.
No one's paying attention.
Absolutely correct. That was my point.
Okay.
All right.
So
am I gonna be allowed the floor to respond? No, Rob is going to.
It's my point as well, Rennie.
Yes, I know.
I'm going to debunk Rob. Once he stops
really quick. Yes, you guys are kind of making the same point, so you're going to be butting heads.
You don't know.
Jen was saying that the countries have power to administer it, which he is correct. And you're saying that no one owns physically the property, which is correct. So you guys are going to be headbutting the entire time. I think you guys may have found the middle ground.
My point is this, though. I think my point is more severe because those who are controlling the zone.
Dude, Jen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So iStar made a claim that the Vendée Globe race that they're circling Antarctica. False. Absolutely false. The Vendée Globe race doesn't go within the distance to see the Antarctic shelf. You said they could see the ice shelf as they sail around Antarctica. False. They're at 45 degrees to 59 degrees. You cannot view the ice shelf from that latitude. You lying dumb fuck.
On a globe?
What, you can?
No, you can't.
Are you using a globe for a reference?
Get the elevation of the ice shelf get the distance to it from 49 to 52 degrees latitude. This is as far south as the Vendée Globe race goes, and then find out if you could actually see the ice shelf from there. Nobody claims you
it's
can see
a
the
flat
ice
Earth, you
shelf while they're
can.
doing the Vendée Globe race. They don't think they're circling Antarctica and they're seeing the ice shelf to the right. That's not what they're doing. So iStar just made up a stupid fucking lie because he heard something when he was a baby boy.
No.
If it's flat, you can see it.
But Renee's learning, so he has no idea how to
No,
comprehend information right
the
now.
point
I
is
wouldn't mention my name if I were
Yeah,
you.
you're
the
definitely
point is
learning, dude.
the point is you go around the entire island of Antarctica. Therefore, that falsifies your dome.
You don't
Your
see
dome,
Antarctica from the
your
line of
dome,
latitude that you're
your
circling.
dome is dead. They
You
go
literally
around
are not
when
able to physically see the ice shelf
it does,
from that
brother.
degree of south latitude.
The point is they
Wow.
are going around the
You're a liar.
entire island. That's the point we're trying to make
You
to
can't see the island from the latitude that they're traveling on.
dude.
What's wrong with you?
They can see parts of the island as they're
No,
going
you cannot.
around it.
I
And
just pointed
therefore,
out to you that you wouldn't be able to see the
okay,
ice
let
shelf.
me read it to you. Let me read it to you.
Fucking guy.
It takes place around the Antarctica Union Glacier, which is where it starts.
What latitude do you think
Goes
they're
around
at when they're
the
sailing?
marathon?
Look, Union
42
Glacier,
degrees
that's
from-
Antarctica.
Okay, right? A Union Glacier, that is where they start. That is on Antarctica, right there. That's where they begin the race,
That's
right?
Antarctica.
No,
Union Glacier is
that's not where they
Antarctica.
begin the Vendée Globe race.
No, that's not where they begin the Vendée race. That's right. He's lying.
That's false.
This man
He's
is
lying. He has
lying.
no idea what he's talking about.
That is
Yeah, he's fucking lying now. And you
where
call
they
me dishonest.
the race.
He calls me dishonest, ladies and gentlemen.
They begin at
Oh,
different
shut
places.
up.
They
You
begin.
know
Yeah, look, this is
nothing
just
of what
terrible.
you're talking about.
Terrible,
Alright?
man.
You're just lying.
Moderators, can we stop this guy from lying, please?
Moderator,
Well, we have to let him
point is-
finish.
let me finish.
Oh, fuck.
They go around. They start the race.
Yeah, look, you see, it's beginning to
They
stutter
start-
now.
He said
Look.
they start the race in Union Glacier,
start
dude.
the
You don't
race
know where they start the
different
race.
places. They start the race at different places, and they go around the entire perimeter.
Oh, different places now.
And
It's
so
not at
and
Union Glacier. It wasn't at Union Glacier.
hold on. Union
Or Hurley
Glacier
Point.
is at Union Glacier, which is south up on the Antarctic Circle. The marathon is 42. So
Oh,
therefore,
marathon now. Marathon.
that is
Not
where they
sailing.
begin
You see what I
the
mean,
race.
ladies and gentlemen? He's changed the race now.
Yeah.
Now it's the marathon race now. That would be correct.
I should read this to him so he actually understands something about it.
Yeah.
The Vendée Globe, the solo, nonstop, unassisted
Vendée.
round-the-world yacht race, usually takes competitors
Oh,
down
fuck's sake.
into the southern
Come on,
ocean.
guys.
Yeah, no, now it's time to learn, Globetard, because you're
Come on,
actually
please.
you're not saying the correct information. So now you
Yeah.
need to learn. Sit down, shut up, Boomer.
It's located
Okay, so the
80
Vendée,
degrees,
yeah,
80
so the
degrees,
Vendée Globe,
80
the Vendée
degrees
Globe, stop.
south
No,
You're
latitude.
it's not at 80
interrupting.
degrees.
Moderator, look,
It's
I don't want
not
to mute
80
the guy.
degrees.
Come
That
on.
is where they do it. That is how they do it. They go around the entire
Oh.
Antarctica perimeter. The point is,
No, they
your
do not.
Your dome is falsified. Your dome is dead.
No, it's not. You're
What the hell
lying.
are
You're
you
going
talking about
around
a
the
dome
perimeter
for?
of Antarctica. Your
What the
dome
hell is wrong with this guy? He's
dead.
interjecting to talk about a
Dead.
dome. Fucking
Yeah.
dumbass, dude.
No,
Can you let
Vendée Globe.
let
Okay,
me
listen,
finish, please?
listen, Rob. I was interrupted. Now you're gonna
That's
listen.
weird. Jin said
The
there's a dome.
Vendée Globe is a race. It is set
Shut
to
you up,
keep
man.
boats north of the Antarctic Treaty's environmental protection zone and out of heavy iceberg danger. Dude, what is going on? You guys need to calm down. Just listen. The race is set to keep boats north of the Antarctic Treaty's environmental protection zone. Right? This is actually between 50 to 52 degrees south. All right. In order to be within the Antarctic Circle, you have to be at 66 degrees south latitude. This is where you'll see the ice shelf. You're hundreds of nautical miles away. If you're doing your circle in the Vendée Globe race, you're at 50 degrees south latitude. You cannot see the ice shelf. Rob, stop lying. You don't know what you're talking about. You have a story that you're relaying from when you were a baby boy. Fucking baby Glober. I'm done listening to this retarded shit.
Come on.
Oh yeah, you are
Come
done.
on.
Have a good day. Bye, Jesse.
Come on. Okay, good. Go ahead, Robert, now. Yeah.
Right.
See, because Robert misrepresents
Yes.
things.
No.
Hang on a second, Rob. Let me just get
Hold
two
on.
words
Hold
out.
on. No, you said I could.
Oh, no, you hold on. Basically, it's this, ladies and gentlemen. Robert has been for the last 2 hours, 2.5 hours, misrepresenting what we say, and then accusing us of being dishonest, and then making wild claims like the dome has been falsified. Nothing of the sort. They haven't even presented curvature, these guys, in the 3 years that he's been coming. Now you can speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, flat earthers have not presented the dome. They have not presented the end where it begins. They have not presented the ice wall. None of them have been there. None of them have any understanding of what
Guilty
it
as
means.
charged, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen who are listening on YouTube, they don't even know. They did not know. They did not even know. They did not even know that gas pressure does not require a solid container. Ladies and gentlemen,
that's absolutely ridiculous in itself.
the ideal gas
Yeah,
law
that's
says
misrepresentation.
ideal gas law says gas should be expanding forever. But there is a delineation in your atmosphere, 14.7 PSIs up to about 7 miles in the air, where aircraft then fly, and it is only 5 pounds per square inch. That means the aircraft did not run into a solid container. And it also tells you that high pressure can exist next to low pressure, which then makes the case for space.
Yeah, we're going around in circles here. We've been talking about this one for more than 2.5 hours, nearly 3 hours now.
That's what
so
the
you're
science
only
tells you.
repeating the same thing. So it's my turn to speak now. My turn to speak. Robert, do I have to mute you? Do I have to mute you again? It's okay. No, I'm just going to have to mute you because I can't
say some science.
I can't seem to speak. Thank you. You shut up now. Put yourself on mute. I'll mute myself when you're talking. Mute yourself, will you? Right, ladies and gentlemen, for the last 3 hours, we've been going around in a circle. I'm trying to move the conversation forward. Robert has accused us flat earthers of not presenting the actual container. Okay, we're not, and we've explained why. This is what we've been trying to discuss, telling you that there are obstacles in the way of any one of us doing that. Money, resources, logistic planning, protocols, documents to be signed. There's many things that stop us, and it's a lot of money. So we can't afford to do that, but we know it's there. But at least we admit that. Right? These individuals, in the meantime, haven't been able to present a simple thing. Drop over distance will give us the curvature of the Earth. None of us living on the Earth currently has experienced this. None of us have experienced this curvature of the Earth. We've gone out to measure it. We can't find it. Okay? The container is a more difficult thing to prove because there are many steps that have to be taken, and sometimes people have been refused. And that's for doing things lesser than trying to find the container. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the Antarctica Cup yacht race, it goes around Antarctica 360 degrees. What that tells you is that there is no dome, there is no ice wall, there is none, right? Because Antarctica in the goofy flat Earth model says that it goes around the perimeter of the pizza. So if you're traversing the entire island of Antarctica, that kills and falsifies a ice wall.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, please note. Please note that
ladies and gentlemen, please listen carefully.
You are repeating yourself,
gentlemen, please.
Robert, you're repeating yourself,
Ladies
Robert.
and gentlemen,
you are repeating yourself.
You repeated yourself.
You are repeating yourself, Robert. You're going back to the same thing. But what you're doing is you're throwing insults in there as well. You're repeating yourself, Robert.
Okay, hold on. Both.
This is 3 hours
quick.
now.
Yeah, really quick. So I think Robert's claim is that there is a boat race that goes around the perimeter of Antarctica.
Yeah. Electric just proved him wrong on that point. Okay, because the race doesn't go anywhere near.
No,
he's going to interrupt me now. He's going to interrupt now.
Antarctica Cup yacht race.
You're just fucking interrupting all the time. You're out of control, Rob.
Rene, you have to shut them down, Rene.
Robert, you misrepresent.
Really quick, Rob. So Jen, Rob, really quick, Rob. Is that the claim that there is a race that goes around the perimeter of Antarctica? That's the claim.
Yeah, he said,
I'm asking Rob if that's the claim.
Hang on. He says it goes 360 degrees around the Antarctic continent. There is no race. The one that happens is the one that goes. There's an island very near Antarctica, and the Verdi race takes in that part as it goes around the world. That's all there is. So Robert is lying. Why don't you ask Robert to show us the race?
Oh,
Why is he telling us and not show us?
I was asking if that was his claim, and then I was going to ask you for what you just said, basically that you say that this
Yeah.
race goes around an island instead of the
Yes, it
entire
does go
island.
around an island. Yeah, there's an island north of Antarctica. It's a slither of an island, and the boat goes around that as it's part of the Verdi race, and they carry on. Okay, and it's just the Verdi race that goes around the world. By the way, that's why it's so many days long. But Robert doesn't realize that we know the race. We've been looking at this more than 10 years ago. Okay, so Robert's the one that's just misrepresenting and just putting down misinformation here, I would have to say.
Okay, let me say it again.
Why don't you show us the race, please? Can you just show us the race you're talking about?
Oh, I
Please.
thought you were 10 years in. Rennie,
Well, I know
there
the
is a
race.
thing called an Antarctica.
It's the Vendée Globe. It's the Vendée
Yeah,
Globe. I'll put
yeah.
a link in the chat.
Yeah, we know that one.
Put it there.
That doesn't go around the Antarctica.
360 degrees
It doesn't go around
Antarctica.
360
And
degrees.
No, and it goes around Antarctica.
hold
Absolutely,
on.
It doesn't go around Antarctica 360 degrees.
So that's the argument. Does this race go around
Absolutely, it
Antarctica?
goes around Antarctica.
Not 360 degrees. Not 300 degrees.
360 degrees. Well, it doesn't because
No,
it comes down from the Atlantic and then it goes back up. So it
Right, so
it
it's
doesn't
not 360
intend to
degrees,
go
that's what I'm
all the
saying.
way around, but it goes around Antarctica in
it
order
goes
to
around
go
a
around the
small
world.
island north of
It goes
Antarctica.
around
It doesn't go
Antarctica.
around-
No,
I mean,
it doesn't
that's
go
just
around the
bullshit.
continent
Antarctica, dude.
360 degrees.
Dude,
It doesn't
it
go there.
goes around. Dude, you're not
Not
listening.
360 degrees, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Is
Not
there
360
video
degrees.
or there's evidence of this race? Is it like that could be
Well, you
posted?
can just Google it.
All
You can
over
Google the
YouTube.
race.
Rennie,
You can
Rennie,
Google the race and it shows
Rennie,
you the course.
it goes
Look,
around.
you can
It
Google
just
the race
finished.
and it
It
shows
just
you the
finished
course.
like a month or two ago. I followed it every day.
Look, you
It
can
took
Google the course.
the
Can you
winner
show us
took
the
like
course,
70
please?
days.
Yeah,
It's
can you show us the
there.
course, please? Show us the course.
You can go to the
Show us the
website.
course.
I'll find the map and post it. Yeah.
Yeah, show us the course. I've
Okay.
got the map, but I can't be able to go and get it. Got it on my
Rennie,
other
the
device.
point is, Rennie, is that John is right. It comes down through the Atlantic, then it goes all the way around Antarctica.
Not
and then it
360
comes back-
degrees, it
and then
doesn't.
comes back up.
Not
That's what we need.
360 degrees, it doesn't.
What
That's
we're
what
trying
I'm
to say,
saying.
brother. Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy.
You said
The
360
oh
degrees.
my
That's
God!
what you're
Listen,
saying.
Rennie, listen. That means the north part of Antarctica. To go from the north part, you're going to enter into South America. So the race doesn't
This
do
guy's
that.
got it wrong.
So
This
the
guy,
race doesn't do that.
you may remember him saying that
Let
it
me
goes
just finish.
360 degrees.
Jim, be quiet,
Yeah,
man.
but you keep saying
Jim.
360 degrees. You're not acknowledging that you made a mistake.
Jim,
Yeah, but
please
you're not
listen,
acknowledging.
dude.
You are not
Rob,
acknowledging that you made a mistake. You kept saying
Put the map in the
360
chat.
degrees, and you're
Well, yes,
wrong
to
because
the
it doesn't
terms
go
from what I've
360
seen,
degrees
it doesn't go
around
360
Antarctica.
degrees,
It
but it does
doesn't.
go around Antarctica. It's very similar to
It
the
goes
argument you
around
guys were
a
having
small
earlier.
island. I want to see the course.
Rennie,
It goes around Antarctica. Put the
just
map in the chat. Just fucking look at it.
mute him, man.
Yeah, I see him. I see it, and that's the thing. Yes, it does not do 360. I get what you're saying.
Thank you. All right, that's
I
what I was
get,
saying.
but at the
Thank
same
you.
time, Jen, there is a red line that encompasses Antarctica that starts on one side and it ends on the other. That's what that's what iStar's asking you to talk about essentially. is
Yeah.
How do
I'm
they
saying
get
that
around
map
all
is
of that?
deceptive. This is what I'm trying to say to you. I'm saying to you that they don't go in the way that it's been depicted in the illustration. That's not the actual route because we're not living
That's
on a
the
globe.
actual route.
No,
They
it's not
post
the actual
GPS
route because the
positions
map would
for
be wrong. We
every
don't live on a
boat in the
globe.
race
Excuse me.
every
We
day.
do not live on a globe. That's the
They
problem.
post
We don't live
post
on a globe. That's why
GPS
when you look at the flat
positions
Earth map,
for
you will
every
see
boat
that there's an
every
that they
day
go
during
around,
the
ladies
race,
and gentlemen.
and that
Please
is
look
the
at the
path
Gleason's map,
that it
and you will
takes.
find the island that I'm talking about. Not too far from Hercules Point, Union Glacier. Round there's an island that they take in. Round there. That's what it is.
Nonsense.
They're not going around the Antarctica.
Every day
Because the
they
Earth is not
post
a globe, you see.
GPS positions for every boat in the race.
Yes,
exactly.
And that is the route that they
point
take.
is, we know there's a deception going on, you see.
The
That's what you got to
deception is
remember.
you. You are the deceiver, dude.
No,
What
I'm
we're
not the
trying to say
deceiver
to
at
you,
all.
what we're trying
You're
to
the
say
one,
to you is
360.
the fact that you make it around the
Yeah.
the
Excuse me.
continent, brother. The fact that you make it
Excuse me.
around. The fact
Those
that you
of
make
you who
the
can
fact,
hear
the fact,
my voice,
the fact that you
I'm
make
saying
it
to you, look
around
at
the
the
continent, the
Gleason's
fact
map,
that you make it
look at
around
South
the
America,
continent, the fact
then
that
you
you
move
make it.
to
Let
the,
me
excuse
finish
me,
what I am saying to you.
you move
The
to the
fact that you,
right
the
from
fact that
South
you
Africa,
make it,
a little
the
hook at
fact,
the right. If you move to the
the fact that you
left to
make it
right side, buddy,
around the
you will find
continent,
an island
dude,
that
your
they go
ice
around.
wall is
Okay,
dead.
that's the route.
Dude, the fact that you go
Deceptive. It's a
around the
deceptive map that
continent.
they've given you.
Okay, so Jen, you say that
Yeah.
the map's lying.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
okay. Okay, I
Yeah,
think we've
absolutely. Yeah.
reached the
Yeah,
place
and the
of
reason I said that,
people can
the
make
reason I
their own
say that is
decisions
because
at this point.
we're not actually living on a globe. So of course they're going to have to depict a globe, but we're not living on it. No measurable curvature. So by the laws of averages and
Oh no,
deductive reasoning,
now
there
he's spiraling.
clearly
He's coping.
that
He's
map is
coping now.
deceptive.
Rennie, Rennie, dude. So
Yeah.
from South America, you go from South America down
all
to
the map.
Union Glacier. Okay, check this
That's
out.
all the map.
South
Yeah.
America is north of Antarctica. Now, if you're
Yep.
entering from the Atlantic side, right, you
Yeah.
go, you keep going south, and you make a loop around the continent and come back up in
Small
the
island.
Pacific to go to the ocean, right? So what we're trying to tell you, Renee, is that there is no ice wall as it made it around the southernmost point of Antarctica. You see
Unfortunately,
that's what I've been
that's
trying
not
to
true.
say to you. That's what we're trying to say to you. So there is no dome because you go
Unfortunately, look, the Achilles heel in your model. Hang on a second. The number one Achilles heel is there is no measurable curvature. Earth is measured flat, maritime flat, and aviated flat. Okay, so this is the problem with your story. We are not measuring any curvature. So any Verdi race doesn't go around the Antarctica the way it's been depicted in the image. That's not what actually is going on. The route is deceptive. They're going around a small piece of island.
Oh
And if you
wow,
go
the
to
route is deceptive. Oh wow.
Jaron covered this as well.
Yeah, so now the route is deceptive. Wow, wow.
Of course
So
it
so
is.
again,
Yeah, it's clearly obvious.
Renee, as you can see, John posted it. They go around the entire continent. That's telling you
Not
that there's no
360
edge.
degrees.
That's
Do you
telling
remember
you
he
that
said
there's
360 degrees? He
there
said. I said, no, they don't.
edge. There is
They
no
don't do that.
edge.
Well, they
There is
actually do
edge.
go 360 degrees.
No, they
If you
don't
look
go
at that
360
path,
degrees
no,
because
they
they go
do.
around the
No,
continent
Jin,
360
Jin,
degrees.
let me
That would mean they'd
explain
have to
why
make a
they do.
complete
Give me
circle
10
around
seconds
Antarctica
without
and then go
blathering.
up into another
Hey,
direction. They
10
don't.
Jen, we have to let other
You're
people
seconds
lying.
speak.
without
Now you're
blathering.
lying. Now
10
you're lying
seconds.
again. But desperate.
10
This is desperate.
seconds without
Jen,
blathering.
we have to let other people
Oh, yeah,
speak.
go ahead. Let me mute myself.
Okay.
Got it.
If you look at that loop of the race, it goes 360 degrees around Antarctica. Now, a lot of that, the last part, that loop topologically goes all the way around 360 degrees.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a play on words now. Now it's a play on words. Right? Robert
You're
said
the one
that
that's doing the play on words.
they're playing on words now, ladies and gentlemen.
A route
Okay?
either
He
does
said-
go around
he said
Antarctica
that
or it doesn't. And this one
it doesn't go
does.
around Antarctica, the whole continent, 360 degrees, which is what Robert implied at the beginning.
Nope, there's only
No, it
one.
doesn't.
There's only two possibilities. Either a route goes around Antarctica or it doesn't, and this
It
one
doesn't.
does.
Because we're not a globe. So the answer is, ladies and gentlemen, it does not. That's the answer.
No. You're
It
making a
does
claim.
not.
You're making a claim that it's not a globe.
Even if the
That's
Earth
the
weren't
claim.
a globe, you've got it going around Antarctica. It goes.
Ladies and
It goes.
gentlemen, we're
It
not a
goes
globe,
to
ladies
the
and gentlemen.
side
That's
of
what
every
it does not.
part of
It goes
Antarctica
around a
That's a claim.
small island
ends where
near
it
Antarctica,
began.
and the race
It's a
carries on going up
closed
towards the
loop.
north,
And
up towards
Antarctica
Japan
is
and all the
either
other areas.
inside
And
that closed loop
causes a lot.
or it isn't. And it is.
It is not going. It is not going around Antarctica.
It
goes
does
around
go around
a small Antarctic island.
It goes
the name of which
around
escapes me at the
Antarctica.
moment.
No,
Okay, but that's what happens.
Jin, they go around the continent, brother.
No, they
What
don't,
is wrong
ladies
with
and
you?
gentlemen. They go near the continent. They don't go
Yes,
around.
they go around the
Okay,
continent.
we're not a globe.
what? That's a claim.
The
That's a
image
claim.
that's been displayed
That's
is a
a claim.
deceptive
That's
one.
a claim.
For the Earth, these
That's a claim.
individuals
That's a
haven't
claim.
proven
We're gonna hold
one,
you. We're gonna hold
the
you to
Earth
that.
is a globe. Two,
We
that
have
it's
satellites.
rotating. Three, that it's orbiting the
point is-
sun. Four,
The point is, the
what's
point
the
is,
other one? That is circling through the universe, covering 19.2 billion miles. Five, that it, five, that it's
we're
that the Earth is
13.8 billion
33
miles. Is
million
correct.
miles
Yes, we
away
are.
from the sun.
And there's
These
93.
things
We're
they
100
haven't
million miles from
proven.
the sun. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
they
we
haven't
are.
proven
And
any
we
of these
are
things,
250,000
and they haven't proven
kilometers from the
gravity
moon.
either.
Yes.
And yet they
And
want to
we
talk
are,
about
and we are
going
another
around
couple
Antarctica.
million
That
miles away
proves
from
the
Mars.
globe ball.
Yes. That's a
Sorry,
fact.
man, it
Those are
doesn't do
facts.
that.
That's a fact.
And now I've got to go and have, I'm going to go and have some breakfast now.
The mass of the
So I'll
sun
catch
is,
you guys later.
yeah,
Have
go
a good
away,
morning,
man.
Jen.
Garbage. So Renee, man, you have to mute them, dog. Okay. All right. Tell you what, Renee. Tell you what. I am willing to say. I mean, maybe John has more information than me on this, but I am saying to you that they go around the southern part of
Oh,
Antarctica and go
Rob,
come all the way back up.
Rob, I'm not sitting here trying to say the Earth was flat. What I was trying to do was have the argument move forward in some sort of linear fashion. I know there's no ice wall. I know that race goes around that place. It's just getting out the information, and then if he has anything to say to refute it, he can refute it. If not, it's time to move on. But I know I don't think the Earth is flat. That's not my position.
All right. I mean, no problem. I just what I was trying to say for 360 degrees is that meaning they go around it. In the northern part of it, they don't traverse the northern part because that is between South America and Antarctica. So I wasn't really including that because the mission of the boat is kind of like a going around the world kind of thing. They go from Atlantic and they go all the way back up to the ocean, to the Indian Ocean or something like that. I know John can correct me on that.
Well, I mean, the majority of the arguments you'll get in response to anything would be either some semantical thing or some technical thing. And I was trying to get past the technical thing, and I even said, those red lines encompass that island. That means they went around it. That means there's no ice wall. What do you say about that, Jen?
But wait,
it's just
ice wall. There is ice wall, but it just isn't as big as they claim it is. Yeah.
I think that's the key thing. If you look at the map, I'm going to take that map and put some
Technically, it's
dates
ice
on
wall.
it. I
Yeah.
followed
Antarctica's
the
a big ice
race.
wall, yeah.
I followed the race the whole time. And if you put dates on that, you'll see that on that picture of the globe, I mean, that's not a, that's a projection. So you have to take some liberties, but the amounts of time along various parts of that path are roughly equal. The boats go about 20, 25 knots most of the time for the entire 70 or 80 days it takes them to do that. So if you projected that same thing onto the flat Earth model, that path around Antarctica would be enormously longer, and they would be doing 60 or 70 knots average as they went around Antarctica to get around in the time that they do. They make it all the way around Antarctica in, I think, probably something like 40 or 50 days. And if you just work out what that averages to, it averages to something like 20 knots. On a flat Earth, it would be more like 60.
Yeah. No, it's sometimes you just like the argument you're just going to hit a wall. And I was hoping maybe if we restated it and everybody can just take their positions, maybe it can move forward. But it did start with pressure without a container. We got to this race. It took 3 hours. Wonderful journey.
I did put
That's how it goes every
a
day.
graphic that I made about pressure without a container up back there, a few memes as well. I just don't understand why I don't understand how anybody cannot understand that since pressure decreases with altitude, it only takes a couple hundred kilometers before you are in interplanetary space.
Yeah, the vacuum aspect I think gets them. You know,
Right now in the Earth Awakenings, they're arguing about if that new moon guy is a scammer for like 3 hours now too. So it's like the same everywhere with flat Earth. Yeah.
yeah. No, and that's the
Hard to
thing.
derail
It's
though.
you try, and then you think you get somewhere, and then another one will chime in with something else even more incredulous. It's almost like who can say the most incredulous thing today contest.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. I thought that it could go. I thought that maybe we could get past this and move on. But I think Jesse dropped.
Does anybody remember there was a guy in here a couple months ago? He came in several times. I hit him one time when he was in here with the fact that the equator is a circle with a circumference that's twice its diameter. And I pointed out that you can't have a circle like that on a flat surface. And he went away. I think he genuinely had his mind blown by that. Went away, thought about it, came back, had more questions. I answered them, had his mind blown again. He went away. I think I interacted with him 3 or 4 times, but then I don't remember his name, and I haven't seen him since. But I was really impressed that he was willing to admit that his mind was blown by that fact, since it can't happen on a flat surface.
Intellectual honesty is very hard to find on that side of the aisle, and when you do, it's very refreshing.
Yeah, it really is.
I have to give the Alan and that credit for the celestial or celestial. I can't even say it. Celestial theodolite because it's not even a real thing. But yeah, I have to give them credit because it's actually something more original. But it is someone that had supposedly has a PhD that came up with it. So it's not actually Alan and that. Yeah, but they're the ones like harboring or bragging about it right now.
The funny thing is, somebody was telling me that Heffron is not a PhD. He has what he calls a doctorate, and apparently there are places you can get doctorates that are not PhDs. So I don't really quite understand. He's a computer scientist, as well, of course, but
that has nothing to do with the
yeah,
real.
But it's I agree with you. I mean, it's a great idea to use stars to tell the elevations of peaks, and it's just as one quick example, the 39 Aquarii, the star that he first saw occluded by Pikes Peak, is in fact occluded by Pikes Peak from his place every day. Right, you can see that star occluded by Pikes Peak every day from his place. Sometimes it happens during the day, so you can't see it then. But all you have to do to figure out when it's going to happen is ask, when is 39 Aquarii 2 degrees and 19 arc minutes above the western horizon? And that's when the occlusion happens. So it's really, and 2 degrees 19 arc minutes happens to be the elevation of Pikes Peak from Heffron's, the elevation angle from Heffron's place.
I think I noticed that most of the etherical, or ether boys, they're called, are like usually at a higher level than other flat earthers. I noticed because they have to adopt certain things in science that because it helps to make them look smarter if they actually use things that real scientists use. But they use papers from 1800s though.
Yeah,
and then we've figured out our things from then. Yeah.
The funny thing to me is that Alan, who does a really good job, right, of making the case from Michelson Morley, from the observations, all of the things that happened 100 years ago before Einstein, all the observations that were puzzling people. He does a really good job of taking those and mustering them to make the case for geocentrism, which is that's not a hard case to make. We've known the Earth wasn't flat for thousands of years, but we've only known that it wasn't the center of the universe for like 300 years, right? We really didn't know that until 300 years ago.
And that
Well,
was
wasn't it
that
wasn't it in the
that was
1400s?
optics.
Wasn't it in the
Like
1400s? It was actually talked about, but then it took 300 years after that to actually be adopted into. Like,
Well,
it took 300 years to be
Copernicus
adopted, though.
suggested, Copernicus and Galileo and Kepler, right? They
Bruno.
pointed out that you could make a really simple prediction model. But the problem was that until Newton, if you took the Earth out of the center of the universe, there was no way to explain why stuff fell to the Earth. Because, before that, stuff fell to the Earth because it was the center of the universe. That's the only thing that's obviously the place things fall. It took Newton giving a reason for things to fall to a place that isn't the center of the universe before it was even really permissible to think that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe. Galileo and Copernicus said, well, let's take it out of the center of the universe, but they couldn't answer those questions. How do you do that? How do you explain the fact that we don't feel the motion? How do you explain the fact, that we don't get dizzy? How do you explain especially that stuff falls to the Earth? Nobody could explain that.
Was the advance that got us there? Was it like optics
No,
that
gravity.
helped?
Just
No,
gravity.
I'm talking about like how science advanced. Like, was it like optical? Like we got
Oh.
better telescopes. Like what was the? Do you know what was the cause of us being able to gain this knowledge?
Well, if you take it historically, you've got Copernicus and Galileo, proposing heliocentric models, and then you have Kepler doing just an amazing feat of mathematics to work out the actual shapes of the orbits and all that. But even then, as I say, the capping, the thing that was required was Newton coming along with the law of gravity, from which Kepler's laws are derived. You can derive the empirical laws of Kepler from Newton's laws, and then you say, okay, now there's a reason to believe that the Earth really is going around the sun. And then you have people looking for the entailments of that in parallax, stellar parallax, and stellar aberration, and seeing it. That was the key.
Okay.
Can I add something? He was asking if there was an advancement in optics, right? That if you wanna consider that, I think we can make the case that was very helpful for Kepler, because like Galileo had crappy telescope, right? So the kind of observations Galileo could make were very limited. But Kepler, he had all the observations from Tycho Brahe, and those were like he had his own observatory. So there were major advancements done in telescopes from Galileo to Tycho Brahe, that the accuracy of measurements that Kepler could work with were just much more advanced than what Galileo had at the time.
But Brahe didn't use a telescope, interestingly enough. He just had very accurate pointing devices.
I think religion played a role too, because when people became more atheistic too, then they were able to let go of because there was people that used to argue because they thought the Earth was in the center of the center of the universe because of God too, but it wasn't a good argument.
But Newton was a Christian,
Well, and
he really studied the Bible, and he was like a devout Christian.
Well, I think the biggest push was them burning Bruno at the stake at, I think it's like 1600-ish, for saying that the universe is infinite, things like that. Religion has kind of stood on science's neck to try to keep control.
I heard somebody arguing that the church was right and Galileo was wrong for the reasons that I was saying. It opened my mind to just how important gravity was, because at the time Galileo was making his proposals, it was ridiculous since we had no reason to understand how stuff would fall to the earth. So that in that sense, the church was really right given what we knew at the time.
John, you said Tico used pointing device. What kind of device he used to take his measurements?
I don't know exactly. It was just some kind. And I should look at the exact thing, but it was simply a device that measured, like a theodolite without a telescope attached to it. Just something that would very accurately measure the angle of something that you pointed it at. That's my understanding. No lenses at all.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. But that does make sense. Better than see with a high resolution is to know exactly in what direction it is if you want to do stuff like derive Kepler's equations.
His observations were good to like a minute or two of arc. And that is pretty surprising, You have to have probably a long tube with a crosshair or something that he could really line up with the star, and that was then connected to very accurately calibrated scales around the side or something. I don't know.
If he didn't have any lenses, he would have a hard time focusing on both the crosshair and the planets.
It may be. I mean, if the crosshair were far enough away, I don't, if he had a crosshair that was 10 feet away or something, that might not be too bad.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I really don't. I should look that up. I really don't know the nature of the device. Probably easily find.
In your opinion, John, are people today more capable than they were, or like, are we more higher intelligent? I mean, we got a bunch of shit that we didn't have to figure out, but it just seems like they're kind of. I don't know. It's just weird. I don't think everybody back then was stupid, but you're saying that we had to wait on one guy to kind of tell us why things fell to the ground. This is kind of weird.
Yeah, it is weird because we take it so for granted, that gravity comes from the mass of the Earth. But that was an unknown concept, right? People didn't think about gravity because since everybody knew that the Earth was the center of the universe, there was really nothing to think about.
And then debate starts coming up with science. I see kind of how we get here. It's just I guess I am taking it granted a lot modern perspective and knowledge.
I think it's really. I saw there's a 2-part series on Kepler and how he really in detail how he did what he did, how he took Tycho Brahe's measurements and used them incredibly clever ways to come up with his laws, which have always seemed to me like almost miraculous that you could take angular positions of a planet moving in an elliptical orbit from another planet moving in an elliptical orbit, just angular positions against the stellar background, and somehow from that figure out that the shape of the orbit is elliptical, that the first, second, and third laws, right, which completely and correctly specify the orbit that Newton then later proved from first principles. I'll put a link in the chat. It's really, if you got time, it's a wonderful paragraph.
Have you read it? The book on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres?
No, I have not. Have you?
Okay. No, but I'm planning on it because it's you can get it on that what is it called? archive.org for free. So I was thinking about checking it out, but it's going to take a while to read it because it's going to be really complex. I don't even know if I'll be able to, but I'll try maybe.
John, do you know? Are you familiar with the math behind orbital mechanics?
Behind orbital mechanics, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. I always have to kind of go to the sources to get. There's all sorts of shortcuts that are useful to have, and I don't have them in mind. But I can. But I'm a good orbital mechanician.
All right, I might need your help then, because
Okay.
so I'm trying to get an equation or just an algorithm for um what's the name of the function that describes the shift in solar noon across the days over a year. You know, I think it's the equation of time, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, right. That's right. Yeah, the equation of
Yeah.
time. Mm-hmm.
Right.
I have
If
I have a bite of physics that I did on the now it's skipping my mind. The figure, what's the figure eight thing called? Oh, for goodness sake. You know what I mean? It's printed on a globe. It's the analemma, right? I have a bite of physics that I did on the analemma that goes necessarily into equation of time kinds of concepts.
Right. Nice. Yeah. So, but of course, I don't want to just find the formula or anything. I want to know how to derive that from first principles.
Right.
So, yeah, and I have to incorporate the position that the Earth is in its orbit at a point in time. And I can't do that analytically. I can only do the other way around. Like if you point to a point on Earth's orbit, I can tell you how long it takes for Earth to get there. But I don't know how to do like the other way around. Given the time, tell where Earth is going to be, and that's
right. I mean, one of the problems along the way is there is no closed form solution for angular position as a function of time. Right? You can get an approximate thing, but there's no
really?
analytical solution for that.
Oh, so I was trying to find something that was unfindable then. That's good to know.
If along the way, if you want an exact, I think, I don't know that the equation of time itself is not analytically. I've never actually, when people refer to the equation of time, they always talk about a graph. They don't actually talk about an equation. So it may well be that there is no equation. Yeah, no, I think that's right.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it certainly is the case that you cannot get an analytical formula for angular position around the orbit as a function of time. For nearly elliptical orbits, like every planet, you can make a very good approximation simply by
Right. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I tried a long time, and I had a very hard time achieving that. So that makes sense that I didn't. It's not possible.
It can make you feel happy, right? Suppose you had found it. When you can prove that it doesn't exist and then you find it, that would be pretty amazing.
Yeah. I did the other way around by using the idea, like Kepler's ideas, that the area is proportional to the time that it takes for, So that was easy because you just have to compute the area within an ellipse, and that's easy because an ellipse is just a stretched circle. So you can stretch the ellipse back into a circle, solve for the circle, and then stretch it back, and then you can get the area like that. So given us a position, you just have to compute the area, and that's easy. Also, I think that's where I got to. But to do the opposite thing, I was doing like numerical methods, like binary searching.
Right. Right, and that is how you basically have to do it. Pick a time that you want, numerically solve for the angle, etc.
Yeah, I'm guessing there might be there probably are very faster ways to converge towards the answer than bisecting.
Well, I'm currently taking pictures of the sun once a week, just to kind of chart it getting slowly smaller, which it was doing until early July. And now to chart it getting slowly larger as we get a little closer to it, in the beginning of January when we're at perihelion, and I wanted to compare it against the theoretical size, for which I needed to know our distance from it as a function of time, and you can't get that formula. So, so I used this approximation, and the approximation is so small for something like the Earth that you might as well forget about even the approximation and just assume it's a circular, well, not a circular orbit, but that the, how do I mean that? Just to use, I guess it is basically to, not to say that it's circular, but to assume that the angle changes linearly with time. That's the best thing. The angle changes linearly with time, and then it goes from, and then just to solve on the ellipse what that is. That's not, of course, correct, but the correct thing just gives you a completely undetectable difference.
I didn't get it.
What I just said, you mean? Yeah, I didn't say that very well. Let me call up this thing I'm doing. Call up my Sundays spreadsheet.
I found some orbital equations by accident when I was trying to do the equation of time. Like, for example, let's say I give you two bodies, right? I tell you what's the acceleration between them at the first moment, and what's the velocity, the tangential velocity of the smaller orbit compared to the larger orbit, for example. How would you get the eccentricity of the orbit from that first moment?
Just
that.
So two bodies that are kind of moving tangentially around their common center of mass. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And then are you constraining in any way? Are you just saying let the velocities be perpendicular to the distance to the center of mass at the time that you're talking about, or what?
Exactly. So I'm giving you the scenario at one of the, like, either the apoapsis or the like either when it's closer or when it's further, and then
So using conservation of angular momentum then around the center of mass, you can figure out what those velocities and distances will be when they've gone 180 degrees around, right? When each one is now at the other apsis, if you want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If the radius gets 20% smaller, the speed will get 20% larger, basically. I mean, it's not quite that simple, but, the product of the speed and the distance will be the same at the apses.
Right. But how do you know if it's going to get closer on the other side or further from the other side?
Well, then you have to apply energy, right? You need to conserve both energy and angular momentum, and then that'll give you the very specific. At the other apsis, the product of the distance and the speed will be the same, but it'll also be the case that the energy is the same. So that gives you two equations in two unknowns: the radius and the velocity.
Interesting. I haven't tried to solve like that. The way I solved it was empirically. I plotted many different scenarios, and I found an equation that tells you exactly that. It's a simple equation.
Yeah.
It's just a parabola. So, for example, you first calculate the velocity that would give you a circular orbit, and then you get the ratio between your initial velocity and that velocity. So, for example, if the ratio is 1, then you get a circle, the eccentricity is 0. So the formula is just like 1 minus that squared, and that gives you the eccentricity.
Yeah, right. So if you take the circular velocity and increase it by a factor of the square root of 2, now you have a parabola, and so you should be able to do kind of similar things for hyperbolas beyond that and ellipses on the other side. If you increase it by something less than the square root of 2, that will correspond to an ellipse of a given eccentricity, sorry, that you should be able to get, I think, in analytic form just from the ratio of the circular velocity and the actual velocity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That ratio, you just do like 1 minus that ratio squared, and
Okay, right.
that gives you the eccentricity.
Okay, good. Yeah, I wasn't sure what the answer was, but I believe you.
Or maybe something like that. I don't remember the formula from scratch, but it's just like it's just a parabola. The formula is just a parabola. It starts going down and then it goes up.
What would this app like? What would like? What capabilities would this grant you?
What's that?
I didn't understand the question either.
It's kind of like you're building like an app kind of to figure out a position of an object in the future. Is it like what are you getting from that? Like sell it on the internet, the cool thing, like that's kind of question like the functionality, I guess, or like what do you do with it?
Who are you asking?
You like aren't you building something to try to find a position of an object in the future?
My guess would be he's just trying to understand orbital mechanics for personal benefit. I don't know.
Okay,
You
so
can
it's a giggle.
you can say
No.
hey.
Yeah, just trying to learn. That's cool. I'm just.
Yeah.
I thought you're building like an app or something that like is trying to like solve something. I was just asking if that was the case.
I did build an app that solves something, but that's related to celestial navigation, not orbital mechanics. I built a couple apps, a couple web apps that you can use to solve a celestial navigation fix. You just plug in your readings; it tells you the location. Some of those are used with Shobil. You know Shobil?
Yeah, I don't know him, but I know I've heard him talk.
Yeah. So he has like an insanely good theodolite, and he
Yeah.
provided me like dozens of readings, and then some of the fix, all of the fix I got were within 200 meters. Some were like under 80 meters. Like there were some insanely highly accurate fix using just angles to stars. Oh, byte of physics means some. What's a byte of physics?
It's a series that I do on Clubhouse. I've kind of been lazy the last few weeks, but I tend to do them every Friday morning, 9:30 Pacific time, and I just pick a topic. I do little things on just topics that are accessible. That it's about
Right.
physics, but I never do like crazy, latest cutting edge speculative things. I talk about well understood physics with a little more rigor than most people usually see
Nice.
the topics dealt with. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta leave for a couple minutes. I'll be back.
Are you a teacher at all for physics?
I was. I'm retired now. So I kind of, it's more fun now that I'm not getting paid. I just, because I don't have to do any specific thing. Get
You're
to
in
do
it
what
for
I
the love
want.
of the game now.
I am. I really do. I've always loved just kind of, opening people's eyes a little bit at a time. I think the fun thing about stuff like the NLMA, and I've done a lot of things, just introductions to relativity kinds of things. But try to keep it simple enough that people learn something much deeper than they've ever learned before. Not about curved space-time, not about the Einstein field equations, but about the meaning of general relativity by talking about kind of its central lessons and giving some examples, and even sometimes just talking about Newtonian mechanics. Just simple problems, and I get enough people who kind of seem to enjoy that. We talk about it for an hour or two, and then and leave, and then I get to do another one a week from now rather than like tomorrow morning.
Would like the statement? Would this statement be accurate? Newtonian is like classic guitar, and Einstein's like electric guitar. You have to kind of know Newtonian to play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know that I'd make that analogy. I mean, in some ways, electric guitar is easier than acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
So I don't know that that's really a good analogy. The thing that I've started, sorry, just to wax a little philosophical for a moment. I've thought about these things a lot more since being retired and talking to people who are interested in talking about them as well. But my kind of story about science is that in some sense, physics started with Newton, because before Newton was the first person to really say, hey, you know what? These laws that I'm giving you, they're not just true here. They're true everywhere, right? These simple laws explain everything. That was the first time anybody had ever suggested that the laws that rule the heavens are the same laws that rule things on earth. That was a huge step, right? And it allowed us to take the earth out of the center of the universe, et cetera. And then we had electricity and magnetism in the 1800s and a lot of classical physics in general. Classical physics was largely taking observed phenomena and just creating what really ultimately are simple mathematical theories that essentially seem to fully explain them. I mean, a lot of people thought in the 1800s that we had finished physics. We understood everything. And then a few little cracks in the armor appeared. And that led, of course, to two theories in the beginning of the last century, relativity and quantum mechanics, both of which are just like serious departures from classical physics because they seem to throw common sense right out of the window, right? I mean, relativity and quantum mechanics make completely ridiculous predictions that are borne out when we actually do the experiment. And you might think, and that's only happened once, right? We had the beginning of physics, and then we had these crazy new theories, and that's pretty much been it. Everything else has been kind of working on things. And I find it really astonishing that the first time we were willing to say, okay, well, we don't need our theories to just make common sense. We need to make them, accurately predict what happens. You'd think that the first time you did that, you might not quite get it right. And we might not have. But 100 years later, we don't really know of any particular obvious way in which either of those theories are wrong. And I think that's kind of amazing. You might think that, we would have gone through several iterations, making them a little crazier here, a little less crazier there. But that's kind of not the way it's happened. It's not completely unimaginable that since we've only really had the classical theories and now these crazy theories, that maybe we got the crazy theories right, and maybe everything else is just mopping up. I don't mean to suggest that I think that's the case, but it's not completely inconceivable since we've only had huge paradigm shift once.
Yeah.
What's not inconceivable?
Well, I was just telling the story. It's a long story. I won't repeat it again, but a story as to why I think it's amazing that 100 years later, there's been, since relativity and quantum mechanics are such just on the face of it, crazy theories. It's hard to imagine that we haven't had to replace them with new theories that are, crazy in maybe different ways. How could you get it right the first time you're willing to take leave of common sense and just start throwing out ideas like curved space-time, time being different for you and me, length being different for you and me, probabilities rather than certainties. I mean, all the things that are just nuts about relativity and quantum mechanics. But as far as we know, right.
Yeah. I think special relativity wasn't that hard to come up with, but general relativity sounds a much
Yeah,
bigger stretch.
I agree. Yep. Special relativity would have probably, if Einstein hadn't done it, somebody would have within a few years. Not clear. You can
Yeah.
say that about general relativity.
Lorentz transformations were already a thing, weren't they? Before
Yeah.
special relativity?
That's right. They were just kind of interpreted differently.
Yeah.
Not so much. Well, I think actually I don't know if that's quite the case, but the Lorentz contraction, people had ideas, that all essentially come out of the Lorentz transformation. I don't know that the transformation itself existed before Einstein. That's a good question.
Hi, everyone. Have any atheists contributed to these two major groundbreaking theories?
Oh,
I don't know. Einstein, I think some people would consider Einstein an atheist. He believed
at
in the
least they're
God of
agnostic.
Spinoza. That kind of makes him an atheist in some people's eyes.
Thank you, John. Always great to hear from you. Hi, everyone.
At the end of his life, I think he made some statements that led many people believe that he definitely didn't believe in God. I'm looking into the history of Lorentz transformations.
Yeah, I was going to do that myself. So, let's see.
Oh no.
Apparently 1887. When was special
I guess that
relativity
makes sense. I mean, presumably Lorentz came up with them. They wouldn't be given his name, I guess, if he had come up with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think special relativity came after Lorentz transformations.
Right. So it's interesting. I mean, Lorentz came up with the transformations, but he didn't interpret their meaning in the same way that Einstein did, I guess.
Yeah. But general relativity, that's way out of the box.
Yeah, I mean, I have the sense it's funny because, of course, Einstein had to cast around. In fact, a friend of his basically suggested differential geometry as a path to get at what he was kind of looking for. He wasn't really that much of a mathematician, but he managed to put it together with that. It does strike me at one level that I think it would have been come up with, because I don't think there's any way there are other theories, scalar tensor theories of gravity, etc. But they don't work. At least the ones that we've looked at. There were some good competitors for a while. They've fallen by the wayside. I think people would have come up with them, and they would have come up with the general theory in its form. In its form, really. I don't think in some other form. I don't think there's any other way to do it. But it is kind of an amazing thing that Einstein did that in just 10 years after special theory. I think that's remarkable.
The flat earthers run to Earth Awakenings with their obfuscations and dishonesty.
No idea where they went.
Yep, that's where dishonesty is accepted and welcomed. In the Earth Awakenings flat Earth community.
Yeah. I don't really talk much if I go over there. It's kind of just listen and laugh a bit. Oh.
If you're a Glober and you talk in there, you get dogpiled on them asking you questions the whole time. And if you like that, then you can do that, I guess.
Yeah.
I was surprised. Maybe a week ago, I went into Earth Awakenings. Well, I guess it was after the last. I'd gone in the night of the last Celestial Theodolite update and gotten booted out of the room and server muted. And then I went in the next day. I was still server muted, but Geo unmuted me, and I proceeded to have just a very pleasant, productive conversation with Geo and a bunch of other people. I mean, they were, I didn't change anybody's mind, and Geo was bringing up all the stupid things he always does, but everybody was perfectly cordial. It was really quite pleasant.
I respect Gio for that, like in the regard of having the argument, you know what I mean? Presenting it, and he's very personable, I guess you can say, in his presentation. It doesn't turn into ad hocs and stuff like that.
It is funny though. I mean, when I first started going in there, I made the mistake of criticizing him, personally, once or twice. Boy, does that get you booted out
I think
quickly.
he's trolling. I think I think he's trolling a bit in the regard though, because I think I don't know. I don't want to speak for someone I don't know, but he says some things sometimes, and I'm like, how do you hold the this and the earth is flat? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I asked him what this has actually got me booted out of the room one time, but it was really interesting. I was talking with him early on, and I just asked him, I said, look, why is it? I mean, since the globe model explains literally everything, why don't you like it? I mean, why don't you just say, oh, okay, that's good enough? And his answer was, because it's not true. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And I said, and I thought, okay, well, that's a reasonable thing, right? If it weren't true, then it's a good
And you're
reason
still
not
going
to
to fight
embrace
it.
it.
Yeah.
But how do you? But what do you mean when you say
How
it's
do you
not
qualify?
true?
How do you
What's
qualify
the
that prior statement? Yeah.
And I said, so what's the problem? Is it that you think A, that the Earth measures flat? B, is it because it disagrees with the Bible? And that was kind of where it ended, because I don't know of any other reason.
I think that's kind of a lot of them. It's the disagreement with the literal interpretation of the Bible.
I think so, but he said it was not either of those things. And when I pressed him further, he would not tell me what it was. And then when I told that story again in the chat somewhere, I got my ass booted out of the whole place.
Yeah, well, it's Earth Awakenings. He's making money off of that server, right?
I don't know. This is the thing. If
I don't
he
think
is, it's
so.
awesome.
I think I think he has to pay money. I think he has
Yeah, that's
to
the
pay
thing.
money to run it.
Yeah, if he is, that's awesome. That's the thing. I hate when people talk about scammer, make money. So that's awesome if he is. That's great if he is. But because I don't think he's lying to keep making money off people. Just from the few times I've been able to talk to him, I think he has an honest belief, and I think and I was hoping to get more. And you said like you hammered it down to those 2 points, and it wasn't that. I'm like intrigued because like there's so many things he says. I'll just be like, there's no way this guy thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah, no, I'm still really curious. I'm loath now to follow up again because I think it really pissed him off the first time. but I'm just insanely curious to know what it is. If it isn't, I mean, it might be that he was just lying about the Bible. I suspect that's what it was, but I don't know.
Yeah. I would lean it towards the religious aspect of it, and it may be like subconsciously number one. You know what I mean? And he's trying to fight basically to rationalize it in other ways, but yeah, I'm honestly intrigued sometimes. I'm like, there's no way, but each their own.
Yeah, what is the thing that keeps me coming back? Just like, what is going on in their brains? I really don't get it.
I have a theory. It's object permanence and inability to think in 3 dimensions.
The trick, if to prevent from getting booted from a server, do not respond to him in the chat. Don't do that. Don't question.
Yeah, no, that's
Right.
generally pretty good advice. That's right.
Right. I learned that. So and he baits you. He baits you. It's like some kind of weird satisfaction he gets from that. So he tries me all the time. Then he pushes back against some of what I'm saying in the chat, and I just ignore.
You say some stupid shit, Robert.
Yeah, I do. I do. I do. No. I do.
Sometimes you should wait. Sometimes you should look up what you're saying though, because it might help you. Because like even like the other people have to look up stuff sometimes. It helps though too.
No. I'm not going to look up anything. I mean, look. I operate off of just the basics because they are basic people. You know, if you get technical with them, you're getting nowhere. You're talking over their head. See,
It really is a problem. It really is a problem when you start, saying things with the same kind of certainty they say stupid stuff. That is stupid stuff, right? I mean, you need to be really sure when you're asserting something as fact that you've got your facts straight. Otherwise, you're just doing flat Earth on the other side of the aisle.
Oh, you're
You
kind
don't
of
know what
you're
earthers
kind of getting pulled into the deep end a bit. You know what I mean?
You
Like when you're
can't do
talking
the
about
same
like the
thing you accuse him of doing. Jumping on somebody for saying something.
huh?
You're talking about Earth Awakenings. If you're a Glober, you'll get hounded and jumped on if they say something. Well, if you don't like that, then you shouldn't do that to people here.
Right.
But the difference is here people get hounded with evidence and facts and data instead of feelings.
Objective.
That's true.
The thing
I
is,
don't dogpile on people here. When I hear like 5 people making fun of somebody or doing whatever, I don't get involved.
Either.
it's like
Already.
the way I feel is like it's not worth looking up something to get it exact for them. It's kind of like you keep it fringe. For example, show me a horizon on a flat table. No, that's stupid to
That
say.
you say
But
makes any
you
sense.
guys understand what I'm driving at when
No,
I say
nobody
that,
knows
right?
anything you're talking about. No.
Right? Everybody kind of understands that.
No.
It sounds stupid.
Oh dear.
But
here we go.
It's what it is. You know.
No, can you guys let me know
So
how you
we
guys
all know.
the
We
awesome physics of a
we all
sphere
know.
without a sphere?
Okay, D-Mock is talking. All right.
I just want to talk to the guy who doesn't like Earth Awakenings, even though I'm banned from there as a flat earther.
Why'd you get banned?
Regardless.
Hold on. Now I'm intrigued.
Because I'm doing what I'm doing right now. If you listen
'Cause you-
carefully, you'll learn why I got banned. Because I want to know where you guys got a 3D ball reference to ever claim you know the physical attributes or aspects of the actions or reactions of a real 3D motherfucking physical ball.
Interferometry and spectrometry. That's all we know. Yes, sir. Thank you. Next question.
I'm talking, Robert.
Next question. Interferometry,
So, how do you
spectrometers.
know how a ball works? That's not a ball, Robert.
Interferometry and
That's not a ball,
spectrometry.
Robert.
That's all we know. That's all we know.
Twinkly lights
Hey,
are
SC.
balls.
How are you doing?
So Robert thinks shine a laser light on the wall and that You guys know about 3D balls now?
Wall on the
This
globe.
is what you guys are saying. A
Wall
cat toy proves balls.
on the
Laser
globe,
light.
not on the wall, on the globe. That's what we do. We shine
What
it
is
on
a
the globe.
globe? How do you know what a globe is? What's a globe to you?
A globe.
How would you ever know?
Okay. An example of a globe is a basketball.
Okay, now how does flight
Okay.
work with that?
Flight works with what?
How does flight work around that simple 3D object called?
Did you get timed out? Oh,
I didn't mute him.
No.
Oh,
I
he's
just
back.
put those two into a 1v1 channel, but I don't think the Mark wanted to stay there.
Oh, yeah, he's back.
That's funny.
Slick move, Bacon.
That's funny. That's funny.
That was sly. That was sly.
It didn't work, unfortunately.
That was funny. That was funny.
So how are you doing, Essie?
I'm doing good, Bacon. How about you?
Same.
Wait, D-Mock's talking, but nobody
I think
can hear him.
D-Mock's
And I didn't turn
talking,
him
right?
down. I didn't turn
Yeah,
him
and I
down
think
either.
Yeah, I think he's talking.
Well, I can't hear him. Sorry.
I think it was a
God.
connection thing because he left and
Yes,
came
he's
back.
back.
I shouldn't have told him. Fuck.
No, it was like having like a ghost in the background for a second.
Yeah, I heard it too. Yeah. Oh, you're back now.
You're back now.
Earth and
Yeah, no, you're not muted.
forums. No, the reason I
muted.
get muted from flat Earth
Oh.
and globe forums like this one is because I say, "Where is your ball that you guys learned so much ball physics off of? Which ball can we go
Interferential
to?
spectrometry is going around our Earth, and we're seeing it. It's a
Which
globe.
ball
Thank you.
can we
I
go
get the
to?"
question, and yeah, I can't produce it, so I'm not going to pretend like I can.
We're
So
on
there
one
is
ball.
no such thing as ball physics. So how can
Yes.
you argue anything about what a ball does or how anything or interferometry
No. We
or
do have ball
tangential
physics.
speed or tilt or motions or attributes
Yeah,
of
we do.
fuck
We have all of those things. We
speed
measure those things.
with
Yes.
no ball, Robert.
We're on a
Ain't
ball.
done.
We're on a ball,
No, you're
and
on
that's all
flat
we're
Earth.
doing.
No, you're on
No,
flat
we're on
Earth.
a ball. No, we're on a
You
ball.
have a ball. You got a ball
Yes.
handy to prove that?
Yes. Yes.
So
We're on
match
it.
outside with a ball. Match what we see outside with a real 3D ball, and your fucking silly claim would make sense.
Horizon. Horizon. Thank you. Next question.
All right, what's that mean? You got a side view?
Side view of what?
The horizon. You retard.
Yes.
Show me a
yes.
bucket of balls,
So,
bitch cunt.
That's
Hey, we
what
gotta
sphere
stay
We're
off the
looking
R
for a
word.
side view to prove
So what you do?
your
So what you do?
imaginary
Turn to
imagination
the
is
left.
real. We got to
Turn
prove there's
90
really
degrees.
curved downy
Turn
down
90
water.
degrees. Turn 90
Going
degrees.
down from sea level
Turn
to sea
90
level.
degrees. You'll see the horizon.
How are you going
Turn
down from sea
180
level to
degrees. You
sea
see the
level,
horizon.
Robert?
That's what it works. Horizon is your globe. Thank
Robert,
you.
how does water drop from sea level to sea level?
Gravity. Gravity does that. Thank you.
So how does it do it? Where does sea level start and where does sea level end for that?
Sea level
Can you
surface of
draw
the
it on
planet.
the wall?
On the
Draw the
surface.
lines on the wall. Let
Draw
us know
what
what you're talking
wall?
about and show us how
We-
sea level
We are not.
with
We're
horizontal
not art.
stationary water
We're not
falls to
art.
sea level.
We're not art. We're reality. We don't draw on walls.
That's what you need to do. That is reality.
No, that's not what we need to do. We don't
No,
draw things.
imagination's what you don't need to do.
I
You
can
need
take
to
a
draw
picture.
on the wall, the earth curve.
I can take a photograph
But
of
you
the
can't
Earth.
take a photograph of the earth curve you can't draw.
Yes, you can. From 250
So
miles
draw
up,
on
we
your
take a
wall
picture.
the earth curve and we'll all
no,
go
Oh
home.
my god,
photograph.
Taylor went to Earth Awakenings to try and get you on band, D-Mock. I'm listening to them right now.
Oh,
That's
damn.
awesome.
Well,
She
that's
went there to try and get you
but
on
listen
band.
to me though.
That's
But
funny.
this is really a point here. There is no computer when you guys put your fake ass non-existent GPS math, your longitude,
No, we do have
latitude,
GPS. GPS
your
is real.
coordinates that don't
GPS is
exist
real.
when you plug them
Yes, they
into a
exist.
computer that's
All
supposed
of
to
those
be able
things
to
work.
print out
Yes.
whatever schematics or blueprint
Yes.
you put into this computer. It's a
Look
Wait
at
a
printer.
Google
minute.
Maps.
It's
Google
a
Maps.
3D printer.
Google Maps. It's
Now,
a globe.
why can you not print out
No, we
3D
can.
globe Earth curve?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we do. What's the weather girl in the
No,
morning?
I
The
wish
weather
they could
girl
do
in the
some.
morning.
But Dimmock, Geo said you're not banned. I just said, Geo, can you unban Dimmock and give him another chance or whatever? And he said nobody's banned, so I'm just letting you know.
I've been locked out of that place for a long.
He
Is
just
there
said
is there an invite?
he removed the ban list, so you can go back in there apparently.
Well, he must have just did it recently. Is there
Mhm.
invite or something?
I can send you one.
Okay.
Return of the Mark. Return of the Mark.
Yeah, and they still talk about stuff I do in there. I said in there 20 years ago or 10 years ago, and today they're like, "Did you know this?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I
Can't be
told you
20.
guys that 10 years ago. What the fuck? 8
It
years
can't be
ago."
20. It can't be 20. Flat Earth is only 10 years old. That's when B.O.B. spread the
Don't
nonsense
tell me.
on
Flat
the
Don't tell
Earth
me
internet.
what
has
I.
been in all the ancient cosmologies. What are you talking about?
Are you heading
Of
over to Earth
course,
Awakening,
ancients
D-Mark?
didn't have technology, man. They didn't have
Wow.
technology.
Wait, you said 10 years old? Are you
Yes, 10
familiar
years
with
old.
all of the ancient cosmologies? Are you?
Flat Earth, modern Flat Earth is only 10 years old because that's
What
No,
when
the heck
brother.
is a
B.O.B.
No, you're
modern flat
mistaken,
Earth?
Robert.
That is when
Robert, I work with
B.O.B.
people where their
That is
religion is
when
flat Earth.
B.O.B. That's when
Listen, the
B.O.B.
whole Robert,
Let's
just
go one
shut
at a
up.
That is
time,
when
guys.
B.O.B. the rapper spread it all
Dude,
over the internet,
the
and all these people.
Hebrews and all the ancient cosmologies came before
So
B.O.B.
I
so
thought that was 2017, not 15.
2015. I think he did it 2017,
I'm
right?
pretty sure it was
Yeah.
17. Yeah,
There,
not the beginning. Yeah.
yeah, 2000. No, it was before that. 2015. I think that's when it was.
So,
Oh,
so, so all the people I talked to when I was a flat earther, and I was gonna try to tell them about flat Earth, and I'm like, "Hey, man, something." They're like, "Huh?
Yeah,
Nah,
only
I
10
think
years
the
old.
Earth's
You're
flat."
only
I'm
10
like, "You
years
think
old.
the Earth's flat?" I was like, "Where'd you hear that?" He said, "My grandma, my great grandma, my grandpa." So I
No,
said, "Where do you live at,
nope,
brother?"
nope.
He said,
You're
"We
only
live
10
in a
years old.
community, and it's like a
Modern
real
flat
religious
Earth is
community."
only 10 years old. That is
And
when
then I said,
The
"That's pretty
rapper
interesting. I didn't know there
did
was
it.
like really big groups of flat earthers." He said, "Oh man, there's lots of
Nobody
us."
cares
Oh
about
no,
B.O.B.
they're not. No, they were
Then
not.
check
They
this
were not.
out. Hold on, that's not it. That's not it. Then I went to the local store down the way over here, and I'm talking to the guy, and I'm talking to you guys on here, and then he says, "Hey, can I tell him something?" I was like, "Sure, you can." And he grabs it and he goes, "We know the Earth's flat," and he's Arabic, and his Bible says it too. So all those people forever since the 1,000,000,000,000,000 years they've ever existed,
Yeah,
they know for a
2016.
fact Earth was flat. Robert,
Yeah, he did it. He did it
same for
January.
you.
He did it January 2016. So that's
Yeah,
call it
that
10
didn't make any
years.
sense.
That
No,
was 10
forever
years.
In
16.
between, yeah. It was like in
Yeah,
between
forever.
2015
No,
and
So
17.
forever.
Yeah.
This
that
this
is
flat
when
Earth is forever.
that is when modern flat Earth
No, that's when you
just
found out about
exploded
it,
over the
Robert.
internet. Yeah,
No, that's
because
when
what
you
happened
learned
was
about it. No, that's when you learned about it.
Denmark, I don't know how to add you unless you add me as a friend. I don't know how to invite you.
many.
Can you just
Yeah.
send? Can you put an invite in the thing right here?
So
Yeah, you can put it in the chat.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha. I'll try.
yeah, folks like D-Mark and stuff. You guys are secondary flat earthers. You see,
Brother, I can out fucking physics you any day, brother.
B.O.B. launched an
No, I can go in the
entire
lab and
internet
show you
wave,
tides,
and
rivers,
he was
Why are
actually
you
waterfalls.
talking about
funded.
B.O.B.?
Yeah.
What the
But
heck?
listen,
What
I
does
listen,
can I
listen,
B.O.B.
can
have to do with
demonstrate
ancient
how
cosmology?
tides. Listen, I can
listen.
demonstrate
So Taylor,
waterfalls,
listen.
tides,
So
rivers,
what happened
light,
was when
everything with a
B.O.B.
flat plane is
went
stationary.
on TV and said it, he
Robert, you gotta
lost
quit talking over people, folks.
many of his,
You
of
didn't
course,
hear T-Box speaking?
his fans,
Hello?
they loved
Hello?
him. They went on the internet and they all
Can you
started to
guys
say,
hear me?
yeah. Actually,
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you. You're just being disrespectful.
Well,
right?
I
Robert,
think
So
he was
don't make me
answering
mute you,
Taylor's
bro.
Continue
question.
to talk.
So basically, DMARC now, many of the people in the modern flat Earth are kind of secondary or third generation, meaning they heard it from people who heard it from B.O.B. You understand
No,
me?
what if people
Yeah.
just believe in the Bible and believe
I
this
don't
earth
know
is
B.O.B.,
stationary
buddy.
and it's a firmament? Like just
He's
because of the
wrong. I
Bible.
don't know.
Like
I don't know
you don't
B.O.B.
You're
need
crazy, dude. You can't just accuse
I've
people
never.
of that
no.
just because of B.O.B.
Yeah,
Yeah, Rob is just straight up lying. I'm
oh,
posting flat Earth world maps from the 1500s right now. So for him to say that flat Earth was created by B.O.B.
Lord.
is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The modern flat Earth movement is by him. He's the one that started it.
No,
Yes,
brother.
the
Physics.
Oh my gosh.
Physics started
people.
flat
If
Earth
anything,
prediction. Only.
Eric Dubay or
No,
Jeranism
not it.
were more
No.
contributor
No,
No,
than
they're
fuck
10
all
years
those.
old. All
the
of
who
those guys are
started.
10
Forget
years
those
old.
dudes. Those dudes are no different than Newton and Einstein. They're all a
They're
bunch of
all
losers. Here's
Darren
what
10
happens.
years.
Physics proves flat Earth. Physics
All of those
outside. Demonstratable,
Eric Dubay,
repeatable,
10
testable.
years. check
Stationary
when they
flat
made
plane
their
physics.
posts.
Can
It's
any
all
of you
10 years ago.
physics my flat table?
It was all 10 years ago. They are part of the first
Story
generation
time.
of the BOB
Okay,
movement.
yeah, I get what you're saying, but again, you're not talking about what they're saying though. They're talking about ancients, and we're talking about modern stuff, so it doesn't
Yeah, I'm talking
doesn't
about
Can I
help.
really
Yeah.
physics.
us to
Ever since
talk
I was a
without
kid,
him continuing to talk over people?
yeah, ever
Because
since I was a kid, I could physics everything on a flat table. Everything could be mimicked on a flat thing.
right.
Nothing
And
could
so
be
what
mimicked
about
on a
if
ball. I couldn't
what
weigh
if you just
anything
believe in the
correct on a
Bible?
spinning ball. I couldn't see how anything flew on a spinning ball. And every time I showed somebody a real spinning ball and showed them how the flight doesn't work, they told me I was a liar and they don't believe real ball physics. Now they have magic ball physics that nobody can fucking see.
What if
Nobody
we
can
said
know.
that the ball idea came only from a few hundred years ago from, these mysticism, like this mystic religion, and for all of history, they knew it was flat, but only recently in the past few hundred years, they start really pushing this globe agenda. I mean, you
Check
could say
this
the
out.
same
Well,
thing. That's
Taylor,
what you want to
Taylor,
argue
listen,
with
When they
Jia.
thought
that's
it was
where
a
my
ball,
argument
Taylor,
is,
they didn't have
Taylor.
airplanes and
What happened, Taylor?
helicopters. They didn't
That
know how to fly. That's why
what,
they thought it was okay to
what
be a
happened?
ball because they were just
Yeah,
walking
okay, what
around
happened,
on the
Taylor, was
street.
that
No
whenever
flying.
Robert, this is the
pe-
last time I'm gonna warn you, bro. If you keep doing this, I'm gonna time you out. Last warning.
keep doing what? We're all talking together. What are you talking
Stop
about?
interrupting people. Stop your
DMAC was
every time
talking.
somebody talks, you're
SE, it goes both ways. DMOC talks over. He's trying to answer. It's both ways. It's
yeah,
kind of
DMARC as
unfair to
well. Yeah,
just
but
moderating him.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can't be serious.
Yeah.
So I was just saying that, the idea of a stationary earth with a firmament and stuff like that is from ancient times. And what if somebody just believes in the Bible? They say, look, I'm going to believe everything the Bible says. I believe the Bible's literal. And therefore, they believe the Bible's not moving, that there's a firmament. Heaven is God's throne, earth is his footstool, stuff like that. If somebody just were to believe in the Bible, and people have been doing this for a long time, and also like the moon landings, think about how long people have been saying that those are fake. So it's not just some BOB thing from 10 years ago.
Yes, well, okay. So let me just be clear. Yeah. People were saying it, but they were not sure. There was no organization. BOB is the one that launched the organized effort on the internet. You know what he did? He released a song against Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You
That
think that
really
started the flat Earth movement? You're giving him way too much credit.
Yes. No. Yes. I'm telling you right
No.
now. If you look at all the people
Then
who
where did
you're
he
listening,
get it? Where
well,
did
all
BOB
the
get it?
yeah, he is part of
He just
the
made it up out of thin air?
well, he's part of an undercurrent of religious type people, but they were not out there.
Why are
Nobody
you
really
afraid of a book, brother?
push it. Like
Your
flat
science book.
earthers, it
Why is
wasn't
everyone
more.
interrupting Robert?
Yeah, where does the Bible say that the Earth is a globe?
The Bible does say that does have curvature. When I did
What verse are you referring to?
That's not true, actually.
yeah, the book of Isaiah, if you look it up, right?
Yeah, you're
Well,
talking about where he said over the circle of the earth, but that's not ball because the word ball was DUR, which is a completely different word. The word he used for circle of the earth was actually a two-dimensional shape that was referenced
yes, but when we studied that verse in Bible school, by the way back when I was a youngster,
in Bible
we
school.
we heard people talking about flat Earth like in barbershops, right? And we used to laugh at them, right? When I was in Bible study, and the pastor mentioned that and brought up that verse, we even said, I remember people saying, "Oh wow, there are people who think the Earth is flat," and the pastor responded that the Earth is not flat. As you can see, even in the Bible, the Earth is mentioned to have curvature.
No,
Those
it does
were
not.
his words,
You're lying.
curvature.
It does not even say curvature. It says CHUG. He's enthroned above the circle of the earth. That's a two-dimensional shape. And now the word ball is used in the book of Isaiah, in Isaiah 22:18, which is DUR, which is dur. And he says he'll roll you up tightly like a ball and throw you into another country. So that ball, the word ball, is a completely different root word than the word CHUG in Hebrew, which means a surface plane or circle, like a circle in terms of a two-dimensional geometry instead of like a three-dimensional sphere. It's a different word.
I don't know the difference between circles and spheres. You just got done saying that horizon is evidence of curvature. Dude, a horizon is a flat circle, it's 360 degrees around you. So
And
no.
nowhere does this imply curvature. So that was just made up out of thin air.
Right. No,
Yeah, like
I agree with you, Taylor.
it says
Taylor, I
God's
do
throne
agree
is
with
above
you.
the earth.
I agree with you
Circle
that the word.
indicate a sphere. Two
I
different
agree.
shapes, Rob.
Yes, I agree with you that circle is a two-dimensional shape.
No,
But
it's not.
what? Okay, so what
Circle's
we
not a shape.
Why are you lying about what the Bible says?
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is that even in the discussions during Bible study, it was talking about that even the Bible mentions that the earth has curvature. Circles
No, it
have.
does not.
Do you want me to tell you what that word means? The circle
You
word in the
mean
Bible?
curvature in terms
It
of a
means
circle, right? Is that
it
what you're
means
saying?
cycle, Taylor. It means
Thank
circle.
you.
It means cycle. No,
Thank
no,
you.
the earth is a cycle. It
Thank you,
doesn't mean
Taylor.
circle.
That's what
I just am
the
so
past.
confused.
That was
Okay,
what the past.
continue on, Robert.
Right. So exactly. Thank you for finishing up what I'm saying there. It's mentioning that the earth has curvature. And because we are living in a three-dimensional world, obviously the earth is not a two-dimensional object. You see? So when you hear the word circle, you automatically think something spherical. Make sense?
No, that's
No.
wrong. You should not invoke a sphere where the word circle is used. It's two different dimensions.
We live in three dimensions. So if you're seeing circle from a distance, you're looking at a sphere. You get
But
it?
there is a word for sphere that gets used in the Bible, and they didn't use it in that verse. They used the word circle, which is not a sphere. Do you know the difference between 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions?
Well, it
Can you
depends
count?
on the application.
You know how to
My
count,
friend, my
dude?
friend.
Like, stop misinterpreting the text. Like, you have to know what it says. Go read Isaiah again, dude. You're wrong.
Circle, we live in three dimensions. You are not on a circle. If you see circle in the Bible, obviously we're talking about a three-dimensional circle, which is a sphere.
That's
You get it?
Okay,
blasphemous.
it's a footstool. If the footstool, the face of the footstool is a circle, right? Have you ever
Right.
seen a footstool?
Right.
So would you say he's enthroned over the face of the earth? All right, if the earth is his footstool and enthroned above the circle of the earth. These are all things that are referenced in the Bible. Versus the word ball. If it was ball, it would have mentioned that because it mentioned it later on in the same book as a different word. He will roll you up tightly like a ball, which was D-U-R. So,
right, but right. I understand, but that was a
so a
different
footstool is
application.
three-dimensional, but that doesn't mean the surface of it, because it's a circle, means it's a sphere.
Well, a ball, that means you're holding the ball. So you are interacting with the entire surface of it. So you are
No, it
going to say
doesn't.
ball.
How many?
You
How
see
many?
what in
Is
the
the ball
in the book
3D or 2D?
in the verse
The surface of the ball,
Isaiah
Robert.
40:22, he is sitting up on the circle. In other words, he's at a distance looking at the sphere. If you look at the ball from a distance, it looks like a circle.
Okay,
No, it
but
doesn't.
it's not ball though. And just because a
It doesn't
footstool
look
is
like a circle.
three-dimensional doesn't make it a sphere. Just
It
because
looks
the
like
face of
bubble
it's a
wrap.
circle.
This is called eisegesis. So you're just misinterpreting text based off of what you want it to mean, which is blasphemous. What you're
Well,
doing.
the bottom line is
Considered a sin.
circle.
Bible doesn't say ball there, dude.
It's not. It's
It doesn't say
application.
God's throne sits above the
What
ball
are
of the earth.
you?
It doesn't say that, dude.
Is whatever you're talking about. You understand me? Is the application of the word where he is looking at the earth. He's looking at it from a
So you got a
distance,
demon in you.
and a sphere looks like a circle from a distance. You know that. You've seen basketball.
Yeah,
from
but
a
that wouldn't
distance.
make sense because he's
That's a
trying to
circle.
explain it to people on the earth, so that wouldn't make any sense.
No. He was not. He was not trying to do that. He is not doing
So
the
he was
science.
talking to other gods or something?
God
Angels?
is
when he was
not. No.
He
God
was
is
talking to
not.
angels?
God is not doing the science thing here. He's talking
Oh.
about his power. That's what he's
Yeah,
explaining to Job.
I think the Bible's a flat earth book, so I disagree.
Okay, in the book of Job,
It's funny because the people that wrote it actually were flat earthers. The Hebrew cosmologists that did their Jesuit teaching, Like when they went and interpreted scripture into this version with the Britannica, those guys were actually flat earthers. So you don't even know what you're talking about, Rob.
Oh, thank you,
Well,
Electric.
the fact is, the Earth is shown to have curvature in the book of Isaiah because circles have curvature. And if
The
you're
word,
a distance,
a two-dimensional
know
word.
circle has curvature. You get it?
Okay, so does a footstool, but that doesn't mean that it's a sphere.
Footstool?
Yeah, he refers to the earth as a footstool. He said, "Heaven is my throne, earth is my footstool. Who's going to create a temple for me to dwell in?" Saying that you don't have to go to a physical building. But aside from that, like literally the footstool, he's sitting enthroned above the circle of the earth, which has foundations and pillars, which literally are referenced. If you look into the Hebrew word for pillars, they mean a physical object, like a physical pillar. But anyway, like, so if you're saying that it means ball, like, that does not imply that. Also in Book of Revelations, it talks to the broad plain of the earth as well. So there's many verses I can pull up and read to you.
No. Well, hold on. Pillars are meaning support, not
Yeah.
necessarily a physical thing. It's a
Everything in the Hebrew, both this word was referencing physical pillars, like cylinders.
no,
Yeah.
absolutely
How
not.
do you
They
know
did
that?
not say.
You
Okay,
even know
well,
the root word we're talking
point
about
to
before
the
you say no?
cylindrical thing that they were talking about. Pillars are supports. So,
Okay, do you understand that, like,
for
there's a
example,
different word for
the
something supported
matriarch
versus a
of a
pillar?
family, the matriarch of a family is the pillar of the family. You get it?
You're talking about English right now. This is not written in English.
What? No, I'm saying to you that the reference to pillars is the reference to support, not
No, it's not. It
necessarily
literally means a
physical.
physical pillar. Like
Well, let's look at the
every other
verse. You
reference in
will
the Bible that this word is used is talking about a physical pillar.
really
Right? When it
okay.
talks
Let's pull
about
up the
pillars of
verse.
a building, for example, like the foundations of it are an altar. Everything, every other time it's referenced, it meant a physical object. This particular word that I'm talking about, which I can pull.
Isn't there a seal reference to it? Seal, like when
Yeah.
when they make an envelope,
Yeah, a
they
great
seal it.
deal.
Press like
Yeah.
a seal.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I read this for Rob? Does Isaiah 40 imply the earth is a ball or a circle? Eisegesis, reading your own ideas into the text rather than drawing out what the author meant in context. If someone uses Isaiah 40:22 as proof that the biblical writers knew the earth was a sphere, that is likely eisegesis, because the original audience and author wouldn't have been thinking in terms of modern planetary science. The verse's imagery is poetic, describing God's supremacy over creation, rather than offering a scientific cosmology. At most, it can be compatible, but is not a technical claim about shape. You're doing eisegesis.
Yeah, it was the understanding of what people came to the conclusion of at that time. Like, so if Robert had a conclusion it was ball, he would put a description or have an idea to put that or something about it. And if Electric had the idea, hey man, kids, people, whoever, I think it's this, you would put that, and then that would be the description you guys would lay forth what you
Not
presume it
necessarily.
to be.
The Bible is very it's kind of a lot of abstracts there, right? And metaphorical talking. So if you are going to attach metaphorical and abstract thinking towards the circle of the earth, then you must do it to pillars.
You're the one that referenced the verse, though.
Yeah,
Man,
you're
I was
doing the
almost about to finish. Oh my gosh.
You're doing the
You're
same
going
thing.
to have
Okay,
to
whatever.
apply the same
You're being a hypocrite.
same weight on what Taylor just said about the pillars.
Well, Rob, why did you leave out literal? Because the Bible includes literal information. You chose the word metaphorical and another adjective, but why did you leave out literal? Because maybe the reason the world was described as flat, level, motionless in the Bible was because the Creator anticipated one day that man would try to fool other men and women into otherwise, right? So that's why it was there for the record.
Well, no, you're going a step. You're going into another dimension there. You're stretching. We have to stay on the text, right? So the text is stating that it's a circle or it's stating there are pillars. Electric just told you that it could be metaphorical, right? So you have to apply
No,
the same
I
metaphorical
did not tell
weight
anybody
on
that. What the
pillars.
fuck?
You
Hey,
have to,
I just
you
wanted
have to do that.
1 second, Rob. 1 second. I'm back for a minute. Hey, Taylor, did I see you on T Jump? Was that you? All right. Well, anyway, continue on. Sorry about that.
So I'm just saying you're going to have to use the same kind of abstract thinking to pillars and not moving and foundation, and you're going to have to do the same thing. You understand?
A pillar is sideways. A horizontal pillar is a foundation. The same thing you get when you pour liquid into a cup. You get horizontal pillars that stack upon each other. Nice try, though, pal.
Yeah, see, you're doing the literal. So if you're going to stay on literal, then I'm going to stay on the literal for Isaiah
Yeah,
40. I'm going to stay on the literal because if when you look at a basketball from a distance, it's a circle.
It would literally mean a two-dimensional circle in that case. And sorry, I was muted. So Omni, if I responded to you, I don't think you heard me. But if
No,
you
no.
if you're talking about the
Yeah, but,
literal sense, that would
yeah,
be a two-dimensional circle. It is not a it has no three-dimensionality. But the three-dimensional sphere is referenced later, and it is a different word.
but it's a different application, a different use.
No, it's literally like the ball. Okay, so
Everybody
in ancient Hebrew, different words have different meanings. One of them, like just
ap-
like in English, a circle versus sphere, those have two different meanings. If we said over the circle of the earth, that would mean different than over the sphere of the earth. Okay, so you're like trying to apply something that doesn't
Well, you
apply.
can't. You cannot. If you're looking at a ball right from a distance, you cannot tell if that's a sphere. That's what
If
Yeah,
I'm
it
you
was
saying.
a
also
sphere, he would have used the sphere word.
you
It
also
looks like a circle.
misinterpreted pillar. A
It's a
pillar is like a
circle.
piler, a pile
Listen,
of stuff like earth
listen.
dirt. What
It's
you find when
it's
you
this
dig
simple.
literally is
It's
earth
this
dirt
simple.
underneath.
It's this
They can
simple.
only dig so far,
It's simple.
7 miles,
We
and then they
know,
stop in dirt. They don't dig to a vacuum. They don't dig to air. I'm sorry, no globe.
right? So we know we are a three-dimensional world. So if you are on a circle,
You already
obviously,
said this.
obviously, you don't. It's not two-dimensional. He's not sitting on a
An up
two-dimensional
and down
object.
circle or left and right.
Obvious, Taylor. Taylor, think about it. He's
A
not
footstool
sitting
is
on a
also is also
two-dimensional object.
three-dimensional, but it's not a sphere. Just because the face of it is a circle, he literally says the face of the earth, the plane of the earth, the circle of the earth. This is different than a sphere. You cannot use it in that implication. That's not right. That's not what it is.
Well, the reason why I can use it is because again, you look at the ball from a distance, it's a circle. It's that simple.
You're misusing the word. It's literally a two-dimensional. You cannot use a two-dimensional word for three-dimensional proof. I'm sorry.
But we know we're not two-dimensional, Taylor. We know that. So if you're looking at a circle from a distance, obviously it's a sphere, right? You get what I'm saying, Taylor?
And the Dewey Rames Bible says, "It is he that sitteth upon the globe of the earth." That's
You
Isaiah
need to look at
40.
the original Hebrew. It was CHUG, which means a two-dimensional circle. Now, DUR is a sphere used later in the book. You cannot honestly go look at these words and definitions in their original Hebrew and like try to apply it to say this is evidence for a sphere.
But you can't
It's
say
just
there's a
not it.
Bible that doesn't say it's a globe.
It's not what it says.
No, I'm just, if we can resolve this two ways. Like when we resolved it in Bible study, was that okay? Circle, we're three-dimensional beings, so we're applying that with the Earth as curvature. That's it. That's how we're taking it, and that makes sense because we know we're not two-dimensional beings. Okay, the other way you can take it is metaphorically, right? That everybody can take everything in the Bible metaphorically when it comes to the description of the earth. Pillars, foundation, what does that really mean? We've not seen any pillars. Nobody's ever witnessed any pillars. Nobody's ever witnessed any dome. You see what I'm saying? Nobody has ever done that. So the Bible is a metaphorical representation of what's happening in your environment.
No, it's not. These
Right?
are not metaphorical words. The words used for foundation, pillars, Everything like that is literal. It even says the vaulted dome over the earth, over the face of the earth. He literally said, if you want to know about the circle and the three-dimensionality, he literally says Earth is his footstool. Think about the shape of a footstool. It has a circular face, just like he says above the face of the earth. Okay? A footstool has a circle. Okay, but it doesn't make it a sphere.
No, a footstool
He
is
said the earth
also,
is his footstool.
yeah,
Okay?
but a footstool is also three
I think it's
dimensional.
actually in the same verse, actually.
A footstool could be square too, though.
Yeah,
But he,
or triangle.
it says the
Or
circle. The face of the earth is a circle in the Bible.
Oh, well, yeah. I guess like you refer. Yeah, so that makes more
it's a
sense.
three-dimensional
You're right about that.
object then, if it's a place, right?
Yeah.
But
So
the
it'd be a
word
cylinder
used
then.
was not three-dimensional. It was a two-dimensional.
But if
circle.
the Earth that God's referencing, would that not be a three-dimensional place since we're living on it?
It would be, but the word used
Okay.
here was not a three-dimensional sphere.
I
It's
get
not
that,
word
but
doesn't mean.
at a distance, what Robert said is if you use the term circle, you could actually describe spherical as well. Not to every T of spherical, but just for the image of it. You can see a
Not in this
circle when
verse,
you look.
though.
You can see a circle when you look at a sphere. That's what
But
Robert's
this
saying.
is implying a two-dimensional circle, not a sphere.
But
You
Robert's
can't use
saying
it
that.
to
So
say sphere.
Robert's saying that you can look at a sphere at a distance and
I
see a
know.
circle. So do
I know
you
exactly what he's saying.
okay? So that's what he. Okay, so that's what he's saying, and you're saying that that is a two-dimensional term, and Robert's saying yes, it's a two-dimensional term that can describe a three-dimensional object. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, and so at best, you can say, like at best, you can try to say, okay, what can match for either because you can see about there. But what he just tried to do was use it as proof for the globe. That is the opposite of what you can do because this literally is implying a two-dimensional circle. You can't say that's proof of a three-dimensional shape because
But
later in the
remember, we
book they
just talked
describe
about that.
three-dimensional shapes.
But he's referring. So if God was referring to like a circle some kid drew on a piece of paper, then yeah, 100% two-dimensional shape. But God was referring to the Earth. In your opinion, is the Earth a three-dimensional object?
Yeah, so is a footstool, which is what he says the
Okay,
earth is to him.
awesome. So since it's a three-dimensional object and we live on it, and God described it as a circle, is God wrong? Because we can't live on a two-dimensional object.
It is describing a geometric
Did you hear? Yeah,
the
shape
shape of
exactly,
something.
precisely. That is a
But
representation
no,
of a
like
sphere,
you
and
can
that's what
say the
Robert's
shape
trying to
of a
say to you.
footstool is a circle. The
You could say
shape
it's a
of the face
triangle.
of it.
I could say
What
it's a
does the
triangle.
Earth describe
But it
itself
doesn't
as,
mean
though?
sphere.
Why wouldn't they just use the word that they had for sphere? They literally used it in the same
These are
Bible
biblical
book.
texts.
They literally used it in the book of Isaiah, and it says in Isaiah 22, they use the word ball. It's a
Yeah,
different
but
word.
that was a different application, rolling someone into a ball versus looking up on the top of the earth. It's a different thing. I am
Yeah, but
sitting
if
on
Earth is
top
a
of the
ball,
earth.
why wouldn't the
The earth,
creator describe it as
dude,
a
the earth
ball?
is large.
That was crazy.
He is on
Called a
top of
dung
it.
beetle ball.
He's talking about
Yes.
contorting something into a ball. He's not talking about contorting the earth. He's talking about looking down on your earth. That's
But
what he's
he
talking.
okay, but you can't use this as proof of a ball if
So
it's
you
not
can't.
saying ball
You
there.
I
cannot.
Like
wouldn't use it as a proof.
It's kind of
But
ridiculous. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous to
kind of
say
garbage. What's even
that we
dumber about all
later.
is you guys
It's
say that
ridiculous
spherical
to
objects
say
have dimensional
it is
surface.
okay. I'm going to give you.
Can I go next?
We can give you many examples. For example, a car drove past me.
he's probably gonna
Man,
keep
I
talking.
was walking down the street and I saw a vehicle.
Can you
Just
mute
silly.
Robert
You
so
see
I
that?
can
Hold on, hold on,
go?
hold on. You hear that? You
This
hear
guy
that?
now he's just
Try
monologuing.
not to monologue, Robert. Make
I'm
a
not
point
monologuing,
and let
guys. Come
somebody.
on, stop that, man.
I'm a
Guys, stop that.
Glober, and you, I ain't even saying you're
Guys.
monologuing.
Sometimes guys. Sometimes what people are saying can be long. You have to be patient. This is a very important discussion. Relax.
But you're not like letting other people talk this long.
No, what?
That's true.
Oh wow! All right. Okay.
Let's pretend it's not a Robert show and there's other people wanting to get in.
What's
I
up,
just
Billy?
wanted to ask a quick question. Who is God talking to in this verse?
Isaiah?
Okay, so when Isaiah looks at the earth, is he going to be looking at it the way that God looks at it, or is he going to be looking at it on the earth?
This was God talking to Isaiah.
Yeah, I know,
About
but
what he
Isaiah
thinks.
isn't in heaven, though, right? He isn't in heaven, so he's not going to be looking down on it like
Oh, he's
Robert's
writing down the
saying.
words of God.
Yeah,
He's
that
describing
he's
what
on
God
Earth.
said.
He's on Earth,
That's-
so he's not going to be able to understand what Robert's saying, because what Robert's saying is God's view of the circle. So if God is talking to an angel, it would make sense. But if he's talking to Isaiah, then it doesn't make sense to me to say that it's a circle, unless it's a
He could have
circle.
used the word for sphere. There's plenty
Yeah.
of other words that would imply three-dimensional ball. That's not what's used, so you can't use it as evidence.
My gosh.
That's all I want to
Again,
say.
no. I am driving in a car. I went down the street. I got out the car. You know what? I saw a vehicle go by. Why didn't I use car in my second reference? You see what I'm saying? It's the application is what you're speaking at the time. Come on, guys. This is so
But the
basic.
two-dimensional circle and sphere have different implications and different meanings here.
No,
Say,
absolutely
yeah, I
not.
drew a circle on a
Nope.
piece of paper, and then I tried to use that as evidence that I drew a three-dimensional ball on a piece of paper that you wouldn't be
Absolutely
able
not.
to apply.
Absolutely
Yeah, you
not.
just interrupted me twice, so I'm just letting you know. You don't let people talk as long as you talk. Just letting you know. That's it.
So Taylor, really quick though, we kind of went over that though. You know, God said it looks the earth, right? That's the object God's referring to, correct? And we both agreed that the earth is a three-dimensional space. And I don't disagree with you. The circle is a definition of a two-dimensional object. But the question, and I don't know why it keeps on going back from this question, but basically he said it again. That term from a distance could be used to describe a sphere. Do you disagree with that, or
Yeah.
or that?
There's a word for sphere that they could have used. And even in your models, the sphere is a two-dimensional surface.
And they
Yes,
already
I
had lots
said
of
that.
spherical objects. They were very familiar with the pomegranates in the Bible countless times. So yeah, I think even in Isaiah they mentioned something of a sphere prior to the circle, the mention of the circle.
Yeah,
So you
but
guys
the
are trying to fit
different.
your globe where it doesn't fit. The Bible is not a globe book.
I
The
never said
Bible
it
is
was.
not a flat Earth book
Firmament.
either. It
Where
is
is the
not.
firmament on your globe?
There is
There is
no
no
Do you think that
firmament.
reference
do you
to
think
a
that the
shape
sky
of the
hangs
Earth.
like a tent over the earth on a globe?
There is no
There
firmament.
is a tent. When you look up,
You can't incorporate a sphere
look.
into how the Bible describes the earth. It makes no
When
There
sense.
is no firmament.
No, you're
That's how
pretending like
simple
you
it
can
is.
insert a sphere where it doesn't fit.
No, there
Yeah,
is
do you
no
think that they
firmament.
believed the Earth was a sphere? They did not. Do
The
you
earth
think the
is.
Hebrews thought that the Earth was a sphere
Inside the
for real?
tent of the heavens.
I don't think they did. I don't think they had the capability to understand it. And if you were to be talking to someone at that time that doesn't have the capability to understand science, very similar to conversations you have today, you would use terms like it looks like a circle potentially, because God is the one who referenced the earth. And then God is the one who gave the assignment to that two-dimensional term, correct?
He told
So
them to write down things even if they weren't capable of understanding it. Think about the things in Revelation. No prophecy is of a prophet's own interpretation. So it doesn't matter what they think or interpret.
I
God tells them the
understand
way
that.
it is. And if it was a
But
sphere, there's different words that were implied three-dimensionality. You cannot use this two-dimensional shape
But he
word,
already did apply three-dimensionality by
DUR, as
calling it the
evidence for a
world, right?
sphere. That's just not
But
where it applies. I'm sorry.
did he not
You don't have to
already
interrupt me.
imply? Did he not already imply three-dimensionality by calling it Earth, the place in which we live, which has to be an object that is three-dimensional?
Yeah, and
Is
that's
that
why he
not
calls it
already
a
implied?
footstool. He literally akins it to a footstool. So that's still a
That's
circle with
fine.
three-dimensionality.
That's fine that he kins it to a footstool. That's fine. I don't understand why that even is anything on topic of what I just said to you. Like
Yeah, it's you're saying, okay, it's a two-dimensional circle, but we know the Earth's three-dimensional, so it must be a
no,
sphere.
that's not what I
But
said.
you can
That's
have
not
a
what I said.
three-dimensional object that still has the face of it as a circle.
Yes. No, I wouldn't even say the face of it. Just a representation from a distance would be the statement, more than just the face of it. But what I said was that you are a literal interpreter of the word of God. God called it a circle, and God called it where we live, Earth, right? We live here. So we can sit here on this place and we say, hey, it's not a two-dimensional thing. It has to be a three-dimensional thing. So this is the statement you kind of have to answer. Was God wrong calling it a circle?
No, he was right. And you could
So we
say
live on a
we know it's
two-dimensional object.
three-dimensional.
We live on a two-dimensional
It's a
object
shape
then.
because it has
No,
pillars as
no.
well.
I'm sorry. So your statement is we live on a two-dimensional object then.
No, it can be three-dimensional, but in the shape of a footstool, for example, of something
Okay.
that he's already referenced in the Bible.
So you're saying that circle that God assigned the world in which we live, which must be a three-dimensional object,
In terms
that
of Hebrew
could be
cosmology.
a circle. Yeah, but from a distance, that circle could look like a sphere. That's the argument, and that's the thing. I'm not trying. I don't even believe. I think it's all crap. I think you're sitting there
Three-dimensional
arguing.
circle can also be a cylinder. It looks like a
Okay.
circle from the, but it's a cylinder. You can't just imply the three-dimensionality of a circle is a sphere.
But it has curvature. But the Earth has curvature. That's the point. That's the foundational point. So whenever if you guys want to use the Bible, we're just letting you know that even in the Bible, God is telling you the Earth has curvature.
That's so wrong.
It describes it as a broad plane as well.
A
You can have a
broad
broad plane
plane
on a
that
curved
has
surface.
curvature. You get
You're
it?
You can have
talking
a
about
broad
around the
plane on a
edges of
curved
a
surface.
two-dimensional circle. That's so like.
The dimensions of a two-dimensional, but
He's
we're
saying a
three-dimensional
circle,
beings.
a 2D circle has
Listen,
curvature. So does a footstool have curvature? I'm just wondering.
Okay, well, hold
It
on.
could.
This
Answer the
reminds
question.
It
this
could.
reminds
Yes,
well,
it
yes, it
could.
does. But the thing
Does a
is,
footstool have curvature?
Yes,
so
it
this
could.
yes, it could.
Yes, it could.
Yes.
Okay.
That was the answer.
So then somebody could say that the ancient Hebrews thought the earth was in the shape of a footstool with pillars.
That would make no sense
Why?
because of
Why
the
would it not make sense?
observations. Because of the observations that's been found since then, it make no
Okay,
sense.
we're talking about what the Hebrews thought about the
Rennie.
earth.
Exactly, Rennie. And
Then
We're
they could have
talking
said
about
it.
what
They
the
could have
Hebrews
said
thought
it. They
about.
could have. Yes, they could have. But it would make no sense today. It'd make no
Okay,
sense.
but either way, they didn't think it was a sphere.
And I think his argument is they didn't really think it was flat either. I think that your argument that the Bible is a flat Earth book is the whole part of the fight.
It wasn't
Look up Hebrew
infinite. It wasn't
cosmology. They
dome.
made a whole model with a flat Earth.
I don't believe in
Steel
Hebrews.
underneath it,
It
and a
ha-
dome
it-
above the firmament with the stars in the
It has no
firmament.
firmament. It has no dome.
Yeah,
That is
no,
what
they
that
made a
Earth.
whole cosmology based off the scripture, dude. It's not a globe. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's
That's
a globe.
fine.
So this is the deal. This is the deal.
It's not a globe.
They did not
In-
think that,
Cosmology is
bro.
not a
I
globe.
You
said,
can't
in
lie
my
like that.
I don't think they
Dude,
did.
I've
I
literally
don't
been
think they did.
posting flat world maps.
I don't think they were smart enough
in the
to.
text chat. I know Renee's not paying attention.
yeah, I don't think they're. I don't think they. I think
But
they're
yeah,
biased.
the Bible
They're
definitely
biased.
Listener of
Right?
that.
indicate a globe.
It's
When
not like
it says there's a firmament, where is the
There is no
firmament?
firmament.
Globe. Yeah, you
There
don't
is no
know.
firmament.
Renee,
There is
you
no
don't
firmament.
get anything.
There is no firmament. Where is it? Tell me where it is. Tell me
The
where it
Bible
is.
says
Atmosphere.
where
The atmosphere
would
is
you
firmament.
The atmosphere is a firmament. I would agree and argue
That's
with
the only
you
thing
on
I can
that.
say.
I give you
related
that,
to
but
that.
I agree with you, and I can agree and argue with you on that. But I'm asking Jesse, where is the firmament?
Yeah, that is the dumbest question you could possibly ask. There's no reason
Okay,
to
that's
answer.
fine. So Jesse knows nothing. All right. Does
I don't
anybody
think
else
he
have
claims to
anything
know
to
what
offer?
it was.
They're really dumb questions.
And then you're being fallacious. Say, okay, well, if he doesn't know what the firmament is, therefore he knows nothing whatsoever.
No, that's so you're kind of new to this, and Jesse comes here and acts incredulous and won't do anything and simps for women, and I just don't really want to go through the whole spiel.
It's just that you really don't understand things. That's the problem.
That's fine. That's your opinion, and that's fine. And I ask you to teach me things, but I don't learn anything ever. But that's completely your opinion. That's completely fine.
Yeah, you would be learning right now if you weren't just rejecting things blindly because you're learning it from flat earthers. See,
okay, no, I don't. It's really funny. I don't.
Considering that Isaiah, considering that Isaiah is saying that Earth is a sphere, is called eisegesis. You're interpreting it in your own way and extrapolating things that it does not imply. It says circle, not sphere. There is a word for sphere it would have used if it wanted to implicate the Earth as a sphere.
Okay, so the Earth
you're
is physically a
you're
circle,
literally
Justin.
misinterpreting
The Earth is physically
scripture.
a circle.
So your opinion is literally moot. We don't
Jesse,
have to
is
pay
the Earth a
attention to
circle?
you. Go
Is the
read
Earth a
Isaiah 40.
two-dimensional? I have. Is the Earth a two-dimensional circle that we live on?
So
Yes
no matter
or no?
what,
Jesse, is the Earth a two-dimensional circle?
I'm gonna answer
that we
your
live
stupid
on?
question. Stop. I heard you the first time.
Okay, so answer, please.
Stop talking, and I can answer your question, stupid.
Okay, answer, please.
So when
Please
you
answer.
okay, yeah, I am going to answer. Once you stop talking, stupid.
Okay,
Shut
please
up.
answer the question.
Okay, that doesn't mean talk some more.
Come
you
on,
idiot.
guys, come on.
He keeps talking some more because he knows it doesn't help. So this is the point. So a circle is 360 degrees. Your azimuth is a circle. When you're on a sphere, You say that the surface of the sphere is a two-dimensional plane.
Okay.
So you can have a circle above the Earth and have it be any shape. It's just the
Any
idea that
shape?
you're above a surface. What we're describing as the Earth in the Bible, they're describing the surface of the Earth.
This
And
exposes
to
lack of
Isaiah,
doctrine.
yeah, I wasn't done. And in
You keep going,
Isaiah,
it's
it's
bullshit.
in Isaiah, the Earth is a circle around him. When you're on the Earth, everything around you is a circle projected out from your center.
So
Makes
right.
perfect sense.
I've learned so much.
No, you don't
So
learn.
we do
You have
we
brain
do live on
damage,
a
so
we
you don't
do
really
live
do
on a
much
we
learning.
do live on a two-dimensional object. Then that's your assessment,
Oh,
because you
like
haven't answered that
you don't
question.
listen.
No. Listen.
I'm sorry.
You
I
don't
already
listen,
told
Renee.
you it can be a
And answer the
I didn't
circle
question. Do
say.
we
and
live on a
It didn't
three-dimensional,
hurt.
two-dimensional
like a
object?
No.
cylinder. Like for example,
No.
you take that
Perfect.
and
We
take it
don't.
on.
We
It's
don't. We
because
don't
he ate
live
a
on.
lot of microwave foods in his life. No, dude, I did not say two-dimensional object. I said
Isn't that what a circle
I
is?
said two-dimensional surface. Slow guy, microwave brain guy. Listen
So a
close when
plane.
people are talking to you.
A plane. A two-dimensional surface. That'd be a plane, right?
Yeah, there's something
That's
wrong
what you're
with you.
saying.
I
There's
don't
nothing
know
wrong
what
with
to
me.
say.
Yeah, all surfaces are two-dimensional. All surfaces are
Right. So
two-dimensional.
when God is
On a
telling
sphere,
Isaiah his throne sits above the circle of the earth to
right?
Isaiah, that could be, it could be directly pertaining to his azimuth.
It
Like
could be a
everything
footstool.
around him is projected like 360 degrees outward from the center.
There
That is
you
a
go.
circle. Makes
You
perfect
still
sense.
haven't
That's
answered the question I asked you.
literally no globe.
He's
You are not inserting globe into scripture right here. You can't
But
do
what
it.
I'm saying to you, electric is his feet is on the circle of the world of the
Whatever,
earth.
dude. Yeah, you don't
So
make sense.
therefore, what we're trying to let you
I'm
know
done with
that
this
if
conversation.
you're on
This is
the
really dumb to
surface
listen to.
of
I know.
the
I'm taking my
globe,
head out.
if you're
All
on
right.
the
See you later.
surface of
Bye.
the
It's very nice talking to you.
yeah, if you're on the surface of the earth, right, that is a circle, right? We are all 3D people. So obviously that circle, that surface is attached to a three-dimensional object. That's the point. You get it?
No, he don't think he's here anymore.
Oh,
I'm
They left. They
just
left.
not even
Yeah,
engaged.
before you.
Yeah, Jesse's gonna go simp somewhere else for her. That's what he does. Just a simp.
How do you know what a sphere is, though? When did they learn what a sphere was, and how did they prove what an actual 3D
yeah.
sphere was and how it worked?
Yeah, from the day they
Came
saw an
about.
apple. An apple is a spherical object. So
And then
that's it.
how did they think airplanes and hot air balloons would?
What, dude? There were spheres before hot air balloons. What's wrong with you?
No, how does stuff fly? You don't know how hot air balloons fly around balls?
What we're trying to say is hot air balloons is not
125,
your
Robert.
measure. They're not your measure.
No, we're going to take a look at what you're imagining. You don't measure hot air balloons and stuff like that. Just shut up. We want to see how people in sandals could show you, like Eratosthenes, how could he show you how a hot air balloon flew around the ball back in the day? How could he do that?
That was not his job.
It's not what I asked you.
Yeah, his job was to measure the earth.
Do you hear words? So how would Robert today
he's-
show a group of kids who said, Robert, it's impossible for hot air balloons to fly around a ball. That's impossible in real 3D
Why are we
sphere.
using hot air balloon?
How could you show us?
Eratosthenes was measuring the earth.
So
That's
you would
it.
ask these
Not
kids
balloons.
a bunch of
Not
complicated
balloons.
questions.
You need to
that's
come off
not a
of balloons,
demonstration.
brother. It's over. Your balloons is not a good way to speak. You're in the
Clearly
wrong.
not a good way to show kids how balls work.
Yeah, no. All you have to do is show them pictures and photographs from the ISS. That's it. Done.
Pictures and photographs, like Dr. Seuss and Bigfoot and stuff and Godzilla.
No, those are
Superman.
fictitious. We're talking about reality here. Get back
So
to
was
Earth.
the globe if you can't show me how hot air
All you
balloons
have to do,
work around
is
one?
show them photographs from the ISS.
No, they want to
and
know how hot air
photographs from
balloons work, not
satellites and
photographs.
photographs, and that's what it
They're
works.
not in photograph school. They're in hot air balloon physics.
No.
With a
They're in
ball.
physics,
3D
not
ball
hot air
physics of
physics.
flight.
They're in regular physics and
So
astronomy.
ball flight
And
physics
that's
don't
it.
exist.
You're done. Hey
So there
kids,
are no
check it
ball
out. These photos were taken from the ISS of your Earth, as you can see. Nice curvature and so on. hey, who is
Hey
interested
kid,
in
you're
becoming an astronaut? And the child goes,
he
yeah, I
said
want
she's
to become an astronaut.
expired because he can't even
So when
stay on
the
topic
child
with the
goes to
answer what you guys
school,
are
he goes
asking.
to astronaut
I think you're
academy,
slow,
he
kids.
becomes aerospace engineer. He then goes to space,
They
and he
just want
sees
to
it for
know how
himself.
hot air
That's all.
balloons fly around a ball, Robert. That's all they want to know.
Hot air balloons are not the
You go
measure.
ask a friend.
We
Ask
don't. They're
somebody
not the
else in
measure.
here if they can demonstrate for you how it works.
No,
How did they
you.
learn?
That's your problem. We
And
don't
no,
have
it's
to
a
demonstrate
religion.
it with hot air
No,
balloons.
your religion's not my
No, we
problem.
don't.
You're
No,
religious,
your flat
please.
Earth is a religion. Flat Earth is
No, 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 no.
100% a religion.
Brother, if that's the
You
case, then
just
show
heard
me
it.
hot air
You
balloons at a
heard it
ball.
from Taylor, and you heard it from
Well,
Electric.
you would
It is
demonstrate hot air balloons flight.
100% based
Well,
in
I'm waiting for
religious
your demonstration
ideology.
of not flat Earth.
Thank you very much, brother.
I'm waiting for a not flat Earth flight, Robert. How does that work?
Easy. Easy. Just go in the sky and fly around the Earth. That's it.
And fly over flat Earth? Hell yeah.
What flat Earth? That means you're going to hit
One
that
they're
means you're going to hit
standing
the
on,
end.
brother.
You're going to hit the end. Nobody hits the end.
No, you're going to hit the edge of a ball. Nobody hits the edge of a ball.
No, you can't. That's how spheres work.
You can't get to the curve? Damn.
Spheres, you go around. Flat Earth, you
No, you
don't.
can't. You
Flat
said
Earth,
you can't hit the
Flat
edge.
Earth, you stop and turn back. Flat Earth, you stop and
How you
turn
going
back.
anywhere if you can't hit
Flat
something?
Earth, you stop and come back. On Earth, you don't
Huh?
stop. You keep going around. That's how spheres work. Thank you.
You don't leave here,
Welcome
buddy.
to reality. Welcome to reality, brother. See you later.
So hot air balloons too technical, huh?
Yeah, but I know Taylor and Jesse are kind of on your team, but do you stand behind their premise that they just brought up? Or maybe Billy? I think you were arguing a bit on that side.
Well, the way I see it is that if God was trying to explain it to Isaiah or people on Earth, he wouldn't call it. He would call it a sphere, not a circle. But then again, I think the reason why they say that is because it's a man that did it, not God. Because obviously, God, if there was God, he would know. He wouldn't try and trick people, or he would make a book that's not able to be misinterpreted like it is nowadays.
That's my argument essentially. It's this is the thing that's going to make sure you don't go to hell for eternity. And now I have to learn ancient Akkadian to understand how I'm supposed to act.
Yeah, and you actually have to be like really well versed in like languages and stuff. And yeah, it takes a lot of time to read the Bible, and it's pretty boring too when they talk about all
I've
these
read
being
that
added.
thing. I've read that thing cover to cover for a long time. I know a lot about that book. I know about it in different languages. I mean, it's just if I have to learn ancient Akkadian to learn this term, so like it just always feels like there's some secret decoder ring. When, in my opinion, if God is what God is, He's going to be freely and offering, His revelations to everyone, just to read, to understand, to grow in His in the way of Him. You know what I mean? The way it's presented, it's like a secret club you got to be a part of, and then you got to have like a membership, and like it's so many different steps instead of this is the truth, this is the word, and I just get frustrated trying to.
Yeah, I'm more Gnostic. I think God's evil. That's why he does this stuff. And there's an
So you
actual
took.
God. Yeah.
I wouldn't argue against that much. And the story of Job, Noah's Ark, I wouldn't argue much against that approach. But I mean, in every like you have like Loki and all these other trickster gods. You know, my argument for God is that the Abrahamic God is a God of the gaps. Even Yahweh was a storm god. Um, but and as science has come across, that's kind of why the church was burning people at the stake for telling the truth, because it debunks their mystical BS. I don't say God doesn't exist because of that, but at the same time, you know, when someone's looking to take the book as a literal interpretation, it's like it's literal when they want it to be literal, and it's figurative when they want it to be figurative. That's the most frustrating thing I think I come across when I talk to people about the Bible.
Yeah. But back to I really wanted someone to explain to Robert that yeah, it is important that if he wants to argue for the globe side, he should be more accurate on his information. Yeah, because it gets frustrating if we have to go in there and correct him all the time. Because
I don't.
the other
I'm
day he
not
was
the
trying to
arbiter of
argue
truth.
that he was trying to argue that a cylinder is spherical, and I had to like tell him don't say that anymore, dude. Just don't do that. But he kept like he got trolled pretty bad, and he doesn't know like he's not the best at arguing for the globe, so he shouldn't give. And he says, yeah, just use the basics, but then he goes beyond the basics. So he actually he's not just using the basic.
Yeah, he allows the basketball to be the earth, but then he can't demonstrate nothing with the basketball matching earth, which is fucking crazy.
Dude, I'm not a scientist. I'm not, you know, I have a high school fucking diploma. You know, it's just at the end of the day.
You don't need to be a scientist, brother, to grab a ball.
I know I used to do it. I used to get paid to grab balls, not in the way I just said that, but no, you don't have to be. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, like, even like with iStar, I would say one of his biggest places he prefers to argue is in the biblical realm. I think that's kind of why he's here. I think from what I've spoken with him, his message basically is the world doesn't have to be flat for God to exist.
Well, I'd agree with that. The world doesn't have to be anything for anybody to do anything. I agree with that. So he could just stop coming over. Anyway, the earth is what it is. I mean, so if you get an inkling and you're like, hey, God, or hey, thing, or hey, something that you're asking a question to because you think you might not be able to answer it physically or humanly or thought, you know, you can't have an idea of your own. So you need something else's idea. You'd be like, hey, magical tree or God or whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever you think is the thing that's going to give you the answer. But really, the answer is going to be what you actually come up with. And you're going to think like a drug. This drug helps me, you know. And the teacher goes, no, that drug made you do this and this and this. And the class was kind of giggling when you left that day. Everyone knew that you were on a drug. And you're like, no, man, I was smarter and stronger and faster. They was like, no, you were slower. You almost fell over the table. You were giggly as hell. You know what I mean? So I'm saying people will point out things that you don't even comprehend when you think something is making you better, like a religion or anything else that you're getting your information supposedly from. It's actually you. At the end of the day, it's you. It's your experience. That's the only thing you can fucking go on, unless you imagine something to add on to it. But go ahead, sorry.
Oh, dude, there's so many. Like, the only thing we kind of don't agree on, D-Hawk, is the current shape of the Earth. I think, like, just the statement you're making. I truly feel religion is something that turns people into sheep. It makes them externalize their internal power, and it allows them to kind of blame something else for their own failures. That's kind of at the end of the day, if you fail, if you win, you did that. You know, I don't think you should be so hubris and be like, "Oh, it's just me." You have to remember your journey to that place. You're like there's just so many other people just around you. You could think, and then just understanding that there's things that we don't understand and things we'll never know. But I feel it's insulting to try to define God. I think that would, if that I think that would be. I don't understand why, like the level of hubris you have to come and tell me what he said. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't even understand him if he was talking to you, probably. You know,
Right.
uh,
Well,
but
which language does God speak? That'd be the
exactly.
question. Then. So, like, yeah, the interpretation is always the human's actual interpretation.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's all it really can be.
No,
Have either of you guys taken that DMT and saw those entities or not? I didn't do
I've
it.
taken ayahuasca before.
Oh, you did?
It sucks. I hated the feeling of throwing up, but it was interesting. I wouldn't call it a demon. I wouldn't call it anything. It was more for me. Everybody's a different thing. For more, it was stuff that I was suppressing from childhood and shit, and I kind of just got to the point to where during that experience, essentially, I was realizing how much it was affecting every other piece of my life, and I didn't even notice that. That's kind of what I got out of it. I've heard of people with the spirits and stuff, but I didn't experience that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I need to try that. I didn't even like mushrooms too much. I just like smoking weed. Yeah.
Weed's awesome. Um, Mushrooms, if you're in a safe place and it's nighttime and it's they can be very interesting, especially if you're like writing or any type of creativity. But if you're around a bunch of distractions or you don't feel safe, I would not ever take those things.
I think, yeah, the one time I took it in a basement, it was a bad idea because I don't know, it just like, I was like freaking out. And then I started thinking some really like fucked up shit, obviously. And it was just like, no, I need to go somewhere. And then when I got outside, it was better. Yeah. So I couldn't just be in a basement somewhere. Yeah.
I think those things want you to be in nature. I've had, and every experience I've had outside, I haven't really had an issue. One time, people's face were melting and they were ending up on their knees, which was really weird. And I was like talking to their knees. But outside of that, but inside, that's when I've had not as good experiences with psilocybin mushrooms.
I got a buddy that grows them, but I'm like, yeah, I don't need them.
Oh, dude, you need a pot in a dark room. It's not complex. We used to go kick over cow turds and look for them when we were kids.
Yeah. Well, I used to be a flat earther too, so I can't really make fun of people too much here that are flat earthers too.
Well, I mean, you said used to. Like, what was it that had you change your mind on the shape?
Well, I had to. It was more of a like I still don't understand everything about all the science behind it, but I don't think that it's fake anymore. Like I used to think the moon landing was fake, and now I don't. So that definitely was one of the turning points when I started believing in space again, or not again, because I never really cared about space. I used to make fun of people that were like nerds and stuff, right? So I never really cared about school. And then when I started looking into it, I was like, there's a lot of stuff I don't know, and even still don't know. So I think that was my problem with why I became a flat earther. So my story is a little different than other flat earthers. Other flat earthers that tell you they already knew all the globe stuff. I didn't really know all the globe stuff when I was a flat earther, and then when I started learning, I questioned the flat Earth, and I started thinking the moon landing was at least possible. Yeah, but I still, like DMOC always says, I literally I have to have faith, like everyone. Most people, yeah, that aren't, there's some people that actually experienced it. They're astronauts, right? But if you didn't actually experience it, you're gonna have to take their word for it, their testimony.
Oh yeah, and for me, it's this. It's I've been sued so many fucking times, been in court so many fucking times. It's all about evidence for me.
Also, I know who you are because I saw you change your name that one day, and I was waiting for an opportunity like this when it was just kind of like me and you to say that. So I know who you are, and I think that's pretty cool who you are. Yeah.
No,
That's pretty cool.
I used to be that person. I am not him anymore. That's for sure.
Well, you were like drafted 29th overall or something. That's crazy, man.
Yeah. Yep. That was like over 20 years ago.
And you actually got to be a starter because of injuries of other people. But then you had injury problems yourself.
Yeah, I third year I messed up my shoulder really bad. Yeah, no, I got in trouble for living my life unapologetically. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah.
But no, it's like I said, like for me, I don't know anything more, and I love coming in these rooms and talking and hearing people with actual knowledge to give it up. I mean, it took them years and a lot of money to learn that, you know. I'm just really appreciative when I hear like John, the guy earlier, you know, talking about physics. I don't understand all of it, but what I get of it, what I don't understand, I'm comfortable enough to ask him a question, saying, "Hey, what about this?" And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's part of the equation. I think
you
the
don't have
most
to worry
intelligent
because
person.
you're not a PhD, so you don't have to worry about being wrong. Same with me. Like I feel like there's less pressure on us. Sorry to cut you off though.
Oh no, I think no, yeah, I completely understand that, but the same thing kind of with Robert though, you know, and that's the thing. It's I think I said like when you were talking about like expertise, I don't have one. I don't parrot what everybody else says. There's things people say that I don't fully agree with, but at the same time, my first thing is who am I to question, and then okay, I did question it, and I found out that technically I was right, but technically he was. There's always something in the middle. There's always something in the middle to where it's just sit back and listen. But I was going to say to you, I think the highest form of intelligence is to be able to change one's mind. That takes a lot of courage and a lot of smarts, essentially, because you have to have a set that's like a set of facts and evidence or whatever that you're standing on, and you have to be intellectually prowess enough to be able to alter your opinion. And I would say, like, for you that's a huge feat that I haven't seen many people be able to do. And every time I've seen it, I've said the exact same thing to them.
Thanks. But I feel like I'm different maybe than them in a way because I was one of you can call me a closet flat earther because I didn't, and also I was at the beginning, so there wasn't like a lot of these discords around when I was a flat earther, so I didn't really have anybody I was just watching the YouTube videos and getting all the information from there. And then once there started being more debunked videos too, then I started realizing that maybe I was wrong. So yeah, that was the other thing too. There wasn't that many debunk videos when I first looked into it, or it was harder. Like the way the algorithm was set up, it didn't. It's not like nowadays where if you're watching a flat Earth video, it pushes you to a globe video
Yeah.
editor.
Yeah.
It didn't do that. It would just be nonstop flat Earth videos.
Oh, and then I kind of got into this whole thing like 9 months ago, essentially. Just like I saw the final experiment got pushed across my algo on YouTube. Now I'm here.
Yeah. Not because of BOB, right?
No. It's really funny when Kyrie said the Earth was flat. I remember they wanted me to like do some debate thing, and I was like, I don't care what he thinks. Was basically my response, but like, man, I just, for me, like, I don't know if you saw what happened down in Atlanta There's a guy who shot up the CDC or tried to, killed a police officer and all this other stuff because of like COVID stuff. That's the thing. Like, there's always some fucking nutbag. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Always some nutbag.
This is kind of a question. Maybe you don't have to answer it, but you still hang around with famous people?
Yeah, I mean, yes, and no, I mean, I completely live. I still do some business with some of my old teammates. We did some events down in Miami this year, but I don't like that world. I just don't like that world. It's just not me. You know what I mean? Like I'm not. I'm a fucking country boy. I want to go outside and hunt and fish. Like that's, like that's the way I grew up. That's the way I'm comfortable in existing. And that type of world, that all my friends and everything. Like I never see them and stuff like that. So, I don't miss it at all. And I don't really hang out with many people anymore. I still do some work with some of my old teammates, but not much.
I'm a really big hockey guy. Did you meet any famous hockey players?
Yeah, Lindros.
Oh,
Eric
damn.
Lindros. Yeah.
Nice. He's one of my favorite players too. Yeah.
I grew up in my dad played for the Eagles, so I grew up in Philly, and they were my hockey team, and I got to meet Mr. Lindros. CTE is real. The guy, his brain's scattered, man. Like he got rocked a lot.
Yeah.
I think he was he had the most concussions or something. Like they even changed like the whole rules because of how many concussions he got.
And he's so big too. That's the funny thing. He's
Huge.
not even that small. Like he's 6'4", like pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought he was 6'4", I don't know.
Yeah, and he's wide. Like he's like a strong fucking dude. Yeah, he was a cool guy to me.
Hockey's a tough sport though. Yeah. Well, they had to change rules, like you said. Yeah, because too many people were getting concussions and shit. Yeah.
Who was the dude? Was it Claude Lemieux from the Devils or something? But the was he the Pirate, the Penguins, or the
Avalanche.
Devils? He might have been that. I just remember that guy was an absolute terrorist. Like he was just taking people out and high sticking and cross checking. Like,
Yeah. Well, there was those other guys that were crazy, like that Marty McSorley guy that hit the guy with the stick.
yeah.
And there was that Bertuzzi that punched the guy in the back of the head and like almost killed him because the way he fell on the ice. That Donald Brashear guy, he didn't play again because of that shit.
Oh yeah. Like detached his retina or something like that, right? Some weird.
Yeah. It was totally uncalled for. But then again, it's the way it is. Like if you don't like, he wanted to fight him so bad that he was like, I'm gonna just fucking.
I petitioned to have my league have fights, but it didn't go too far.
Yeah. The one thing I think hockey could add, but it might wreck it too, is a shot clock like they do in the cross.
Mm.
Because like in basketball, they have the shot clock, so it makes it like you'd have to be more, because like sometimes in hockey it gets pretty boring with the way they manage the puck.
If they turned off the shot clock during a power play, you know what I mean? Because I think they turned off for the power play. But if they had a shot clock, that would speed the game up. They did it in baseball, kind of with the pitch clock.
Yeah, that's really, I like watching baseball now. Yeah, can actually watch the game. But yeah, what you said about the penalties, that makes sense though. On a power play, yeah, that the team shouldn't have a shot clock. Yeah, but the other team that's on the penalty kill should still have a shot clock though.
Yeah, on the other side. Yep.
That would be pretty
so
nice.
So they can't go kill. So they can't try to kill the penalty on the other side. You know. Did you ever play hockey?
I only played street hockey and like I messed around on the ice with my friends, but I never was in a league.
I don't know if I could do the skating, and I can barely stand up on them now. I couldn't imagine trying to be athletic on the skates.
Yeah, skating's not easy. Yeah, especially fast. Yeah. Yeah, I like playing street hockey though. Yeah, just run around. Or that's what I used to do when I was a kid. Yeah.
I played a bit of that. We're going to have to put you in the hot mic room, Omnivore.
Yeah, well.
Taylor answered you but she didn't actually say if she was on T-Jump. She was like, I talked when I was muted, but then she didn't actually say, so I don't know.
Yeah, she was 100% on T-Jump, and I think I know why she didn't. I think I know why she didn't really want to talk about it.
What's a T-Jump?
T-Jump, Tom Jump. I'm putting a link in Omnipresence chat. He is a philosophy, physics debater guy.
Okay.
Atheist guy. And it's him debating Taylor on modern day debates.
Oh man, I don't know if I want to watch this.
You should. You would get a kick out
Does
of
he
it.
wreck her?
So that's going to be in the eye of the beholder, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she. So
Did they make her answer questions? If she answered questions, I'm all for this.
yeah, they did. I mean, so yeah, you could. So because it's modern day debate, it is a structured debate. She talks, and also Trump isn't. Sometimes he can be really rude to people, which I'm not. I mean, usually it's as part of an escalation, which he's not solely responsible for. Like he doesn't just come in calling people a dumbass. But
yeah,
eventually he will call them a dumbass if they can persist. Which, like I said, I'm not, but no, he was pretty convivial with Taylor, and and she didn't burn in the fires of a shameful meltdown. So,
but did she mention
it was
flat Earth
okay.
at
I mean,
all?
it was okay, but it was a good example of how her method doesn't work in a controlled one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
She also chose weird fields to fight on. She wouldn't know if he believed in ghosts.
Did he know she was a flat earther though?
No, I don't think he knew she was a flat earther.
Yeah, because he would have definitely treated her differently.
Probably.
If he knew that.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't have had much patience for that. But he and they didn't go to the flat earth. But so she wanted to know if there was any amount of evidence that would make him believe in the paranormal, and he was like, absolutely, evidence for the paranormal would make me believe in it. And she's like, well, what's an example? He's like, well, there was a metaphysical being Bob, and if I pray to Bob, I'm supposed to get a gold brick. I ask Bob, give me a gold brick, and the gold brick appears in my hands. That's very good evidence for Bob. And I don't think she, I don't think she liked that.
Does that analogy work for gravity? Can you pray to gravity and ask it to work in front of you somehow so people can believe in it too, like you? Like pulling stuff sideways or up, not just saying the word down, but actually having a sphere in front of somebody and stuff like going to the center or trying to.
Yeah, but that's not necessary to do. All you need is just gravity pulling you down. That's it.
For a liar? Well, liars don't like to do real science.
Yeah,
but
there's nothing that you don't have to do that. You see, there's things in your environment that you can't duplicate. That's just how life is. Right?
Says you, religious boy.
It's like, for example, humans cannot duplicate humans. You know what I mean? We can't do that.
No, I don't. That's what robots are.
So that's what I'm saying. We can't make efficient
Yeah,
bodies
that's called a
from, like
duplication.
for example, you know how God made man from dirt, for example? Like we can't make man from
No,
dirt. You see what
no,
I'm
I
saying?
didn't say God made man from
Right.
dirt.
No, I'm just using that as an
No,
example.
I
For
didn't say
example, I'm
that.
just using that as an
No, I
example.
never
And
said
I'm just
God
no,
made
hold
man
on,
from dirt.
hold on. Listen
Sounds
to me
like
clearly.
evolution to me.
Let me try to be clear to you. We cannot
Sounds like evolution. Is that evolution?
okay. We cannot manipulate gravity yet. We're working on it.
You mean you can't
Just
get
like how
evolution
we
from dirt?
just like how we cannot manipulate dirt into becoming a man. You see that? It's the same thing.
So no
Now,
evolution.
so man is made
So evolution is falsified by Robert.
man is made up of similar things you find in the soil. You understand me? But we cannot put that
No, I
all
don't.
together.
You just said they're
We
not
cannot put that all
made of dirt.
together. Okay, well let me put it this way to you, D-Mark. Do you exist?
I'm not dirt.
Did you forget
No,
that
I'm
you
asking you
thought
a
you were
question.
providing evidence
Do
of gravity?
you
Did you
exist? I'm
forget
asking you a
that's
question.
already you already forgot?
I'm asking you a question,
You
D-Mark.
think you think you don't need
Do you,
evidence for
hold on,
gravity pointing towards a ball?
electric. I'm going to get to him.
Remember?
I'm going to get to you.
Remember what you were talking about?
Can you do you exist, D-Mark?
Electric, do you remember what I asked you? Can you still man the question I asked you, Electric?
Yeah,
Or do you
he
just like
asked how
making
you
stuff
know
up and
that your
talking to yourself?
downward vector is pointed towards the center of a ball. And he said, we don't have to know. So you have a religious belief that gravity points towards the center of a ball, basically.
I never answered that way. I apologize. If I answered that way, you were not listening because you talk too much gibberish. So D-Mark, do you exist? Yes or no?
That is so dumb.
Does stuff go to the center of a ball is the
Do
question.
you exist, D-Mark? Yes or no?
Answer for answer.
Okay, go ahead. You first.
Does stuff go
No.
to the center of a ball
You answer. I asked your
anywhere?
question first. Answer my question first. Do
No,
you
he
exist?
asked you first,
I'm
Rob.
asking you a question first.
He
Do
asked
you
you a
exist?
question first, Rob.
That was before you,
What?
Robert.
You see how unfair you guys are? Okay, go ahead, D-Mark.
You see how you don't remember that he asked you a question? See what's wrong with your
That
brain?
was a long time ago. I'm talking about
Yeah,
today.
because you've been rambling about nothing relevant ever since he asked you.
Actually, that's you. Do not project you on me, please. You have been
All
rambling.
right, how do you know
absolutely
that your
nothing that makes
gravity
sense.
vector? How do you know the vector of gravity is pointing towards a ball?
Okay, so let me answer that question very easily. We know that the densest part of the Earth is at the center of the Earth. We know that. We know that through
How do you know that?
through seismology. Now, my question
No,
now.
we're not talking about
Do
Earth.
you exist?
Seismology, the
We're
waves
not
deflect
talking
away
about
from the
Earth.
liquid mantle.
Do you exist?
We're not talking
D-Mark,
about
yes or no?
Earth. I asked
I
you, how
answered
does
your
stuff go to the
question.
center of a ball?
The densest object
How does
is
stuff
at
go
the
to the
center.
center of a ball somewhere?
Mass attracts mass through the gravitational law.
Where
Now, answer
can you
my question.
demonstrate? Where do you see this?
Easy.
Where?
All you have to do is jump off of a table. You go to the ground. You're
No,
going to the
wait
That
center.
is
for
not
stuff to go
science. What
up,
you're
down,
describing is not
right,
Oh,
evidence of
really?
side.
Are you
anything.
saying that is not science? Really?
No, I'm
Dude, when you do
saying we need
seismology,
something going to the
Really?
center.
That's not science?
when you do
The center
seismology,
of stuff
your
needs
PNS
gravity.
waves are deflecting off of the liquid mantle.
Are you
You
going
do
to the
not know
ground?
what's beyond the liquid mantle at all.
Electric. Are you going
You
to the
do
ground?
not know what's beyond the liquid mantle. Your waves are deflecting
Are
away
you
from the liquid
going?
mantle.
Are you going to the ground artificially, or are you
You
going?
do not know. You guys do not claim to know what's in the
Are
center of
you
the earth.
going naturally to the ground
I
or
don't know what you're
artificially
doing
to
to
the
a
ground?
ball. Nobody
Are you
knows what you're
going
doing with a ball.
naturally to
Can
the
you show us?
ground or artificially
On
to
a
the ground?
ball, we'll never know.
Are you
We'll never
going
know what
naturally
anybody
to the
does to
ground
Robert's
or
imaginary
artificially
ball.
to the ground? Electric. Are you artificially going
Show
to
us
the
the
ground
ball
or
that you believe
naturally
this
to the ground?
about.
Right?
Do
You
you have
see,
a ball handy, Robert?
you're naturally going to the ground. It's not artificial. Man did not create something that is pulling you to the ground. You're
Are you
naturally
going left and
going
right to
to
the
the
ground and
ground.
up to the ground too?
Right?
Are you
You
going
see
all
that? Now,
directions to the
answer my
ground,
question.
Robert?
No, my question
No,
now.
all
Do
directions
you,
isn't down,
do
Yo,
Robert.
what's up, Tank?
Robert,
Yeah,
did you
Tank. You
know
hear how
gravity
dumb
is
this
all
is?
directions?
you see how many questions you have asked and you have not answered
Gravity
my
is all
question yet?
I don't care
directions,
what you're
just like
talking about, dude.
gas.
Question. Next question. Answer my question. Do
What up?
you exist?
What
D-Mark, yes
up?
or no? D-Mark, do you exist? Yes or no?
The
We're
fuck
trying
kind
to
of
figure
you're
out
lost
how
in La
stuff
La Land.
goes.
Do you
We're
exist? Yes
trying to
or no?
figure out how stuff goes up,
D-Mark,
left, and
do you
right, and
exist?
down to the
Do
center of
you
a
go?
ball.
Do you exist? Yes or no?
I have a ball of Jello.
Do you
What's going to
exist?
go to the center of it?
Yes or no? Do you exist? Yes or no?
Do balls exist with gravity
Okay,
in
you see what
your lab?
you see electric. You see that, right? You see what you guys are doing, right? I
Yeah, we're
answered.
wondering
Joe,
where
you're
gravity
asking
exists.
stupid questions. You
I
somehow
answered.
managed to
I,
create
oh, you know
stupid
what?
questions.
I tell you what.
All right,
I tell you
you
what.
ask things that nobody would ever ask. It's like it's so obvious Democ exists.
Okay,
You
great,
feel the need to ask this
great.
because you're fucking slow as hell, dude.
Okay. How do I create DMOC from
Stop asking these weird ass questions. What are you
Oh,
talking about?
well, his question is weird as well.
No,
You
ask
said
him
you
how
know. You said
balls
you
do
know what's in
stuff.
this.
His question is
Ask him
weird as
how
well.
stuff does something that you claim is not
His
weird, you
question
dumb
is
bastard.
weird as well. Everybody
Nobody
knows.
claimed they're making humans. You claim stuff goes to the center of a ball.
So you
Show
see,
us.
you see the point that I'm making. So we cannot.
Yeah. What is your
No,
evidence
Call
that
it
the
with the
vector
dumb
of
bastard stuff.
I would like to create DMOC.
what
Do
is your
I have the
evidence that the
ability?
vector of gravity
Do
is
I
pointing
have
towards
the
the center of a
ability?
sphere?
Do I have the ability to create DMOC?
The first thing you said when you asked this question
Technologically.
is you said it's not necessary. We don't need to know. That's just how it works.
No,
That's
I
what you
never said
said.
that.
Do you remember saying that?
I would never say that. You just did not listen to what I was saying.
All right. So, what evidence do you have that the vector of gravity is actually pointing towards the center of a ball?
Seismology.
Seismology. So,
Yes.
your PNS waves, as you think that your waves are propagating towards the center of the Earth,
Yes.
it's actually it gets deflected off the liquid mantle.
Because that is
yes.
because
Oh no, you do not know what's beyond the liquid mantle.
because
No.
yes we do. Yes we do.
No,
Yes,
you
we
do not.
Yes we do.
Okay, but with seismology, when your waves deflect off the liquid mantle, you know what's beyond it.
No, P waves go beyond that.
No, they do not.
Yes, they do. P waves do.
No.
P waves go beyond the mantle.
P waves get
go
deflected
beyond
off the
the inner
mantle.
core,
Look it
and
up.
P waves go towards the center of the planet. Look it up. You look it up. I've already
You're
done
wrong.
it. I've
You're
done
absolutely wrong.
I've done it. You are actually wrong. P waves
No,
propagate
you're wrong.
all the way through. P
No.
waves, because the Earth inner core is turning, and we are detecting those vibrations from the inner core. And P waves, those come all the way up your seismograph. I've done it. This is something that I've done. I'm familiar with. So you're not going to tell me garbage. You understand?
Yeah, you're telling everyone garbage.
No, you're telling everybody garbage. You tell everybody there's a dome. There's no dome. Nobody has seen a dome.
I never said dome. Why are you just saying garbage, dude? You just
said
suck at this.
you said there's a solid container. Nobody has seen a solid container. That's garbage. You're the one that says gas pressure needs a solid container. It does not.
That's retarded. Nobody said that.
Yes, you say it needs
Oh
a
yeah,
solid
we've been
container.
looking for gravity's containment for a long time. Where's the gravity wall?
Yes, the air pressure in your atmosphere.
Show us the curved gravity wall.
And there is a law.
In front of our face,
There is
brother.
a law.
Curved air.
There is a law. The law
Curved
says
air,
mass.
Robert.
The law says mass goes to mass. That's a gravitational law.
Curved air.
Gas has mass. Air has
Did you
mass.
observe the vector of
Here,
gravity going towards the center of
you're
the sphere?
observing through a barometer tests your atmospheric pressure that it is 14.7 psi to the ground and 5 psi at 35,000 feet. We have a law.
I think he's about to pop.
We have laws. We have laws that govern everything I say. Now, give me your law that governs that atmospheric gas pressure gradient needs a container. Go.
5 foot.
Yeah,
in your ass.
if you want to measure atmospheric pressure,
Right. Give that it needs a solid container. Go.
Can you show me the gravitational curve on a cylinder?
Can you give me the method to build DMOC in a container?
Yeah, if you want to measure any atmospheric pressure, you need a container.
I
You
would
need a
like to be-
solid
I would like to be able
sealed
to create
container
DMOC. I would like to be able to
containing
build DMOC.
pressure,
If I
and
could
then you
create-
can measure
if I
the
could create
difference
DMOC,
in
I'd be a
pressure
rich guy.
between the
If I
outside
could
of the
do
container and the
DMOC,
inside of the
I would be
container.
a billionaire.
Therefore, in order to know there's any
If
gas
I could
pressure,
duplicate any of
you
you,
require
I'm
a
a
sealed
zillionaire.
container. See, I could talk right through you too. You see how that works? So
yeah,
in
yeah, I
order
know
to
how it works.
measure
Talk to each other.
atmospheric pressure, see,
everything-
I already know you're going to do this, so I'm just going to do it right
Well,
back
I
now.
already know that you're going to do this.
So
too.
in order
So you
to
talk
measure
gibberish.
atmospheric pressure,
Turning you down
require
as well.
a
You're
container.
a
Yeah,
big, you're
you
a big
need
gibberish
a
speaker.
sealed container to measure atmospheric pressure. You're
You
measuring the
don't. You
difference
do not
in
need a
air
solid
pressure
container.
between
You
the
do not
pressure
need.
inside the
You
container
do not need
and the
a solid
pressure
container.
outside the
You
container.
do not need a solid container for gas pressure. You do not need a solid container for gas pressure.
How do you know that there's gas
What
pressure?
kind of container do you need for gas pressure?
You need any containment, any containment.
How are you
for gas
going to
pressure,
measure? How are you going to measure that there's gas pressure?
right? A force.
What is any container?
Force contains gas. Force.
Yeah, typically the force that contains a gas
You say
is
farts
the wall.
contain gas?
It's
No, that's
typically
you.
the
You
walls
just
of a
said farce.
container.
You're the one that's saying farce. I'm saying force. Force contains gas pressure on your earth. Gas contains gas. Water contains gas. I want you to know that.
No, everybody
Under
already
the
knew
law.
that. You're not teaching anybody
temperature
anything they didn't already
differential
know.
contain gas?
No, you're not listening. That's different. I am teaching. You're just not listening.
No, you're not, dude. See, everybody already knows what
No.
you're talking about.
No, you're not listening. That's you. You're not listening. That's your problem.
No, I know exactly what you're asserting. Your
Oh, really?
argument is
What
not
am I
hard to.
asserting?
Yeah, your argument is not
Give
hard
me the
to.
assertion. Give me that gas pressure needs a solid container. Go find that somewhere, and I'll give you $1,000 right now. I will.
Oh, damn.
show
Okay,
you.
wait. How am I about to earn this 1,000?
I will. I will cash up you. Give me your cash up. Show me where gas pressure requires a solid container. Go ahead. Show
Well,
where it
not
requires.
every. Wait,
When I
I'll
go
say
scuba
this.
diving?
No, it's
Solid
possible.
Gas
It's
safe.
gas pressure
Gas safe
hold on, dude.
requires
requires.
the container.
All
To
right.
hold
Does
a
not
shape.
require a solid container.
Listen, stop talking, Robert. To hold
Okay.
a spherical shape, you need a container for gas. Pay up your money. I'm here to collect.
Oh, please give me a break.
Did you demonstrate it to us and win your
Yes,
money?
on your earth through the atmospheric
No,
pressure.
don't think so.
It is
Imaginer.
14.7
Don't think
psi
so.
in your atmosphere. Give me a break.
No, if I heat that
There's
up, what's it do?
14.7 psi.
If I heat it up, what's it do?
I
When I heat
demonstrated
it up with
for you.
my
Give me a
magic
break.
temperature that you don't
Give me
believe
a
in,
break.
what happens?
You guys
If
don't
I
know
freeze
science.
your barometer,
You're
what
10 years
happens?
old in science.
When I
You're 10
freeze your
years old in
barometer,
science.
what's the
I
PSI,
have
Robert?
25 years of science
Listen
experience.
how dumb
You
this
have
dude is.
10 years. You
Yeah,
are
I'm going to
10
teach
years.
you. I'm teaching you right now. When you
Basic
freeze the
dumb
barometer,
science.
what's the
You
PSI?
are a dumb science people. You just got
Now, when
introduced
you
to
heat
science.
the
Yep, he's
barometer
about
up,
to
what
blow.
happens?
Give me a break.
Heat the barometer up,
I've been
Robert.
doing. I've
How
done
much PSI is
experiments.
there?
I have done the Cavendish experiment. I've done the
But you
Foucault
haven't heated
pendulum
up a
experiment.
tire?
I have done vacuum experiments.
You haven't frozen a
I've
tire
done
to change
real
the
experiments.
PSI?
What have you done?
Change the temperature to
What have you
change the
done?
PSI.
What have you
I
done,
can
D-Mox?
control the
Nothing.
PSI with temperature.
Give me a break.
But what
You
can
know
you do,
nothing.
Imaginer?
You
Keep
know
talking.
nothing. You just got
Where's
into
my
science
money?
talking garbage.
I got a ball of water I just took out of my freezer. Where's my fucking money?
Show me
This
where it's
lying
required.
bitch will not pay
Show
up.
me the
I have
law.
water pressure.
Show me the law that says
I have water
gas
held into a
pressure
sphere. Right, guys? The
requires
pressure of
a
water is
solid
being contained
container.
by temperature.